Chapter 1. The Dragon Emblem Ring. In a parallel realm known as Blue Star, following the expulsion of foreign powers, the nation of Huaxia was established, referred to as the Dragon Kingdom, divided into 9 provinces. In the province of Yuzhou, in the city of Qin, on a construction site, Engineer Li inquired, "How many days will we need to excavate this foundation pit?" "Perhaps 2 more months," came the reply. "What's the matter? Are you feeling homesick? It's been a month and a half since you joined our site. It's quite remarkable for a fresh graduate like you to endure such a length of time here." The speaker, Chen Mo, had performed commendably in high school, subsequently securing admission to a reputable university to facilitate job prospects. He studied civil engineering. Now at the age of 21, he had just graduated. The man beside him, Li Fugue, was a seasoned construction worker with Shang Yuan Company, affectionately referred to as Engineer Li by his colleagues. Chen Mo's workplace was Shang Yuan Construction Engineering Company, Limited, where he was initially assigned to learn the ropes. In the current society, graduation often equates to unemployment, a reality that holds true even for undergraduate degree holders. Chen Mo's successful acquisition of this position stemmed from his outstanding performance during his studies and a good rapport with his advisor, who recommended him in the name of the university. "Let's hold on until the end of this month. We'll collect our wages and then head home for a visit," Chen Mo suggested. His family resided in the rural area of Liqing, just outside Qin City. His parents operated a fast food restaurant in town, barely managing to raise their 3 children. Chen Mo had an older sister and brother. His sister, the eldest at 30, hadn't attended college and was now married with 2 daughters, living in the neighboring Luxian County, where her family owned a small tavern. Their living conditions were modest, but the couple shared a strong bond. His brother, with average academic performance, graduated from a technical school after finishing middle school and was currently employed as a mechanic in a local automobile repair shop in Liqing. Engineer Li, let's go check the foundation pit. Something has been unearthed, and many workers are gathered around." A stout man with a dark complexion approached, and Chen Mo recognized him as the foreman in charge of the excavation work. "What's going on?" Engineer Li inquired as they walked. "Something has been found, and many workers are congregating there. I suspect we may need to halt the work. You should head over and assess the situation." Chen Mo followed Engineer Li swiftly to the site, where they discovered a throng of workers surrounding an excavator, gesturing towards the pit below. Within the pit lay an array of ceramic pieces, both shattered and intact, alongside a multitude of ancient coins scattered across the ground, some exhibiting a verdant patina. Among the debris was a damaged wooden box containing what appeared to be weathered fabric-like material. "Have the authorities been notified? No one should be touching anything here. Everyone should maintain a safe distance," Engineer Li commanded. "Yes, I called the police as soon as we discovered the situation. They should arrive shortly. It's crucial that no one disturbs the site. The legal awareness is certainly heightened," he continued. "It's noon. Let's organize a meal for the workers and disperse the crowd." Chen Mo, keep an eye on the site while I make a call to report back to the company." "Understood, Engineer Li," Chen Mo replied, watching as the workers gradually left the scene. He stood by the edge of the pit, awaiting the arrival of the authorities. Shortly thereafter, the distant wail of sirens approached, growing louder as a group of 7 or 8 individuals drew near. 4 of them were clad in police uniforms, followed by an elderly gentleman, 2 younger individuals, and a man in a suit, who was the project manager, Zhang. "Manager Zhang," Chen Mo called out. "Chen, please coordinate with the workers to clear our equipment from the site and move the excavator to avoid hindering the officials," Zhang instructed. "Certainly," Chen Mo responded. After finishing the conversation, he picked up the phone to contact the temporary operator, saying, "Engineer Wang, please arrange for your team to move the excavator. I will send someone right away. Engineer Chen, you keep an eye on things there. I'll inform my team to proceed as necessary." Chen Mo monitored the site attentively, occasionally overhearing conversations from the experts in the cultural relics garden. It was evident that the box contained something valuable. Anything wrapped in silk must be of considerable worth. Additionally, there were porcelain fragments that needed to be collected meticulously, otherwise the integrity of the artifacts would be compromised, diminishing their research value. Coins and other items were to be sealed in bags for careful examination back at the garden. "Engineer Chen, where should I move the excavator?" "Oh, you've arrived. Just follow my lead. It seems we might not be able to work for the next few days." Chen Mo replied to the tall man, approaching him. "Woo, in his 40s, was responsible for operating the excavator and was quite familiar with Chen Mo. Understood, he replied, settling into the driver's seat. With a press of the ignition button, the machine roared to life, releasing a plume of black smoke from the exhaust. Let's go, Engineer Chen. They'll follow you, Old Wu said, as Chen Mo guided the excavator towards the edge of the excavation site. However, as he approached the brink, he stumbled over a protruding stone and fell face first into the earth. Fortunately, the ground was soft, although his nose felt as if it had been struck. It was merely bleeding. Engineer Chen, you're bleeding. I don't have any tissues, Old Wu exclaimed. Neither do I. I'll just pinch my nose for now. Let's head up first, Chen Mo replied. How about this? You stay put and climb into the excavator's bucket. We'll ascend together and clean up at the project office, Old Wu suggested. That works. It's too hot out here. Let's hurry, Chen Mo agreed, and once Old Wu lowered the bucket, he climbed in. However, the abrupt movement caused him to lose his grip, and blood dripped from his nose. Hold on tight, we're off, Old Wu called out. Unbeknownst to them, the blood dripping into the excavator's bucket seeped into the earth. Within the soil, hidden from view, lay a golden ring that absorbed Chen Mo's blood, vanishing in a flash. Suddenly, a purple ring tattoo appeared on Chen Mo's left index finger. You'll leave this here. I'm heading back to the project office, he told Old Wu. All right, you go ahead. Who knows when we'll resume work? Old Wu replied. Who can say? We'll wait for the notification, Chen Mo remarked, pinching his nose as he returned to the project office. First, he washed his face in the water room and noticed the bleeding had subsided. After drying his face, he proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. The project had its own dining facility to ensure everyone could work with peace of mind, employing a cook named Li, a woman in her 50s with a background in street food, who prepared delicious meals. Annie Li, what's on the menu today? We have spicy and sour shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, and braised octopus with pork today, she replied. Sounds good. They'll have the shredded potatoes and a portion of braised pork. That should be sufficient. What took you so long? Oh, I was overseeing the site, he explained. I heard others mentioning the stoppage. Is that true? Well, hurry and eat, she urged. Indeed, we'll follow the leadership's directives. We don't have the final say on this, he responded. Holding the vegetables weighed by Andy, Chen Mo heaped a generous portion of rice into his bowl and began to eat as he approached the dining table. His delight. The meal was quite palatable, surpassing the offerings of the school cafeteria, particularly due to the fact that it was complimentary, which was indeed commendable. Annie Lee, we are heading out, he announced. Let's go, she replied. Chen Mo resided in a temporary housing unit, a two-person room shared with another construction worker, Lu Runing, who stood at 170 centimeters and weighed 140 pounds. He was affectionately nicknamed Little Fatty. Recently, he had returned home for a matchmaking session, arranged by his family, reportedly with a nurse. I believe in myself. I believe at that moment his phone rang. Hello, Little Fatty. Brother Chun, has the supervisor announced a work stoppage? The supervisor hasn't informed us, yet it's likely we will halt operations, Chen Mo responded. Darn, if we stop working, I might not go home for several days, Lu lamented. Have you found success in your matchmaking endeavors? What success? I merely had a meal, and we plan to watch a movie tonight. The person seems quite reliable. I suppose we'll see how it goes, Lu replied. Indeed, it's not easy to find a partner in our line of work. If there's a spark, pursue it. Right, do keep me updated. If we stop working, you'll remain here a few more days, Lu concluded. All right, take it easy. Await the news, Chen Mo affirmed. Okay, goodbye. Setting down his phone, Chen Mo intended to lie down for a moment of respite when he suddenly noticed a ring on his index finger. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a ring, but rather a tattoo, resembling one. Curious about its origin. He touched it and confirmed it indeed resembled a tattoo. Two rings, spaced 3 millimeters apart, with a dragon depicted in the gap, its head entwined, with its tail completing a circular motif. Chapter 2, The Initial Encounter with Another World. As Chen Mo gazed at the dragon-etched ring, he pondered its origin. His eyes fixated on the ring, when suddenly, the surroundings began to blur and then solidify. Where am I? Wasn't I in the dormitory? The posture remained unchanged, yet the environment had transformed. He was no longer in the staff quarters, but had arrived on a bustling street reminiscent of a town, devoid of any passers-by. Taking stock of himself, he felt a tinge of fatigue, akin to the exhaustion following a physics lecture, while a peculiar pressure built up in a specific area of his brain. Other than that, he sensed no oddities. What is happening? Did the ring transport me here? Or is this a realm within the ring? Having perused numerous novels, Chen Mo immediately contemplated these two questions. He pinched his thigh pain registered, confirming this must be the real world. Curious to see if there were others in this world, Chen Mo strolled down the street, observing his surroundings. The pavement was asphalt, and the buildings around him reached 3 to 4 stories high, with some square structures interspersed. Air conditioning units adorned the exteriors of the buildings. I must find someone to inquire about this situation, he thought. Across the street stood a small supermarket, its sign reading Sister Lee Supermarket. The door was ajar, and as he approached, he discovered the interior was vacant, cluttered with items strewn across the floor, many of which had been crushed underfoot. Is anyone here? Chen Mo called out. Is anyone here? Anyone? Silence enveloped him. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps approaching. Startled, he turned towards the door and, through the glass, glimpsed a disheveled figure. The sight before Chen Mo was nothing short of horrifying. It resembled the grotesque. Figures from a zombie apocalypse. In a panic, he hastily shut the door and shouted through the crack, "Can you understand me?" In response, the grotesque humanoid began to pound violently against the door while letting out a chilling roar. Peering through the glass, Chen Mo was nearly overcome with nausea at the sight of the creature, ghastly, pallid visage with a gaping wound at the corner of its mouth. Dressed in garments emblazoned with the insignia of Xingda Feed Factory, its exposed skin exuded a putrid stench that confirmed his worst fears. This was undoubtedly a zombie. This was a world plunged into chaos, and he found himself ensnared within it. Having read countless novels, Chen Mo immediately associated this grim reality with the brutality of post-apocalyptic fiction. No, he thought, I must return my youth awaits to be squandered. In an instant, the surroundings morphed, blurring and solidifying, and he found himself back in his dormitory. Was it merely a dream? No, it could not be. A recollection of his previous seated position at the door echoed in his mind, and he realized he had taken a step forward due to the absence of the doors. Resistance. This was undeniably no dream. The prospect of traversing to a post-apocalyptic world stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. This was akin to possessing extraordinary abilities. Might this be my turn to ascend to greatness, like the protagonists in those novels? As a young man in an information-saturated society, he was acutely aware of the immense pressures of life. After all, it was the very reason he chose to study civil engineering, seeking a stable job that would allow him to endure hardship without facing the anxious gazes of his family if he were to remain unemployed. His parents, over 50, still ran a fast food restaurant, and his brother, at 25, had never even dated, largely due to their financial struggles. Chen Mo, who had once harbored little hope for himself, began to see a glimmer of light. Stay calm. Take it step by step, he reassured himself, pondering the logistics of surviving in a zombie-infested world. Safety was paramount. He had heard that a single bite could transform one into a zombie. Unsure of the truth of such claims, he prioritized his safety and opened an online shopping platform to search for protective gear. Among the options were antiquated armor and bulletproof vests. Finding the armor a bit too flamboyant, he opted for a full-body bulletproof suit, which cost over $800. He placed the order immediately and, eager for swift delivery, negotiated with customer service to expedite shipping for an additional fee, knowing the manufacturer was also located in Yuzhou. Thankfully, his first month's salary as a new employee was guaranteed to be disbursed on time, or he would have been unable to afford it. With protective gear secured, he turned his thoughts to weaponry. It was notoriously difficult to acquire arms in Longhua, but he recalled there was a fire axe at the construction site, which had been temporarily halted, leaving it unmonitored. He decided to use that for the time being. According to the wisdom gleaned from novels, food and water were crucial in the apocalypse, and items of intrinsic value like gold, jade, and jewelry could prove useful. He pondered whether such treasures existed in this world. As he contemplated the impending apocalypse, a notification from his phone interrupted his thoughts. The company had announced a halt to operations, with all workers granted leave. The site would be taken over by the government, barring entry and exit. Each department was required to have one person remain on site, with the technical, materials, and safety departments rotating shifts. One department would be on duty for 20 days, and they were expected to submit duty rosters. Shortly thereafter, A response from Li Fuguwei in the technical department confirmed receipt with an OK. Soon, a message arrived in the technical group. The project manager indicated that we, the technicians, are to take turns on duty for a span of 20 days. Since there are 8 of us, each person will be on duty for 2.5 days. How shall we arrange the schedule? Lu Runing promptly replied, could I perhaps take my turn later? Brothers, let's show some camaraderie. I've been at home from matchmaking these past few days. I can come in a couple of days late. Chen Mo contemplated that he had just discovered the apocalypse and needed a tranquil place for experimentation in the short term, and the inactive project department was the ideal choice. He quickly responded in the group, I'm not in a hurry to return home and have nothing pressing. I could take the duty first. If any brothers are unable to cover their shifts, feel free to let me know. I don't mind extending my watch for a couple more days. He also tagged Engineer Li. Immediately after sending the message, his phone rang, and he heard the voice of Xiaoping. Chun, if you have no pressing matters, could you cover for me? I'd like to stay home a few more days. Sure, other departments also have lengthy duty times, which will be sufficient for me to stay at home. They'll cover for you. Thanks, Chun. They'll treat you to a meal when I return. After hanging up, he noticed someone in the group had tagged him. Wang Bing from Huizhou Jianshui City said, Chun, in considering a trip back to my hometown. It's a hassle to arrange. Could you keep an eye for me for 2 days? Chen Mo replied affirmatively. I can do that. I will also cover Lu Runing's shift. Engineer Li then quickly sent a message in the group. Let's finalize this. Chen Mo will take the first duty for a week and then follow the dormitory schedule. Zhang Chuang, Lu Lihua, Yang Bo, Shixing, and then myself. I asked that agreeable. All good. All right, settled. Chen Mo awaited the arrival of his protective gear for his safety. He mentally reviewed the scenario of transitioning into the apocalypse. The first time, he recalled, he had simply focused on the ring in contemplation and was transported. Could it be that each time he concentrated, he could traverse the dimensions? Or was there a specific method to it? When he returned, it seemed to be a matter of will, implying it was under the control of his intentions. He needed to experiment further to ascertain whether the transitions were limitless or constrained. Moreover, he remembered feeling mentally foggy during his previous journey to the apocalypse. He speculated that it might have drained his mental energy. Additionally, he had experienced a sensation of pressure at the back of his head, which puzzled him and required further investigation. With the protective gear yet to arrive, he dared not attempt the transition lightly, especially with zombies lurking on the other side. He was uncertain of his exact circumstances upon crossing over, making it unwise to experiment recklessly. Lost in thought, evening arrived. Following the project suspension, the cafeteria was closed, and he needed to go outside to buy a meal, conveniently picking up some provisions for the impending apocalypse. He grabbed his phone and set off, crossing the street where, 300 meters away, there was a residential complex with small eateries at the bottom. Previously, Chen Mo and a few technicians would occasionally gather here for a meal, a little indulgence to enhance their lives. Boss lady, please prepare a plate of dry-fried green beans and a bowl of rice. Certainly. Just you today? Where are your colleagues? It's just me. The project is on hold for the next few days, so they've all gone home. That on hold. What's the reason? Did you not see the police car at the entrance of the construction site? They unearthed something, so work is halted for now. Chen Mo said as he searched for a table to sit down. Oh, I was wondering what had happened. I thought there was some sort of incident when I noticed a police car parked over there. The proprietress remarked. After a moment, the waiter brought forth a plate of dry-fried green beans and a bowl of rice. Chen Mo began to eat, and upon finishing, he inquired, How much do I owe you, madam? That would be 18 for the dry-fried green beans and the rice, she replied. All right, let me scan, Chen Mo said, and after a moment, he added, Okay, it's been credited. As he stepped outside, he noticed a small convenience store nearby. Chen Mo approached it and purchased 3 pieces of bread and a cup of instant noodles, intending to have the noodles for breakfast the following morning and to take 2 pieces of bread with him for his exploration in the apocalypse. He also bought a carton of milk before settling the bill and departing. Chapter 3. Return to another world. Upon returning to the project apartment, Chen Mo took advantage of the daylight to stroll around, diligently capturing photographs to upload to the project group, thereby substantiating his industrious vigilance. Afterward, he prepared some hot water to wash his feet and retired early for a rejuvenating slumber. The following morning, he repeated his rounds within the project apartment, indulging in instant noodles accompanied by bread and a carton of milk while awaiting a delivery. At 10 o'clock, the phone rang. Hello, is this the delivery? I'm at the entrance of the project department. Could you please sign for it? Certainly. I'll be right there, Chen Mo responded, his heart aflutter with excitement. He dashed downstairs and greeted the courier. Hello, I have a package. Ah, Mr. Chen. Here's your delivery. Please sign here, the courier said. With a swift motion, Chen Mo signed his name and ascended back to his quarters. Eagerly unboxing the parcel, he unveiled a full-body protective suit, pitch black in hue. As he donned it and gazed into the mirror, he found it a perfect fit, enhancing his already striking features and imbuing him with an air of formidable elegance. Descending to retrieve a fire axe, he felt a sense of emptiness, questioning his safety. Recalling a motorcycle helmet that his colleague Zhang Chuang had left idle at the office, he made his way to the technical department. Indeed, he discovered the helmet tucked away in the cabinet beneath Zhang Chuang's workstation, now feeling considerably more secure. Equipped with his belongings, he returned to his dormitory, retrieving his backpack. He filled it with the bread and milk he had purchased the previous day, aware that in this apocalyptic world, hot water was a luxury he could not afford, rendering instant noodles useless. Focusing intently on his ring, he whispered to himself, I am bound for the apocalypse. The surroundings blurred momentarily before coalescing into the familiar scene outside a small supermarket, much like before, where a zombie was pounding on the door. As Chen Mo stepped back, the zombie managed to force the door open. Gripping the fire axe tightly, he swung it decisively at the creature's head, cleaving through half of its skull, gore splattering across the ground. The gruesome sight caused his stomach to churn, a visceral reaction for someone unaccustomed to such horror. After all, he had never even killed a chicken. Quickly turning away, he gasped for fresh air. Collecting himself until he felt somewhat at ease, internally reminding himself that such scenarios would be commonplace in the apocalypse, and adaptation was imperative. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo assessed his current situation. First, he noted that he had traversed to the same scene as before, yet having spent a day in reality. Time here seemed to have stood still after his departure. He wondered if time also stood still in the real world during his absence. His previous journey had been too brief to ascertain. If time were indeed frozen, it would be a relief. The complexities of explaining sporadic disappearances in this era of advanced technology would be daunting. Next, he contemplated whether his ability to traverse was boundless. Silently, he wished to return, and the scene shifted back to his dormitory. He repeated the process of crossing over and returning again and again. After a series of more than a dozen transitions without issue, he noticed a slight heaviness in his head. The experience echoed the sensation of a long night spent gaming in an internet CF, affirming that while traversing consumed mental energy, the expenditure was not excessively taxing. Indeed, quite favorable. Upon traversing to the blue planet, I first acquired a watch and adjusted it alongside my mobile device, synchronizing the time to a consistent 10:42. Having arrived in a post-apocalyptic world, I endeavored to explore this desolate landscape, intending to return later to observe any alterations in time that would aid in formulating future plans. As I attuned to my own condition, I noticed a peculiar pressure at the back of my head, a sensation absent in the blue planet, warranting further investigation. Chen Mo contemplated the necessity of swiftly procuring valuable resources, asserting that financial gain must take precedence. Seizing a fire axe, he ventured outdoors, navigating along the road toward higher ground. He refrained from entering nearby clothing stores, wary of potential hordes of zombies lurking within. After traversing approximately 200 meters, he encountered an open restaurant, where upon passing, he witnessed 3 zombies charging toward him. He pondered the means by which zombies locate their prey, whether through sight, sound, or scent. Observing the undead from a distance of about 10 meters, Chen Mo remained motionless, emitting no sound, yet the zombies continued their advance, their speed akin to a brisk walk. It became apparent to him that they were not solely reliant on auditory cues. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were still at a distance, he retreated into a narrow alley, leveraging the advantageous terrain. With the fire axe in hand, he prepared to confront the approaching zombies. The first struck with a decisive blow, cleaving through the first zombie from head to shoulder. Retreating to create space, he aimed for the second, but the axe veered slightly during the motion, severing the creature's right arm without delivering a fatal strike. Realizing that the only effective method of dispatching a zombie was to destroy the brain, he retreated further and executed another precise strike to the head, successfully eliminating the third zombie. Returning to the main road, he spied 4 or 5 zombies approaching in the distance and promptly sought refuge in the restaurant, barricading the door behind him. With the previous threats neutralized, he felt secure but remained keen to ascertain how the zombies had detected him. It was evident that they could hear sounds converging toward any audible source. During his earlier encounter with the 3 zombies, noise had indeed been produced. Additionally, it seemed they possessed some degree of vision, although the extent of their sight remained uncertain. Upon securing the door, the zombies gathered at the entrance, battering against it. With the option to return to the blue planet at any moment, Chen Mo's courage swelled. He chose to remain silent, hiding behind the door. After approximately half an hour, the sounds of pounding ceased, indicating that they had dispersed. Once assured of their absence, Chen Mo glanced at his watch, noting that it was past noon. He retrieved some bread and milk from his backpack, consuming a modest portion to regain his strength. Engaging in combat with zombies proved to be quite taxing, yet he was grateful for his robust physical condition. Honed through regular basketball play during his schooling and on-site management in construction, which had equipped him well for this ordeal. After finishing his meal and drinking some milk, Chen Mo felt a significant restoration of his strength and was eager to venture out for further exploration. However, he soon noticed an increasing pressure in his head, followed by an intense pain that felt as though something was being forcefully crammed into his brain. It was as if countless gases were invading his body, akin to inflating a balloon. At that moment, Chen Mo yearned to return to Blue Star, but the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of doing so. He could only lie on the ground, clutching his head and rolling in agony. This state lasted approximately 5 minutes, after which the pain subsided, akin to returning to Blue Star. Additionally, he gradually lost the sensation of inflation, replaced instead by a comforting feeling, reminiscent of a warm bath, leaving him wanting to moan in pleasure. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of the unpleasant aftermath of his colleague Xiaopang's 3-day bout of constipation. Silently wishing to return to the dormitory on Blue Star, he perceived the stench to be even more overwhelming. Upon finding a mirror, he was astonished to see black substances seeping from the pores of his face. Unbuttoning his clothing revealed that his body was similarly afflicted. He wondered in shock if this was the legendary phenomenon of washing the fur and refining the marrow. Hastily, he grabbed a bar of soap and rushed downstairs to the washroom, shedding his gear as he walked. Once in the washroom, he discarded his underwear and took a shower, scrubbing himself vigorously. After approximately 20 minutes and 3 applications of soap, he finally felt clean and free of any unpleasant odors. Gazing at his body post-shower, he marveled at his fair, taut skin and the sculpted physique that resembled a finely forged steel model. Pressing his hand against his chest muscles, he found them remarkably firm. With this physique, even standard male models would feel envious. He felt an immense surge of strength, as if he could fell a cow with a single punch. His underwear was beyond salvage, and his t-shirt was stained with small black spots, so he decided against washing it and tossed it into the trash. Realizing he had forgotten to bring spare clothes, he peeked outside, saw no one, and decided to venture out unclothed. Thankfully, it was during a work stoppage. Otherwise, he would have faced a catastrophic social embarrassment. On his way back, he picked up a discarded protective suit, which was relatively unscathed since it had been worn on the outermost layer. Otherwise, he would have had to reorder one, which would waste precious time. Upon returning to the dormitory, he first sought a change of clothes. After dressing, he glanced in the mirror and was taken aback. Who was this handsome figure? His pores had vanished, revealing baby-like skin, a chiseled face, and deep-set eyes. His attractiveness had skyrocketed from a modest 70 to at least 90 points, akin to having undergone an extreme beauty filter. In terms of stamina, he felt a remarkable difference, surpassing the boundless energy of his early teenage years. He promptly dropped to the floor and began performing push-ups. 3, 5, 10, 70, 120, 180, 260, 403, 608. He completed 700 repetitions, merely feeling slightly fatigued, realizing he had undoubtedly exceeded human limits. Subsequently, he lay on his bed, eyes closed, contemplating the sensations within his head. The earlier feeling of something penetrating his mind intrigued him. Within the dark recesses of his brain, he envisioned a white, droplet-shaped entity resembling a lucky bag. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this droplet housed a space approximately the size of a living room, estimating its volume to be around 50 cubic meters. Is this a space? I wonder if I can place something inside, Chen Mo pondered. He picked up his phone, silently reciting the word collect, only to suddenly realize that his phone had vanished. Focusing his thoughts, he concentrated on the mental space and discovered his phone lying within. Ibis Truo. Is this a superpower? He exclaimed with glee. With this newfound space, even if he could not venture into the apocalypse, becoming a magician or a purchasing agent would suffice to ensure his own livelihood, Chen Mo mused. Chapter 4. Wealth Within Reach. Immediately, Chen Mo contemplated the issue of time discrepancy. Glancing at the clock on Blue Star, it read 11:28, while his mobile phone indicated 13:35, a difference of over 2 hours. When he departed from Blue Star, the time was 10:42. Upon his return, he had forgotten to check the time and instead opted for a shower, which lasted approximately 20 minutes. Following that, he engaged in some physical testing, which also consumed around 20 minutes. These durations seemed to align, confirming that he had spent over 2 hours in the apocalyptic realm. He recalled that during those 2 hours, he had acquired his spatial abilities, which had caused a headache lasting roughly 5 minutes. Therefore, the time difference between his phone and the clock was 2 hours and 7 minutes, which also seemed to correspond adequately. This further substantiated the notion that time on Blue Star remained static during his sojourn in the apocalypse, alleviating any concerns of others noticing his disappearance. Initially, he had intended to head back to the apocalypse immediately, but feeling a pang of hunger, he noticed it was almost lunchtime. He decided it would be prudent to find a place to eat first. The thought of food intensified his hunger. Although he had consumed bread while in the apocalyptic realm, the rigorous exertion had likely depleted a significant amount of his energy. He was now in urgent need of a hearty meal. Dressed appropriately, Chen Mo stowed away the fire axe and protective gear into a spatial compartment before descending the stairs and stepping outside. He was disinclined to revisit the restaurant from the previous day, primarily due to the significant changes he had undergone. The owner still recognized him, and the thought of being apprehended and subjected to unsavory fates was far from appealing. Circumventing that establishment, he proceeded forward and settled on a fast food joint named Xiaozhang. A quick meal would suffice. Perhaps it was hunger or newfound confidence, but Chen Mo deviated from his previous habit of ordering a single dish. Perusing the menu, he boldly requested 2 meat dishes, scallion lamb and Peking-style shredded pork. Excellent. Please hold on for a moment, the proprietor replied. While waiting, Chen Mo scrolled through Douyin, and after approximately 10 minutes, the server returned with his scallion lamb. Here you go, brother, your scallion lamb. Great, a large bowl of rice, please. Certainly, coming right up. As he received the rice, Chen Mo began to indulge in his meal, finding the scallion lamb particularly palatable. The flavors of this restaurant, nestled in a residential area, were commendable. Such establishments thrived on repeat customers, relying on the local residents for business, and poor taste would spell disaster. Your Peking-style shredded pork. Thank you also. Could I get another bowl of rice? You've quite the appetite. I'll get that for you right away. Indeed, I do have a hearty appetite. You're still young. It's normal to eat well. My son, at 13, can devour 3 bowls in one sitting. Here's your rice. In no time, both bowls of rice had vanished. Yet Chen Mo felt he had not fully satisfied his hunger. Hesitant to overindulge, he decided to take 2 portions to go, as the lamb was indeed delectable. Boss, I'd like another order of scallion lamb and kung pao chicken, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice for takeout. Not a problem. Please wait while I prepare that for you. As he idly played on his phone, the food was ready in a little over 10 minutes. Here's the bill. Young man, 92, you can keep it at 90, as is customary in such establishments to attract customers. Done. See you next time. With that, he exited and headed straight back to his dormitory. Chen Mo needed to seize the opportunity to explore the apocalyptic realm once more, as his previous venture had proven immensely beneficial, granting him access to spatial resources and rejuvenation. Upon returning to his dorm, he quickly consumed the takeout, finally feeling satiated after the 2 bowls of rice. It was astonishing how much he could eat, and if this continued, his salary would scarcely suffice to fill his own stomach. He needed to urgently find ways to earn money. Retrieving his protective gear and fire axe from the spatial compartment, he donned the armor and grasped the axe firmly. With a single thought, he transported himself back to the apocalypse, once again finding himself at that small restaurant. Exiting, he ambled onward, passing various clothing and merchandise stores, but refrained from entering. His primary purpose for this excursion was to acquire funds. There was no need to peruse clothing stores now, as he could always return later if necessities arose. After walking approximately 500 meters, Chen Mo finally came across a store that caught his eye. The sign read Dai Li Jewelry, indicating it was a jewelry shop. Cautiously, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, 2 display cases had toppled over, scattering their contents across the floor, what appeared to be gold necklaces. Chen Mo lacked expertise in appraisal, but felt they looked authentic. There were 4 or 5 additional display cases adorned with a variety of ornaments, including bracelets, some of which resembled jade from Blue Star, while others appeared to be made of diamonds. Additionally, there were blue and yellow gemstones, though he could not discern their specific types. Aside from the items displayed on the counters, the cabinets beneath also contained a considerable assortment. Witnessing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. Without taking the time to identify each piece, he swiftly gathered the items and stored them in his space. Once he had collected everything, he ensured that nothing was left behind before returning to Blue Star. Upon arriving back at his dormitory, Chen Mo needed to account for all the items. He began extracting them from his space, starting with the gold necklaces, which numbered over 120 in various widths. There were nearly 70 bracelets of different styles, and when combined with other gold ornaments, the total weight exceeded 6 kilograms. With gold priced at around 650 per gram, he knew the recovery price would be considerably lower than the retail price, though he was uncertain of the exact amount. He planned to inquire further about it later. Next, he retrieved what he believed to be jade ornaments, many of which were on sale and bore price tags. Upon checking the labels, he confirmed they were indeed jade, allowing him to assess their quality based on the indicated prices. He intended to investigate the market prices for these items on Blue Star, using proportional relationships to estimate the value of the other pieces. It was apparent that there was a substantial quantity of this material. He had over 150 bracelets alone, alongside more than 300 various accessories, including peace pendants, 4-season beans, and Paixio figurines in a range of sizes. Among the retrieved items, 7 or 8 bracelets displayed considerable translucence, ranking them in the second tier of value, while a pair of even more transparent bracelets stood at the top. Chen Mo was unaware of the precise classification of these pieces, only knowing that the more transparent they were, the more valuable they became. Next came the jadeite items, which were similarly diverse. The quantity of diamond pieces was modest, with around 20, predominantly in the form of rings. Although the number was small, they were relatively large, the smallest comparable to a yellow bean, while 2 larger ones were even the size of peanuts. He speculated that such items might not be highly sought after in a post-apocalyptic world, as he had never seen a store on Blue Star with diamonds of such size. Though it was possible they existed, he simply had not encountered them yet. There were also some items he had never heard of, so he researched the unfamiliar names online, wary of potential errors. After taking photographs and searching for a considerable amount of time, he confirmed that 2 of the items were unknown on Blue Star, rendering them unsellable due to a lack of market demand. He mused that perhaps in the future, once he amassed capital, he could find a way to market them. Additionally, there was a type of item resembling crystal, which he believed held little value on Blue Star, prompting him to forego further classification. Checking the time, it is still not yet 3 p.m. Hastily, I selected representative items for various categories. For jade, I chose a bangle of the second tier. For gold, I picked a necklace, presumably designed for men, weighing 26 grams. Among the jade artifacts, I selected a relatively large Paixio figurine. For diamonds, I opted for a medium-sized stone, slightly larger than a soybean. From the crystal category, I acquired a bracelet. After tearing off the labels, I stowed everything into my backpack, placing the other items into storage. Such jewelry requires a specialized venue for liquidation. The only place that came to Chen Mo's mind was a pawn shop. Chapter 5. The first pot of gold. Chen Mo unlocked his phone to locate the nearest pawn shop, discovering a chain named Fortune Pawn Shop approximately 2 kilometers away. A further search revealed it to be a reputable nationwide establishment with positive reviews, prompting him to choose it as his destination. As the project department had just commenced excavation, the area remained a desolate expanse of land. Consequently, he needed to cross the road to reach the nearest residential complex to hail a taxi. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Chen Mo navigated the street and arrived at the complex, where he spotted a taxi waiting for passengers just outside the entrance. He approached the vehicle and opened the door to inquire, "Are you available?" "Yes, hop in," replied the driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting short hair and a slightly plump physique, exuding an amiable demeanor. "To Fortune Pawn Shop," Chen Mo stated as he settled into the back seat. "All right, hold on tight," the driver responded. "What brings you to the pawn shop? Are you working there?" Chen Mo pondered, reflecting on the nature of the driver's curiosity. "No, I had purchased a necklace previously, but I misplaced the receipt. I no longer wish to keep it and want to sell it." He thought to himself, "I can't very well tell him I stumbled upon a trove of jewels in a post-apocalyptic world. That would surely lead to accusations of insanity." This excuse seemed to suffice. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Chen Mo shifted the conversation. "How much do you earn driving each day?" "How much?" "Generally around 200 yuan, sometimes a bit more, sometimes less. I share this car with a friend. We alternate shifts, one for day and one for night. The competition from ride-hailing services has made it challenging for full-time taxi drivers," the driver explained. As they approached their destination, the driver pointed out, "That tall building ahead is Fortune Pawn Shop." In no time, they arrived, the 2 kilometers having been traversed swiftly. "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" Chen Mo inquired. 7 yuan. "That's the base fare," the driver replied. "Let me scan," Chen Mo said, lifting his phone to present the QR code for payment. The driver took his time to scan the code, and upon confirming the transaction, Chen Mo exited the vehicle. Before him stood a 5-story building, its entrance approximately 4 meters wide, adorned in a resplendent golden decor. A glass revolving door graced the front, above which the words Fortune Pawn Shop were prominently displayed, exuding an air of grandeur. As Chen Mo stepped inside, he was met by a reception area staffed by 2 elegantly attired women. The spacious lobby featured a resting area to the left, furnished with sofas and coffee tables for patrons to relax. To the right, a large aquarium measuring around 2 meters housed a magnificent arowana alongside 3 vibrant flower-horn cichlids, presenting a striking spectacle. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing money trees, one on each side, with the overall ambience dominated by golden hue, creating an opulent atmosphere. Chen Mo approached the reception desk, and before he could get close, he overheard a conversation between 2 receptionists. It was indeed due to the enhancements in his physical abilities after his transformation. "Welcome to the Wealth Pawn Shop. How may I assist you, sir?" said the receptionist, affectionately referred to as Xiao Mei, her gaze fixed in astonishment on Chen Mo's handsome visage. "Hello, beautiful. I would like to pawn some items," Chen Mo replied. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Xiao Mei inquired. "My surname is Chen." "Mr. Chen, what type of items do you wish to pawn?" "I have a jade bracelet and a gold necklace," Chen Mo responded. "Ah, so they're jewelry items. Please follow me. I will arrange for an appraiser to examine them," Xiao Mei said, leading Chen Mo to a small room at the back. The room was modest, approximately 20 square meters, furnished with 2 sets of sofas and a coffee table in the center. "Mr. Chen, please have a seat while I call the appraiser," she said before stepping out. After about 2 minutes, footsteps echoed as Chen Mo looked up to see Xiao Mei entering with a man in his 50s, dressed in a long gown. The man wore glasses, appeared slender, and was impeccably dressed, holding a tool bag that exuded professionalism. "Mr. Chen, this is our jewelry appraiser, Mr. Zhong," Xiao Mei introduced. "I am Zhong Ligua." "Mr. Chen, you have items for pawning, correct? Please place them on a coffee table for inspection," he requested. "Mr. Chen, may I offer you some water?" Xiao Mei returned with 2 cups, handing one to Chen Mo and keeping one for Mr. Zhong. "Thank you," Chen Mo replied. "Not at all," Xiao Mei said, turning to leave and gently closing the door behind her. Chen Mo then retrieved from his backpack a jade bracelet, a gold necklace, a jade paixio pendant, a diamond, and a crystal bracelet, placing them on the table. Mr. Zhong examined the items, taking out a small flashlight and measuring tools from his bag to begin his assessment. Mr. Chen, the diamond requires more specialized measurement and should be observed under a microscope to assess its cut and clarity. Would it be convenient for you to have it tested? Mr. Zhong inquired. Yes, that would be fine. Very well. I will have them conduct a thorough examination, he replied, taking the diamond and exiting to find someone for the testing. After approximately 2 minutes, he returned. Mr. Chen, the testing will take some time. Let us first review the other items. The crystal bracelet, for instance, is not worth pawning. Its market value is merely a few hundred yuan, and our offer would not be substantial. By the way, Mr. Chen, do you prefer a dead pawn or a live pawn? Mr. Zhong asked. What is the difference between a dead pawn and a live pawn? Chen Mo inquired. A dead pawn, also known as an absolute pawn, refers to a situation where the pawner neither redeems nor extends the pawn, thereby dissolving the rights and obligations between the two parties. In this case, the pawned items become the property of the pawn shop, which may dispose of them as it sees fit. A live pawn, on the other hand, allows the pawner to redeem the pawned items within a specified time frame. Certainly, we do charge a handling fee upon redemption. If the items are not redeemed by the due date, they will be considered forfeited, becoming the property of the pawn shop. Uncle Zhong briefly explained that these items have ample space. He is merely selling them and will not redeem them. I opted for forfeiture. Chen Mo inquired. Are there receipts for these items? Uncle Zhong replied. Is it necessary to provide a receipt? Chen Mo thought to himself. These items were all picked up. Where would I find a receipt? Receipts can verify the legitimate origin of the items. It is preferable to provide them. Moreover, with receipts, our pawn shop can offer a better valuation. Of course, we can still accept items without receipts, but the price will certainly reflect a corresponding discount. And we would need you to provide your identification for subsequent origin investigations. Uncle Zhong stated, they were all gift from friends, and I have no receipts. Chen Mo pondered that these items did not originate from this world, so subsequent issues would likely not arise. Please provide an initial valuation, Chen Mo requested. All right, let me start with the gold necklace. The current gold price is quite transparent, typically around 650 per gram. If you have a receipt, we can offer 550 without one. We would value it at 500 per gram. What do you think? Uncle Zhong proposed. That sounds acceptable, replied Chen Mo. The weight is 26 grams. Please take note. Next, this jade paixio has been appraised as sheep fat white jade. The form and carving are standard, with a market value of approximately 80,000 to 90,000. We can offer you 50,000 for it, Uncle Zhong stated while holding the paixio. This bracelet is in excellent condition. Its quality can reach ice type. It is a standard ice type bracelet with floating patterns, with a circumference of 58. Its market value is around 240,000 to 280,000. We can offer you 160,000. Please consider it. I'll check if the diamond appraisal report is ready, Uncle Zhong said before stepping out. Chen Mo calculated the worth in his mind. Gold was worth 10,000, the paixio 50,000, and the bracelet 160,000, totaling approximately 220,000. Considering his current earnings of just over 3,000 a month, it would take him 6 to 7 years of frugality to accumulate such wealth, not even accounting for the diamond. Mr. Chen, your diamond report is ready. Its color is graded F, clarity VVS1, with a good cut, and it weighs 1.2 carats. This quality has a market value of 90,000 to 120,000, and we can offer around 40,000. Uncle Zhong entered and announced. Only 40,000? Is there such a significant disparity? Chen Mo questioned. Uncle Zhong explained. Diamonds are a type of ore, and their global production is quite substantial. Yours is merely larger, exceeding 1 carat. If it were below 1 carat, such as a few points, it would hold virtually no recovery value. However, larger diamonds with higher clarity are rarer. 4 diamonds over 6 carats. We could fully recover them at market value. Chapter 6. How should this money be spent? Chen Mo recalled that he possessed several larger diamonds and promptly inquired about their value, noting that the larger and rarer the diamond, the more precious it becomes. How much could a diamond the size of a peanut possibly be worth? He asked. A peanut-sized diamond? Replied Zhong Shu. That would roughly be around 10 carats, approximately 12 to 13 millimeters in diameter. Even the least desirable of such diamonds is worth several hundred thousand. If the clarity and cut are commendable, like the quality you mentioned, it would undoubtedly start at 8 million, placing it in the tens of millions range. A top-tier 10-carat diamond could even fetch over 100 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's heart soared with joy. I possess diamonds of that size. I have 2 in my space, they're peanut-sized. It seems there is still a considerable disparity in the production of certain materials between the Apocalypse and Blue Star. After all, I am situated in a town-level region. Even a modest jewelry store in such a locale could grant me financial freedom on Blue Star. Then, Uncle Zhong, I will pawn these items, and we shall adhere to the prices you have quoted, Chen Mo stated. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to take photographs and prepare the contract. Please hold on. During the waiting period, Chen Mo, finding little of interest, scrolled through short videos. Previously preoccupied with thoughts of how to survive in this world, he now appeared increasingly composed in the absence of life's pressures. Although he might not possess a great deal of money at present, he had the capacity to earn it whenever he wished, emanating a newfound confidence. Chen Mo had always been handsome, but this aura of self-assurance made him even more captivating. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhong Shu entered with the contract. Mr. Chen, please sign here and provide your bank account number so that we can arrange the transfer. Certainly, Chen Mo replied, providing his bank details and signing the document. 2 minutes later, his phone chimed with a notification. Your transfer of 260. 300 yuan has been received by the construction bank on August 19th, 2058 at 1618. Your available balance is 265,814. 3 yuan. Mr. Chen, has the payment arrived? Inquired Uncle Zhong. Yes, it has. By the way, Uncle Zhong, I see that you are quite proficient in appraisals. Would it be convenient for us to connect on WeChat? Should I require your expertise, of course, I would not seek your counsel without compensation. I will gladly pay the appraisal fee. Chen Mo remarked as he took out his phone and prepared to scan. He primarily wished to establish a contact for any future occurrences. Certainly, and I would appreciate it if you could prioritize our pawn shop for any valuable items, Uncle Zhong replied, presenting his QR code. With a quick scan, the connection was made. After receiving the confirmation, Chen Mo picked up his backpack. Then, I shall take my leave, Uncle Zhong. I won't delay your work any further. I must head back as well, he said as he exited the private room. All right, Mr. Chen, Uncle Zhong responded. Xiao Mei, please see Mr. Chen out. Following this, Uncle Zhong directed his words to the receptionist, Xiao Mei. Certainly, Xiao Mei said as she approached. Mr. Chen, allow me to escort you, she offered, leading Chen Mo towards the exit. It's quite all right. I can manage on my own, Chen Mo modestly declined, yet followed Xiao Mei outside. Observing her graceful figure, he felt a flutter of excitement. He noted her professional attire, a fitted suit paired with a short skirt and white stockings, an ensemble that certainly exceeded an 80 score in his eyes. With her alluring curves, she was indeed captivating. After spending extended hours at a construction site, encountering such a striking woman in professional attire stirred emotions within him, especially now that the weight of life's pressures had lessened. Truth be told, Chen Mo's roots lay in the countryside, where financial burdens loomed large over his family. His older brother had opted for vocational school at the age of 19 to support the family, allowing Chen Mo to pursue a university education, part of which was funded by his brother's earnings. This background had fostered a sense of insecurity within him. Despite possessing a decent level of attractiveness, he remained a bachelor, as his university, focused on architecture, faced a daunting gender ratio of 7, one in the civil engineering department, with the female population often lacking in aesthetics. Thus, he found himself still a virgin, a peony in the realm of romance. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chen Mo reminded himself not to be overly sentimental. Xiao Mei, it's best you return to your duties. I wouldn't want to impede your work, he said as they reached the entrance. Of course, Mr. Chen. We look forward to your next visit, Xiao Mei replied, watching as he stepped outside. Upon exiting, Chen Mo pondered whether to return to the project site or to satiate his hunger first. Although it was still before 5 o'clock, he realized he had gone nearly 7 hours without a meal since his afternoon visit to the end of the world. His stomach growled, reminding him that he had consumed 4 bowls of rice at lunch. He decided to indulge in a buffet for dinner, searching his map for nearby options. He opted for the Shengda Seafood Barbecue Buffet, a place he had long wanted to visit but had previously hesitated to try. Priced at 888 yuan, it was rumored that one could feast on seafood until one could eat no more. Hairy crabs and lobsters were among the delights offered. That sounded quite splendid indeed. Hailing a cab, I arrived directly at Shengda Seafood Barbecue Buffet, where the price of 888 per person clearly meant no waiting in line. Upon entering, the charming receptionist, upon noticing the handsome Chen Mo, inquired about his party size. 1. Chen Mo replied, "Very well, please follow me. You are assigned to table number 8, which is tranquil and conveniently close to the food station. Normally, guests are simply directed to their seats without an escort, but perhaps due to Chen Mo's striking appearance, he received special treatment. This is your table number 8. I wish you a delightful dining experience," she said, as Chen Mo set down his backpack to claim his seat. He then proceeded to the food station, collecting various dishes that caught his eye. When he reached the seafood section, he spotted freshly cooked breaded crabs and, leveraging his physical advantage, swiftly secured one. With only 5 breaded crabs in the pot, they would soon be gone if left for self-service. It seemed that the 888 buffet was not as ample as it promised. Perhaps next time, he might seek out a more extravagant option at 2,000 per person, which would surely allow for greater culinary indulgence. Chen Mo mused. Having gathered a substantial selection, along with a pint of draft beer, Chen Mo, like many young people, had little fondness for liquor, preferring beer, which he always enjoyed at social gatherings. As he dined and sipped, he pondered his next steps, particularly how to manage his finances. Having finally earned the money he had long dreamed of, his first thought was to support his family. However, the question of how to do so troubled him. As a recent graduate, just 2 months into his career, he found it easy to give a couple of thousand, but anything more would be difficult to explain. He certainly could not confess to his family that he possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, he reasoned, until he was capable of confronting the bureaucratic machine of the state. He decided to remain silent, for the alternative could lead to a lifetime of imprisonment or worse. His parents, on the other hand, were relatively easy to please. Their greatest wish was for their children to thrive. At their age, their desires were simple: a bit of financial support to enable an early retirement and the chance to travel. As long as their children were well, they felt content. As for his older brother, he was still engaged in laborious work. Chen Mo believed that teaching his brother to fish was far more beneficial than simply providing fish. Supporting him directly was feasible, and he was confident that the resources at his disposal could ensure the family's well-being. Yet, considering his brother's pride, it seemed unlikely that he would willingly become a dependent. Reflecting on his brother's journey, having started working on cars at 19, contributing all his earnings to the family, and now at 25 without ever having had a girlfriend, Chen Mo doubted his brother would accept such an arrangement. He resolved to discuss the situation with him, to understand his perspective and help him find a reliable means of earning a living, an endeavor that would require more than the mere 20,000 at his disposal. My sister operates a liquor and tobacco supermarket, a title that sounds appealing yet is fraught with challenges. Both she and her husband embarked on their journey through the path of free love. Despite being the only child, her husband hails from a humble farming background, devoid of substantial wealth. They purchased a modest 2-bedroom apartment, financed through a loan that reportedly demands nearly 2,000 yuan monthly. The market has become increasingly transparent, and the profit margins on liquor and tobacco are meager, with a high-end bottle yielding only a few dozen yuan in profit. Moreover, they must contend with the inevitable demands and pressures that come with running a business. In smaller locales, such challenges are even more pronounced. As for my own situation, the sum of over 200,000 yuan sounds considerable, yet it merely suffices for basic living expenses. Purchasing a home remains an unattainable dream. In Qin City, Classified as a second-tier city, it stands as one of the most developed regions in Yuzhou, aside from the provincial capital, Shishir. The average housing price hovers around 15,000 yuan per square meter, with prime locations commanding prices between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan. The down payment for a property starts at around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, and presently, Chen Mo has no desire to engage in the burden of mortgage payments. Acquiring a vehicle is equally daunting. As a man endowed with global resources, he finds it somewhat humiliating to consider anything less than a prestigious brand. At the very least, he believes a vehicle from the likes of BMW, Benz, or Audi is requisite. Thus, the imperative to generate income becomes increasingly clear to Chen Mo as he contemplates his circumstances. Chapter 7. Sales channels. According to the information gleaned from today's visit to the pawn shop, diamonds currently hold the greatest value in the market. It is not that other items lack worth, but rather that diamonds possess remarkable size. As Uncle Zhong would say, the two largest diamonds should each weigh around 10 carats. Selling even one of them would suffice to afford oneself a period of indulgence. However, the challenge lies in the actual sale, given the scarcity of such resources. Perhaps contacting an auction house would be prudent. This thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Mo exited the Shengdao buffet, noticing it was merely 7 o'clock and the night had yet to fall. Considering that returning to the project site would leave him alone, he decided to seek a place to rest. Humans are inherently social creatures, and solitude can become quite burdensome over time. In search of company, he recalled the saying, "A wealthy man who does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure wandering in the night." While he may not consider himself wealthy at present, he had indeed glimpsed a ray of hope. He picked up his phone and called his university roommate. The call was answered promptly. "Hello, Mosey. What brings you to seek your grandfather's assistance?" Chen Mo, due to his name, had earned the nickname Mosey in the dormitory, and everyone referred to him as such. "Are you busy, young Master Tang? Come out. Your grandfather invites you for a foot massage to reward you for your day as a corporate worker," Chen Mo said. Young Master Tang, whose real name is Tang Xiaojia, hails from Qin City, where his parents run a small supermarket. As the only child, he enjoys a comfortable lifestyle. During their university days, he often had a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan, frequently indulging in snacks and drinks. He is known for his loyalty, having lent Chen Mo money during tighter times, making him one of Chen Mo's closest friends. In fact, there were 6 individuals in their university dorm, all of whom got along well. 3 hailed from other provinces and, after graduation, moved away. 1 returned to his hometown, while 2 ventured to the capital, Longdu, for work. The remaining trio, aside from Chen Mo and Tang Xiaojia, included Zhang Baoli, who joined Tang in a company but was currently stationed in the neighboring Tsang city on a project, thus making Tang the only one he could reach out to. "Wow, we've struck it rich. A mere foot massage won't suffice. Are you coming or not? Let us hit Waterworld." Waterworld is a prominent leisure establishment in Qin City, offering dining, accommodation, swimming, sauna, and entertainment all in one place. "All right, I'll be there in about 30 minutes. After ending the call, Chen Mo hailed a taxi. "To Waterworld, please." "Sure thing." In just over 10 minutes, Chen Mo arrived. Contemplating the necessity of purchasing a car soon, the lack of one was quite inconvenient. He had obtained his driver's license in his sophomore year, having spent many summers at his brother's repair shop, which fostered his interest in automobiles. He was only 19 that year, having missed the opportunity to obtain his license in his freshman year due to his age, as he was born in the 12th lunar month. Upon entering Waterworld, he was greeted warmly. "Welcome to Waterworld, sir. How many guests do we have today?" The receptionist promptly approached, bowing and inquiring. One must admit, such an attitude is indeed commendable. "For 2, please select a foot massage package among the options of 188, 388, or 588. "I shall choose the 588 package," came the reply. "Very well. The 588 package includes foot massage, cupping therapy, foot scrubbing, foot care, herbal foot soaking, and full body relaxation," she said, guiding Chen Mo to a private room, numbered 016. "Do you have a preferred therapist?" the receptionist asked. "No, just arrange someone," he replied. My friend will arrive shortly. Please commence with my massage. Certainly. Please wait a moment, she said, handing him a robe before exiting. Chen Mo sent the room number to young Master Tang and soon received a reply. Okay, I'll be there shortly. After changing, he lay back and awaited his session. Approximately 5 minutes later, a therapist entered carrying a basin. Good day, sir. I am your assigned therapist, number 22, Xiao Qin. Upon glancing at Chen Mo, her eyes brightened. Wow, so handsome. As a therapist, she typically encountered middle-aged men with protruding bellies. After all, patrons of such establishments seldom lacked the means and were generally around 40 years of age. Thus, to provide a foot massage to a young and handsome individual was undeniably more pleasing. Glancing at her figure, she thought, perhaps if he finds me appealing too, something delightful might ensue. One could say, therapist number 22 felt a stir of interest. Xiao Qin approached, gracefully washing Chen Mo's feet and beginning the massage. Shortly thereafter, young Master Tang entered, guided by the receptionist. Mosey, you're splurging today. What is this? Call me grandfather, and I shall arrange a full set for you, Chen Mo jested. Grandfather? Get lost, are you serious? Tang retorted. Waterworld has mate one. What do you mean? What difference does it make whether or not there is mate one? Young Master Tang inquired. Have you never heard? Those with mate one are the legitimate ones. Now, go change, Chen Mo instructed. At that moment, Tang's therapist entered, a short-haired individual. Hello, sir. I am your assigned therapist, number 35. You may call me Xiao Yin. Please give my friend a thorough massage, Chen Mo requested. Certainly. I will ensure your satisfaction. Just then, Tang finished changing and sat down as Xiao Yin began the massage. Wow, Chen Mo, how have you become so handsome? Tang exclaimed in surprise. I've always been this handsome, Chen Mo replied. You were never this fair before. And how could you become fairer while working on the construction site? I've grown darker since then, Tang remarked. Perhaps it's the lighting, and besides, I haven't been working on the site for the past few days. Chen Montauk explained. Why is the site halted? We unearthed something at the construction site, and now the area is sealed. It will likely be shut down for a while. The project department is on holiday, leaving only a few to oversee things. I have nothing to do but guard the project department. Your company is rather inept. Shouldn't they arrange for workers to be sent to other sites in such cases? How can I directly ask Tang Daxiao, since our company lacks other projects? I am contemplating leaving this industry, Chen Mo remarked. You are aware of my family situation. In this line of work, one cannot expect immediate success. Tang Daxiao zponde. You truly need to consider this carefully. If you succeed, that's one thing, but if you fail, it would be a waste of time. Indeed, Chen Mo, had he not possessed the ability to traverse apocalyptic realms, would have shared Tang Daxiao's sentiments. However, his circumstances had since transformed. Have you contemplated what you wish to pursue? Tang Daxiao inquit? Not at present, Chen Mo replied, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he realized he must fabricate a plausible reason. The only external contact he had in recent days was Uncle Zhong. Contemplating the items within his space, he decided to use that as an excuse. I've been idle these past few days and assisted someone. This individual is a gem appraiser at pawn shop. He mentioned needing assistance with some jewelry and suggested I could help, providing me with a potential livelihood. I believe if I step away from my current path, this could be a viable option, Chen Mo explained. He then retrieved his phone, locating Uncle Zhong's social media to show Tang Daxiao a collection of various jewelry photographs, which bolstered his credibility. Handling yivelry. That requires the right channels. By the way, if you're set on this path, you might reach out to Yun Zijian from our class. I recall him mentioning that his family owns a jewelry store, Tang Daxiao suggested. Yun Zijian? His family runs a jewelry business? I had no idea, Chen Mo responded. Well, he is quite low-key and hasn't mentioned it publicly. I learned about it by chance when a stunning sister of his visited the school. I encountered them, and when she departed, she drove away in a Bentley. Afterward, I inquired, and he revealed that his family is in the jewelry trade. Initially, they intended for him to study business administration to eventually take over the family business. However, he felt that his family harbored a strong preference for male heirs. His sister treated him well, and as their company was well managed, he recognized that he lacked the aptitude for business, so he resolutely chose to major in civil engineering Tang Dashao recounted. Wow, I hadn't anticipated there was such a wealthy individual in our class, Chen Mo mused. He understood that engaging in the jewelry trade necessitated substantial assets. The treasures within his own space represented merely a fraction of what a jewelry store would entail, with immeasurable value. Indeed, considering the discrepancies in diamond valuation across time, excluding diamonds, he possessed 6 kilograms of gold, which equated to over 3 million. One could easily surmise that a jewelry store's inventory would amount to nearly 10 million. Chapter 8. Let us collaborate indeed. Throughout our 4 years at university, only a handful were privy to this matter. He is not the type to flaunt sudden wealth. However, truth be told, should you embark on this endeavor, you might very well establish a connection with him, given his familiarity with such matters. Jewelry is not something that the average person encounters easily, remarked young Master Tang. All right, I'll take a look later. If there's a genuine need, I will reach out to Chen Mo, he added. Chen Mo pondered the abundance of items in his possession. Relying solely on himself for liquidation seemed rather impractical. The pawn shop offered meager prices, which might suffice for a few items, but would entail significant losses if there were many. After more than 2 hours of foot massage, Chen Mo settled the bill. As they exited, young Master Tang intended to pay, but, upon learning that it had already been taken care of, he turned to Chen Mo and exclaimed, "Why did you settle it? I had promised to treat you. Allowing you to part with your money is unnecessary." Chen Mo replied, "Your work has ceased. What does it matter if I pay? I'm not concerned about this amount. Besides, last month, the company disbursed salaries. Rest assured, if I encounter genuine difficulties, I won't hesitate to seek assistance. You won't escape either, haha." Chen Mo mused inwardly about the significance of the information he had received. It was not merely about a foot massage. He could endure a year of such treatments if necessary, quietly vowing to find a way to repay the favor in the future. Upon returning to the project department by taxi, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He shared some photos in the group chat before retiring for the night. The following morning, Chen Mo awoke, roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. After using the restroom and brushing his teeth, he tidied up and decided to have breakfast at a nearby stall selling fried dough sticks. It was clearly a husband and wife operation. Both in their 40s, the husband was frying the dough while the wife handled serving and cleaning up. "Boss, I would like a bowl of tofu pudding and 3 fried dough sticks," he ordered. "Sure thing," the proprietor replied. "Here you go, handsome. Your tofu pudding is ready. The dough sticks will be out shortly," said the wife as she brought it over. As Chen Mo lifted the bowl of tofu pudding, he noticed some chive flowers and chili oil on the adjacent table and added a bit of each. Chive flowers are polarizing. Some adore them, while others do not. Chen Mo counted himself among the former. "Here are your fried dough sticks," the wife announced. The crispy dough paired with the warm tofu pudding was delightful. Occasionally, Chen Mo would dip the dough into the pudding, enhancing the flavors with the seasoning, creating a unique taste experience. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he returned to his dormitory, reflecting on what young Master Tang had said the previous day. He opened WeChat, searched for Yun Zijian, a classmate with whom he had maintained a connection, albeit infrequently. He selected a few items from his collection: 2 ice-type bangles, 2 gold bracelets, a gold necklace, and a jade pendant, along with a small diamond. After taking photographs, he sent them to Yun Zijian and simultaneously initiated a voice call. When it comes to selling, being proactive is certainly commendable. After a brief wait of about a minute and a half, a languid voice came through the line. "Hello? Chen Mo. Ah, Yun Zijian. You haven't fully awakened yet, have you?" Chen Mo remarked, glancing at the time and wondering if he had called too early. "Ah, I ran around a lot yesterday and was quite exhausted. Still haven't gotten up." "What's up?" Yun Zijian inquired. "I just sent you some photos. Take a look and see if you need anything or if you can assist in processing them," Chen Mo suggested. Chen Mo was straightforward, confident that his goods would sell. If not, he would devise alternative strategies. As he perused the items, he exclaimed, "Oh, is this a jade bangle?" The first image he encountered was that of a jade bracelet, followed by a piece of Hitian jade. Flipping through a few more pages, he noted the absence of commentary on the gold and diamonds, as the diamond ring had been photographed from the side, making size comparison impossible. Indeed, the bangle was of ice jade, and the piece was made of Hitian mutton fat jade. "Can you handle this? Where did you acquire these?" he inquired. In this day and age, one must be cautious. Yun Zijian, fearing deception from peers, acknowledged the risk of counterfeit or dubious sources. Simply viewing photographs could lead to misjudgment, a sentiment that rang true. Chen Mo, adhering to his previous assertions, had made some minor repairs. I once assisted someone from a pawn shop, and now I'm working alongside him to manage some deadstock items. I happen to learn that your family is engaged in this line of business, and thought a collaboration might be possible. Yun Zijian nodded instinctively, recognizing that items from a reputable pawn shop would likely be authentic. He too had collected similar items, as the supply of jewelry was indeed scarce these days. Jade and gems were non-renewable resources, and quality goods were always in demand, while gold remained common yet highly sought after. These do not appear to be second-hand. They look brand new. Has the pawn shop begun acquiring only new items? Yun Zijin queried. The person I'm with is quite resourceful and can procure a considerable amount of quality merchandise. You know, the pawn shop I mentioned is a national chain, and the items sent to you are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Chen Mo replied, puzzled by the inquiry, sensing a hint of distrust. Not at all. But please tell me, do you have a substantial quantity of these fine items? And are you in a position to make decisions regarding them? Yun Zijin pressed. There's quite a bit. Why do you ask? Chen Mo responded. Here's the thing. My family is pressuring me to open a jewelry store, but I feel ill-equipped for the task. They believe capability can be cultivated through experience. They are willing to provide $5 million for me to test the waters with a small jewelry shop. Thus, I am currently scouting locations in Song City, which is a 3rd or 4th tier city. $5 million should suffice. If you have channels in this regard, we could explore a partnership where you contribute resources as an investment, and we could co-establish a jewelry store. If sourcing and payment methods can be negotiated, why should I struggle in a small city like Song? I could easily move to Qin City, a 2nd-tier city with greater consumer capacity. Their SA pressing need to get this right. After all, running a profitable business is preferable to incurring losses, Yun Zijian articulated. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo contemplated the implications of Yun Zijin's proposal. It held great potential. By investing, he could benefit from both ends, having access to resources of his own, and with the backing of his entire network, the prospects for future support seemed promising. Once invested in sales, the returns could be significant, and most importantly, this money would be visible, making future expenditures far more manageable, providing a solid justification for his family's expectations. Indeed, I have a considerable quantity. I believe it could adequately support a jewelry store, Chen Mo affirmed. I recall that you are currently in Qin City, correct? I'm setting off now and should arrive around noon. Let us have lunch together and chat. Yun Zijin agreed, and after a brief conversation, he hung up the phone. Glancing at the time, it was just past 8. I pondered that soon I would be a businessman, a boss in my own right, and decided to acquire a new outfit. Although I could visit the zero-cost shopping area, the brands there, particularly Blue Star, were not up to par. I couldn't very well say I made them myself. Besides, I wasn't particularly short on funds. After that, I headed out and took a taxi to Qin City Commercial Street, specifically to the Qinfa Shopping Center, which could be deemed the most bustling part of the city. The real estate was invaluable, and many trendy brands could be found here. I took the elevator to the 5th floor, dedicated to various clothing boutiques. Upon exiting the elevator, I immediately entered the Hermes store. Welcome to Hermes. The sales associate, noticing a handsome gentleman entering, rushed over and said, Hello. May I assist you in selecting a casual outfit? Sure. I have no special requirements. Just put something together, I replied. After a brief wait, the associate returned with an ensemble, a striped casual shirt, relaxed trousers, and stylish leather shoes. After trying it on, I stepped out of the fitting room, and the associate's eyes widened with delight. You look magnificent, sir. Your physique is a perfect frame for these clothes. The effect surpasses even that of the models. I admired my reflection in the mirror. The outfit indeed accentuated my tall and noble demeanor. This will do, I decided, impressed with the associate selection. I then requested another outfit in a different style. Soon, the associate presented me with another set, a white t-shirt, black fabric trousers, and sporty shoes, which further highlighted my exceptional elegance. The associate observed my silhouette with subtle muscle definition visible through the shirt and tightened her stance slightly. I paid for both outfits, totaling 42,000, and signed a receipt. The associate kindly packaged my previous garments and handed them to me, offering a membership card as I departed. "Welcome back. And here is our store's membership card," she said. I took the card but noticed a note affixed to the back, adorned with a series of phone numbers. I couldn't help but reflect on the allure that such charm could elicit. If one wished to pursue a rendezvous, it could simply be a matter of a phone call. Although I was not averse to such flirtations, the associate's makeup was rather heavy, perhaps indicative of a synthetic beauty. Thus, I discreetly discarded the note into a nearby trash bin. Checking the time, it was nearing 11 o'clock. I decided to return to the dormitory to stow my new clothes and called Yun Zijian. "Hey, where are you? I should reach the city center in about half an hour. Shall we choose a restaurant? Do you have any preferences?" He inquired. "Anything will do. I'm not picky," I replied. "Then let us go to the Shengqin Grand Hotel. It's perfect for a meal, and I could use some rest after these exhausting days." "All right, I'll head that way too," he said before we ended the call. I hailed a taxi directly to the Shengqin Grand Hotel, which is undoubtedly one of the finest establishments in Qin City. A 5-star venue that combines dining and lodging. Its prices are equally lofty, with a minimum spend of 2,000 for a casual meal, once an unattainable luxury for me. Chapter 9. Achieving cooperation after half an hour, they arrived at the Shengqin Hotel. Chen Mo promptly requested a private room and, after sending the room number to Yun Zijian, began to order dishes. As a coastal city, seafood was indispensable in Qin City. The menu included braised sea cucumber with tofu, ginger and scallion three-eyed crab, boiled shrimp, garlic pork ribs, spicy and sour cucumber salad, and braised donkey meat. Totaling 6 dishes, 4 hot and 2 cold, considering his increased appetite. After a little over 10 minutes, Yun Zijian was let in by a waiter. "Chen Mo," a voice of surprise echoed. "Zijian is here." Chen Mo stood to respond. "You've changed so much. It's only been less than 2 months. It's as if you're a different person," Yun Zijian remarked. "Well, I've started working. Back in school, I didn't pay much attention to my appearance. Now I can't be too casual," Chen Mo replied. "The key lies in your demeanor. When we're together, I feel like a rustic bumpkin," Yun Zijian joked. "Who would dare call you, young Master Yun, a bumpkin? That would make them a true bumpkin." Chen Mo laukit. "Let us not flatter each other anymore. If I may be so bold, is everything you mentioned over the phone true? Firstly, there's the issue of quantity. Opening a jewelry store requires an initial investment of at least 3 to 5 million. That is no small sum. Secondly, the goods must be guaranteed to be new, or if they're pre-owned, they must be capable of being refurbished, as we're opening a jewelry store, not a general goods shop. Thirdly, regarding the payment terms, it would be best if the first batch could be provided on consignment, allowing payment after sales, and the purchase price should be at least 30 below market price. Considering we are all aware of the auction house's pricing, can you negotiate this with the auction house? Or is this something you can manage? Rest assured, Zijian, if I can't deliver, I won't make promises. Currently, I've come across items worth 6 kilograms of gold, over 150 jade bangles, and more than 300 various jade ornaments. The diamond stock is limited, primarily comprising larger pieces, as their recovery value is quite low. Therefore, your 3 points are all feasible, and we can include them in the contract, Chen Mo stated. Good. I hope you understand. Business, especially partnerships, often begins with caution to avoid future complications. You know, I currently only have 5 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't be considering Song City, Yun Zijian acknowledged. I understand that perfectly. I have no issues on my end, Chen Mo replied. If you can fulfill what we discussed earlier, I can agree to give you a 20 share, albeit only in profit dividends. Do you have any objections? After all, I am the one covering the cost for rent, renovations, labor, and utilities, Chen Mo proposed. Isn't that a bit too much? Yun Zijian queried. Chen Mo remarked that, regarding the conditions I just outlined, a 20 stake is indeed worthwhile. After all, having a stable supply, particularly of high-end materials, is fundamental to the operation of a jewelry store. Moreover, the arrangement of supplying goods before payment significantly alleviates financial pressure. Without this provision, the prospect of opening a store in Qin City would be merely a distant thought. Yun Zijian interjected as the waiter began to serve the dishes in succession, starting with cold appetizers. braised donkey meat, and spicy pickled cucumbers, followed closely by ginger scallion crab and poached shrimp. Chen Mo suggested they focus on their meal first, expressing uncertainty about Yun Zijian's taste preferences, and proceeded to order several signature dishes. "I can eat anything," Yun Zijian replied. "Having spent 4 years at the university here, I've become accustomed to the local flavors." By the way, Yun Zijian continued, "If everything is satisfactory on your end, I will contact my family to have the company draft the contract and expedite its delivery to you. I will also scout for a suitable location and aim to finalize renovations soon, so we can expect to commence operations in about 2 months." "Are we signing the contract directly? Don't you want to inspect the goods first?" Chen Mo inquired. "That won't be necessary," Yun Zijian responded. "However, the key points we discussed will be documented in the contract. Should you fail to meet the stipulated requirements, the contract will not be valid, and I would have to consider alternative options. My family has provided 5 million, but that is not a fixed limit. If it comes to that, I will simply request more funds from them." As a waiter presented a dish of tofu with sea cucumber, Chen Mo said, "All right, feel free to reach out if you need my assistance. For now, let us enjoy our meal." Yun Zijian glanced at the garlic ribs being served and remarked, "I must say, this hotel is quite efficient with their service. 6 dishes. I was worried you might not be satisfied. Truth be told, I've been quite hungry lately. You could never match my eating speed," Chen Mo thought to himself. "By the way, how did you know my family is in the jewelry business?" "From your tone yesterday. It seemed as if you assumed I could handle the jewels you photographed." "I eat a lot, so I was concerned you might not be full," Yun Zijian explained. "Tangda, Xiao mentioned it while we were chatting yesterday." "Oh, that makes sense. He might be the only one in our class who knows. My sister previously asked him to help, and I specifically told him to keep it under wraps. This way, my university experience feels a bit more authentic," Chen Mo shared. "Understood. The wealthier individuals tend to be more secretive about their affluence," Yun Zijian noted. The two of them seamlessly transitioned into a comfortable conversation, reminiscing about their university days and sharing stories about their classmates. After finishing their meal at precisely 1:30 p.m., Chen Mo departed from the hotel, while Yun Zijian, needing to rest, checked into the Shengqin Grand Hotel. Reflecting on the 2-month timeline before the jewelry store could open, Chen Mo concluded that to alleviate financial strain, he would need to consider selling a diamond. Searching online for auction houses, particularly the esteemed ones like Poly and Jiada, which are headquartered in the distant city of Longdu, seemed quite cumbersome to Chen Mo. Thus, he opted to directly seek out the auction houses in Qin City. There are 2 such establishments, Shengmao Auction House and Palette Auction Company. Both are regarded as second tier within the domestic scene, differing primarily in their areas of specialization. Palette focuses on antiques, including ancient porcelain and furniture, while Shengmao is centered on modern luxury items, jewelry, and renowned artworks from both domestic and international sources. Undoubtedly, Shengmao Auction House will be his first choice. Hailing a taxi, he headed straight for Shengmao Auction House. Upon arrival, he approached the front desk and announced, "I have an item I wish to auction. Could you please inform me of the process?" The receptionist inquired, "What type of item is it? For instance, jewelry or celebrity paintings?" "It's jewelry, specifically diamonds," Chen Mo replied. "Very well, please hold on a moment," the receptionist said before promptly picking up the phone and dialing. After a brief conversation, she hung up and addressed Chen Mo. "Sir, a professional broker will be here shortly to assist you." Just then, a melodious voice, as refreshing as a babbling brook, interjected, "Where's the diamond client?" Chen Mo turned to see a stunning woman approaching. She stood tall at around 170 centimeters, clad in professional attire that accentuated her long, slender legs and perfect waist-hip ratio. Her ample bosom further highlighted her exquisite curves. Her features were strikingly symmetrical, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and a petite cherry blossom mouth. Her fair complexion radiated an ethereal beauty and elegance. "This gentleman is the one," the receptionist indicated as the woman, having approached from the side, caught sight of Chen Mo's face, momentarily entranced by his striking looks. "Hello," Chen Montag greeted. "Greetings, I am Zhao Lingfei, a professional jewelry broker. May I ask your surname?" she inquired. "My surname is Chen." Could you explain the auction process for my item? He asked. For jewelry, we first conduct an appraisal to ascertain the approximate value of the item. Subsequently, the company will provide a valuation to serve as the reserve price for the auction. If you're satisfied with this reserve, you may proceed with the auction. The company will promote the item and regularly organize large auction events to maximize the selling price. Zhao Lingfei succinctly explained. I would like to auction a diamond. Please conduct the appraisal, Chen Mo requested. Follow me, Zhao Lingfei replied, leading him forward. As Chen Mo observed her, his gaze inadvertently drifted to her figure, captivated by her alluring curves accentuated by her professional attire. Having gained extraordinary abilities, he felt increasingly confident, especially in this regard, yet he struggled to suppress the rising heat within him as he followed her. Chapter 10. The legendary encounter come this way. Let us first consult the appraiser. Have you brought the items? Zhao Mingfei inquired as she glanced back at Chen Mo while walking. Of course, allow me a moment. Chen Mo replied, reaching into his pocket, but in truth, he retrieved the diamond ring from his spatial storage. Here it is. Please have a professional examine it. Zhao Lingfei, who had just guided Chen Mo into the lounge, was taken aback by the size of the diamond. Having spent considerable time in the jewelry industry, she understood that such a size was certainly close to 10 carats, if not more. Please take a seat in the lounge while I find someone to authenticate it, Zhao Lingfei said. Chen Mo settled onto a sofa and occupied himself with his phone. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Lingfei returned. Mr. Chen, the quality of your diamond is exceptional. It is graded F for color, VVS1 for clarity, and features an excellent cut. Most importantly, it weighs approximately 3 carats. Such diamonds are exceedingly rare and would be classified as high-end items at our auction house. Our appraiser has set a reserve price of 10 million. Are you satisfied with this valuation? Shall we proceed with the auction? Zhao Lingfei inquired. Indeed, it matched the quality of the previous diamond, Chen Mo mused. If I choose to auction it, what is the process? He asked. The auction process is quite straightforward. You merely need to sign the authorization form. Our auction house will handle all arrangements. You will only need to pay our service fee post-auction, which typically ranges from 1 to 10. However, given that this is a high-end item valued in the tens of millions, our fee is set at 3. I recommend you opt for the autumn auction scheduled in 20 days, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival. It will be a grand event, and the promotional period is sufficient to secure a satisfactory price, Zhao Lingfei explained. All right, let us proceed as you suggest, Chen Mo replied. He had researched that auction houses primarily earned through service fees, and he found a 3 fee quite acceptable. Moments later, Zhao Lingfei entered with the authorization contract. Mr. Chen, please take a look. If everything is in order, kindly sign here and provide your bank account details, she said. Chen Mo quickly reviewed the document, noting it was a straightforward authorization form detailing the reserve price and service fee percentage. He signed and filled in his bank account information. Now, Mr. Chen, let's exchange WeChat contacts. I will promptly inform you of any updates, and if time permits, I would like to invite you to the auction, Zhao Lingfei proposed. Certainly. Let me scan your code, he replied, pulling out his phone to add her as a contact. After completing the addition, Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He decided it was time to take his leave. Manager Zhao, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Chen Mo stated. Very well. I will escort you downstairs, Zhao Lingfei answered, gathering the authorization form while leading him down. Manager Zhao, this will suffice for now. Please feel free to contact me via WeChat if any issues arise, Chen Mo said. Agreed. WeChat it is, she replied. Afterward, Chen Mo took a taxi back to the residential area opposite the project apartment. He first addressed his hunger, and after satisfying his appetite, he returned to the project apartment, took a quick shower, and reclined on his bed to browse his phone. With the issue of income channels resolved, he felt it was time to communicate with his family, laying the groundwork for future discussions. He picked up his phone and called home. Hello, Xiao Mo. A familiar voice came through, instilling a sense of comfort in Chen Mo. His parents embodied the archetype of a nurturing mother and a stern father. His father, a man of few words, often reserved due to the burdens of life, left the communication duties at home largely to his mother. Mom, are you busy? He inquired. Not really. There are just a couple of customers in the shop having their meals. As you know, this town sees most of its lunchtime business. It quiets down considerably in the evening, she replied. Is there something on your mind, Chen Mo? Yes, I wanted to discuss something with you. I've decided I no longer wish to pursue my current job and would like to transition into a different industry, Chen Mo explained. Why the sudden change of heart? Is it because of difficulties with your supervisor? His mother asked. No, Mom. Here's the situation. We've unearthed some issues at the construction site, causing a halt in our work. I figured I could pursue a side job in the meantime. I've been assisting someone I used to help, who works at a pawn shop in the city. He needs assistance with a batch of jewelry items, and I've been helping him out these past few days. The pay is quite decent, and there's commission involved. He mentioned it could be a long-term arrangement. Chen Mo refrained from mentioning the idea of opening a jewelry store, wishing to avoid overwhelming transitions. He planned to wait until the shop was established, and he had sufficient funds before discussing it with his family in person. Is it a sustainable opportunity? His mother inquired. Yes, I've been engaged in it for a few days now, and I find it quite promising, Chen Mo assured her. All right then, you are the best judge of your situation. Our family lacks extensive experience in such matters, so the path ahead is yours to navigate. As long as we remain lawful and diligent, the amount we earn matters little. Just don't put too much pressure on yourself, his mother advised. Understood, Mom. I will continue with this for now. I'll return home when I find the time. He realized he would have to wait until after the mid-autumn auction to have any money, and he didn't provide a specific timeline. All right, prioritize your schedule and don't let it interfere with your work, his mother reminded him. Okay, I'll hang up now. Please take care of yourselves. And don't overexert. If only we could afford to be overworked. Business has been slow, so there's hardly any chance of that, she chuckled. All right, I'll let you go now. After hanging up, Chen Mo found himself reflecting on his mother's loving demeanor, quietly reassuring himself that everything would soon fall into place. Lying in bed, scrolling through his phone, he noticed it was still early for sleep. He stumbled upon a short video of people dancing and singing at a bar, and remembered that he still had over 200,000 yuan in his account. A thought crossed his mind. He had never been to a bar before. Why not experience it tonight? In Chen City. The most renowned bar was undoubtedly the Night Never Ends bar. He took a taxi there, arriving around 8 in the evening when patrons were beginning to trickle in. He entered and requested a booth. The gentleman inquired about the available drinks, prompting the server to list the options. We have red wine, white wine, beer, and cocktails. Which would you prefer? The server suggested. I think I'll try a cocktail, Chen Mo replied, intrigued by the idea of sampling something new. Our cocktail selection includes Bloody Mary, Negroni, Long Island iced tea, Martini, B52 Bomber, Negroni, and Margarita. If you prefer something stronger, I recommend the Martini. It's our signature drink and quite suitable for gentlemen. The server advised. Very well, I shall have the Martini, Chen Mo agreed. After a brief wait, the server delivered the drink. Chen Mo took a sip and found it pleasantly potent, yet acceptable. Are you here alone? A voice from the adjacent booth inquired. Upon glancing up, Chen Mo was met with the sight of an exquisite woman, her long, wavy hair framing a captivating visage. She wore a white t-shirt atop a flared skirt, radiating a unique charm. Her face, shaped like a delicate melon seed, was adorned with deep, obsidian-like eyes that sparkled with vitality. A refined nose complemented her subtly tinted lips, exuding an innate beauty. The waves of her hair cascaded down, subtly revealing her slender ears, adding to her sweetness. Yes, I am alone, Chen Mo replied. Shall we share a table? She proposed. I, too, am by myself, she continued, having noticed him since his entrance. His features were strikingly sculpted, resembling a work of art, with a high-nose bridge, elegant lips, and profound eyes that seemed to possess an enigmatic allure. Certainly. May I ask your name? Chen Mo inquired as he approached, taking a seat directly across from her with a friendly smile. My surname is Meng. You may call me Xiao Meng. And you? She replied. Chun. He introduced himself. Is this your first visit to a bar? She asked. Indeed, how did you know? I overheard your conversation with the server. A regular would surely know what to order. Xiao Meng remarked. It seems you must frequent this place, Chen Mo noted, raising his glass in a toast before downing its contents. Xiao Meng took a small sip in response. I'm not exactly a regular. I come here occasionally to unwind due to work stress. Surely, you aren't here to indulge in flirtation? Xiao Meng teased. Could it not also be a means of relaxation? Or perhaps I am nursing a broken heart? Chen Mo replied, a hint of jest in his tone. That hardly seems likely, considering your attire. An entire ensemble from Hermes suggests your work must not be overly burdensome. Moreover, your poised demeanor is not characteristic of an ordinary office worker, Xiao Meng observed. Knowing it's for flirtation, you still dare to converse with me? Pray, how little confidence do you have in your own allure? Chen Mo countered. Please, Mr. Chen, have mercy, she replied, finishing her drink. Despite her words, there was no trace of fear in her demeanor. Rather, she seemed eager to engage. Chen Mo pondered, could this truly be the fabled encounter of romantic intrigue? Chapter 11. Sweet dreams. Upon noticing that the beautiful lady's glass was empty, Chen Mo raised his hand towards the bar, prompting a server to promptly approach him. How may I assist you, sir? I would like to sample one of each cocktail you offer, Chen Mo replied, eager to experience the establishment as it was his first visit. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment, the server responded before turning away. Miss Meng, would you do me the honor of accompanying this novice in indulging in a few more drinks? Chen Mo inquired, turning to Miss Meng. Well then, I shall bravely accompany you today, she replied with a playful smile. At that moment, the server arrived with 6 glasses of various cocktails. Chen Mo selected a yellow drink for himself and offered a red one to Miss Meng. This only confirms my suspicion that you are indeed a novice at bars. Miss Meng teased. Why is that? Chen Montauk queried. You have given me a Bloody Mary while choosing a margarita for yourself. The margarita, being fruity, is more suited for ladies, while the Bloody Mary, predominantly made with vodka, is decidedly more masculine, she explained. Point taken. This is indeed my first visit to a bar, he admitted, exchanging the 2 glasses. What do you do for a living? She asked. Me? I am currently unemployed, he replied, playfully dismissing her inquiry. That's hardly truthful. You can't possibly be a scoundrel, can you? How many young ladies have you deceived? She inquired, rolling her eyes in curiosity. Honestly, none. I've never even had a girlfriend, Chen Mo confessed. Is that so? How old are you? I'm 21, having just graduated. I studied civil engineering, but the competition is fierce, he disclosed, taking a sip of his drink, feeling a hint of awkwardness at this topic. And you, beautiful? What do you do to find yourself here alone at night? Chen Mo asked, intrigued. What's wrong with going to a bar? It's quite normal, isn't it? She retorted, briefly sharing her background. As it turns out, Miss Meng, age 27, was a real estate salesperson. With her beauty and commendable performance at work, her salary placed her among the ranks of white-collar elites. She had been in 2 past relationships, but both had faltered due to incompatible views on spending. Wealthy suitors were not inclined to marry her, while those with modest means failed to attract her. She had since grown indifferent towards finding a partner, appreciating her independence and the freedom it afforded her. Occasionally, she would visit bars to unwind. Her current visit was spurred by a few drinks and the sight of the charming Chen Mo, leading her to bravely strike up a conversation after a year of solitude. The 2 conversed and sipped their drinks, engaging in light-hearted banter and discussing whatever came to mind. Before long, the clock neared 10, and their drinks had been consumed. Chen Mo, with his robust constitution, remained unfazed by the few cocktails, while Miss Meng had begun to feel the effects of her indulgence. Her gaze towards him growing increasingly hazy. Feeling a surge of warmth within him, Chen Mo called for the server to settle the bill. After paying, he offered his support to Miss Meng, who appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet, clearly having had her fill. As they reached the entrance of the bar, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, I don't want to go home. A rush of warmth surged through Chen Mo as he responded, Are you certain you aren't intoxicated? Thereafter, Chen Mo waved his left hand towards the taxi waiting at the entrance, embarking on his journey to the hotel. Upon entering the room, he switched on the light and closed the door. That night, Chen Mo experienced a peculiar dream in which he transformed into a fierce tiger, roaming restlessly in an inexplicable, pitch-black space, yet unable to find an exit. The tiger was filled with anxiety as rain began to fall from the sky, turning the ground into a quagmire. Suddenly, the tiger heard what seemed to be a cat's meow from outside. Initially, the sound was faint and unclear, But gradually it grew louder, exciting the tiger, for the sound signified the presence of other creatures and the possibility of an escape. The further he advanced, the louder the cries became, eventually resembling the piercing wail of a baby. This exhausting dream was a first for Chen Mo, and feeling fatigued, he decided to rest, closing his eyes while unconsciously embracing Xiao Meng. The next day, Chen Mo awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. After a refreshing night as sleep, he recalled that Xiao Meng had departed at 8 that morning. Although she had endeavored to be as quiet as possible, Chen Mo, with his keen senses, noticed her presence immediately. However, upon observing her tiptoeing, he chose to feign slumber. They both tacitly agreed to avoid disturbing one another. As opening his eyes would only lead to embarrassment, it was preferable to remain oblivious to each other, like strangers lost in the world. After checking out, Chen Mo found a place to eat before returning to the project apartment, where he took some photographs to share in the group. Feeling unoccupied at the moment, he contemplated exploring the apocalyptic world further. Back in his dormitory, he retrieved his protective suit from storage, donned a colleague's helmet, and picked up a fire axe, opting to traverse the end of the world once more. He appeared in the jewelry store, everything unchanged since his departure. Having spent little time in the apocalyptic realm and knowing little about it, Chen Mo recognized the need for continued exploration. Stepping outside onto the street, he found it barren, with other shops offering no utility. As he walked along the road, he came across 3 zombies at an intersection about 50 meters ahead. Upon hearing his footsteps, they charged toward him. Employing his usual strategy, a tug-of-war ensued. With his enhanced physique, both strength and speed had notably improved. He swung the axe at the foremost zombie, dispatching it swiftly, and, after retreating, delivered a backhanded slice to eliminate another. However, Chen Mo's expression shifted to one of shock. Something was amiss. The 2 zombies were aligned, and wielding a fire axe with such a broad blade, it was impossible for him to have missed. The only conclusion was that one had evaded his blow. Taking a step back, he followed up with a powerful downward strike that cleaved the remaining zombie in 2. What was that? Chen Mo gazed at the fallen zombie's head, where he spotted a milky white crystal. Taking a few steps closer, he examined the other 2 zombies, only to find that they lacked this peculiar object. Even the previously slain zombie had not possessed it. Unsure of the crystal's nature, Chen Mo refrained from direct contact. Instead, he used the axe to extract it, then retrieved a backpack from his storage space, gingerly pinching the crystal with his hand through the bag. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although this object originated from a zombie, it appeared pristine and untainted, roughly the size of a peach pit. It had a milky hue reminiscent of mutton fat jade. After scrutinizing it, Chen Mo realized he could discern nothing further, and he placed both the crystal and the backpack back into storage. Just as I was about to move forward, I suddenly noticed a glimmer beside me, a reflection in the modern monotony of life. It was evident that the light was being cast by a mirror. Is someone there? Turning to glance in the opposite direction, I spotted an individual on a diagonal floor across, wielding a mirror, deliberately directing the reflected light this way. The moving reflection was unmistakably a signal, akin to a greeting. Intrigued, I felt a surge of interest. The presence of another meant the possibility of information exchange, far superior to the solitary quest of discovery. Moreover, the knowledge that I could traverse back to Blue Star at any moment provided a semblance of safety. With a wave towards the mirror-esque direction, I grasped my axe and made my way towards that building. Chapter 12. An initial understanding of another world. Crossing the street and advancing 50 meters, I arrived at a courtyard that resembled a small community. Though the buildings were not tall, merely 3 stories. Chen Mo recalled that the individual he sought resided on the top floor of the building nearest to the street. As he approached the entrance, a zombie suddenly lunged at him from the side, only to be dispatched with a swift blow of his axe. Chen Mo took a moment to inspect the creature's head, finding no trace of the crystalline substance. He then turned and entered the building. Cautiously ascending to the 2nd floor, he overheard a conversation above. "Brother, wait here. I'll check if he has come up." I just saw him enter the building. The voice belonged to a girl, laden with fatigue and lacking vitality. Chen Mo continued to listen intently as footsteps approached. "Hey, are you up there? We are on the top floor." The The girl's voice called out. I'm here. I've reached the second floor. Chen Mo thought, relieved to understand her words. He quickly climbed to the third floor, where he encountered a frail girl at the staircase, her hair disheveled, yet she appeared young, likely around 17 or 18. I saw you kill a zombie on the street and dared to approach you. I wanted to ask if you have any food or water. My brother and I are desperately hungry. Can you help us? The girl stated directly upon meeting him. I can find food for you. But could you tell me what is happening here? Where have all the others gone? Chen Montak in Kviat. Everyone has gone to Central City. We stayed behind to care for our grandmother and didn't join the main group, the girl explained. Where is Central City? What is everyone doing there? Chen Mo pressed on. Don't you know Central City? Aren't you from here? The girl asked, surprised. I think I might have amnesia. I woke up not knowing anything and have been walking along the road ever since. So, I wish to understand how things became this way, Chen Mo replied. Amnesia? After the zombie outbreak, abilities began to manifest. Many unfortunate events occurred, she said, her tone growing serious as she began to elaborate. The story begins with the zombie outbreak. This area is Zisong Town, under the jurisdiction of Central City in Hehe Province. Approximately 3 months ago, for reasons unknown, the majority of humanity suddenly mutated into zombies. According to later official statistics, about 60% were affected. 2 hours after the disaster, around 10% experienced a different kind of mutation, awakening special abilities. Our town had several individuals with such powers. Individuals with abilities? Were they? Chen Mo inquired, pondering the significance of the 2-hour window, recalling that he too had undergone a transformation shortly after his arrival. Individuals with abilities are those who possess special powers. For instance, our neighbor, Little Lu, awakened a fire ability. He was able to launch fireballs right after his awakening, and later, as he reached the second tier, he could shoot larger fireballs. By the time he reached the third tier, he could unleash fiery serpents. Quite impressive, the girl said, her expression filled with admiration. Are you saying these abilities can be upgraded? How does one achieve that? Chen Mo asked, seizing the opportunity to inquire about something of utmost importance, realizing that his own space might indeed be his unique ability. The enhancement of supernatural abilities primarily relies on zombies, which themselves possess varying levels. The ones encountered outside are the lowest tier of zombies, while first-tier zombies exhibit intelligence, characterized by a milky white crystal in their brains. The second-tier zombies possess a red crystal. Awakened individuals with supernatural abilities belong to the first tier. Upon consuming a first-tier crystal, they ascend to the second tier. Second-tier practitioners, in turn, must consume 10 second-tier crystals to elevate themselves to the third tier, as explained by the girl. So, what I have obtained is a crystal, and consuming it will allow me to reach the second tier. So that is how it works. Chen Montak Muzit. What about the current practitioners? What levels have they attained? He inquired. They have all gone to the Central City. After the onset of the calamity, during the first month, societal order collapsed, leading to numerous fatalities. However, as the practitioners' abilities grew, order was gradually restored. 2 months ago, the government organized personnel to converge in major cities to rebuild our homeland, reportedly establishing several bases. Beyond that, I am not particularly informed, the girl replied. Why didn't you accompany them to the Central City? Chen Mo asked. My grandmother is bedridden and unable to relocate. My brother and I were raised by her, and I would rather perish than abandon her. However, she passed away last month, leaving only my brother and me here. The food in the building has run out, and we have not eaten for a day. I saw you outside and hoped you could assist us, the girl explained. Food must be in short supply. How have you managed for 2 months? Chen Mo queried, realizing he had not searched the rooms or paid attention to the food situation. Initially, food was indeed scarce, but we discovered that plant-type practitioners could accelerate plant growth, alleviating the food shortage. Consequently, those who left did not take all the provisions. Only what was necessary for their journey, the girl responded. Indeed, there are plant-type practitioners. I initially considered trading food from Blue Star. This novel misled me. What types of practitioners are there? Chen Mo inquired, still curious about the practitioners. Practitioners possess an array of peculiar abilities, though I am not entirely well-versed in specifics. Previously, There were dozens of practitioners in our town, categorized broadly into earth, fire, metal, plant, and water types, along with some others. I once encountered a practitioner capable of manipulating objects. They referred to them as a mental type practitioner. However, due to individual physical differences, even among similar types, abilities may vary. Our little brother, Lu Gu, could initially launch fireballs, but another fire-type practitioner awakened and manifested a fire shield around themselves, the girl elaborated. Just then, a small boy emerged, likely noticing that his sister had not returned. "This is my brother, Lu Ziming. By the way, I am Lu Zimei," the girl introduced herself to Chen Mo. "I seem to have forgotten my name. Listening to you, I suspect I might have lost my memory during the awakening of my abilities, for I awoke with an excruciating headache. By the way, I also possess abilities, though they are not formidable. I have spatial powers, which allow me to store items." She continued. Chen Mo understood that with so many practitioners around, he was not unique, and he attributed his memory loss to a suitable explanation. "Do you have any food there?" The girl was indifferent to everything else, her thoughts solely consumed by food. To be honest, Chen Mo had not prepared an abundance of provisions. He had initially intended to explore briefly before returning. However, he recalled that during his previous journey, he had purchased bread and milk, which he had stored in his space. "I don't have much food either, but here's the bread and milk I found. This should suffice for now. I will search for more provisions later." After speaking, Chen Mo retrieved the bread and milk from his space and handed them to Lu Zimei. "Thank you so much," the girl exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. She then passed the bread and milk to her younger brother. "Here, take this and eat quickly. Sister will have half." The younger brother, displaying remarkable understanding, opened the bread and shared half with his sister. Following the loss of their grandmother, the two had relied on each other, their bond growing ever stronger. "It's all right. I will go out shortly to gather more supplies, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in clarifying my thoughts." "Thank you, sir. To be honest, if it weren't for your help, I truly wouldn't know what to do, especially with my brother being so young," the girl said, glancing at her brother, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. "Well then, I shall take a brief rest before heading out to find some materials. I don't truly need a rest, but the thought of the zombie crystals in my space ignites a fervor within me. I am eager to witness the effects of my upgrade." Considering that the entire building was vacant, Chen Mo turned and entered the adjacent apartment, shutting the door behind him. He retrieved a crystal from his space, pondering its chewability. "Well, let's give it a try." He placed it directly in his mouth, and contrary to his expectations of hardness, it dissolved instantaneously, akin to consuming jelly. Once finished, he immediately felt a surge of warmth enveloping his body, reminiscent of his previous experience. It was as if his body were inflating, with a sensation of gas permeating through his skin, creating a slight feeling of bloating that lasted for approximately 5 minutes. After this duration, a profound realization dawned upon him. He could now manifest and retract a spatial blade within a 10-meter radius. Once created, if not retracted, the spatial blade would remain for a maximum of 1 minute before being assimilated by the forces of this world. Essentially, the spatial blade functioned to tear through the fabric of space. Chen Mo was exhilarated. His greatest hope had been for physical enhancement, and he had not anticipated the development of such an ability. He had assumed that the most he would achieve would be an expansion of space. To his surprise, what he once considered a living room-sized space had now expanded to the dimensions of a 3-bedroom apartment, which was quite delightful. Eager to experiment, he directed his focus towards a flower pot on the balcony of the room and attempted to wield the spatial blade, only to find no discernible change. Wait, could it be a futile endeavor? Chapter 13. The terrifying space blade. As Chen Mo approached, he noticed that the flower pot remained unchanged. After retracting the space blade, he lightly touched it, and the upper half of the flower pot fell away. Observing the break, he noted the edge was remarkably clean, revealing that the space blade was exceedingly fine and sharp, with no external force applied, which allowed the flower pot to maintain its original appearance. It was truly frightening. Even the sharpest knife in existence could not achieve such precision. He then directed another space blade at the coffee table, resulting in a delicate fissure measuring 20 centimeters long. It was nearly imperceptible unless examined closely. However, Chen Mo also discerned an important fact. The length of the space blade was confined to 20 centimeters, indicating that it was a singular ability rather than an area of effect attack. Caution would be necessary in its future applications. Instantly, Chen Mo contemplated two methods of employing this ability. The first involved releasing it directly within an enemy's body, a tactic that could be deemed nearly insurmountable, rendering defenses moot, regardless of one's prowess. Neither the brain nor the internal organs could withstand a 20-centimeter rift. The second method involved anchoring it in a specific location, such as in the path of an advancing foe, allowing them to unwittingly collide with it. This method was akin to a fishing technique where fish are not actively hunted, but rather led to their demise by colliding with blades. If executed skillfully, it could indeed inflict widespread damage. Recognizing his newfound capabilities, Chen Mo decisively chose to venture out to gauge the practical effects of his powers. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Zimei emerged. "Are you going out?" she inquired. "Yes, the sky is darkening. I need to gather some supplies to avoid hunger tonight," Chen Mo replied. "Will you return?" Lu Zimei asked, anxiety evident in her voice. "Certainly. I intend to bring back food for you," Chen Mo reassured her, understanding that his ability to procure sustenance was critical to the survival of the siblings, who lacked the means to search for resources themselves. He also realized that he needed to gather more information and supplies. Were it not for the necessity of concealing his ability to traverse realms, he could have simply returned to Blue Star to prepare a grand feast. Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, a smile graced Lu Zimei's face. "Be careful out there." "Not a problem," Chen Mo replied, turning to descend the stairs. He swiftly crossed the road and walked along the street. After approximately 100 meters, he spotted a savings bank. He pushed the door open and discovered a zombie inside, rushing toward him upon hearing the noise. With a deft flick of his space blade, the zombie collapsed, its head split in two. The space blade proved to be exceptionally useful. He finally possessed the ability to assert himself. This was indeed the correct approach to surviving the apocalypse. Finding the bank safe, he pondered whether it would yield to his efforts. It was impossible to imagine it would not open. A single application of the space blade rendered the lock inoperative. Peering inside, he saw some banknotes, but his hopes for gold were dashed, likely due to the establishment's rural nature, which may not have engaged in gold reserves. After exiting, he walked along the street for nearly another 100 meters, arriving at a large supermarket, presumably the largest in the town. He stepped inside, contemplating that he would never have dared to enter without the space blade, fearing the presence of numerous zombies. However, with the space blade at his disposal, he found himself devoid of fear. Indeed, as it is a comprehensive supermarket, the presence of zombies is quite prevalent, with approximately 7 or 8 of them charging towards Chen Mo in a group. Intrigued by the prospect of experimentation, he conjured 5 spatial blades about 2 meters in front of him, aligning them to form a 1-meter-wide barrier. This created a no-go zone, and he instantly felt a heaviness in his head, indicating that the spatial blades were not without limitations. The immediate outcome was that 5 zombies were toppled, while 3 others, due to their shorter stature, remained untouched by the blades. After confirming the effectiveness of his method, Chen Mo dispatched the remaining 3 zombies with precision headshots before retracting the spatial blades. Upon entering the supermarket, Chen Mo meticulously selected some well-packaged, non-expired food items. Recognizing that it had only been 3 months since the apocalypse, and many items were still consumable. Naturally, Chen Mo had no intention of consuming these items himself. With the ability to traverse dimensions at will, why would he indulge in such nutritionally void sustenance? After securing the food, he promptly decided to return to Blue Star. At that moment, it was midday in Blue Star. Just before his departure, Chen Mo had finished his meal, yet after his excursion in the apocalypse, he felt hungry once more. It appeared that he needed to stock up on food, as it would be rather peculiar to eat again so soon after dining. Just as he contemplated going out for another meal, his phone rang. It was Yun Zijian. "Hey, Chen Mo, where are you? The contract is ready for your review." "I'm about to go eat," Chen Mo replied. "Where are you?" "I'm still at the Xinqin Hotel," came Yun Zijian's response. "Then wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Have you eaten yet? If not, Let's dine together, Chen Mo suggested. Sure, I'll hurry up. I haven't eaten either. A lawyer from my home sent over the contract this morning, and I've just finished reviewing it, which is why I contacted you. All right, see you soon. Chen Mo said. After hailing a cab to the Shengqin Hotel, Chen Mo arrived just in time to find Yun Zijian had already ordered the dishes. Without any pleasantries, they sat down to eat. Following their meal, Chen Mo glanced over the contract, finding it as transparent as previously agreed, and without hesitation, he affixed his signature. Once the signing was complete, Yun Zijian excused himself, stating he needed to attend to site selection. Feeling fatigued, Chen Mo returned directly to the project office. Having endured a strenuous battle the previous night and another trip to the apocalypse that day, it indeed warranted a period of rest. The following day, Chen Mo did not rise early, but instead lounged in bed, indulging in short videos. Surprisingly, in the absence of work-related pressures, he found great pleasure in browsing, particularly since the algorithm tailored the content to his preferences. Around 10 o'clock, he searched for a restaurant online and ordered 2 tables of delectable dishes, utilizing his monetary ability to have the hotel package and deliver the food to the project office, with a simple offer of extra payment. He also ordered 5 barrels of bottled water to stock up for the apocalypse. First, he satiated his hunger and then stored the remaining food within his spatial realm, knowing it would not spoil and could be accessed at his convenience. Subsequently, he prepared to traverse back into the apocalypse, eager to practice with the spatial blades he had newly acquired. However, finding zombies proved to be elusive. After walking approximately 100 meters, he had yet to encounter a single one, unable to proceed otherwise. Chen Mo had no choice but to retrieve a fire axe from his spatial storage and began striking the nearby streetlights. This proved effective, as over a dozen zombies soon emerged from the surroundings. Chen Mo dispatched each one with a spatial blade, each strike resulting in an instant headshot. The spatial blade was remarkably efficient, unsurprisingly so. His first ability had been spatial manipulation, devoid of any combat enhancements, but his second skill, the spatial blade, was arguably the most devastating offensive technique imaginable. It represented a staggering leap from the weakest to the most formidable. As dusk gradually descended, Chen Mo made his way back to the apartment building. "You're back," Lu Zimei said immediately upon hearing his footsteps. "Amen. You must be hungry," Chen Mo replied, stepping inside. He considered how the siblings had only eaten half a piece of bread all day. They were undoubtedly famished. Once inside, he retrieved ample food from his spatial storage, all provisions scavenged from post-apocalyptic supermarkets. Lu Zimei and her younger brother, Lu Ziming, gathered around eagerly. "Eat," Chen Montag instructed. "You should eat too," Lu Zimei insisted. "I already ate outside. This is all for you too. Go ahead," he assured them. "All right, Ziming, thank your brother first," Lu Zimei said, then added to her brother, "And remember, chew slowly. Don't eat too much at once, or your stomach won't handle it." "Thank you, brother," Lu Ziming exclaimed before happily digging in. For him, it had been ages since he'd eaten so heartily. Over the past fortnight, their meals had consisted of expired bread or the barest remnants of rice boiled into watery gruel. A boy in his early teens was at that ravenous stage, the kind of appetite that could empty a household-as pantry. Watching her brother eat with such delight, Lu Zimei began eating as well, though a closer observer might have noticed her distracted demeanor. Next, Chen Mo retrieved 2 buckets of water from his spatial storage. "One bucket for drinking, the other for washing," he said bluntly, taking in the siblings' grimy appearances. In this post-apocalyptic world, clean water was a scarce commodity for ordinary people, with most sources contaminated and foul-smelling. He suspected the two hadn't bathed properly in a long time. Chen Mo planned to spend the night here, partly for the experience, partly to endure the darkness. After all, if he returned to Blue Star, time in this world would freeze, and he'd return to the same unrelenting night. As he turned to leave and find a room, Lu Zimei's voice called out behind him. "I tidied up one of the rooms this afternoon. If you want to rest, you can use it. The other rooms haven't been lived in for months. They're filthy," she said. Chapter 14. I want to be your girlfriend. Upon hearing those words, Chen Mo contemplated that it was indeed a reasonable proposition. After all, Having someone readily available was far superior to venturing out to find companionship. Moreover, as a second-tier ability user, his perceptual capabilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to notice any disturbances in the night. Even if the siblings harbored ill intentions, his safety would remain uncompromised. "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest," Chen Mo declared as he made his way towards the room. Lu Zimei, witnessing Chen Mo enter the room, exhaled a sigh of relief. Once inside, Chen Mo observed that the room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any unnecessary items. A wardrobe stood at the entrance, and approximately a meter away lay a bed. The sheets and blankets evidently freshly changed. In this post-apocalyptic world, electricity had long ceased to exist. Initially, the darkness was bearable, but it gradually enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, a situation to which Chen Mo found himself ill-adapted. Reclining on the bed, he instinctively retrieved his phone to scroll through videos, only to be met with disappointment as he remembered the absence of signal in this place. Realizing he was not yet tired, he decided to traverse back to Blue Star. Upon his return, Chen Mo took out his phone, located some highly rated films, and initiated a download. After more than half an hour, 5 movies were ready, and he sought out his headphones before returning to the desolate world. As Chen Mo lay on the bed in the post-apocalyptic realm, he opened a movie and inserted the headphones. His intent in using them was to cultivate a good habit, minimizing the risk of exposing his ability to traverse to Blue Star. Consequently, in this bleak environment, he adhered to its conditions, even while utilizing items for Blue Star, to evade drawing attention to his extraordinary capability. After Chen Mo entered his room, Lu Zimei and her brother joyfully concluded their dinner before attending to their personal hygiene. Although they lacked the means for a proper bath, they managed to clean themselves. Once finished, Lu Zimei tucked her brother into bed, perhaps due to a full stomach. Lu Ziming swiftly succumbed to slumber, a smile gracing his lips, possibly indulging in pleasant dreams. Observing her brother's peaceful demeanor, Lu Zimei resolved to make a certain decision. Having watched 2 films, Chen Mo estimated it was around 11 at night when he finally began to feel drowsy, primarily due to the surrounding darkness which fostered sleep. He stowed his phone away and closed his eyes. In a state of half-sleep, Chen Mo was abruptly awakened by the sound of footsteps, a surge of vigilance coursing through him. It was Lu Zimei. Upon realizing her presence, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "I wish to be your girlfriend," Lu Zimei replied. "But we have only met twice. I find it hard to believe you could genuinely love me," she continued. "If your affections stem from my bringing you food last night, there is no need for such gestures. I have mentioned before that it was merely a token of gratitude for clarifying your doubts. Is that so? Do you find me undesirable?" Chen Mo questioned. "Not at all. I simply wish to understand your reasoning," Lu Zimei responded. Chen Mo expressed that, for the survival of both himself and his younger brother, Lu Zimei suddenly realized that they were in an apocalyptic world where survival eclipses all else. Reflecting on the current state of the siblings, she recognized that if they were to part ways, they might indeed perish. Unlike Chen Mo, who had not experienced the true horrors of the apocalypse and often approached matters from the perspective of a stable world, Lu Zimei had been profoundly affected during the past 3 months. The collapse of the existing order, particularly in the first month, had been chaotic. While the initial days had seen a semblance of restraint among people, it was soon followed by rampant violence and looting. Lu Zimei had witnessed too much, especially the overwhelming power of those with abilities, rendering ordinary individuals helpless against them. It was thanks to Xiao Lu, a formidable ability user residing in their compound, that she and her brother had managed to avoid being victimized. Initially, Lu Zimei had held onto a naive belief that she could care for her family due to her grandmother's frailty. However, reality shattered her innocence, and the subsequent months brought a grim understanding of despair. She struggled to fight off even a single zombie, let alone a horde. If she were to perish, her brother would surely meet the same fate. It was only upon encountering Chen Mo that a glimmer of hope ignited within her, a hope she was determined to cling to fiercely. "Wait a moment," Chen Mo said. "What is it?" Lu Zimei, feeling the pressure of urgency, prodded him. "I just wanted to ask how old you are." Chen Mo inquired, influenced by his own preconceptions. Given Lu Zimei's frail appearance, she appeared younger than she was. If she were a minor, Chen Mo would struggle with the implications of his actions. I am 19, she replied. Then there is no issue, he responded. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Mo awoke, dressed, and stepped outside to find Lu Zimei preparing breakfast. You're awake, she said bashfully, perhaps feeling a bit awkward. Chen Mo was taken aback by her beauty. Her flowing hair, large, clear black eyes, soft, full red lips, and a delicate, pert nose graced her exquisite, pure, and elegant visage. With her finely contoured cheeks and porcelain-like skin, she embodied an enchanting beauty, a stark contrast to the disheveled girl he had met the previous day. He marveled at his good fortune. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Chen Mo asked. I thought you might need to venture out for supplies today, so I made breakfast in advance, Lu Zimei replied. Chen Mo noticed the table laid out with ham sausages, canned meat, and a chicken that Lu Zimei had heated, initially vacuum-sealed and ready to eat. To be honest, these items were somewhat beneath Chen Mo's standards, as he preferred meals rich in carbohydrates and found such instant food unsatisfying. Nevertheless, he recognized these were likely the best rations Lu Zimei could offer, considering the limited provisions he had provided the day before. Seeing her manage to prepare such a spread brought him a sense of relief. If Lu Zimei were the type to harbor ulterior motives, he would have to reconsider their future interactions. You need not worry about supplies. There is more than enough to sustain both you and your brother. Moreover, you ought to eat a bit more. Being too thin is not good for you. Chen Mo jested lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zimei remained silent, merely lowering her head in shyness, presumably understanding Chen Mo's implication. All right, let us eat first. I shall call my brother, Lu Zimei declared, proceeding to summon her brother, Lu Ziming, for dinner. Within 5 minutes, her brother emerged, clearly eager at the mention of food, a common sentiment among those living in the apocalypse. The three of them took their seats at the table, and Lu Zimei directly addressed her brother, saying, Ziming, from now on, he is your brother-in-law. Remember to call him brother-in-law. In a moment of surprise, Lu Ziming hesitated but eventually complied, grasping the meaning behind the term. All right, by the way, I have forgotten my name due to amnesia, but I have chosen a name for myself. Chen Mo, he mentioned, feeling accustomed to this name as he spoke to the siblings. Chen Montak, very well, I shall call you Mo Ge, and you may call me Xiao Mei. Lu Zimei responded. Now let us eat, he suggested, taking a simple bite. Chen Mo was primarily preoccupied with the thought of the 2 tables of food he had packed into space, planning to eat more should hunger strike later. Noticing that Chen Mo was eating sparingly, Lu Zimei assumed he wished for her and her brother to have more, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. By the way, how many zombies are there here? It doesn't seem like many, Chen Mo inquired. There are still quite a few zombies, many of them lurking in various houses. You must understand that zombies cannot open doors. However, compared to the initial outbreak, their numbers have significantly diminished as the ability users have eliminated many, Lu Zimei explained. I recall you mentioning that there were dozens of ability users in the town before. How could such a number not have eradicated the zombies in a month? Chen Mo asked. It is not that simple. Initially, there were several hundred ability users in the town, given that the population exceeded 10,000. However, many of those at the first level had limited offensive capabilities. For instance, some water-type ability users at the first level could merely create water by gathering moisture from the air. Earth-type users could only harden soil. Their damage output was minimal, and many ability users fell victim to zombies in the early days. Furthermore, during that chaotic period, capable ability users did not only slay zombies. They also turned against one another, resulting in numerous fatalities. It was only when the zombie hordes posed a significant threat to all lives that a consensus was reached to eradicate them. Yet, zombies also evolve. The specifics of their evolution are unclear, but consuming the corpses of other zombies or human flesh can facilitate this process, Lu Zimei elaborated. Zombies can evolve? Chen Montak inquired. Intrigued. Chapter 15. The plan to exterminate the zombies. Certainly, if zombies were incapable of evolution, then where would the second and third tier crystals originate? Initially, the mutated zombies were of the first tier, gradually evolving into the second tier. Previously, The town had encountered third-tier zombies, which were collectively dispatched by the townsfolk, during which several supernatural beings lost their lives. Lu Zimei inquired, what distinguishes second-tier and third-tier zombies from first-tier ones? Chen Mo, having witnessed a second-tier zombie, could not discern any noticeable differences. There is little to differentiate the second-tier from the first-tier zombies. If there is a distinction, it lies in their increased cunning. They tend to evade attacks. However, their intelligence remains limited, making them challenging for ordinary people to eliminate. Typically, it requires the intervention of supernatural beings, though the difficulty is not insurmountable. After all, supernatural beings possess not only extraordinary abilities, but are also said to have enhanced physical attributes, a fact you should be well aware of. Lu Zimei gazed at Chen Mo and remarked, third-tier zombies are far more formidable. They can be considered quite intelligent. They can command other zombies to act. If you encounter a horde of zombies in the wild, it is certain that a third-tier zombie is present. Our town once faced a third-tier zombie that gathered hundreds of first- and second-tier zombies, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat. In terms of appearance, there is little difference, but it is said that the crystals from third-tier zombies are red. Red crystals? Is that not distinct from the crystals of second-tier zombies? Can they not also aid supernatural beings in advancing their levels? Chen Mo inquired. Indeed, a first-tier supernatural being consuming a second-tier zombie crystal will ascend to the second tier. A second-tier supernatural being requires 10 second-tier zombie crystals or 1 third-tier zombie crystal to reach the third tier. After the third-tier zombie in our town was slain, it was consumed by a second-tier supernatural being, who then directly attained the third tier. Lu Zimei explained. Very well. I shall venture out today to gather as many supplies as possible and eliminate some zombies along the way. I must find a way to elevate my supernatural level. Chen Mo declared. Be sure to exercise caution while you are out. We shall await your return at home, Lu Zimei said with a worried expression, aware that Chen Mo was a supernatural being with a storage space ability, though that power was evidently not lethal, rendering any expedition perilous. Chen Mo, however, was unconcerned for his safety. With a space blade, he found the act of dispatching zombies to be effortless. With the knowledge that abilities could be upgraded, Chen Mo shifted his focus toward the apocalypse. Previously, he viewed the apocalypse merely as a means to extract resources from Blue Star, seeking gold and jade to amass wealth. The initial intent of gathering resources for profit had transformed into a quest for experience and advancement amidst the apocalypse, while Blue Star became a realm for indulgence. Upon venturing outside, Chen Mo found the streets markedly different than before. Recognizing that zombie crystals could facilitate the enhancement of supernatural abilities, he began to perceive zombies as vital resources for his growth, wishing to eliminate every last one. Thus, he meticulously explored every building, dispatching zombies with his space blade with remarkable efficiency. In a single morning, he eliminated 62 zombies, yet only procured a mere 4 crystals. Indeed, the endeavor proved to be quite challenging. Originally intending to continue, Chen Mo found himself compelled to pause, as the exertion of his spatial blade throughout the morning had left him in a state of profound fatigue, akin to having endured 2 sleepless nights. This experience illuminated the realization that wielding extraordinary abilities exacts a considerable toll on one's mental fortitude. After a rough estimation, he concluded that he could likely execute this ability approximately 50 times before succumbing to exhaustion, much like running out of mana in a video game. Consequently, Chen Mo resolved to retreat to the Blue Star for recuperation. With a mere thought, he traversed back to his dormitory, retrieving previously stored meals from his spatial inventory to satiate his hunger before collapsing into a deep slumber. He awoke the following day at dawn, well-rested and nourished, and once again ventured into the post-apocalyptic world. It was still midday, and he resumed his quest to vanquish the undead. However, the afternoon proved less fruitful than the morning. Throughout the day, he encountered only 49 zombies, yielding 3 crystal shards, bringing his total to 7. As dusk approached, he decided to return home, stopping by a supermarket to scavenge for additional supplies. Upon returning, he shared a portion of his gathered resources with Lu Zimei. After a modest meal, he embraced her and retired to bed. Considering that Lu Zimei had not yet fully recovered, he refrained from making her perform push-ups that evening. Instead, they conversed, sharing insights about the apocalypse and nurturing their bond. Lu Zimei, aware of the formidable strength possessed by those with abilities, expressed her understanding of her own limitations, acknowledging that she would not mind having additional sisters as long as Chen Mo did not abandon her and her brother. Lu Zimei left a favorable impression on Chen Mo. She was sensible and devoid of the many flaws exhibited by numerous women in the Blue Star, making her a worthy companion rather than merely a vessel for his frustrations. The following day, after enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lu Zimei, Chen Mo resumed his efforts to eliminate zombies. His singular focus was to ascend to level 3. He was uncertain whether any level 3 zombies remained in the small town, making the acquisition of 10 crystal shards imperative. Returning to the location he had scoured the previous day, he began his search anew. The day started promisingly, as he swiftly dispatched 9 zombies and secured an additional crystal shard, bringing his total to 8. Approaching a grain store, he instinctively pushed the door open, only to find it unyielding, a rare occurrence considering the orderly evacuation of a large force. Who would still shut a door? With a spatial blade, he cleaved the door open and stepped inside. Almost immediately, he spotted a figure and instinctively prepared to unleash his spatial blade, unwilling to waste a moment. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this was not a zombie, but a woman. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" she inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. She appeared to be in her 30s, with an alluring physique and a slender waist accentuated by a form-fitting long dress that exuded elegance and charm. In the context of the Blue Star, such a sight would be commonplace, yet it was a rarity in the apocalypse, especially when compared to the disheveled appearance of Lu Zimei upon their first meeting. Taken aback by her questions, Chen Mo hesitated before responding. "I came to slay zombies." Assuming there was no one here, he finally replied. "Are you an ability user?" the woman asked. "Yes," Chen Mo acknowledged. "Then can you take me with you?" she pressed. "Take you with me? Are you an ability user?" Chen Mo inquired. "Is there no one here but the supernatural beings?" The woman replied, "Oh, I still need to hunt zombies. It may not be convenient to bring you along." Chen Mo asserted, "I am willing to offer anything, as long as you take me with you." The woman questioned, "Is that so?" Chen Mo scrutinized her from head to toe. To be candid, her figure was strikingly alluring. Both voluptuous and graceful, undeniably captivating. At around 30, she embodied a fully blossomed flower. "Indeed," the woman affirmed. "Then it is possible." Upon finishing his words, Chen Mo approached her and shared a passionate kiss. After a brief moment of surprise, the woman gradually began to reciprocate his affection, instantly transforming the room into a scene of springtime romance. As the rain subsided, Chen Mo embraced her and asked, "I still do not know much about your situation. Would you care to share?" The woman spoke eloquently, revealing that her name was Lu Mingnan, the proprietress of a grain and oil shop. She had once enjoyed a harmonious and blissful family life. Her husband was a bank manager, and she ran her shop, living without worries. However, on the eve of the apocalypse, she discovered her husband's infidelity with the daughter of the town mayor, young and beautiful, and her husband, eager to enter the public service system, became entangled with her. Lu Mingnan and her husband had been embroiled in a significant conflict, nearing the point of a divorce agreement, when the apocalypse erupted. Ironically, her husband awakened his plant-based supernatural ability, which was deemed quite valuable in a new world. As the major forces retreated, he declared that she could not accompany the army, leaving her abandoned. Had it not been for the grain and oil shop providing sustenance, she likely would not have endured until Chen Mo's arrival. Chapter 16. Spatial Barrier. Do you hate him now? After understanding the woman's experiences, Chen Mo inquired. "Hate? The very reason that supports my survival is to perish alongside him." Lu Mingnan replied. "You now belong to me. Perishing together is not an option. However, I can promise you that I will avenge you in the future," Chen Mo said. "If you can take revenge for me, I will serve you for a lifetime," Lu Mingnan declared. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Call me Chen Mo," he responded, then recounted the story of Lu Zimei and her brother. As the apocalypse descended, which ability user did not indulge in multiple relationships? Many female ability users had several boyfriends, I have witnessed this often. As long as you possess the capability and can provide for them, I am indifferent. What concerns me is the lack of ability. The apocalypse is truly unkind to ordinary individuals or average ability users. Lu Mingnan exclaimed. I will be eliminating zombies in the town over the next few days. You wait for me here. I will come to see you regularly and will take you with me when I leave. I will first elevate my ability level. This will better protect you all. Later, we must also venture to the central city, Chen Mo stated. All right, do not forget me. I will wait for your return, Lu Mingnan assured. I will not, and it will not be long, Chen Mo affirmed as he dressed and stepped outside. After finding a place to eat lunch, he continued his mission to exterminate zombies. Progressing forward over 300 meters, he entered every building and eliminated 28 zombies before acquiring a crystal. Now, only one piece remained. The next building was a tobacco shop. As usual, Chen Mo pushed the door open. Inside, there was only one zombie, presumably the shop owner, who was larger than the others. With a swift motion, Chen Mo wielded his spatial blade, causing the zombie to collapse, its head severed. Fortune favored him this time. As a crystal materialized, at last he had secured the final piece. Closing the door behind him, Chen Mo took out 10 crystals and consumed them one by one. Just as in the previous 2 instances, his body swelled, and his muscles became increasingly firm. After approximately 5 minutes, the upgrade was complete. Chen Mo had acquired a new ability. Through perception, he could release and retract a spatial barrier measuring 5 square meters anywhere within a 10-meter radius. The size and shape of the barrier could be freely adjusted through mental focus, even enveloping oneself if desired. While the barrier was active, it would continuously draw on his mental energy. Clearly, this was a defensive skill, precisely what Chen Mo urgently needed. It effectively filled the gaps in his capabilities. With it, he could venture anywhere. Even when facing other ability users, he felt emboldened. After all, human nature is unpredictable, and the abilities of others are diverse and formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Having acquired the ability, it was essential to experiment. Since there was only one barrier, its duration was crucial. Focusing on a point 5 meters to his right, Chen Mo invoked the spatial barrier. He observed a ripple in the space to the right. Although there were no visible changes, his perception revealed the emergence of a 5 square meter barrier, invisible to the naked eye. In his perception, the spatial barrier existed like a colossal membrane. He maintained the barrier for half an hour without significant fatigue, indicating that this skill was quite enduring. He estimated that sustaining it for 3 to 5 hours would pose no problem. Thus, he chose not to continue testing. In other aspects, the space has expanded once more, now approximately the size of a 2-story building. The space blade, after some experimentation, measures about 50 centimeters in length. Quite impressive indeed. The ability has upgraded to level 3, achieving its intended purpose. Yet it appears that further upgrades in the near future are improbable. The town of Zisong is too small, and even level 2 zombies are exceedingly difficult to locate, let alone the elusive level 3 zombies. Chen Mo mused that advancing to level 4 would likely require a multitude of level 3 crystals. Now it was time to find Lu Zimei, as the next step would most likely involve heading to Central City. Soon, Chen Mo returned to the small building, and upon hearing the commotion, Lu Zimei hurried out. Emoga, you're back? Upon seeing Chen Mo, she sighed with relief. Yes, I'm back. My ability has upgraded, so I returned, Chen Mo replied. Did you find any crystals? Is the skill gained from the upgrade a damaging one? Lu Zimei initially assumed Chen Mo had progressed from level 1 to level 2. Yes, it is indeed a damaging skill, Chen Mo confirmed. Wow, that's fantastic. Lu Zimei clapped her hands in delight. With a damaging skill, they could easily eliminate zombies, significantly enhancing their safety, thus meeting the conditions for a journey to Central City. Even without venturing to Central City, in Zisong Town, she and her brother wouldn't have to live in constant fear of going downstairs. They could accompany Chen Mo on his outings. Chen Mo, in a tender moment, embraced Lu Zimei and kissed her cheek, saying, "We'll go out together soon. Our next destination is Central City, where you won't feel so isolated without anyone to converse with. I wonder what it's like over there." Regardless of the circumstances, it was certain that those with abilities would enjoy certain privileges, ensuring their survival wouldn't be in jeopardy. Lu Zimei expressed her happiness, and nearby, Lu Ziming was also uplifted by the news. After all, he was merely a child of 11 or 12, fond of liveliness. He had carried burdens far beyond his years during this time, so joy was indeed inevitable. That evening, they had a simple meal. After dinner, Chen Mo contemplated returning to Blue Star for a look, but realizing it was still morning there and feeling quite fatigued, he decided to rest here first to rejuvenate. Just as he finished tidying up, Xiao Mei entered, and the two quickly settled in a bed, embracing as they chatted. Chen Mo recounted his encounter with Lu Mingnan earlier in the day. It must be said that women in the apocalypse are rather understanding. Xiao Mei displayed no dissatisfaction, instead appreciating the presence of someone to share the burden. The following morning, before dawn broke, Chen Mo returned to Blue Star, where it was already morning. He took a quick shower in the water room. Indeed, the living conditions in the apocalypse were quite poor. Even a simple shower was unattainable. After 2 consecutive days of slaughter in the apocalypse, Chen Mo felt quite weary and decided against returning for the next few days. He considered the costs of transportation, realizing he needed to acquire a vehicle. Glancing at his balance, around 200,000, he concluded it wasn't sufficient and would need to liquidate some assets. He rummaged through his space for items suitable for sale and discovered a jade bracelet. Chen Mo had previously taken note of this bracelet, as it was slightly clearer than the icy floral bracelet he had sold before, suggesting it was likely of greater value. Taking out my phone, I discovered it was out of battery. I located the charger, powered it on, and promptly photographed the bracelet to send to Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong, could you please assess this bracelet for me? Not long after, Uncle Zhong replied, the quality of the jade appears to be of an icy variety, though it does not reach the level of glass jade. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly of high icy quality. The vibrant emerald hue classifies it as a premium and sought-after item in the market. It's a fine bracelet indeed. Are you considering selling it? Yes, I am. What price can I expect? Chen Mo inquired, displaying a keen interest in the valuation. The market price for high icy jade bracelets typically ranges from 400 to 1 million yuan. Given the quality and color of yours, the price will not be low. We can start at 500,000 yuan, but the final price will be determined after a thorough inspection. Uncle Zhong responded, are you currently at the pawn shop? If so, I can come by shortly. The price was somewhat surprising to Chen Mo. Previously, an icy jade bracelet had sold for 160,000 yuan, and he had assumed this one would not be significantly higher. To his astonishment, a minimum of 500,000 yuan was offered, which would suffice for a decent vehicle. Yes, I am here. Feel free to come over. I will be waiting, Uncle Zhong cheerfully replied. Chen Mo speculated that Uncle Zhong's commission must be substantial, but he reassured himself that while Uncle Zhong might profit mildly, he would undoubtedly benefit greatly as well. He promptly replied, I'll be there shortly. Hailing a taxi, he headed straight for the Fortune pawn shop, a place he was quite familiar with. Upon entering, the receptionist, Xiao Mei, looked up, and her face brightened at the sight of Chen Mo, who had reappeared in her dreams for 2 consecutive days. Mr. Chen, you're here, Xiao Mei exclaimed, running towards him. Hello, Xiao Mei. I have an appointment with Uncle Zhong, Chen Mo stated. Of course, Mr. Chen. This way, please, she said, guiding him to the same room as last time before stepping out to call for Uncle Zhong. Before long, Uncle Zhong entered. Ah, Xiao Shen. It's good to see you again, he greeted warmly. Indeed, Uncle Zhong, I appreciate your assistance once more. After which, he retrieved the bracelet from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. It had actually been taken from his spatial storage. Uncle Zhong examined it closely for a while, measuring its circumference and inspecting every detail with a light. This is a fine piece, Xiao Chen. As a regular customer, you certainly possess exceptional items. Are you still opting for a pawn? Chapter 17, Acquiring a Vehicle for Commuting Well. What price can I expect for this? Chen Mo inquired, his tone serious. Uncle Zhong pondered for a moment before responding. This bracelet is worth approximately 900,000 in the market. If we were to take it in, we could offer 800,000. This price does represent a premium, as our pawn shop typically retains a 20% profit margin. However, for such exquisite items, it is justified. 800,000 it is, then. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Certainly, replied Xiao Mei, who promptly brought forth the contract. Uncle Jean called out to her, "Xiao Mei, please come inside." After signing and completing the transaction, Chen Mo soon received a notification of the funds being transferred. As he glanced at his account, now boasting over $1 million, he mused to himself, "From now on, you may refer to me as Chun Million. Funds have been received, Uncle Jean. Let us leave it at that for now. We have WeChat, so we can keep in touch if needed," Chen Mo stated. Very well. As per tradition, Xiao Mei accompanied Chen Mo to the door. Before he could speak, she expressed, "Mr. Chun, thank you for your trust in our wealth pawn shop. May I invite you to lunch today, if it's not too inconvenient? There is no need for you to treat me. I'll take you out sometime in the future, but I truly have matters to attend to today. Perhaps next time," he replied while stepping outside. Chen Mo thought to himself, "What does a lunch invitation have to do with trusting the pawn shop? If you wish to ask me out, just be direct." Yet, upon observing Xiao Mei's commendable appearance, he reflected that had this been a few days prior, he might have accepted a casual meal. But now, he mused, "I cannot lead this young lady on. I cannot provide the life she desires." "Oh, all right. Perhaps another time," Xiao Mei responded, her face visibly crestfallen. With $1 million in his account, Chen Mo began contemplating which vehicle to purchase. A luxurious car was beyond his means. Yet acquiring an entry-level luxury car would feel disingenuous given his unique abilities. "All right then, perhaps a Mercedes. Once I have more funds, I can upgrade. This car can stay at home for anyone who wishes to use it. After all, BBA was once a dream for me." Hailing a taxi, he arrived at the Mercedes dealership. "Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase a vehicle?" Greeted a male sales representative, impeccably dressed in slacks, a shirt, and a tie. "Just browsing," Chen Mo replied casually. The sales representative, unfazed, recognized Chen Mo's Hermes attire and deemed him a serious buyer. "What price range are you considering, sir? Do you have a budget in mind?" The sales representative inquired. "I have no fixed budget. I'm merely looking at the models. I'll buy whichever I like," Chen Mo replied, not overly familiar with the details. "We have both hatchbacks and sedans available. The sedan comes in classes A, B, C, and E, while the hatchback features the GL, A, B, and EQ series," the sales representative explained. "I'd like to see the hatchbacks," Chen Mo decided, recalling the less-than-ideal road conditions in his hometown. A hatchback would be quite suitable. "Are you considering a gasoline or an electric vehicle?" the sales representative asked further. "Gaseous vehicle, please. It's more convenient," Chen Mo answered. "Very well. The gasoline options fall under the GL series. Let me show you the available models," the sales representative said, guiding Chen Mo to the hatchback section. Chen Mo inspected several cars, ultimately pointing to one that appeared quite elegant. "How much is this one?" he asked. "You are currently observing the newly released Mercedes-Benz GLC 300L 4MATIC dynamic model, which is priced at 470,000 yuan, with a discounted price of 450,000 yuan, bringing the total cost of the vehicle to just over 500,000 yuan. After a brief glance at the price, Chen Mo maintained a neutral expression and continued. "The overall length is 482 meters, width is 189 meters, equipped with a 2.0T engine and a 9-speed automatic transmission." After an extensive introduction, he inquired, "Is there any stock available?" The salesperson affirmed, "Yes, that will be the one." Chen Mo specified, "I would prefer black." The salesperson replied, "All right, please proceed to finalize the contract." After completing the contract, signing, and making a payment of 520,000 yuan, with approximately 500,000 yuan remaining in his account, the salesperson, Little Nian, suggested they exchange WeChat contacts. "When you have time, I can assist you with your license plate and window tinting within half a month. You can come by any time or let me know, and I can handle it for you," Little Nian concluded, pulling out her phone to display a QR code. Chen Mo also brought out his phone and added her as a friend, replying, "That sounds good." Once the purchase was finalized and he was driving the new Mercedes-Benz GLC adorned with a temporary license plate, Chen Mo headed directly to the vicinity of Qin City's Commercial Street, searching for a real estate agency, and navigated there. He reflected that today marked his 6th day on duty, and after completing his shift tomorrow, he intended to resign. He realized that he needed to rent a place. as he required a discreet location for his future endeavors. He arrived at Yijiaju Real Estate, the agency he had navigated to. After parking, he entered the office. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" inquired a middle-aged woman in professional attire, wearing black glasses. "Hello. I would like to rent a property," Chen Mo responded. "May I ask your surname? What specific requirements do you have?" "I can match you with suitable options," the woman asked. "My surname is Chen," he replied. "I'm looking for a whole unit for short-term rental, around 3 to 6 months, but it needs to be ready for immediate move-in and in a pleasant environment." Chen Mo considered that he might purchase a property after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mr. Chen, typically, whole rentals for short-term start from 6 months. 3-month leases are quite rare. Do you have a budget for rent? Generally, whole rentals are priced above 2,000 yuan per month, the agent informed him. Please check the listings for properties that are ready for immediate move-in. The rent is not a significant concern, Chen Mo replied. Mr. Chen, the best option available is at Daqin Shijia, an exceptional environment. As you may know, Daqin Shijia is one of the premier communities in Qin City, with property prices reaching 30,000 yuan per square meter. The units there are expansive, over 260 square meters, with a monthly rent of 12,000 yuan. Requiring a minimum 6-month lease, the agent elaborated. Chen Mo thought to himself that this was indeed an attractive option. He was aware that Daqin Shijia was a prestigious community in Qin City, where properties cost millions. One could only afford such residences with substantial financial assets. As for the rental price, he deemed it manageable. "All right, let us proceed with this one. Please bring the contract. If everything is satisfactory, I will sign the agreement today," he instructed. "Certainly," the agent replied eagerly as she went to retrieve the keys. "Mr. Chen, how did you arrive here?" the agent inquired. "Since you drove here, why not take my car?" Chen Mo prefers not to take a taxi and then return for his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, guided by the agent, Chen Mo arrived at Daqin Shijia, Building 18, Apartment 901. The agent entered the password to unlock the door, and upon entering, Chen Mo was quite taken with the place. The apartment featured 5 rooms, 2 living areas, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, with a north-south orientation. The highlight was a spacious 5-meter balcony adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing ample natural light to flood the space. The minimalist decor exuded a sense of cleanliness and elegance. The entire apartment was well-maintained, clearly indicating regular cleaning. "Looks good. Let us get in touch with the owner and finalize the contract," Chen Mo stated. The agent, pleasantly surprised by Chen Mo's decisiveness, promptly contacted Mr. Hu, the landlord. He said he would arrive in 10 minutes. Shortly after, a knock echoed through the room, and the agent opened the door. Mr. Hu, welcome," the agent greeted. "Hello. Manager Li, I presume the tenant is here. He is acquainted with our agency." Inside, the agent introduced Chen Mo. "This is Mr. Chen, who expressed interest in renting your property." "Good day, Mr. Chen. I am the landlord," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Chen Montak Ritsi Polkatet, assessing the landlord, as future communication would be necessary should he decide to proceed with the rental. Mr. Hu stood at approximately 170 centimeters, with modest eyes and full lips, reminiscent of a benevolent figure, exuding an approachable demeanor. "Indeed, when I purchased this property, I chose the middle floor and bought 2 units, one in Building 16, where I currently reside. This unit has remained unoccupied since its renovation. I thought it best to rent it out to maintain its liveliness. If you decide to rent, Mr. Chen, you would be the first tenant who expressed, clearly proud of his decision to offer the property for lease. Let us proceed with signing the contract." Chen Mo replied to the agent. "Please review the contract. For short-term rental of 6 months, a 1-month deposit with 6 months rent up front is sufficient. There is no need for a security deposit. As I can see you are a reasonable individual," the agent explained. Who interjected, "I'm not in this for profit, so let's keep it straightforward." Chapter 18, Resignation. Bidding farewell to the 996 work culture, Chen Mo signed the contract, and after settling the rent, he added Who on WeChat for convenient communication. With Who assistance, Chen Mo changed the electronic lock's password, registered his fingerprint, and deleted other fingerprint data. "Well then, Xiao Chen, we shall be neighbors from now on. making it easier for you to come over for dinner, who I mean remarked as he exited, dressed in a full ensemble of Hermes. It was evident that someone capable of renting in the prestigious decisive was not lacking in financial resources. Being relatively young, it was reasonable to assume that he had some influential support. Consider it an investment for the future. All right, Uncle Hu, I'll drop by for a meal sometime. Please don't chase me away, Chen Mo quipped, taking advantage of the moment. Of course not. Do remember to come, Hu replied, not merely being courteous. Upon finishing, he boarded the elevator to descend. Then, Mr. Chen, I shall not impose any further. You are aware of our company. Feel free to reach out anytime. The intermediary said as the transaction was finalized, subsequently taking their leave. At noon, Chen Mo retrieved some food from his space and had a light meal. He then searched online for a housekeeping service, calling to request 2 housekeepers, providing them with his address as he awaited their arrival. Roughly half an hour later, the housekeepers arrived and Chen Mo instructed them to clean both inside and out. After assessing the workload, they requested a payment of 600 yuan. In the afternoon, Chen Mo lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone while the housekeepers diligently tidied up the house. Realizing he lacked essential household items, he mentioned this to the housekeepers before heading out his shop. Exiting the Qin Shijia, he found a large supermarket across the street, the Jiahui Shopping Center. Chen Mo entered the supermarket, selecting a shopping cart as there were numerous items he needed to procure. As he strolled through the aisles, he picked up various necessities, ranging from cleaning tools like brooms and mops to toiletries such as toothpaste and toothbrushes. His cart brimmed with an array of items: 2 pairs of slippers, 6 trash bins, 2 rolls of garbage bags, bed linens, blankets, a complete 4-piece bedding set, towels, soap, laundry detergent, and even 2 sets of pajamas. Despite the abundance, he refrained from returning to his space due to the omnipresence of surveillance cameras. Upon returning home, he found the 2 housekeepers packing their tools, evidently having completed the cleaning. Noticing the house now gleamed with freshness, Chen Mo promptly settled their payment. He placed the purchased items in their respective locations, laying out the bedding. As the clock approached 5, Chen Mo decided to venture out for a stroll and to find a place to dine. He overlooked the fact that this was an upscale residential area. After wandering around, he was unable to locate any restaurants or street vendors. This could pose a problem for meals in the future, Chen Mo contemplated. Returning home, he typically searched online for a well-reviewed restaurant, promptly ordering 2 tables worth of dishes for takeaway, intending to store any leftovers in his space for future consumption during dire times. Chen Mo did not have significant dietary restrictions. In fact, he was not picky. However, his enhanced metabolism, due to his abilities, meant he could easily feel famished after a single missed meal, especially breakfast, which he preferred to be traditional Chinese fare, such as soy milk with fried dough sticks, plain porridge, or dumplings. While waiting for his takeout, Chen Mo decided to hire a housekeeper to manage the cleaning and prepare daily meals. Given the spaciousness of his home, if he were to undertake these tasks himself, he would find himself utterly consumed by the workload, unable to attend to other matters. He opened an online recruitment portal, verified his identity, and proceeded to fill out the job listing, seeking a female housekeeper with proficient culinary skills and expertise in diverse cuisines, aged between 30 and 40. With a monthly salary of 10,000. Responsibilities include cleaning and preparing 3 meals a day. After uploading the information, Chen Mo waited for responses, but none came. Thus, he opted to spend 200 on a promotional boost. At that moment, a knock on the door signaled the arrival of his takeout. He retrieved 4 dishes and a portion of rice, savoring his meal while storing the rest away for later. The next day, he woke up naturally, appreciating the pleasant environment of the community, noted for its greenery and fresh air. The evenings were particularly tranquil, devoid of any vehicular noise, even with his window open. Today, Chen Mo had to visit the project site, as it marked the 7th day of his shift. He anticipated that his colleague, Zhang Chuang, would arrive early, given that he traveled from a county near Shishir in Yuzhou province. After rising, he recalled a street vendor nearby where he had previously enjoyed some delicious fried dough sticks. He drove back to the project site, relishing a leisurely breakfast. Upon returning to the project office, his phone rang. It was Yun Zijian. Hello, Xian, Chen Montag ansviet. Chen Mo, we've secured a location for the shop. Would you like to take a look? Chen Mo thought to himself that he was not well versed in this area, and since the site had already been chosen, his visit would not alter anything. He politely declined, expressing his trust in Yun's judgment and suggesting he would visit once the renovations were completed, bringing along the merchandise. Yun Zijian understood Chen Mo's lack of experience in this domain and had previously stated that Chen Mo would not be involved in operations, only entitled to profit sharing. All right then, I'll commence the renovations, he replied. Sure, go ahead. You truly are a hands-off manager. Chen Mo chuckled. Do you have time tonight? I've been exhausted these past few days, scouting for shops. Now that the location is settled, I'm finally free, Yun Zijian lamented. When the esteemed young master Yun invites, I must find a time. Let me contact young Master Tang. The three of us should dine together, Chen Mo suggested, recalling that it was Tang who had initially connected him with Yun Zijian. He promptly called Tang, stating, Hello, young Master Tang. Do you have time tonight? Yun Zijian is in Qin City. Shall we have dinner together? He skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Absolutely. I'm free tonight. What do you plan to eat? Tang replied enthusiastically, slapping his thigh. What do you feel like eating? Chen Mo inquired. Both he and Yun Zijian were financially comfortable and could indulge in any cuisine at their leisure. I fancy a buffet, Tang replied, revealing his own love for food. How about the Shengda Seafood Barbecue Buffet? Chen Mo reminisced about his previous visit to this place, recalling that the food was quite palatable, albeit rather overpriced, reportedly costing over 800 per person. That is quite a pinch on the wallet, remarked young Master Tang, visibly pained by the thought. No worries. Young Master Yun will foot the bill for everyone. What are you afraid of? Chen Mo, confident with resources in hand, remained unfazed and even jested about Yun Zijian. Then it's settled. We shall dine like royalty, declared young Master Tang before hanging up. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Mo opened his computer and drafted a resignation letter, preparing to resign after completing his shift, thus concluding his life as a corporate drone and liberating himself from the rigors of the 996 work culture. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Chuang indeed returned. Chen Mo recalled that the helmet he used during the apocalypse was borrowed from Zhang. Brother Chuang, a few days ago, a friend came by and borrowed your helmet for a ride. I see you have no use for it now. How much should I transfer to you? Chen Mo knew that the helmet had likely been languishing in the cupboard for at least 2 years, and Zhang had long sold his bike. What's the point of money for that? It's just collecting dust. I don't even have a bike anymore. So take it, Zhang Chuang replied nonchalantly. That won't do. It would be quite uncouth not to offer compensation, and if I don't pay, it might seem like I'm stealing. How about I transfer you 200? Just accept it, Chen Mo insisted as he initiated the transfer. Really, it's unnecessary. Besides, what is a tattered helmet worth 200? Zhang Chuang replied dismissively. Let us just settle on that. I've sent the money. Please accept it. Additionally, I need a favor. This is my resignation letter. Could you kindly submit it for me? Chen Mo said while completing the transaction. You're planning to resign? Zhang Chuang inquired, astonished. Well, what else can I do? I can't just linger here indefinitely. This project is stalled with no end in sight, Chen Mo explained. True enough. It seems I must also contemplate my future. Ugh, this wretched company. They don't even consider transferring us to another site. 2 months of inactivity is unbearable. Zhang Chuang expressed his frustration. All right, enough said. Since you're here, I'll tidy up a bit and then leave, Chen Mo concluded before heading upstairs to his dormitory. There was no need for extensive tidying. Chen Mo took a brief rest, pondering the recruitment advertisement he had posted the previous day. Upon checking, he was greeted by a flurry of private messages and numerous comments, many filled with accusations of deceit or seeking illicit affairs, which he promptly ignored. The private messages varied widely, with some offering 200 per encounter, while others sent provocative photos, including women in maid outfits adorned in black stockings. However, there were also a significant number of legitimate job seekers. After careful consideration, he identified 3 candidates meeting his criteria, all boasting experience in 5-star hotels. He decided to individually message these 3, inviting them for interviews at his home the following day at 10 o'clock. Noticing the time nearing 5 o'clock, Chen Mo gathered his useful belongings to place in storage, discarding the rest without hesitation. The bedding and such items were provided by the company, so he paid them no mind. Chapter 19, Arranging for young Master Tang. Knowing that young Master Tang finishes work at 6 o'clock, Chen Mo, having no pressing matters, decided to drive out and pick him up, familiar with the various locations around Qin City. Chen Mo was well aware of the construction site where young Master Tang was laboring. He also informed Yun Zijian about their plan to dine at Shengda for a buffet. Upon arriving at the entrance of the construction site, Chen Mo sent a message to young Master Tang. "Brother, I'm here to pick you up at your construction site. Let me know when you're done." Within 5 minutes, Chen Mo's phone rang, but he chose not to answer. Through the car window, he observed young Master Tang searching around, likely unaware that Chen Mo had called. "Why are you out so early? I thought you wouldn't finish until 6. Chen Mo remarked as he opened the car door and stepped out. "Wow, you bought a car. A Mercedes. Hey, what do you mean 6 o'clock? Isn't there a bit of freedom working on a construction site?" Young Master Tang exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that I borrowed it?" Chen Montauk teased it, knowing full well that the construction site indeed offered a level of freedom, free from clocking in. "Don't give me that nonsense. A brand new car without even a license plate? You'd better not try to lend me another," young Master Tang retorted, his expression revealing his disbelief. "Get in. I did buy it, but it's on loan. I don't have much money. After all, this is just to maintain appearances for work," Chen Mo admitted, cautious not to dampen young Master Tang's spirits. "Maintain appearances with this? You can get a Class A car for just over 200,000. Are you really that strapped for cash?" Young Master Tang questioned, looking puzzled. "To be honest, I'm collaborating with Yun Zijian and soon opening a jewelry store," Chen Mo shared, elaborating on his partnership with Yun Zijian. "As for the car, it's available with 0 down payment. It truly is just for appearances. After all, I've been in touch with other jewelry stores and the like," he added. "Wow, that is impressive. A jewelry store? That must be quite valuable," young Master Tang remarked with envy, embodying the age-old adage of fearing for a brother's hardship while also coveting his success. "There's none of that here," Chen Mo replied, starting the engine. "Remember, when you get rich, don't forget about me," young Master Tang quipped. "Sure, just call me Grandpa when the time comes. I'll take care of you," Chen Mo shot back as they continued their banter. As they arrived at Shengda, Yun Zijian had yet to arrive, so the two decided to enter first. After all, it was a buffet. They could take whatever they desired, with no leftover dishes to worry about. Chen Mo called Yun Zijian, saying, "We've arrived. If you're free, come out early." Received. Soon, Yun Zijian made his appearance. "You two arrived quite early," he noted. "I got to the project around 5. Just thought I'd come over early," young Master Tang replied casually. "Nothing much to do. Thought I'd come and eat before the next event," Chen Mo added. "Are you getting a massage too? Can't you just go for the full treatment?" "If you really want it, it depends on whether they're satisfied," Yun Zijian said. "At Waterworld, if both sides are willing, you can still take them out." "You're the best, Zijian. Last time, Mosey told me that Waterworld had a deal with Mate 1, and they lost $1 billion. Young Master Tang lamented dramatically. "Focus on eating. We'll see how it goes and arrange something for you later," Chen Mo suggested, contemplating the possibility of setting up something for young Master Tang. "Eat quickly." With that, young Master Tang began to feast, and Chen Mo and Yun Zijian exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that, after all, they were engineers, and hunger was a constant companion. Chen Mo was aware that young Master Tang had briefly dated a college sweetheart, reputedly a high school classmate, though their relationship was short-lived due to the challenges of long distance. He pondered whether young Master Tang remained a novice in romantic pursuits. After 2 hours, the three had finished their meal and strolled together, with Chen Mo supporting young Master Tang, who truly needed assistance to make his way out. "How did you arrive?" Chen Mo inquired as he approached Yun Zijian. "By car," Yun Zijian replied, pressing the button on his car key. The lights of a white Porsche Cayenne flashed in the parking lot. "Wow, Zijian, you've really outdone yourself with a Porsche," young Master Tang remarked, his face filled with envy as he daydreamed about the day he might drive such a vehicle. He shook his head, realizing that some things one is simply not born with and may never possess in this lifetime. "Just a second-hand car," Chen Mo commented. While others might mistakenly think it was merely an old vehicle, those in the know understood it was adorned with the prestigious letters of Porsche. "I'll take the second-hand car," Chen Mo, you drive, he said, pulling Yun Zijian into the car for departure. Chen Mo joined them as they set off. Yun Zijian noticed that Chen Mo's Mercedes lacked a license plate, clearly indicating it was freshly acquired. A thought struck him. He should befriend Chen Mo. Knowing Chen Mo's family background, he felt that owning a Porsche was not impressive, as it stemmed from familial wealth. In contrast, Chen Mo, despite driving Mercedes, evidently achieved this through his own efforts, which was truly commendable. If their roles were reversed, he doubted he could achieve the same, especially having just graduated. "Welcome to Waterworld," they announced as they entered the establishment for foot massages, a familiar experience for the trio at a cost of 588. "Do you have a preferred technician?" "No," both young Master Tang and Yun Zijin replied, while Chen Mo said, "I remember the technician named Xiaoqin. She's quite pleasant to look at, certainly better than an average one." "Very well. This way, please." They were ushered into a private room. After changing into appropriate attire, within 2 minutes, the 3 technicians arrived. Among them was Xiaoqin. "It's you, sir," she exclaimed, recognizing Chen Mo as a regular. After a moment of contemplation, she was delighted to see him, having retained a favorable impression of him, leading her to wonder if there might be an opportunity. "Yes, Xiaoqin, please wash my feet first," Chen Mo requested, while the other 2 technicians began attending to young Master Tang and Yun Zijian. As they indulged in the services, they engaged in conversation, reminiscing about their 4 years together in class and their varied experiences since graduation, ensuring that the dialogue flowed effortlessly. Approaching the 2-hour mark, as they neared the end of their package, Chen Mo quietly addressed Xiaoqin, who was massaging his head. "Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?" "Of course," Xiaoqin replied without hesitation, thrilled by the prospect she had long dreamt of. Although Waterworld typically prohibited technicians from leaving, many often did so privately, with the establishment turning a blind eye, as it is said that a perfectly clear water environment harbors no fish. Chen Mo's voice was not particularly low, and the other 2 technicians overheard. Initially hesitant due to their unfamiliarity, upon hearing Xiaoqin's response, they exchanged glances and ultimately did not refuse, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. After all, it was about earning a living, and there was no shame in that. "Let us return early," suggested young Master Tang. Upon observing the situation, "We shall wait for you outside," Chen Mo said to Xiaoqin. After merely 5 or 6 minutes downstairs, they saw Xiaoqin emerge, accompanied by 2 others. Chen Mo waved, taking in the sight of the 3 individuals who had removed their technician uniforms, evoking a sense of vibrant diversity. It was evident that Xiaoqin was with Chen Mo, while the other 2 followed young Master Tang towards the Porsche. "Zijian, take good care of young Master Tang," Chen Mo instructed Yun Zijian. "I need not bother. Someone is attending to him," Yun Zijian replied before getting into the car and departing. Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Xiaoqin's waist, admiring her at that moment. Her eyes sparkled with joy, embodying a delicate, affectionate demeanor. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chen Mo suggested, "Let us depart as well." The pair swiftly arrived at a nearby budget hotel. Once inside their room, Xiaoqin took a shower, and upon her exit, she found Chen Mo seated, engrossed in his phone. Without hesitation, she perched herself on his lap and kissed him. The following morning, Chen Mo remembered he had an interview for a nanny. After waking and urging Xiaoqin to freshen up, he left the hotel. Shortly after 9, Chen Mo returned to the Qin Shijia, preparing for the interviews. He accessed the online recruitment portal and sent specific locations to 3 candidates, awaiting their arrival. At 9:30, the doorbell rang. Chen Mo opened the door to reveal a beautiful woman, standing at nearly 170 centimeters, with an oval face and slightly heavy makeup. Her tall figure, clad in jeans, showcased her long legs prominently. "You're here for the interview, I presume?" "Indeed," the beauty replied. Her interest piqued upon seeing the handsome Chen Mo. "Please come in. There is no need to change your shoes. You are the first to arrive. So, kindly wait for a moment." Within a few minutes, the other 2 candidates arrived. The second entrant was also quite attractive, with a well-proportioned figure, standing around 165 centimeters. She possessed pleasing facial features and a complexion that was naturally fair with a healthy glow. The third candidate was of similar height, but slightly plumper. Possessing an ordinary appearance that could hardly be described as beautiful, yet she was not unattractive either, lacking any distinctive traits. Chapter 20. The Nanny Van is a Mercedes. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Mainly family background, marital status, and work experience, Chen Mo said to the three women. Although first, the tall beauty who arrived earliest spoke up. My name is Xie Yun, 30 years old, currently single. I studied culinary arts at a chef training school and have experience with various cuisines. I also worked as a chef at Hongyan Restaurant for 2 years. The second woman who entered said, I'm Ma Xiaolan, 33. My husband passed away from illness, and I have a 14-year-old daughter. My cooking skills are somewhat of a family tradition. The third woman introduced herself. I'm Zhang Bingyan, 37, married with 2 children. I also trained at a culinary school and used to run a small eatery, though I'm not doing that anymore. After briefly understanding their backgrounds, Chen Mo said, I'll give each of you 500 yuan. Go to the market and buy ingredients to prepare 4 dishes and 1 soup. You each have 2 hours. Decide the menu yourselves. I want to taste your skills first. He then took out his phone and transferred 500 yuan to each of them. With the money in hand, the women left to prepare. Upon returning, they began cooking. Fortunately, Chen Mo's kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate them all. By a little past noon, 12 dishes were laid out before Chen Mo, Xie Yun prepared. Braised prawns, stir-fried broccoli, scallion oil broad beans, stir-fried 3 delicacies, potatoes, eggplants, and peppers. Mushroom soup Ma Xiaolan made. Sweet and sour carp, black pepper beef strips, oyster sauce lettuce, celery shrimp balls, tomato egg drop soup. Zhang Bingyan's dishes were kung pao chicken, cucumber clams, tomato glazed sole, stir-fried kale with onions, seaweed tofu soup. Chen Mo sampled each dish and had the women taste one another's cooking as well. Truthfully, while their skills varied, all were above average. After some contemplation, Chen Mo first glanced at Zhang Bingyan. Her appearance was plain, and at 37, he wasn't sure if she was still quick on her feet. Best to pass. Then there was Xie Yun, currently single, which might not be ideal. He didn't want her role to blur into something more, and he slightly disliked her sharp chin and somewhat affected demeanor. Ma Xiaolan, however, was visually appealing, an 85 out of 100. She wore no makeup, giving her a modest, down-to-earth air. Her husband had passed away, making her a widow. Well, widows deserve sympathy. She was the one. I think Ma Xiaolan's flavors suit me best. You're hired. As for the 2 of you, I'll give you another 500 yuan each. Consider it compensation for your time today. Chen Mo transferred the money via phone. Once the other 2 left, Chen Mo turned to Ma Xiaolan, who sat nervously on the sofa. Relax, it's nothing complicated. As stated in the job posting, the salary is 10,000 yuan per month. You'll handle 3 daily meals and occasional cleaning. You can choose to live here, pick any guest room, or go home. Really? 10,000. Ma Xiaolan thought, that's it? For so little work? It was in the job ad. I thought it was just a gimmick. Add me on WeChat for coordination. Sometimes I want to be home for meals. I'll let you know in advance. He opened his QR code for her to scan. Once connected, Chen Mo immediately transferred 500 yuan. What is this for? Ma Xiaolan asked. Ma Xiaolan was perplexed about the money transfer and inquired. 10,000 is your salary for next month. 5,000 is allocated for your groceries. If that runs out, we can discuss it again. The remaining 500 is for your cooking today. Chen Mo succinctly explained. Do I also receive this 500? I thought I successfully secured the job. You did get the job, but today was still a setback, just like the other 2. Ma Xiaolan pondered to herself. How could this job be so favorable? The salary is generous, the workload is light, and they even pay in advance. Surely, they must have some ulterior motive towards me. She glanced up at Chen Mo, who was in his 20s, impeccably groomed, tall, with a chiseled face and an extraordinary presence. Then she looked at herself. Over 30, a widowed mother with a child. Perhaps being kept would not be such a loss after all. Indeed, Ma Xiaolan was a woman of misfortune. Her father was a renowned chef, and her family was relatively well off. However, in high school, she was rather naive and fell prey to a smooth-talking husband, which led to an unplanned pregnancy. Despite her family's objections, she severed ties with them to marry him. It was only after marriage that she discovered her husband was inept, lazy, and abusive, passing away before turning 30. Over the years, She had struggled to raise her child alone, but thankfully, her daughter's obedience and understanding had helped her endure. By the way, can you drive? Chen Mo asked, noticing Ma Xiaolan lost in thought. I have a license, but I haven't driven much. Why do you ask? Having a license is sufficient. Later, we could buy a car for you to use when grocery shopping. Do we really need a separate car just for grocery shopping? How did you manage to buy groceries today? I took a taxi. There isn't a market nearby. Indeed, there are no markets in the vicinity, and having a car would certainly be more convenient. Chen Mo then led her downstairs, contemplating that he still had over 400,000 in his account. Initially, it had been 500,000, but after spending over 70,000 on rent, he figured he could afford an entry-level Mercedes. They headed straight to the dealership. Upon arrival at the fullest shop, Chen Mo approached Xiao Yin and stated, "Please recommend an entry-level car for grocery shopping. Do you have a budget?" Xiao Yin inquired, "What kind of family buys a Mercedes for groceries?" "About 300,000, Chen Mo replied, thinking of his account balance. "Then a Mercedes A-Class will suffice. It costs about 24 to 25,000, so 30,000 should cover everything." "All right, that one will do. Let's proceed with the contract. What color do you prefer?" Chen Mo turned to Ma Xiaolan and asked, What about you?" Evidently, Ma Xiaolan did not anticipate that Chen Mo would inquire about her preferences. "Yes, the car is yours. It will certainly be in your favorite color," Chen Mo replied without hesitation. "Oh, white," Ma Xiaolan instinctively responded, only to realize afterward that Chen Mo intended to purchase a Mercedes for her, leaving her in disbelief. "Then it shall be white," Chen Mo remarked, unfazed by Ma Xiaolan's astonishment. He turned to the sales representative, Xiao Yin, and said, "All right, please proceed with the contract immediately." Upon overhearing the exchange, Xiao Yin deduced that the vehicle was intended for the lady beside Chen Mo and speculated about their relationship, yet promptly stated, "We will follow the same procedure, signatures and payment. The process will be quite seamless. This car will remain at the dealership for now. Kindly assist me with the license plate and tinting. Let me know once it is completed. By the way, when I have the time, I will have her come over to handle the license plate," Chen Mo indicated, gesturing towards Ma Xiaolan. "Sure, she can come by any time," Xiao Yin replied. On their way back, Ma Xiaolan sat in the car, still in a daze. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo asked, observing her bewilderment. "You truly bought a Mercedes as a grocery vehicle? And for me to drive? My skills are lacking. I fear I might damage it. And I cannot afford to pay for repairs." Ma Xiaolan expressed her growing concern about her driving capabilities. "Having settled the payment, is the car not meant to be driven? Your skills are inconsequential. With practice, you'll improve. Should anything happen, there's insurance. What's there to fear?" Chen Mo reassured her while driving. Hearing his words and gazing at his handsome profile, Ma Xiaolan felt a wave of emotion and vowed to cherish and care for Chen Mo diligently. They drove directly back to the Qin Shijia. Originally, Chen Mo intended for Ma Xiaolan to return home as she was set to begin work the following day. However, she insisted on preparing dinner for him that evening, explaining that she had already received 500 yuan as a labor fee from Chen Mo and did not want him to go hungry. Chen Mo, unable to persuade her otherwise, relented. After dinner, upon returning home, Ma Xiaolan's daughter, Zhao Lily, rushed out as soon as she heard the door open. "Mom, how was today? Did you succeed in the interview?" Ma Xiaolan feigned a crestfallen demeanor. "Didn't he succeed? That's all right. We can look for other opportunities," Zhao Lily comforted her mother. Assuming she had not been successful, Zhao Lily, due to family circumstances, had been exceptionally mature from a young age, especially after her father's passing. She and her mother were inseparable, sharing a close bond and discussing everything. Aware of their financial struggles, Zhao Lily understood the importance of her mother's job search in improving their living conditions, particularly since she had discovered the job listing that promised a salary of 10,000 yuan. Knowing that her mother was an excellent cook, she was eager for her to succeed. "I did succeed," Ma Xiaolan, seeing her daughter's anxious expression, decided not to tease her any longer. "You succeeded? Do tell me all about it," Zhao Lily asked excitedly. "Let me tell you, it went exceptionally well. Good days are ahead for our family." Ma Xiaolan recounted her day in detail. Upon learning that her mother had received an advance of 10,000 yuan, Zhao Lily felt a sense of relief. She was well aware of their living situation, a modest rented one-bedroom apartment, and they had yet to secure next month's rent. As she shared a bed with her mother each night, she understood the immense pressure her mother faced. Upon learning that purchasing a Mercedes-Benz for her mother would facilitate grocery shopping, she was filled with exuberance, dancing with joy. That evening, they conversed for an extended period, dreaming of the future. Chapter 21. Rescue. After finishing his meal, Chen Mo ventured outside, finding himself alone in his home, devoid of any conversation, which rendered him rather solitary. The Dechin family estate, a residential community of high caliber, boasts not only advantageous layouts and spaciousness, but also an exquisite geographical location. A mere 500 meters south of the estate lies a dual carriageway, extending from the city center, allowing for a swift 10-minute journey to downtown. Between the road and the community sprawls a vast park, primarily constructed around Serene Lake. Numerous pavilions dot the lake's surface, interconnected by charming walkways, making it a delightful refuge during the sweltering summer months. At this time of year, the lotus flowers in the lake are in full bloom, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After his meal, Chen Mo decided to take a leisurely stroll in the park. The expansive park stretches across 2 kilometers, and upon traversing it, one encounters a road leading from the Zun Mountain Villa area to the city, known as Zijin Road. This road also passes by the northern entrance of the Dechin estate, which subsequently arcs around the lake before heading towards the city. With time on his hands, Chen Mo contemplated crossing the park to return home via the northern gate. As he neared Zijin Road, he spotted a small delivery truck hastily making its way towards the city. Upon reaching a bend, Chen Mo was startled by the sudden sound of screeching brakes, akin to a sword slicing through the air, sharp and jarring. Turning his attention, he witnessed the delivery truck, having executed an emergency stop, overturning and crashing onto an oncoming vehicle. Realizing an accident had occurred, Chen Mo immediately dashed towards the scene. Within mere seconds, he arrived to find a Koenigsegg sports car trapped beneath the truck. The cause of the accident became evident. The low chassis of the sports car had been obscured by the verdant landscaping bordering the lake, and in the tight curve, the truck driver had failed to see it, resulting in the truck's unfortunate overturning after a sudden deceleration. The truck was laden with construction debris, predominantly sand and soil, which had severely distorted the left side of the sports car. The frame of the car emitted creaking sounds, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, Chen Mo rushed to the right side of the sports car, calling out loudly to inquire if anyone inside could hear him, if there were survivors within. Chen Montauk, keenly perceptive, detected a sound emanating from within, indistinct yet robust, suggesting it was not a cry of pain, but rather the muffled plea of someone whose mouth was obstructed. Prioritizing the rescue, Chen Mo refrained from abrupt movements. He directed a spatial blade towards the right side passenger window, shattering the glass. Inside, he beheld a young man, ensnared against the steering wheel with the airbag deployed. First, Chen Mo enveloped himself in a spatial barrier, not to shield the young man directly, but because he needed to enter the vehicle to effect the rescue. He was acutely aware that any sudden shift could precipitate the car's collapse, potentially leading to both their demise. Thus, he prudently chose to safeguard himself first. Should the young man perish, it would simply be a matter of ill fate. With the protective barrier in place, Chen Mo half immersed himself into the car, grasped the young man's right arm, and urged him to cooperate as he pulled him outward. Due to Chen Mo's considerable strength, the young man was successfully extricated and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, evidently having struggled for air. The sports car lay crushed beneath the weight of the truck. Had Chen Mo delayed his intervention by merely 5 seconds, the young man would have been fatally trapped beneath the wreckage. "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have perished," the young man gasped, still shaken. "I must check on the truck driver," Chen Mo replied. The truck was resting on its side, compelling Chen Mo to scramble to the top. He shattered the passenger window and glimpsed the driver, bloodied and unconscious. He opened the door from the inside, entered the cab, unfastened the seat belt, and extricated the driver. "The driver is unconscious. Call for an ambulance," he instructed, pulling out his phone to summon medical assistance and report the incident. Despite his formidable abilities, Chen Mo had no medical expertise and could only await the arrival of help. "What should I call you?" "Brother," I'm immensely grateful to you. You have saved my life, the young man approached, expressing heartfelt thanks. Just a small act, Chen Mo replied. One cannot stand idly by in the face of such peril. That was no small act. I am fully aware of the danger you faced to save me. My name is Zhou Haoyu. From this day forth, you are my brother. Dearer than blood, Zhou Haoyu declared with sincerity. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Zhou Haoyu hailed from an illustrious background. His father was the youngest councilman in Yuzhou and the mayor of Shishir. In Longhua, the highest-ranking official in a province is the governor, also referred to as the council president, beneath whom are 4 councilmen. Together, these 5 individuals govern all matters within the province, with Zhou Haoyu's father wielding significant influence among them, additionally serving as the mayor. His maternal grandfather was the chairman of Litian Group, a leading enterprise in Qin City, involved in various sectors including real estate, finance, biotechnology, healthcare, and the internet, with operations spanning nationwide, making it one of the foremost conglomerates in Yuzhou. His mother currently serves as the CEO of Litian Group, epitomizing both wealth and power. There is indeed great terror between life and death. Zhou Haoyu, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, found his only thought at the brink of death to be that he hadn't lived enough. Chen Mo's appearance was like a ray of light, dispelling the darkness, which showed how grateful Zhou was to him. As they spoke, an ambulance arrived, accompanied by traffic police. The matter was easily resolved. The truck driver was speeding and fully at fault. The ambulance took the driver away. Normally, the involved parties would need to go to the hospital, but Zhou Haoyu made a call, explained the situation in detail, and was excused from further involvement. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, Chen Mo said, turning to Zhou Haoyu. Wait, brother. My family found out about this and is coming to pick me up. They should be here in a few minutes. Let me give you a ride later, Zhou Haoyu hurriedly offered. No need. I live in Daqin Shijia, just a short walk away, Chen Mo replied, thinking it was only a few hundred meters. Brother, you live in Daqin Shijia? Me too. I'm in Building 8, Unit 1101. Which building are you in? Today isn't the best time, but I must visit you another day to properly thank you, Zhou Haoyu asked with concern. Building 18, Unit 901. No problem. Feel free to drop by any time, Chen Mo said casually. All right then, let's add each other as friends first. You saved my life. I'll definitely come find you tomorrow. My family is worried, so I should head home first today, Zhou Haoyu said, taking out his phone to add Chen Mo. After that, Chen Mo waved and left. Not 2 minutes after Chen Mo departed, a Rolls-Royce pulled up to the scene. The driver stepped out and approached Zhou Haoyu. Young Master Zhou, Chairman Ho is waiting for you. Let us go home, Zhou Haoyu said, gazing at the road where Chen Mo had disappeared. Meanwhile, at Villano, 8 on Purple Cloud Mountain, has Xiaoyu's situation been investigated? A woman's authoritative voice rang out, carrying the weight of someone accustomed to giving orders. It's been confirmed. Just an ordinary accident, nothing more. Good. These are turbulent times. We must be extra cautious. Remind Xiaoyu to stay more often. And, when you have time, accompany your grandfather. He doesn't have much left, the woman said wearily. Mom, I'm back, Zhou Haoyu announced as the door opened. Your sister and I were just saying, you should stay more often. Spend time with your grandfather for me. Today was far too dangerous. Just because someone saved you this time doesn't mean it'll happen again, the woman said. Mom, how is grandfather? Zhou Haoyu asked urgently. He is old. His vitality is fading. President Li from the Central Hospital said he might not make it past Mid-Autumn Festival, the woman replied. After a pause, she continued hesitantly, just yesterday, your father was attacked on his way to work. As you know, the governor's election is this October, and the current governor of Yuzhou is stepping down due to health reasons. This is the most critical moment, especially for you, Xiaoyu. Don't give our enemies an opening. Father was attacked. How is he now? Zhou Haoyu anxiously inquired. Is your father all right? Initially, I had no intention of informing you to spare you from worry, but it is now imperative that you prepare yourself for whatever may come, to guard against those desperate individuals. The woman replied, Indeed, we shall exercise greater caution. I heard that someone rescued you today. Yes, he responded. His name is Chen Mo. At that moment, I was trapped beneath the steering wheel, and the airbag nearly suffocated me. Then, Chen Mo shattered the glass and pulled me out just as the car was crushed. Zhou Haoyu, still shaken, continued. He risked his life to save you. You must repay his kindness. Our Zhou family values gratitude. Of course, I will, Zhou Haoyu replied earnestly. Chapter 22. Jimu Town. After rescuing Zhou Haoyu, Chen Mo leisurely made his way home, washed up, and promptly fell into slumber. The following morning, Ma Xiaolan arrived early, having prepared porridge and made some onion and beef dumplings. When Chen Mo awoke, he found Ma Xiaolan busy at the kitchen counter. Let's have breakfast together. I am quite famished, Chen Mo suggested. All right, Ma Xiaolan replied, sensing the warmth in Chen Mo's gaze, which filled her with a sense of pride. After savoring a delightful breakfast, and once Ma Xiaolan had tidied up and departed, Chen Mo reflected on the various matters concerning Blue Star. Having rested sufficiently over the past few days, it was time to embark on an adventure in the apocalypse, to level up and confront challenges. Chen Montag Tava Zet Dimensions. Arriving in the apocalypse just as dawn broke. Lu Zimei had yet to awaken, so Chen Mo roused her, inquiring, how far is the central city from here? 30 kilometers. But we must pass through Jimu Town first, Lu Zimei informed him. Very well. I shall pick up Lu Mengnan, and we will set off for the central city, Chen Mo decisively stated. Having donned his attire, Chen Mo descended to retrieve Lu Mengnan. Before long, he arrived at the grain and oil store, where he found Lu Mengnan just awakening, appearing rather languid. We depart for the central city today. Please gather your belongings and accompany me, Chen Mo instructed. Sure. I'll need 10 minutes, Lu Mengnan responded. Since Chen Mo's last departure, she had been preparing, bringing along only a few clothes. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo, accompanied by Lu Mengnan, went to meet Lu Zimei. Upon arrival, he found that she too had finished packing, carrying minimal items, primarily clothing. Chen Mo stored all their belongings in his spatial compartment, which astonished Lu Mengnan, who remained unaware of his extraordinary abilities. With their packs lightened, the trio set forth towards Jinmu Town, located conveniently between Zisong Town and Central City, approximately 15 kilometers away. They aimed to reach their destination by nightfall. Thus their goal for the day was set at the 15-kilometer mark. Good, the three exclaimed in unison, evidently eager after 2 months of confinement. Do not stray too far from me, Lu Zimei cautioned. Brother-in-law, there are 2 zombies approaching from the left, Lu Ziming observed keenly. Fear not, Chen Mo replied softly, swiftly gesturing, causing 2 spatial blades to sever the heads of the zombies. Let us check to see if there are any crystals, Chen Mo instructed Lu Ziming. In this apocalypse, idleness was not tolerated. Although Lu Zimei's presence allowed for additional care, it was imperative that he also partake in such menial tasks. Brother-in-law, I found a crystal, Lu Ziming said, having jogged over to inspect the area. Excellent. Today indeed brings good fortune, Chen Mo remarked as he accepted the crystal from Lu Ziming. Contemplating his current level, he wondered whether consuming a second-level crystal would aid in his ascension to the 3rd level. He swiftly consumed the crystal, only to experience no reaction whatsoever. It seems I must seek out a 3rd-level crystal after all. Emoga, what just transpired? How did the zombies perish? Is this your new ability? Incredible. Zombies can be dispatched in such a manner. As Lu Zimei regained her composure, she was left astonished by Chen Mo's effortless extermination of the undead. When did slaying zombies become so simple? Primarily, she couldn't quite grasp the technique. Indeed, I refer to it as the blade of space, Chen Mo remarked, observing Lu Zimei's curious expression. Under Chen Mo's protection, they traversed the journey without incident. Lu Zimei and Lu Mengnan had never imagined that in this apocalyptic world, they could roam freely, speak loudly without fear of zombies, and revel in the security of such a formidable ally. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, they arrived at Jimu Town. Upon reaching the town center, Chen Mo spotted a 2-story villa that distinctly stood out in its opulence compared to the other homes. He led the 2 women and Lu Ziming directly to this splendid abode. This villa is quite remarkable. We shall reside here tonight, Chen Mo declared as he pushed open the door. No zombies emerged, but what greeted them was an extraordinarily lavish interior. The living room featured rows of solid wood sofas flanking the entrance, all arranged in a classical decor style reminiscent of the grand halls of antiquity. the seating, coffee tables, and interior doors were crafted from the same exquisite wood, characterized by its fine, intricate grain and warm, gentle texture. The freshly cut surfaces exhibited a stunning yellow-brown hue tinged with green, radiating a brilliant luster, especially under the evening glow, which rendered the material almost translucent, shimmering with hints of gold, yet maintaining an aura of tranquility and elegance. The unique, fragrant ambience enveloped them, evoking a profound connection to nature's splendor. The furniture exuded an air of sophistication. If removed to his home on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly elevate the aesthetic. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mo summoned these furnishings into his space and ascended to the second floor, where he discovered 3 bedrooms. One room was evidently a study, furnished with an imposing desk measuring 5 meters long and 5 meters wide, accompanied by an official's hat chair and a bookshelf behind it. The materials matched those below, exuding an air of grandeur. "Choose your rooms," Chen Mo said as he dismissed all the furniture. "Brother Mo, please provide me with some supplies. I shall prepare dinner." Lu Zimei approached him earnestly. Chen Mo waved his hand, leaving sufficient food for the group. Observing his companions bustling about, he felt a sense of idleness and decided to venture outside. Chen Mo set out towards the jewelry store, knowing that once the Blue Star jewelry shop opened, it would require a steady influx of goods. He realized that his inventory would soon dwindle post-opening. He dispatched the zombies encountered along the way, obtaining 4 crystals in the process. Aware that second-tier crystals held no value for him, he dismissed them, placing them into his space. During his search, Chen Mo stumbled upon a traditional Chinese medicine shop. After eliminating the zombies, he discovered a safe behind the counter. Curious about its contents, he employed the blade of space to dismantle the lock, revealing 2 ginseng roots, one large and one small. What a treasure, he mused as he collected them. Moreover, throughout his search, he noticed many small items crafted from the same exquisite wood previously collected, indicating its commonality in the area. After a prolonged 30-minute detour, Chen Mo finally caught sight of the jewelry store. Approaching closer, he discerned that it was a Liufu jewelry establishment, larger than the one in Zisong Town. Upon entering, he discovered an extensive collection of gold, silver, and gemstones, comparable in variety to that of Zisong Town, yet more abundant in quantity. Among the vast assortment, there were approximately 170 to 80 jade bangles, and to Chen Mo's delight, 12 of these were identical to those sold to Uncle Zhong, high-quality ice jade. Furthermore, 4 of these bangles exhibited an exceptional transparency, resembling glass. Chen Mo speculated that these were what Uncle Zhong had referred to as glass jade. Deciding against further exploration, he resolved to gather his selections for later consideration. With the sky darkening, having completed his errands, Chen Mo opted to return home. Upon his arrival, he found the 2 women had just finished preparing dinner and were seated at the table awaiting him. Noticing Lu Ziming's absence, he took a seat beside them, wrapping an arm around each and calling for Ziming to join them for dinner. In response to his call, Lu Zimei quickly stood up, and shortly thereafter, Lu Ziming emerged, still drowsy and clearly having just awakened. After all, it was a considerable feat for a child of 11 or 12 to have walked 15 kilometers, and a bit of fatigue was to be expected. "Make sure to eat quickly and rest well. We have more traveling to do tomorrow," Chen Mo advised as he picked up his chopsticks. After dining, Chen Mo's gaze shifted between the 2 women, igniting a spark of irritation within him, prompting Lu Zimei to hastily retreat to her room. Turning his attention to Lu Mingnan, he noticed her gazing at him with sultry eyes, prompting Chen Mo to think to himself about this enchanting temptress. Chapter 23: Arrival at Central City. Upon waking the next day, after a modest breakfast, Chen Mo set out with the 3 companions. The presence of zombies did not instill any tension in them. Their journey felt more like an adventure. Not far from Jinmu Town, they stumbled upon a peach orchard, where 2 trees bore plump, round peaches, resembling large pearls. The skin glistened with an alluring shade of peach, seemingly concealing boundless sweetness. At that moment, Lu Ziming, upon spotting the peaches, excitedly dashed towards the trees, reaching out to pluck one. "Ziming, be careful. Come back," Chen Mo shouted as he swiftly approached Lu Ziming. In that instant, Chen Mo sensed a shadow swiftly advancing towards Lu Ziming from a distance. His keen perception, honed through 3 rounds of physical enhancement, allowed him to detect the danger that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Reaching within 10 meters of Lu Ziming, Chen Mo conjured a spatial barrier behind him. A barely audible thud echoed as the shadow collided with the barrier, revealing itself to be a zombie. Goodness, a zombie can move this fast? How outrageous! Chen Mo thought, realizing that had the zombie been a fraction closer, it could have launched a fatal surprise attack. As his thoughts raced, Chen Mo unleashed a spatial blade upon the zombie, which swiftly severed its head. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Lu Ziming, taken aback by Chen Mo's warning, turned just in time to witness the zombie collapse, its head split asunder. After dispatching the creature, Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings for any further threats before approaching the fallen zombie. Is that the crystal from this zombie? Why is it orange? At this moment, Lu Ziming, having witnessed Chen Mo's act of valor in saving her brother, felt a mix of relief and anger. She was grateful that her brother was unharmed, but infuriated by his recklessness, nearly leading to his demise. She hurried to him, tugging at his ear and admonishing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? I told her not to run off like that." "But sister, I wasn't running off blindly. I saw there were no zombies around." Ziming protested, but upon seeing his sister's anxious expression, he felt a pang of guilt and offered an apology. "You should be thankful to your brother-in-law. Without him, you would be dead. Remember, Ziming, we are just ordinary people in this apocalypse, and there are countless threats out there that could end our lives. So we must always remain vigilant," Lu Ziming cautioned earnestly. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Lu Ziming called out to Chen Mo, who was still lost in thought over the zombie's body. "It's nothing. Whatever I can handle is not a problem. If we ever encounter something beyond my capabilities, then we're all in trouble," Chen Mo replied, the last part directed at Lu Ziming. He then picked up the crystal, rubbing it thoughtfully as he speculated about its grade, refraining from recklessly absorbing it. "Are there no zombies nearby?" Lu Ming then approached Chen Mo and said, "Currently, there are no signs of zombies. It should be safe." Chen Mo gazed at the corpse of the zombie and remarked, "This zombie is extraordinarily unique. Its level remains uncertain, but its speed is astonishing." He kicked the corpse and discovered that it was as hard as if it were forged from steel. Had it not been for the formidable space blade, Chen Mo believed he could not inflict any harm upon the creature. "Wow, this is delicious." Upon hearing Chen Mo's assurance of safety, Lu Ziming plucked a peach, took a bite, and exclaimed, "It's as if you've never tasted a peach before." Lu Ziming retorted disdainfully, "It's different. It's only been 3 months since the apocalypse began. How could I forget the taste of peaches?" Lu Ziming countered, "But this one is far more delectable than any I've had before." He took another couple of bites, mumbling in delight. Upon hearing Lu Ziming, Lu Mingnan also picked one and took a bite, immediately recognizing its extraordinary sweetness. Lu Ziming and Chen Mo each picked a peach as well. Chen Mo savored a bite, then quickly consumed 2 more. He mused, followed by several more bites. The peach was exquisite, melting in his mouth like jelly devoid of pulp, with juice that was as refreshing and sweet as morning dew. "Oh, I'm so full. I wanted to eat another, but I can't manage it now," Lu Ziming said, rubbing his belly. "Do you guys feel that after eating this peach, my condition has improved remarkably? I was quite fatigued earlier, but now I feel like I've rejuvenated 10 years. Indeed, I feel so much better after eating. It's quite uplifting, and the air seems fresher." Chen Mo remained silent, having consumed 4 peaches, feeling they weren't as transformative as his companions claimed. He speculated that it might be due to his own robust physique. Yet the flavor was undeniably superb, the finest he had ever tasted. "Let us gather all these peaches. I suspect the zombies are guarding these 2 peach trees," Chen Mo proposed after some contemplation. In truth, his assumption was accurate. Following the cataclysm, not only humans underwent mutations, but many animals and plants did as well. Clearly, these 2 peach trees had transformed, and the mutated peaches had a significant effect on the evolution of zombies, which is why this particular zombie had remained by the trees until Chen Mo's arrival. Having consumed several peaches, Only 19 remained on one tree, while the other boasted 32, totaling 51 peaches. Let us set off. We should reach Central City as soon as possible, Chen Mo suggested, noting that everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Upon arriving at Central City, he would be able to gather more information. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Lu Zime exclaimed excitedly, "Those buildings ahead are Central City. Before the apocalypse, I attended university there. I never imagined that during summer break, the world would end, trapping me in my hometown, Zisong Town." She felt quite familiar with the area. "I wonder what it's like inside," Chen Mo murmured, gazing at the distant structures, the distance too great to discern any details. As they approached the city, the grandeur became increasingly apparent. It was not that Chen Mo had never encountered a metropolis. There were many large cities on Blue Star. However, in this post-apocalyptic realm, towering walls encircled the city. Chen Mo estimated the walls to be approximately 30 meters high, giving the impression that the city resembled a colossal beast lying prostrate upon the earth, stretching endlessly into the horizon. When did the Central City become so expansive? And why is there a wall now? Lu Zime expressed disbelief. Was it not this large before? And was there no wall? Chen Montak inquired. Not at all. Previously, one could simply walk along the road and enter the urban area directly. Judging by the scale, it appears to be more than twice its former size, Lu Zime replied. Let us enter the city and ascertain the situation, Chen Mo suggested, leading the group toward the city gates. Upon entering, Chen Mo was struck by a scene that starkly contrasted with his expectations. He had envisioned the Central City as a chaotic and filthy place, teeming with refugees and makeshift tents, overrun by the undead. Admittedly, many novels depicted such grim scenarios. However, the first sight that met Chen Mo was a vast expanse of fields, flourishing with crops and inhabited by people who did not exhibit despair. Many farmers were seen chatting and laughing, reminiscent of rural life on Blue Star. I should find someone to inquire about the current circumstances. I am utterly in the dark, Chen Mo remarked, approaching a farmer, a robust man in his 30s with a sun-kissed complexion. Hello, may I trouble you for a brief conversation? Chen Mo asked directly. Who are you? The man scrutinized Chen Mo, noting his exceptionally clean attire, which led him to suspect that Chen Mo held a distinguished status or possessed extraordinary abilities. He appeared somewhat reserved and cautious. Please state your business. I still have work to finish today. We have just arrived and wish to learn about the situation here. Chen Montak responded candidly. The situation? This area is governed by the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. As far as the eye can see, everything belongs to them. We reside in the 1st and 2nd districts, assisting in managing the plantations, the farmer explained. The Qinglong Mercenary Corps? Are they formidable? How many mercenary groups exist in the Central City? And what are their strengths? Also, what do you mean by 1st and 2nd districts? Noticing that the farmer had little more to share beyond mentioning the plantations and the mercenary corps, Chen Mo opted for more direct questions. Everything here is under the jurisdiction of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. As for their might, you would have to decide for yourself. The districts refer to the streets where we reside. As for strength, I am not an ability user, so I cannot say, the farmer replied. Chapter 24. A detailed understanding of the otherworld. Chen Mo was rendered speechless. It seemed that this person knew nothing at all. Who could I possibly consult to clarify these matters? Undoubtedly, the practitioners of extraordinary abilities would possess some knowledge. But if one were to identify the most informed individual in our entire Eastern District, it would undoubtedly be the steward of our plantation, Steward Liu. Where might I find you, steward? I inquired. 500 meters ahead, there is a villa. Our steward resides there, he replied. Thank you. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude before proceeding forward with several companions in search of Steward Liu. Before long, Chen Mo arrived at the villa. The door was ajar, yet he still rapped lightly on the doorframe. Is there something you need? A voice called from within. Little Liu? As Chen Mo began to respond, he heard Lu Zime's voice, laced with confusion. Little Mei? At that moment, Lu Ziming emerged, saying, You all have arrived in Central City? When did you come? We just entered the city, and we're hoping to inquire about the situation. We didn't expect to run into you, Lu Ziming replied. Just arrived? How did you get here? Feel free to ask anything, little Lu said directly. This is my husband, Chen Mo. He brought us to Central City. We mainly wish to understand the situation here, as it is quite disorienting for us, Lu Zimei explained, gesturing towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo, is it? I am Luda, pleased to meet you. Thank you for bringing Little Mei and Little Ming out. They are the same age as I, and I consider her as a sister. I had been contemplating a visit to bring them over, but it appears you have taken care of that for me, which puts my mind at ease. Little Lu stated earnestly. Hello. Little Mei is currently with me, and I assure you I will take good care of them, Chen Mo responded. Please come inside. Which aspect would you like to understand first? I will provide you with detailed information. After finishing his words, he pulled Xiao Mei and Xiao Ming into the house. We had just arrived and were uncertain about what to inquire. Chen Mo, with a hopeful expression, asked Xiao Lu, could you please elaborate on various aspects? Xiao Lu replied, let me briefly recount my experience since my arrival. 2 months ago, I migrated here with the townsfolk. At that time, the city was far from what it is now. There were numerous zombies in the streets. For about a month, we fought daily against them until we managed to drive them out. The authorities organized Earth-based ability users to establish a perimeter wall, which you see now. Inside this wall, there are plantations primarily tended by plant ability users, providing food for everyone in the city. I am currently a member of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps, responsible for managing the eastern plantations. Xiao Lu continued proudly. Can you explain the Central City, detailing the strengths of various ability users, their power distribution, as well as the conditions required for upgrading ability levels and the abilities associated with each level? This was exactly what Chen Mo was most concerned about, and he posed the question directly. The intricacies of ability users' powers are quite complex, so let us begin with the power distribution, Xiao Lu explained. In the Central City, there are nearly 100 factions, but focusing on the major ones, there are 8 top-tier factions: the authorities, the 5 major mercenary corps, the Lone Ranger Gu Rufeng, and the Yeoman Chamber of Commerce. The 5 major mercenary corps are named after the 5 divine beasts, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Qilin, to delineate their territories. The Central City is divided from east to west into 18 districts, with the plantations segmented into 8 sections according to the cardinal directions. The 1st and 2nd districts are governed by the Qinglong Mercenary Corps, overseeing the eastern plantations. The 4th district is managed by the Zhuke Mercenary Corps, which governs the southeastern plantations. The 5th and 6th districts fall under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu Mercenary Corps, responsible for the northern plantations. The 8th district is overseen by the Yeoman Chamber of Commerce, managing the northeastern plantations. The 9th and 10th districts are governed by the authorities, taking charge of the southern plantations. The 12th district is managed by the Baihu Mercenary Corps, overseeing the southwestern plantations. The 14th district is under the Qilin Mercenary Corps, which governs the northwestern plantations. Lastly, the 17th and 18th districts are managed by the Lone Ranger Gu Rufeng, overseeing the western plantations. Xiao Lu finished his explanation in one breath. Curiously, Chen Mo inquired, what is the highest level of abilities in the Central City? The highest ability level in the Central City is currently level 6. The leaders of each mercenary corps are all at this level. They are considered top-tier factions primarily due to the presence of level 6 powerhouses. There are fewer than 10 level 6 individuals in the entire Central City, Xiao Lu replied. And what level are you at now, Xiao Lu? Chen Mo asked eagerly. Lu Ziming directly inquired, I'm currently at level 5. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu Ge felt a sense of pride. Wow, Xiao Lu Ge, you're impressive. Does that mean you can easily show off in Central City? Lu Ziming asked eagerly. No, that's not entirely accurate, Xiao Lu Ge replied. Firstly, there are not many level 6 powerhouses in Central City, but there are quite a few level 5 ones. For instance, the mercenary groups have regulations. They undergo level assessments and have specific requirements for personnel composition. The 5 major mercenary groups are all classified as level 6. The requirement for a level 6 mercenary group is to have at least 1 level 6 powerhouse, 5 level 5, 10 level 4, and 20 level 3 members, with no consideration for those below level 3. This means that each mercenary group must have at least 5 level 5 members. Our Qinglong mercenary group has 11 level 5 powerhouses, so there are at least over 100 level 5 powerhouses in the entire Central City. Xiao Lu Gu paused before continuing. Moreover, The strength of a supernatural being is not solely dependent on their ability level. The primary factor influencing their strength is their own life. Your own life? Chen Mo, Xiao Ming, Xiao Mei, and Lu Mengnian echoed in unison. Yes, the quality of your life, or the supernatural abilities you awaken, determines your strength. Each category of supernatural abilities encompasses hundreds, if not thousands, of variations, which we broadly classify in several major types: support, attack, and defense. The specific type 1 can awaken varies from individual to individual. For example, if someone continuously awakens 3 support-type abilities, their attack power would essentially be 0. Could you win against someone who has awakened an attack ability at level 1? Chen Mo personally understood this. His first skill was spatial manipulation, which is purely a support skill and does not enhance attack power in the slightest. How does one elevate their level as a supernatural being? And what should one pay attention to in the process? Chen Mo asked. The elevation of a supernatural being's level involves several crucial points, which have been summarized through numerous official experiments. A level 1 supernatural being can consume a white crystal from a level 2 zombie to advance to level 2. A level 2 supernatural being can consume 10 white crystals from level 2 zombies, or 1 red crystal from a level 3 zombie, to ascend to level 3. A level 3 supernatural being can consume 100 red crystals from level 3 zombies, or 1 orange crystal from a level 4 zombie, to advance to level 4. A level 4 supernatural being must consume 1,000 orange crystals from level 4 zombies, or 1 yellow crystal from a level 5 zombie, to reach level 5. However, to advance from level 5 to level 6, one can only use a green crystal from a level 6 zombie. As of now, there are no alternative means of promotion. It is speculated that to ascend to level 7, one must consume a crystal from a level 7 zombie, which should be turquoise according to the arrangement of rainbow colors. This is the progression of a supernatural being's level, and with each elevation, one gains a new supernatural skill, while their body and existing skills receive a reinforcement. However, this is not the case for level 4. When advancing from level 3 to level 4, no new skill is acquired. Instead, one can choose an existing skill to enhance tenfold. Zombies exhibit varying degrees of intelligence. Second-tier zombies possess limited cognitive abilities, while third-tier zombies exhibit intelligence comparable to that of humans, enabling them to command lesser zombies. Fourth-tier zombies are even more formidable, experiencing a tenfold enhancement, exclusively in terms of physical capabilities. Consequently, fourth-tier zombies possess immense strength, unyielding resilience, and remarkable speed. Encountering a fourth-tier zombie in the wild poses significant challenges, as even a level 5 ability user may find themselves in peril if they cannot breach its defenses. It seems that the zombies I previously defeated were indeed fourth tier. Aside from their impressive speed, eliminating them proved to be rather effortless, thanks to the Space Blade, which astonishingly bypasses defenses. This raises the question, could it be that level 5 or 6 ability users are not their match? Chen Mo pondered, curious for further insights. What about level 6? Can they defeat a fourth-tier zombie? Level 6 should have no issues. They possess the ability to manifest psychic energy, allowing them to wield multiple elemental forces in combat, resulting in overwhelming damage, Xiao Lu remarked enviously. Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled to himself, contemplating that if damage can reach such heights, it implies that he, too, might be capable of vanquishing them. Chapter 25. Engage in high-stakes battles. Since traversing into this unfamiliar world amidst the apocalypse, Chen Mo has been somewhat apprehensive. After all, he has been thrust into a realm rife with zombies and superhumans, teeming with uncertainties where his very existence hangs by a thread. However, after delving deeper into his surroundings, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, for it is the unknown that often incites the greatest fear. With that said, the heavens have provided, and it is time to dine. Let us eat first, and then you shall stay here as arranged by Little Rue, he remarked while conversing with Chen Mo. Shortly thereafter, a bountiful feast was prepared, and Little Rue beckoned Chen Mo to the table. Gazing at the spread of warm dishes, Chen Mo was nearly moved to tears. Having subsisted on junk food for days, his digestive system was in distress, and he finally had the opportunity to savor proper nourishment. After the meal, considering the arduous journey Chen Mo and his companions had endured, he promptly arranged for them to rest. Luda resided in a 3-story villa with numerous rooms. Chen Mo opted not to share accommodations with the two women. Tonight, he intended to elevate his abilities. The zombies he had vanquished in the Peach Grove were of the 4th level, and by consuming their crystal, he could ascend to that level himself. Instructing everyone not to disturb him, Chen Mo retreated to his room and retrieved the orange crystal. Upon consuming it, he immediately entered the upgrading process. This time, the transformation was more intense. A surge of energy flooded into his body, making him feel as though he might explode at any moment. Previously, he had contemplated whether consuming a higher-level crystal would yield better results, but in that moment, he dismissed the thought, fearing a catastrophic demise. The upgrading process persisted for half an hour, after which Chen Mo felt invigorated, his strength magnified to extraordinary levels. He felt capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. His body once again exuded an abundance of oil, though not as dark as during his first upgrade, yet it emitted a pungent odor that was unbearable. I must wash this off, he thought. Half an hour later, after a refreshing shower, Chen Mo stood before the mirror to assess his condition. He appeared flawless. His physique was streamlined, devoid of any excess fat, and his skin was fair and taut, rivaling the effects of the finest beauty treatments. Upon examining his abilities, he confirmed he had indeed reached the 4th level, albeit without acquiring any new skills. First, he inspected his spatial capabilities, now expanded to the size of a 3-story villa, significantly larger than before. This revelation brought him a sense of ease. Chen Mo possessed 3 skills: storage space, spatial blade, and spatial barrier. Among these, the least useful was the storage space. It would not be accurate to deem it entirely useless. It was simply adequate for his current needs, and the size of the space indicated that he had not enhanced it, as the 4th level promised a 10-fold enhancement of skills. The remaining 2 skills offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, and he could choose to enhance either. To prevent any destruction, Chen Mo refrained from deploying the spatial blade. Instead, he cast the spatial barrier, discovering its dimensions to be approximately 10 square meters, an increase from the previous 5 square meters. Thus, the focus shifted to the spatial blade. Opening the window, Chen Mo directed the spatial blade outward. To his astonishment, the blade that once measured 50 centimeters had now transformed into 5 meters, and he found he could control its size, freely selecting dimensions beneath 5 meters. Testing the range of his abilities, he realized he could execute spells within a 100-meter radius, with the maximum distance enhanced tenfold from the previous limit of 10 meters. Primarily, Chen Mo possesses the ability to manipulate the space blade after its deployment, utilizing mental control to maneuver it. Upon experimentation, Chen Mo discovered that after casting the space blade, he could propel it instantaneously for approximately 5 meters. Any further distance proved to be more challenging. This essentially means that within 100 meters, Chen Mo can wield a 5-meter-wide blade at any location. What was once a single-target skill has now undoubtedly transformed into an area of effect damage, which is quite remarkable. After examining his abilities, Chen Mo proceeded to find Lu Zimei's room, knocking before entering directly. The following morning, during breakfast, Xiao Lu inquired of Chen Mo, "You must be able to bring Xiao Mei and the others out. You are undoubtedly an ability user as well. What are your plans for the future?" "The primary objective is to swiftly elevate my ability level," Chen Mo pondered before responding. "Advancing levels is not an overnight endeavor. It will be prudent to first select a development direction and plan accordingly." Xiao Lu felt that Chen Mo's perspective was somewhat simplistic and advised. "Not an overnight task? Isn't it possible to ascend with the appropriate crystal?" Chen Mo, puzzled, replied, "Indeed, with the suitable crystal, advancement is possible. However, I recommend that you refrain from rushing to ascend again immediately after each promotion, as there is a gradual growth phase for physical attributes post-advancement. You should wait until your physical strength stabilizes before considering further ascension. Of course, this period is not excessively long. For levels 1 to 3, one can typically advance again the next day. For levels 4 to 6, it generally requires a recovery period of 5 to 8 days. The primary challenge lies in acquiring crystals, which is why I suggest you first determine a development direction before making plans, Xiao Lu patiently explained. Ah, I see. So, what development directions are available, Xiao Lu? I would like to compare which might be the most suitable, Chen Mo asked earnestly. Broadly speaking, there are two main approaches. The first involves independent action. You can venture out alone or team up with others to exterminate zombies or undertake various tasks. For instance, the Yeoman Commerce Association offers long-term missions such as escorting or searching for mutated plants. Wait, what are mutated plants, Xiao Ma? Chen Mo inquired, intrigued by this new term. In addition to humans being ability users, there are also mutations occurring in animals and plants. When plants undergo mutation, they are referred to as mutated plants. Such mutations can be both beneficial and detrimental to humanity, with the evaluation of good or bad depending on whether they are advantageous to us. For example, our plantation has mutated grapes, which are exceptionally flavorful post-mutation. They are available at fruit shops on the street, though their price is rather steep. You might want to try them later. Do these have any special effects? Chen Mo asked, recalling the peaches he had acquired. These primarily contain a small amount of a particular substance. Aside from their delightful taste, their benefits for us ability users are minimal. They can slightly shorten the growth period for newly promoted individuals. However, they are not inexpensive, as their quantity is limited and cannot be artificially cultivated. Furthermore, they have significant effects on ordinary people. They can cure ailments, enhance physical attributes, and slow down aging. Among other benefits, you might consider them akin to a weakened version of the cleansing process we undergo during ascension. Xiao Luge expressed his understanding and prompted Chen Mo to continue discussing another developmental direction. Chen Mo elaborated that one option is to join a powerful faction. As the saying goes, it is good to lean against a big tree for shade. This is akin to working in a company before the apocalypse. For instance, when I first arrived, I was at level 3, and the Qinglong Mercenary Corps recognized my skills and damage potential, granting me a level 4 crystal upon my joining. Xiao Luge proudly stated that regardless of the chosen path, one must tailor their strategy according to their abilities, skills, and true combat power. For instance, when dealing with zombies, one must first ascertain their own capability to defeat them. If not, finding a team becomes essential. The selection of suitable teammates is equally vital, and joining a powerful faction entails similar considerations, as they will assign roles based on one's abilities. Naturally, different roles come with varying remuneration, a matter that requires careful contemplation. Can't crystals be purchased? Chen Montak inquired. For those with abilities, crystals serve as currency, as the traditional monetary system has collapsed post-apocalypse. The exchange rate is established such that one red crystal is worth 10 white crystals. One orange crystal equates to 100 red crystals. One yellow crystal is worth 1,000 orange crystals. And theoretically, one green crystal corresponds to 10,000 yellow crystals, although no one has ever exchanged for it. High-end crystals are scarce in the market, monopolized by elite factions. All right, after I finish my meal, I will venture out to ponder my next steps. Xiao Mei and the others will remain here today, so I would appreciate your assistance in looking after them, Chen Mo said to Xiao Luge. That's no trouble at all. Xiao Mei and I have been neighbors for decades. You needn't worry, Xiao Luge replied nonchalantly. Joining a faction is one thing, but working is out of the question. A corporate drone deserves no good fate. Chen Mo felt confident in swiftly reaching level 6, finding slaying zombies manageable. However, he pondered what resources would be available post-level 6 and how easily they could be acquired, questions he had yet to answer. He resolved to first identify a suitable developmental direction, then establish a faction to become a capital force. As he ate, he contemplated mastering resource channels across both worlds, vowing to engage only in high-stakes endeavors. Chapter 26. Finding direction in the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Chen Mo left Xiao Mei and the others in the villa and set out alone. He walked westward for about half an hour before exiting the plantation and encountering a bustling urban area filled with towering skyscrapers. This plantation is truly vast, Chen Mo mused. I imagine the central city is not small either, certainly teeming with people. Otherwise, such an extensive plantation would not be necessary. This is merely the Eastern District plantation of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps, and there are 8 similar plantations, all under the control of top-tier forces. The differences in size are likely minimal. In this post-apocalyptic world, there exist plant-based supernatural beings, and the rate of plant growth here far surpasses that of Blue Star. Whatever is planted will yield bountiful harvests, and one can only ponder the immense population required to consume the annual grain output. Chen Mo recalled his initial thoughts of profiting by trading grain. How misguided he had been. Upon entering the urban area, Chen Mo felt as though he had returned to Blue Star. The streets bustled with vehicles and pedestrians. Various shops were open, and clothing stores and restaurants were abundant. Unlike Zisong Town, this place had electricity. It truly resembled Blue Star in every aspect. After walking for over 20 minutes and crossing several major streets, Chen Mo pondered what opportunities might be suitable for him. However, as he observed the thriving environment around him, he found himself at a loss. After all, he was merely a recent graduate, lacking sharp business acumen. The ventures he could conceive had already been undertaken by others. Moreover, Chen Mo was quite unfamiliar with the post-apocalyptic market. Perhaps he should seek out a business person to engage with and extract some valuable insights. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a sizable restaurant nearby, which seemed the most fitting option. Upon entering, he found the establishment relatively empty, as it was still early. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood at the bar. "Sir, are you here to dine?" The man inquired upon Chen Mo's entrance. "Yes, I didn't eat breakfast, and I'm quite hungry," Chen Mo replied, feeling it inappropriate to inquire about personal connections right away. "Very well, here is the menu. What would you like to eat?" the man asked. Chen Mo took the menu and casually ordered 4 dishes. As he scanned the menu further, he noticed the beverage section, which included various types of beer, red wine, and cocktails. A sense of unease washed over him. Something felt amiss. Of course, what about baijiu?" "Excuse me, what types of baijiu do you have?" Chen Mo tentatively asked. "Baijiu? What is that?" The man responded, perplexed. "Baijiu is a strong grain liquor," Chen Mo explained, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought that the owner might not know of it. "Grain liquor? All our drinks are made from grains," the man replied, looking utterly baffled. "All right then, let us start with a pot of tea," Chen Mo suggested, suspecting it might be a matter of terminology. "What? Tea?" the man asked, somewhat bewildered. "Yes, it's just something to steep in water for drinking, to quench thirst," Chen Mo smiled. "For quenching thirst, we have plain water. As for steep drinks, we offer floral beverages, fruit drinks, and medicinal brews. Which one would you prefer?" The proprietor explained that a floral beverage would be served, as Chen Mo was eager to experience it. An idea silently brewed in his mind. After the man departed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to approach him before the dishes arrived. "How is business, boss?" he inquired. "I cannot claim to be the boss. I am merely an employee. Business is what it is, indifferent to us," the man replied. "Are you not the owner?" Chen Mo asked, somewhat surprised. "I can barely be considered the store manager. In the first district, there is no true owner. The real boss is the Qinglong Mercenary Corps," the man clarified. "Is this truly the first district?" Chen Montauk pondered, having traversed several streets, yet still finding himself in the first district. How expansive could it be? He had assumed the first district encompassed but a single street. Indeed, it is still the first district. The next street to the west marks the beginning of the second district, the man explained, thinking Chen Mo had mistaken the intersection. "So, the entire first district belongs to the Qinglong Mercenary Corps?" Chen Montauk exclaimed in astonishment. "You must hail from another district. In the first and second districts, all enterprises are under the auspices of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Ordinary folk like us work for them. The regions controlled by the 8 major powers function this way. Those with the means to be owners operate in other districts. A friend of mine, an ability user specializing in gold, currently runs a shop in the 3rd district." "The 3rd district? Is it permissible to open a shop there?" Chen Montauk queried, genuinely intrigued. "Not all. It is said to be rife with chaos and various factions. Only those with the capability to assert control can thrive. Otherwise, a shop will not endure," the man lamented. Soon, the chef brought forth the dishes, and having gleaned the desired information, Chen Mo ceased the conversation and began his meal. The fare was simple, yet quite palatable. When the man returned with the floral beverage, Chen Mo recognized it as floral tea from Blue Star, merely flowers steeped in water. At this point, he was fairly confident that there were no tea leaves available, nor were there spirits. However, he contemplated the potential for business in other areas, particularly cigarettes. Throughout the morning, he had encountered numerous individuals, yet none had been seen smoking. "Do you sell cigarettes here? I would like to purchase a pack," Chen Mo inquired, seeking confirmation from the man. "Cigarettes? What kind of cigarettes?" the man asked, perplexed. "Ah, so that is unavailable as well," Chen Mo mused. This too could be a viable venture. He was well aware of the immense market for cigarettes. Sales and taxes from Blue Star's tobacco industry were staggering, despite the health warnings. This substance, once indulged in, often led to habits and mild addiction. In a post-apocalyptic world, health concerns were trivial. Considering the physical resilience of ability users, the effects were negligible. "Nothing much. Let us settle the bill," Chen Mo stated to the man. "That will be 32 Qinglong coins," the man replied. "What? Qinglong coins? I do not possess any," Chen Mo said, bewildered. "No Qinglong coins? You may settle the bill with crystals instead. Qinglong coins are issued by the Qinglong Mercenary Corps and are valid in the 1st and 2nd districts. One white crystal can be exchanged for 100 Qinglong coins," the man explained, seemingly realizing that Chen Mo was not from the 1st district. "Oh, I have crystals," Chen Mo responded, handing a white crystal to the man. He had acquired this from his journey from Zisong Town, having reportedly dispatched numerous zombies, resulting in over 10 pieces. "I possess only Qingtian coins and am seeking to exchange 68 for consumption in any area of the 1st and 2nd districts," the man said. Chen Montauk, indifferent, accepted the coins and exited the restaurant, heading towards the 3rd district. He recalled what Xiao Lu had previously mentioned regarding the distribution of forces. The 1st and 2nd districts were dominated by the Qingtian Mercenary Corps, the 4th by the Zhuke Mercenary Corps, the 5th and 6th by the Xuanu Mercenary Corps, the 8th by the Yeoman Chamber of Commerce, the 9th and 10th by the authorities, the 12th by the Baihu Mercenary Corps, the 14th by the Chila Mercenary Corps, and the 17th and 18th by the Lone Wolf Gu Rufen. Thus, the 3rd district was devoid of top-tier forces, likely hosting only level 5 ability users at most, with the closest being himself. After over an hour of walking, Chen Mo surmised he had arrived at the 3rd district, which starkly contrasted with the 1st and 2nd districts due to its chaos. Merely crossing a street, he witnessed a public brawl with a crowd gathered around. The fight involved not 2 individuals, but 2 factions, and they were not ordinary people, but ability users with 7 or 8 on each side. This was Chen Mo's first encounter with other ability users showcasing their powers, far more thrilling than the sci-fi films of Blue Star. An Earth ability user raised a wall of soil with a wave of his hand, deflecting water arrows fired by an opposing water ability user, who subsequently encased himself in a large water sphere and shifted his position to continue launching water arrows. There is also a distinctly visible wood ability user. After casting a spell, caused 2 wooden vines to rise beneath his adversaries, immobilizing them. Following this, he hastily retreated as a figure radiating golden light charged forward with a large machete, delivering a fatal blow to the ensnared individual. It seemed that there were no restrictions on violence here. The chaos was palpable. Chen Mo chose not to linger, as these individuals appeared to be only level 2 or 3 ability users, each wielding a singular skill, and their abilities did not seem particularly remarkable. The confrontation resembled a turn-based game, leading Chen Mo to believe he could easily dispatch them single-handedly without much effort. Continuing forward to an intersection, he arrived at a more bustling area, with a small square to his left surrounded by numerous shops. Finding the atmosphere pleasant, he sought a suitable establishment and began to stroll around the square, surveying his options. Suddenly, he noticed a young man, approximately 20 years of age, looking distressed, dressed in casual athletic wear, seated on a 3-tiered step by the roadside, with the shop's roller shutter half lowered behind him. Chapter 27. Managing Sister's Business Brother. May I inquire about the possibility of renting a shop in this vicinity? Chen Mo holds a favorable view of this area, and thus seeks to find someone who can assist in acquiring a store. Are you an ability user? And if so, what level are you? The young man replied, do you need to be an ability user to rent a shop? Chen Mo, perplexed, retorted. Is it impossible to establish a shop without being an ability user? The young man explained, without the abilities, one cannot sustain a business. I see. And what level are you? Chen Mo inquired. The youth, intrigued, responded, I am at level 4. What is the significance of this? Please elaborate, as I am currently considering opening a shop. Chen Mo candidly replied, level 4? Very well, allow me to elucidate. This is the 3rd district. You're likely not from the 3rd district. To open a shop here, one must possess considerable abilities. Ordinary individuals simply lack the qualifications. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing disturbances the very next day after opening. Upon hearing that Chen Mo was a level 4, the young man's eyes brightened. If you're searching for a shop, you need not look further. This establishment behind me will suffice. It spans over 200 square meters with 3 stories. My sister and I currently reside on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is available for business, and you may occupy the 3rd floor. Moreover, there is no rent. I will even work for you, and you can pay me a monthly salary of 1 level 2 crystal. Such a generous offer? But why? Chen Mo asked, seeking clarification on the current circumstances. Please detail everything to me. If it is indeed feasible, I shall secure this place. Allow me to explain, the young man began. This shop belonged to my family before the apocalypse. When the disaster struck, my sister awakened her abilities while I did not. 2 months ago, following the establishment of the city, our ownership of this shop was not reclaimed due to my sister's status as an ability user. She has since joined the Flame Mercenary Corps, and this shop is now affiliated with them due to her connections. The leader of the Flame Mercenary Corps is a level 5 ability user, possessing formidable skills, and is among the top mercenary groups in the 3rd district. Everything was proceeding well until a few days ago, when the leader summoned several level 5 users to combat level 6 zombies. It seemed a certain victory, but upon their return, they faced treachery and were ultimately slain by the zombies. Now, with the loss of their powerful leader, the Flame Mercenary Corps is in dire straits. Retracting their influence and relinquishing many assets, including my shop, which has been cast aside. Since my sister is only at level 3 and lacks potent skills, I do not wish to burden her further, nor do I desire to toil in the plantations. I am left with no choice but to seek a faction to align with. How can you ascertain whether I am suitable for such an alliance? After gaining a general understanding, Chen Mo inquired, if you are unable, shall I then submit to the one who defeats you? The youth responded, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Chen Mo. I shall take over this establishment under the terms you have proposed, 1 secondary crystal per month, and I shall cover the cost of sustenance, which will undoubtedly surpass your current arrangements. What say you? Upon hearing the youth's words, Chen Mo confidently declared, I am Lu Jie. A pleasure to meet you, boss. The youth immediately assumed his role, stating, let us step inside, and I will share my thoughts with you. There are certain tasks that will require your involvement. Chen Mo replied, and Lu Jie, eager to take the lead, swiftly opened the rolling shutter door, saying, after you, boss. The shop was quite impressive. Having previously been a clothing store with commendable decor, the establishment faced south, featuring a row of floor-to-ceiling windows that illuminated the space beautifully. We shall no longer sell clothing. I have items to offer. The primary decor need not be altered, but you will need to construct a few display cabinets and a sign, Chen Mo specified, detailing various styles of display cabinets and signage according to the specifications of the Blue Star Spirit Store. Only when Lu Jie fully comprehended the instructions did Chen Mo relent, transferring all 18 white crystals to him, inquiring if that would suffice. Lu Jie affirmed it was more than adequate, demonstrating the robust purchasing power of the crystals. You may share any needs or challenges you face with me, and I will assist you, Chen Mo assured him. If you provide the merchandise, there is no further need for your involvement. On opening day, it is certain that there will be disturbances, and your presence will be necessary. Lu Jie responded, that poses no issue. You need not worry about the shop security. Moreover, the 3rd floor is habitable. I shall reside there for the time being to lend support. Chen Mo replied affirmatively, that is splendid. Allow me to show you to the 3rd floor. Everything is ready for your arrival. Lu Jia, elated, promptly followed Chen Mo upstairs. As he had mentioned, the third floor was impeccably tidy and fully equipped, suitable for immediate occupancy. Very well. I shall take a brief respite. You may commence preparations over the next few days. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out, Lu Jia said, to which Chen Mo responded with a nod. Lu Jia then descended to commence his tasks. His countenance transformed from one of previous distress to one of optimism. Once Lu Jia departed and thoughts of opening day supplies filled his mind, he swiftly envisioned himself back on Blue Star. Upon returning home, Chen Mo contemplated the merchandise required for the store: tobacco, alcohol, and tea, all of which were commonplace on Blue Star and easily procurable. However, why would he purchase from others when he had a family business in the same domain? He promptly picked up the phone to call his sister. "Hello," came the voice of his sister. "What is it, Chen Mo?" "Chen Montak in Kvilet. What else could I be doing?" "I am overseeing the shop while also keeping an eye on your niece as she completes her homework. The new school year is approaching, and she has yet to finish," she lamented. Chen Mo's sister, Chen Min, age 35, is the mother of two daughters. The elder, Fan Xingxing, who is 10 years old and entering the 4th grade, and the younger, Fan Chenchun, age 4, currently in kindergarten. That's how it is. When we were young, we also rushed to finish our homework before the school year began. Chen Montak replied. Back then, no one supervised us, but today's children are inundated with competition. "What's up? Are you calling for a reason?" his sister inquired. "Yes, I have something to discuss. I recently left the construction site and am now working with an auction house selling jewelry." Chen Mo explained briefly, detailing how he came to this line of work. Currently, the pawn shops also require maintenance of their relationships with jewelry stores, which involves sending some gifts like cigarettes and liquor. Since you own a tobacco and liquor store, I thought to reach out to you. How much stock do you have? "I have quite a bit, around 100,000 worth of goods." "Can you manage to take it all?" his sister teased. 100,000 total? Chen Montak mused, considering his bank balance, which was just over 100,000. He originally had over $1 million, but sold his car for 52,000, spent over 70,000 on rent, and purchased a minivan for 30,000, leaving him with around 14,000. 100,000 is fine. I'll take it all. This is my first time, so I need a larger quantity, Chen Mo clarified. "All of it? Do you realize how much 100,000 in stock is? It's quite diverse, not uniform at all," his sister exclaimed in surprise. "It's not too much. There are many recipients here, and each has different preferences. Just send me a price list so I can match it up for delivery," Chen Mo replied. "Are you serious? All right, I'll arrange for your brother-in-law to deliver it. Since it's such a large order, I'll give you a discount. Selling 100,000 worth can yield a profit of 20,000. You can take it for 90,000. Chen Mo said. "That sounds like a kickback. Why would I take a kickback from my own business?" "Don't worry. The company will cover the costs, not me. Just go by the selling price, and you can earn a bit more." "Buy a dress for my niece," his sister suggested. "What kind of dress could be so expensive? Besides, your niece doesn't lack for clothes," she chuckled. "Well, you decide how to spend it. Just make sure it arrives in the next couple of days. It's rather urgent. By the way, do you know anyone in the tea business since you're running a tobacco and liquor store? I'd like to procure some tea leaves," Chen Mo pondered. "I don't know someone. The supplier we use also deals with tea. It's not common in our small county, so we haven't ordered any," his sister replied. "All right then. Please give me some authentic loose tea. I'd like a bit of everything, say 10 pounds of each variety, and just pack it up. We can distribute it later." Chen Montak instructed. "Perfect. That saves me the trouble of searching," his sister agreed. "But make sure it's loose tea. Packaged tea isn't tea too expensive. Would you prefer I get you some cheaper packaged tea instead? It looks better for gifting." "Absolutely not. I just want to keep the tea's quality discreet. As long as it's authentic, it all tastes the same. If I buy loose tea, people will think I got a good deal," Chen Mo replied. "All right. I will contact your brother-in-law immediately and have him deliver it to you in the next couple of days. Just send me your address," his sister said. "Great. Let's leave it at that. I'll send you the address via WeChat. Have your brother-in-law contact me upon arrival. Now, go help Xingxing with their homework," she concluded before hanging up. Chapter 28. This house is yours. After conversing with his sister, Chen Mo felt a delightful sense of happiness, realizing that he could finally take care of his family, which was a wonderful feeling. Observing the vacant room, He recalled the beautiful furniture he had acquired from the villa in Jimu town. He promptly selected an empty room and arranged it as a study, mirroring the elegant style of Jinmu town, instantly elevating the room's aesthetic appeal. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed. Chen Mo glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhou Haoyu. "Hey, brother, are you home?" "I came to see you," Zhou Haoyu said. "I'm at home. There's no need for you to come over specifically," Chen Mo replied, understanding that Zhou wanted to express his gratitude. Truth be told, rescuing him had been quite incidental, and Chen Mo hadn't given it much thought. "No need for formality, I just wanted to drop by." "Have you forgotten I live at Qin Shi Jiatu?" Zhou Haoyu remarked. Chen Mo realized that Zhou lived in Building 8, just a short distance away. "Then come on over," Chen Mo said. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Zhou Haoyu responded. In less than 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Zhou Haoyu had arrived. Upon opening the door, Chen Mo noticed Zhou's weary expression and said, "Look at you. Why didn't you rest properly before making the trip?" Zhou Haoyu had indeed not rested well the previous night, having experienced a car accident. After returning home, his mother had spoken at length, and with many thoughts swirling in his mind, he had fallen asleep late, only to awaken at 10 o'clock. He had intended to express his gratitude to Chen Mo immediately, and had even taken the initiative to gather information before coming over, wishing to arrive before noon to avoid any awkwardness. "It's mainly because you're nearby. As I mentioned, you are my brother now," Zhou Haoyu said earnestly as they settled on the sofa. After a moment, Zhou Haoyu continued, "Brother, I owe you my life. Otherwise, I would surely be finished. Forgive my boldness, but I researched your background before coming here. I learned that this house is rented by you. So I contacted the owner and purchased it as a token of my gratitude. Here's the agreement. When you have time, you can transfer the ownership." "Wow, that's entirely unnecessary. I saved you merely by coincidence. And besides, who gives such an extravagant gift?" Chen Mo was astonished by Zhou Haoyu's generosity. Seeing the Koenigsegg sports car Zhou drove, he realized that this individual was not lacking in wealth and had not anticipated such a grand gesture. The house he inhabited was valued at 7 to 8 million. It was uncertain whether he could even afford it. This was simply Zhou Haoyu's character. He possessed considerable influence. The homeowner, who I mean, was also not financially challenged, as most individuals would certainly find it impossible to purchase such a property. However, Zhou had acquired it under the name of Litian Group, spending 8 million while promising a favor, enabling him to secure the deal swiftly. "Brother, I mean no offense. I merely wish to express my gratitude. A house is nothing significant to me. To be candid, my grandfather is the chairman of Litian Group. I thought you might need this, so I purchased it. In light of you saving my life, my gesture seems trivial and the payment has already been made. Please don't refuse it," Zhou Haoyu said with genuine concern that Chen Mo might decline. "All right then, I've only just moved in a few days ago, and the place is bare. Let me prepare some fruit for you, and we can chat while we eat," Chen Mo replied. This newfound confidence emanating from him, a result of his extraordinary abilities, led him to view the acquisition of a house as a trivial matter. The composed response greatly pleased Zhou Haoyu. Chen Montak, recalling the generosity shown, felt it imperative to treat him well. He remembered the peaches in the kitchen and promptly retrieved 4, washing them before arranging them on a platter, yielding a generous serving. "There's no need for fuss," Zhou Haoyu remarked politely as he observed Chen Mo approaching with the plate. Initially, he had no intention of indulging, believing he had tasted every fruit imaginable. Yet, the sight of the plump, rosy peaches, exuding an enticing aroma, proved irresistible. He couldn't help but take a bite. "Delicious. What variety of peach is this?" "It's extraordinary," Zhou Haoyu exclaimed, astonished after just a single taste. He quickly devoured a few more bites, feeling as if he had never experienced fruit before. "Is this available in the market?" Chen Mo, aware of the peach's exceptional quality, replied candidly, "Absolutely not. They're exquisite." He too indulged in one. "Strangely enough, I feel a warm sensation coursing through me, as if I've regained several years of youth." Zhou Haoyu, who had sampled countless fruits, found this one utterly unique. "I've never even heard of such a thing," he concurred. "If it's this delicious, I shall partake more." After finishing one peach, Zhou Haoyu contemplated reaching for another, but felt uncomfortably full, as if his stomach were pressing upwards. Despite this discomfort, he felt remarkably revitalized. Years of a life of ease had left him in a suboptimal state of health. Now, at 27 or 28, he felt as though he had returned to his youthful 17 or 18 years. Though fatigued from a restless night, he now radiated vitality, as if rejuvenated. Observing Chen Mo devour another peach, Zhou Haoyu remarked, "You could still eat more? Oddly, these peaches aren't large, but I could never manage a second." "Perhaps you're simply not destined for a second," Chen Mo chuckled. "I feel fantastic. Are these peaches truly magical?" Zhou Haoyu, feeling somewhat naïve, pondered the extraordinary effects. If not for Chen Mo also indulging, he might assume some peculiar ingredient was involved. Of course, they cure all ailments. Chen Montauk jested, not regarding the peaches as anything extraordinary. Yet, Zhou Haoyu felt a spark of hope, thinking of his bettered-in grandfather. "Could I possibly have another?" he asked earnestly. "Very well, considering your expenditure," Chen Mo replied, begrudgingly offering the remaining peach. He wasn't overly generous, as he desired to save some for his family, especially since he found them so delightful. With only 51 peaches initially, for had already been consumed, leaving 47. At that moment, the door opened, and the maid, Ma Xiaolan, entered with groceries. Noticing the guest, she greeted Chen Mo, inquiring if he wished for additional dishes to be prepared. "No need. I have other matters to attend to. I want to stay for dinner today, but I shall treat you next time," Chen Mo replied, having fulfilled his purpose of gifting and now keen to leave, his thoughts lingering on the peaches. "All right, I will contact Chen Mo later if there is something urgent." After Zhou Haoyu left, Chen Mo gazed at Ma Xiaolan, who was cooking, feeling somewhat excited. Today, Ma Xiaolan had applied light makeup and donned tight denim jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her quite alluring. "Sister Ma, I will send you the WeChat contact for the car dealership. Please reach out to retrieve the car, and when you have the time, could you also help me with the license plate and tinting?" After conveying this, he shared the WeChat details with her. As Zhou Haoyu stepped out, he promptly returned to the Ziyun Mountain Villa, opting not to visit the 8th villa, which belonged to his mother, as there was no one at home. Instead, he went to the 1st villa, which was his grandfather's residence. "Young Master Zhou, you have arrived," greeted the butler of the 1st villa, who had once been his grandfather's driver. "Zhang Jun, Grandpa Zhang. How's my grandfather?" "He is doing well. He woke up earlier and can still converse with Ali," Zhang Jun replied, referring to Zhou Haoyu's 3rd uncle. His grandfather had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest uncle, Ho Run, the 2nd uncle, Ho, and the 3rd uncle, Ho Li. Initially, they intended to name the daughter Ho Ji, but it sounded unappealing, so they chose Ho Ji Lan instead. "Is the 3rd uncle here? I would like to see him," Zhou Haoyu said as he pushed open the door to enter the room. "Xiaoyu, you have come. Come and talk to your grandfather. He is quite lucid today, which is rare for him," said his 3rd uncle. "Grandfather, 3rd uncle, I have something to discuss today," Zhou Haoyu began, taking out a peach and elaborating on the specific process, detailing the state after consumption. "Are you sure? You haven't been deceived, have you?" his 3rd uncle inquired. "This is my thought. Let us first test this peach and examine the result for toxins. If it is confirmed to be harmless, then we shall proceed. Yet, I am quite certain of my current condition. I feel excellent," Zhou Haoyu replied. "Call Dr. Liu," Holy instructed the butler. Soon, the butler arrived with a doctor. "Dr. Liu, please take this peach for testing. I require a comprehensive report on its nutritional content and toxicity, and I need the results swiftly," Holy directed, handing the peach to the doctor. Half an hour later, Dr. Liu entered with a furrowed brow. "Well, is it harmful?" Holy asked. "Not at all. On the contrary, all components are harmless. However, the nutritional value is several times that of a normal peach, and it contains an unknown active substance with exceptionally high activity," Dr. Liu responded. Chapter 29. The Miraculous Peach Unknown Active Substances? Might we predict the consequences of consuming this peach? After a moment of contemplation, Holy remarked, "Theoretically, such active substances should not exist, for their potency is exceedingly high. According to theory, consuming this peach would enhance cellular vitality, thereby delaying the aging process." Dr. Liu hesitated before responding. "Is that truly the case? How confident are you?" Holy inquired uncertainly. In theory, 100%. Yet considering practical circumstances, it is a 50-50 chance, as we have never encountered such a situation. Dr. Liu, as a dedicated health practitioner, possessed unquestionable expertise, but he still expressed uncertainty. Very well, Xiaoyu, let your grandfather consume the peach. In critical moments, our family must take a gamble. Holy turned to Zhou Haoyu and instructed, call for eldest brother, second brother, and fourth sister to return as swiftly as possible. Leave the younger generation out of it. He then addressed Butler Zhang. Grandfather should eat this peach. Zhou Haoyu handed the peach to his grandfather. All right, Ho Baozhu, who had been listening attentively to the conversation, was not a person prone to indecision, especially given the family's current circumstances. He took the peach and consumed it. Delicious. After savoring the first bite, he expressed his delight before taking a second and third bite. As a warm current coursed through his body, he felt a sense of comfort he had never experienced before. I feel much better, Ho Baozhu declared without prompting. It was evident from the vigor in his voice that he was far from the frail old man he had been moments prior. I wish to get up and walk. I feel invigorated. Father, please wait, Holy interjected. First, let us conduct a thorough examination. Dr. Liu, who had been waiting patiently, was eager to ascertain the specifics. If there was indeed improvement, it would signify a medical miracle. No one understood the old gentleman's health condition better than he did. With this thought, he began the examination. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Haoyu's uncles and mother returned in succession. Upon learning about their father's condition, they hurried back at Butler Zhang's behest. Seeing the old gentleman's newfound vitality, they all awaited the examination results with anticipation. Half an hour later, Dr. Liu arrived with the examination report in hand. I have reviewed the report, and it is excellent. All indicators are completely satisfactory, and the minor ailments that previously existed have inexplicably vanished. Upon comparing it to the old gentleman's past health reports, I found that his current condition is akin to that of a 70-year-old. Is that true? Wonderful, Horan exclaimed. It was noteworthy that the old gentleman was 83 this year. As Director Li of the Traditional Medicine Hospital remarked, he had entered the stage of inevitable decline, potentially nearing the end of life. Thus, hearing this news was an overwhelming relief. At this moment, Holy was also immensely pleased. The decision to have his grandfather consume the peach had been his own. Had the treatment led to deterioration, he would have borne the responsibility. Observing Dr. Liu's exuberance, I expressed my gratitude for his years of hard work and the care he would continue to provide for my father's health. Shortly, I would instruct the company to transfer $2 million as a token of appreciation for his efforts. However, I insisted that this matter remain confidential. I wished for no whispers to escape regarding our arrangement. Dr. Liu's initial excitement faded as he recognized that this sum was, in fact, a hush money, a means to ensure he would forget about the peach incident and remain silent. Come, Xiaoyu, assist me in standing, the elderly gentleman requested. Upon learning the results of his medical examination, he felt increasingly assured of his recovery, sensing the strength to rise once more after many years. Very well, grandfather, Zhou Haoyu responded, rushing to his grandfather's side to assist him. Yet before he could exert any effort, the elder managed to stand on his own. Taking a few tentative steps before his gait became noticeably lighter, allowing him to stroll leisurely about the room. Xiaoyu, was the peach a gift from a friend? Grandfather inquired. Not exactly a friend, merely an acquaintance. However, he did save my life during a car accident the other day, so I consider him my savior. This morning, I want to express my gratitude. Zhou Haoyu explained succinctly. What a remarkable peach. Xiaoyu, you must cultivate a good relationship with him. Later, find a way to inquire about the origins of this peach, grandfather urged. Do not pursue that line of questioning, Xiaoyu. Your primary focus should be on fostering a genuine friendship with him, devoid of ulterior motives, Ho Jilan cautioned. Jilan is correct. Such extraordinary things are not possessed by ordinary individuals. If he owns it, he must be aware of its effects. If he chooses to share it, it is likely because he possesses the confidence to face any consequences. Our duty is to safeguard this secret, while we may come from a lineage of merchants. Our foundation is built on integrity, and we must never repay kindness with malice, Ho Baozhu added. That evening, a family banquet was held at Villa No. 1 in Xian Mountain to celebrate Ho Baoju's recovery. Naturally, due to the sensitive nature of the discussions surrounding Chen Mo, none of the younger generation, except Zhou Haoyu, were invited. Initially, Ho Zhilan had contemplated leveraging connections to investigate Chen Mo's circumstances. However, upon reflection, she deemed it best not to intrude upon his privacy and instead entrusted the matter to Xiaoyu, confident in her son's abilities, believing he would manage well, with the sole requirement of approaching Chen Mo with sincerity. Of course, Chen Mo remained unaware of the events at the Xian Mountain Villa. After lunch, he observed Ma Xiaolan tidying up, appreciating her delicate figure, while he leisurely dialed Yun Zijian. Zijian, what is the progress with the shop? Chen Mo inquired about the current state of the renovation, noting that the progress suggests it would take approximately another month to complete. We need to expedite the work. I can't hold off much longer. If all goes well, we could potentially open around September 20th, he remarked. Yun Zijin responded, let us compress the timeline by 2 days. We should aim to open before the Mid-Autumn Festival. After I stock the shop, I plan to return to my hometown. Chen Mo expressed concern. Isn't that a bit rushed? If we hurry, the costs could significantly increase. Yun Zijin insisted. It's essential. I intend to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I expect to stay for a considerable time, likely until after National Day. Let us not dwell on cost concerns. If you can manage to open before I head home, I will offer a pair of exquisite jade bracelets and a diamond ring of at least 6 carats for the store. What do you think? Contemplating his desire to assist his siblings at home, Chen Mo, lured by the proposition, asked, are you serious? If so, I might just invest heavily. Yun Zijian, well-versed in the intricacies of the jewelry market, noted that both the 6-carat diamond and the jade bracelets are rare treasures, often regarded as the pride of a jewelry store, bringing unparalleled fame and profit. Such items are typically only accessible through auctions, far beyond the reach of ordinary jewelers, rendering the renovation cost trivial in comparison. Absolutely. You know I'm a man of my word. When do you plan to return home? Yun Zijin inquired. On the 16th, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Mo replied, uncertain about the auction schedule for diamonds, which he believed would not coincide with the festival. Zhao Lingfei had mentioned a time frame of about 20 days, likely before the festival itself, which he might confirm later. Understood. I will push for progress and aim for the 15th. Don't forget your promise, Yun Zijin encouraged. Of course, I won't forget, Chen Mo assured. Let us invite young Master Tang tonight. The 3 of us can unwind together. Still thinking about Waterworld? Do you want to go for a full package? Yun Zijin asked directly, unaware that Ma Xiaolan, upon hearing Waterworld and full package, quietly turned off the faucet, straining to listen. Indeed, I've been quite busy lately and feeling a bit fatigued, Yun Zijin admitted. I think you're not tired enough. You're still pondering leisure activities. Fine, I'm a bit far from young Master Tang, so you'll need to pick him up. After dinner, I'll head over. Let us tentatively say 7 o'clock. Does that work? Chen Mo proposed. What a cad. With such good looks, why not settle down with a proper girlfriend? If you're really struggling, can't you see I'm available? He teased. Suddenly, Ma Xiaolan, who had remained untouched by romantic matters for 3 years, having been focused solely on her livelihood, began to reflect on her own desires now that her work was stable and life pressures had eased. Chapter 30. The transformation of the nanny's thoughts after communicating with Yun Zijian. Chen Mo recalled that he needed to inquire about the auction time. He found Zhao Lingfei on WeChat and called her. Hello, Mr. Chen, Zhao. The beautiful lady greeted. I wanted to ask about the time for your auction during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm planning my return home, and wouldn't you want to miss the festivities? Chen Mo inquired. It should be fine. Our event is on Thursday, the 12th, 5 days before the festival. It won't interfere with your plans, will it? Zhao Lingfei replied. Oh, that's perfect. I want to be able to return until the 12th, Chen Mo responded. Well, it's labeled as a mid-autumn event, but it can't actually be scheduled on the holiday itself. The attendees are all significant figures, and they'll be busy during the festival, Zhao Lingfei explained. All right then, I want to take up more of your time. I hope to treat you to a meal when you're free, Chen Mo said politely. You're too kind, Mr. Chen. I thought you were waiting for me to invite you out, Zhao Lingfei teased. Not at all. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll reach out when I can. Chen Mo decisively ended the call. That foolish pig. Hanging up on me, she thought, as she changed Chen Mo's contact name from Mr. Diamond to Pighead. Afterward, she clicked into Chen Mo's moments again, where the first post still read, "Getting to work, let us persevere," accompanied by a selfie of him wearing a hard hat at a construction site. This was already Zhao Lingfei's umpteenth time visiting that post. Gazing at the photograph, she felt a hint of infatuation. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, he lay on the sofa, scrolling through videos filled with voluptuous figures and long legs, which only fueled his growing frustration. Having enhanced his physique, Chen Mo found his desires intensifying, which also affected his aesthetic preferences. He no longer favored the slender types like most boys, but instead developed a liking for slightly plumper, resilient individuals. Ma Xiaolan had not left in the afternoon. Today was August 29th, and this year, September 1st fell on a Sunday. With her daughter starting school on the 2nd, she had arranged to go shopping with friends. Previously unable to afford it, now, with a monthly salary of 10,000, Ma Xiaolan hoped her daughter could engage socially. Seeing Chen Mo's feed filled with beautiful women, many of whom were mature, clad in various revealing attire, she regretted having eliminated Xie Yun during the interview. As Chen Mo grew weary of his phone, he closed his eyes and reclined on the sofa. Ma Xiaolan approached him. "Boss, I'll learn a bit about massage. May I give you one?" "Oh, sure, Ma Jie," he replied. With that, Ma Jie sat before him and began to massage his head. Observing her skill, Chen Mo thought that Ma Jie truly knew what she was doing. While she massaged his shoulders, he could hear the rapid thumping of her heart. However, in that moment of bliss, Chen Mo chose not to disrupt the tranquility. Suppressing his growing frustration, he surrendered to the unbounded pleasure, and gradually, he drifted into slumber. When Chen Mo awoke, the clock indicated 6 o'clock. Sister Ma had already prepared dinner and was waiting at the table. "Thank you, Sister Ma," he said, though it was unclear whether he referred to her cooking or her massages. After dinner, as the clock approached 7, Chen Mo picked up his car keys and informed Sister Ma, "I'm stepping out for a moment. You may leave once you finish tidying up." "Ah, boss." She responded. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a reminder to drive carefully," he replied, recalling that he had no intention of returning that night. "Understood," he said as he descended the stairs and settled into his car. He sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope to Ma Xiaolan with the message, "A little reward for you." Upon receiving the envelope, Ma Xiaolan accepted it without hesitation, a smile gracing her lips, not merely for the money, but because Chen Mo understood her. She was certain he had noticed her little antics earlier that afternoon. Blushing, she replied, "Next time, don't go to Waterworld. If you need it, I can give you a massage." Though Chen Mo saw her message, he chose not to respond. Shortly, he arrived at Waterworld, where he met Xiao Qin and awaited Tang Yun and her companion. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Mo emerged with Xiao Qin, primarily focused on physical exercise. While he worked out, Ma Xiaolan lay on a bed with her daughter, Zhao Lili, engaged in conversation. Ma Xiaolan listened intently as her daughter recounted their shopping escapades and the delightful foods they had enjoyed. Reflecting on their lives, she felt grateful for the present, attributing it all to the man now occupying her thoughts. Noticing her mother's distraction, Zhao Lili suddenly inquired, "Mom, are you thinking about your boss?" "Don't be silly." "I wasn't joking," Ma Xiaolan flustered responded. "Mom, we promised to share everything," Zhao Lili countered, "but what does it matter? Our worlds are too different." Ma Xiaolan sighed. "Does he not stray at all? By the way, Mom, how old is he?" Zhao Lili asked, curious about her mother's enigmatic employer. "What man doesn't he stray?" "He.S. at Waterworld tonight. He probably won T return home," Ma Xiaolan lamented. "He.S. quite young, just in his 20s, and handsome too." "Well, him go to Waterworld is a good thing for you," Zhao Lili remarked. "It makes things easier. Where did you learn such things?" "Let me tell you, a girl must avoid marrying the wrong man. Don't follow my path. My only goal now is to raise you well. You're still young, and any gossip could harm you greatly," Ma Xiaolan cautioned. "Mom, what is the purpose of life?" Zhao Lili asked. "I can't speak for others, but my life is for you," Ma Xiaolan answered. "Wrong, Mom. If you live for me, what happens when I marry in 10 or 8 years? Life is not just about others. It's about finding joy and pleasing oneself. What others say matters little. When you're hungry, their compliments 1T fill your stomach. No one can bear your hunger for you. If you truly desire something, even if it leads nowhere, I will support you. All right, Mom. I'm tired and wish to sleep now. Good night. After speaking, Ma Xiaolan turned over and went to sleep. Reflecting on her daughter's words, her mood brightened significantly. Previously, she had been consumed with worry for her daughter, fearing that others would look down on them, a widow and her child. What was there to fear? Then, she thought of that man, which kept her restless throughout the night. The next day at 10 o'clock, when Chen Mo returned home, Ma Xiaolan was busy tidying up the house. Ah, Sister Ma, I forgot to tell you that you needn't come over in the morning, Chen Mo said, feeling somewhat apologetic. It's fine, boss. I had nothing else to do, Ma Xiaolan replied, then added, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage. Why don't you take a break first? Chen Mo suggested. No, boss, I'm not tired. You lie down on the sofa, she insisted. After Chen Mo reclined on the sofa, Ma Xiaolan knelt as usual, skipping the head massage and focusing directly on his shoulders, pressing her ample form against the back of his head. Sister Ma, you've changed quite a bit since last night, Chen Mo remarked. I've come to terms with things, Ma Xiaolan responded. My family has been arranged well. Chen Mo felt that Sister Ma understood him. Yes, everything is arranged, and they are quite supportive of me, she affirmed. Oh, then today 1T work. I'll prepare a big red envelope for you another day. Would you accept it? Chen Montak inquired. I know. As long as you wish to give, I shall accept. Ma Xiaolan replied as she continued the massage. The two shared a mutual understanding, and everything seemed to flow naturally. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was Zhou Haoyu. Hello. Chen Montak answered. Bro, are you home? Zhou Haoyu asked. Yes, I am, Chen Mo replied. All right, I'm coming over now. Zhou Haoyu said. Fine, I'll head out to buy groceries, Ma Xiaolan said, taking the initiative when she realized someone was coming. Take the car keys and use my car, she offered. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo simply agreed. After Ma Xiaolan left, there was a knock on the door about 5 minutes later. Chen Mo opened the door to find Zhou Haoyu. Come in, he welcomed him. Bro, I came to thank you again, Zhou Haoyu said as he stepped inside. Is it because of that peach? Chen Mo asked. Yes, yesterday I had one and thought it was delightful, so I asked you for another. Actually, I heard you say it cures all ailments, so I got one for my grandfather. He is quite elderly and nearing his end, but after eating your peach, he is now full of vitality and can walk around. I had to come here to express my gratitude. Zhou Haoyu exclaimed. Then how much are you planning to gift me this time? Chen Mo inquired with a smile. This time, no gifts. I earned that peach with my own merit. So I owe you nothing, Zhou Haoyu stated earnestly. By the way, Chen Mo, I don't know if you're free the day after tomorrow, but I do like to invite you to a gathering, Zhou Haoyu continued. Chapter 31. Becoming a private banking client, what gathering is this? Chen Montak inquired. The day after tomorrow happens to be a girl's birthday, and I wish to host a birthday banquet for her, as well as confess my feelings. Zhou Haoyu succinctly explained. Are you not worried about being rejected? Chen Mo asked curiously. That's how it is portrayed in novels. Impossible. In truth, this girl has liked me for quite some time. We grew up in the same neighborhood, so we are somewhat childhood sweethearts. Previously, I was rather carefree and had not given her a definitive answer. However, after the car accident, when I was on the brink of death, the first girl that came to my mind was her. Thus, taking advantage of her birthday, I plan to confess my feelings. It cannot possibly fail. The only issue is that time is too short, and I lack a suitable gift to present her. I heard there is a 10-carat diamond ring in some auction house as mid-autumn auction, but unfortunately, time is against me, Zhou Haoyu lamented. Xingmao auction house, Chen Mo interjected. You know about it too? Zhou Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. Of course, that diamond was sent to auction by me, Chen Mo replied. You sent it for auction? Wait, are you implying that diamond belongs to you? Zhou Haoyu asked, astonished. Indeed, it is mine, Chen Mo affirmed. Oh my goodness, do you have any similar diamond rings? My requirements are modest. A stone the size of a pigeon egg would suffice to make an impression, Zhou Haoyu quickly inquired. How many carats are you hoping for? Chen Mo pondered, recalling the numerous diamonds in his possession. 7 or 8 could indeed match the size of a pigeon egg. Generally, diamonds over 5 carats are referred to as pigeon eggs, with larger stones being more desirable. I'm not short on money, just lacking in face, Zhou Haoyu stated confidently. Wait here. I will fetch one for you, Chen Mo replied. He then made his way to the study, pretending to search for something, while actually retrieving another diamond the size of a peanut, comparable to the one at auction, perhaps even slightly larger. How about this one? Chen Mo said, presenting the diamond to Zhou Haoyu. Wow, this is fantastic. It must exceed 10 carats. It's as large as the one at auction. I never expected you had such treasures. Zhou Haoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, this one and the auction piece are akin to sister pieces, and perhaps this one is even larger, Chen Mo remarked. Larger is better. The bigger, the more precious, the more impressive, Zhou Haoyu replied, contemplating. My friend, I'll offer you 20 million for it. Will you sell it to me? 20 million? It seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Chen Mo himself was uncertain about how much it could be sold for, but according to the auction house, the starting price was set at 10 million, which is not a small amount. What I mentioned to you is the market price. Perhaps it could fetch an even higher price at auction. However, this pertains to a significant event in my life, so you must assist me. Tell me, what is your bank account number? Zhou Haoyu replied, all right, if I must, here it is. He promptly provided his account details. Within moments, Chen Mo's phone buzzed with a notification. Your account at the construction bank received a transfer of 20,000,000 yuan on August 30th, 2058 at 10:52. Your current balance is 20,143,580 yuan. Gazing at the previously meager balance, which had now transformed into over 20 million, Chen Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. He can now spend freely. The funds have been credited, Chen Mo informed Zhou Haoyu. What are your plans for this afternoon? Zhou Haoyu replied, I had no particular plans. But with the 20 million you just transferred, I intend to buy a car. Chen Mo inquired, what kind of car do you have in mind? Zhou Haoyu responded eagerly. The Cullinan. It's my favorite vehicle. Although Chen Mo had once lacked the means to afford such luxuries, he had often fantasized about the Cullinan. That sounds splendid. I'll accompany you. I know a few people, and I also need to procure a vehicle. Ever since that car accident, I've been hesitant to drive sports car, so I'm opting for something larger this time. Zhou Haoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Ma Jie returned from grocery shopping. All right, I'll head home first. Zhou Haoyu stated. Why go home? If you have no plans, why not stay here and settle up? We can head out directly this afternoon, Chen Mo suggested. That works too. Since I have no pressing matters, I might as well explore your place, Zhou Haoyu agreed. After all, his mother had always emphasized the importance of sincerity. He pondered what Chen Mo might need as he wandered around. Go ahead and take a look, Chen Mo replied casually. As Zhou Haoyu examined Chen Mo's home, he observed that while the essentials were present, personal touches were conspicuously absent, indicating that it was a recent move-in. He contemplated purchasing some potted plants for Chen Mo to add a touch of life to the space. As he moved past the living room and entered the first room, Zhou Haoyu's astonished exclamation echoed. Wow, brother, this is incredibly extravagant. Is this your study? What is wrong? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. The entire set of furniture is crafted from golden Namu wood. How could it be this opulent? Even a palace Wu Ti boasts such luxury. Zhou Haoyu exclaimed, reaching out to touch the grand desk, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. It's all small-leaf golden Namu wood. The luster is brilliant, clearly aged wood, and the dragon pattern is truly rare. Chen Mo finally grasped that Zhou Haoyu was referring to the furniture he had brought from the apocalypse. Was this indeed golden Namu wood? Though Chen Mo had never seen it in person, he had certainly heard of it. He had merely found the furniture aesthetically pleasing, shimmering like gold under sunlight. What is so surprising about it? Chen Mo genuinely did not understand. He had encountered many such woods during the apocalypse. Surprising? Why not sell these items to me? Zhou Haoyu cheerfully suggested. Leave the right side untouched. But you may take the 2 chairs and the small tea table on the left. Chen Mo replied directly. He explained that there were several similar arrangements in the space, and due to the limited size of his home, he could only accommodate one set. Brother, that's quite generous. I'll transfer 3 million to you immediately. These are truly mine. Zhou Haoyu exclaimed with delight. Chen Mo was taken aback. Could these 3 small pieces be worth 3 million? Wasn't that nearly 1 million each? After all, they were just chairs, not made of gold. Chen Mo found it hard to comprehend. In truth, Chen Mo was unaware that such exquisite golden silk nanmu would indeed held a value comparable to gold. Of course, it was the combination of these three pieces that made them a complete set. If sold individually, each would fetch a maximum of 50,000. All right, they are yours. You may take them whenever you wish, Chen Mo stated. Oh no, I must first borrow your space to take some photos for my social media, Zhou Haoyu said. After capturing images of the entire room, he posted on social media with the caption, just asking if you're impressed. It was evidently a display of ostentation, particularly because Chen Mo's grand desk and bookcase were remarkably impressive. Let me store them at your place for now. I'll find someone to transport them after I return from buying a car this afternoon, Zhou Haoyu remarked. Sure, you can keep them as long as you like, Chen Mo replied. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Mo? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Feng Yuan, a client manager from the Qin City branch of Construction Bank. Your account assets have reached the standards for our private banking services. We are honored to invite you to become our private banking client. As a private banking client, you will enjoy exclusive services and benefits. Private banking? Chen Mo inquired curiously. Yes, private banking clients benefit from prioritized services, lower loan interest rates, discounted financial products, as well as complimentary health checkups, VIP airport services, and personal concierge assistance. Feng Yuan explained. Zhou Haoyu, listening intently, took the phone from Chen Mo, recognizing his confusion. All right, I agree. Please activate the large transfer feature. I have a significant amount of funds to transfer recently. Is your client management role assigned to you? If so, please add this mobile number on WeChat, so I can reach you if needed. Great, that's settled, he concluded before hanging up. Every bank seeks to attract clients with substantial deposits, hence the term private banking client, designed to provide services to depositors. While it may not offer substantial benefits, it can be quite convenient. For instance, securing restaurant reservations that might otherwise be difficult, purchasing train or flight tickets, or even arranging for transportation, particularly for those wishing to impress or create a sense of occasion. Zhou Haoyu clearly understood this aspect and briefly explained it to Chen Mo. Oh, I see. So, does this mean I can consider myself wealthy now? Chen Mo said calmly. You were merely lacking funds before, but that doesn't mean you weren't rich, Zhou Haoyu replied, casting a longing gaze at the golden silk Nama desk. Chapter 32. Purchasing the Cullinan after finishing their meal, Zhou Haoyu made a phone call to Shengzi. This afternoon, I will pick up 2 Cullinans from your dealership. You do have them in stock, right? Brother you, I can have them delivered directly to you. No need for you to come in person, Shengzi replied. Forget it. It's a bit of hassle. Just prepare everything for me. I'll sign the contract when I arrive, Zhou Haoyu said. All right, brother you. I'll make the arrangements. I have a friend who can introduce you to the Rolls-Royce dealership in Qin City, which is owned by him. Later, we can go there and sign the contract right away. By the way, after purchasing the cars, we should also visit the property bureau to transfer the house title. Zhou Haoyu, being from a prominent family, thought of every detail meticulously. Fine, let us handle everything together to avoid any complications, Chen Mo said. The two of them took a taxi to the dealership, and as soon as they entered, a tall, slender young man in his 20s approached them briskly. He stood at least 185 meters tall and weighed no more than 120 pounds. With glasses perched on his nose and a gentle demeanor, he appeared quite refined. Brother you've arrived. Shengzi, you're here at the dealership? Let me introduce you to my good brother, Chen Mo. Today, we're each buying a Cullinan. Zhou Haoyu said, turning to Chen Mo, brother, this is Hao Sheng, the owner of this dealership. We all call him Shengzi. Brother Sheng, Chen Mo greeted, omitting the nickname. Come on, brothers, follow me. Recently, we received a batch of Cullinan black badges at the dealership. Have a look, if you're interested. I can offer you the best price, he said, leading Zhou Haoyu and Chen Mo to the vehicles. As a luxury automobile brand with over a century of history, Cullinan is highly regarded by consumers for its distinctive design, exquisite craftsmanship, and exceptional performance. The Cullinan series encompasses SUVs, sedans, and sports cars, each model showcasing the brand's unique allure. Chen Mo was particularly fond of the SUV series, especially the Cullinan black badge that Hao Sheng had mentioned. Its appearance is incredibly imposing. I'll choose this one. What about you? He asked Zhou Haoyu. All right, I'll take it as well, Zhou Haoyu responded. Make mine black. What about you, Chen Mo? What color do you prefer? Chen Mo had no specific color preference, appreciating the uniqueness of each hue. Noticing Zhou Haoyu's choice of black, he decided to opt for a different color. I'll take this heavenly blue. The vehicle's base price was 7.6 million, which did not necessitate any additional options. As it would be cumbersome, I'll arrange the top configuration for you. Let us say it LLB around 9 million. Brother, does that sound good? Hao Sheng inquired. Brother, you're being very accommodating. How could I refuse? Zhou Haoyu replied, fully aware that if they opted for the top configuration, the combined vehicle tax and configuration would amount to at least 2 million, making this a significant savings. The two signed their names and processed their payments, facilitated by Chen Mo's recent upgrade to a private banking client, as the average person would not possess such a credit limit for a 9 million purchase. The vehicle is ready for departure at any moment. The license plate and other details can be arranged when both of you are free. Hao Sheng, having completed the contract, said, All right then, I'll accompany my brother to the real estate bureau, and we can reconnect later. Zhou Haoyu, addressing Hao Sheng, added, Following closely are two Culinans from the dealership, attracting attention on the road. Anyone with a modicum of automotive knowledge recognizes the value of the little golden man. The property transfer proceeded exceptionally smoothly, as Zhou Haoyu had meticulously organized every detail. Upon arrival, there was no need to queue. A dedicated staff member came to assist. Chen Mo merely needed to present his identification and affix his signature, and within 10 minutes, the process was completed. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Mo returned to Daqin Shijia, having agreed with Zhou Haoyu to arrange for someone to retrieve the 3-piece set of golden silk Namu. After parking the Cullinan beside his Mercedes, he noted that Daqin Shijia boasted commendable amenities, with each unit allocated 2 parking spaces, 1 for the residents. Previously unaware of this arrangement due to his rental history, he only discovered it post-transfer. Observing the 2 parking spots, Chen Mo mused that upon his next visit home, he would drive the Mercedes back, allowing family members to use it as they wished. Otherwise, Sister Ma's vehicle would have nowhere to rest. Venturing to the basement to inspect the property, Chen Mo felt quite satisfied, estimating it to be nearly 30 square meters. Upon returning home, he found Sister Ma had already arrived. Sitting on the sofa, he perused his phone and noticed a friend request on WeChat. Upon opening it, he recognized Feng Yuan, a customer manager from a construction bank. After accepting the request, he saw her profile picture, a professional beauty in a simple white shirt paired with a tailored skirt and black high heels, a classic color combination that exuded elegance. Her gaze was steadfast and bright, as if she possessed an intimate understanding of everything around her. Her figure was striking, with a pronounced bust that seemed ready to burst from her shirt buttons, accentuating a remarkable waist-to-hip ratio that showcased her alluring curves. Moments latte. A message arrived on his phone. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am your personal banking client manager. Please feel free to reach out for any assistance. It will be my utmost pleasure to serve you. Chen Mo replied, Anything at all? Indeed. I currently find myself in need of a girlfriend. Could you assist with that as well? Certainly. May I inquire about your criteria for a partner, Mr. Chun? This left Chen Mo momentarily speechless. I was merely jesting. If there is anything, I will contact you. Very well. Please attend to your matters. Feeling somewhat bemused by his earlier teasing, Chen Mo suddenly received a call from his brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Xiao Mo, I'm about to enter the city with a load of goods. Where are you? I could deliver them to you. Oh, I'm at Daqin Shijia. Are you familiar with the location? Never mind. I'll send you my location via WeChat. All right then. After hanging up, Chen Mo sent his brother-in-law the location and added, I'll inform the property management in advance. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Just let them know my phone number upon your arrival. He then promptly called the property management to confirm that they would allow entry upon his brother-in-law's disclosure of his phone number. Shortly after the conversation, a knock echoed through the room. Chen Mo opened the door to reveal Zhou Haoyu, accompanied by 6 individuals. Brother, I've moved the chairs away for you to enjoy at your leisure. With just 2 chairs, why have you brought so many people? Chen Montak inquired. These items are quite precious. I specifically hired a moving company, paying 5,000 yuan, to ensure nothing gets damaged, Zhou Haoyu explained. A moving company? I have a bit of work for you. If you finish, come to my place, Chen Mo proposed, recalling the impending delivery of a truckload of cigarettes and alcohol. Surely, enlisting a couple of individuals would be more efficient than moving everything himself along with his brother-in-law. What work? The leader of the group asked. It's just a truckload of cigarettes and alcohol that needs to be moved to my lower apartment, Chen Mo replied. Oh, just heavy lifting? That sounds simple. Is it just one truckload? 2 of us will suffice for that. We charge by the hour, at 30 yuan per hour. Is that acceptable? Yes, just 1 truckload. That works. Once you finish, you can come over, Chen Mo confirmed. Should take about half an hour, he added, noting that his brother-in-law had called to say he was now at the underground garage of the community. Chen Mo descended to the garage and located his brother-in-law, Fan Jiming. At 36 years old, he stood tall at 183 centimeters and weighed 160 jin, exuding an amiable demeanor behind his black-rimmed glasses. What workers are you looking for? We could unload this ourselves in an hour, he remarked. There's no issue. The company is covering the cost. Let's go, Chen Mo replied, aware that his brother-in-law worked diligently for his earnings. He knew that mentioning the company would ensure his agreement. Upon ascending to the apartment, Fan Jiming gazed in astonishment at the 200-square-meter residence. Wow, you live here? It's quite nice. It's acceptable, Chen Mo replied modestly. How much is the rent? His brother-in-law inquired. This community is upscale, so the rent is 12,000 yuan, Chen Mo stated. Per month? That is quite expensive. Can you even earn that much in a month? Fan Jiming questioned skeptically. Well, I manage quite well, earning between 30,000 to 50,000 yuan monthly without much trouble, primarily through partnerships with jewelry stores, given the high volume of transactions. Moreover, I'm in the process of opening a jewelry store with a classmate, where I will provide the supply chain. I own 20 of the business, which is set to open next month. By then, not only will I be able to afford rent, but purchasing a home here might also be feasible, Chen Mo elaborated, feeling it necessary to share this news, as it merely concerned establishing a clear path forward. Really? That sounds promising. When you have money, don't forget to help out your niece, his brother-in-law encouraged. Of course. I'll take care of her, Chen Mo assured, confident in his brother-in-law's good intentions. Chapter 33. The Cigarette Apocalypse. Chen Mo engaged in a conversation with his brother-in-law for over 10 minutes before 2 workers arrived. Together, they proceeded to the garage to unload the vehicle, which took approximately 40 minutes. His brother-in-law, unable to remain idle, insisted on lending a hand. In Blue Star, such activities posed a challenge, as the surroundings were monitored, making it difficult to utilize spatial storage. Otherwise, it could be accomplished with a mere flick of the wrist. After settling the workers' payment, Chen Mo calculated their wages by the hour. Once the workers departed, his brother-in-law remarked, "It's nearly 5 o'clock. Are you staying here for the night?" "No, the shop is empty. I've arranged for the supplier to deliver goods tonight, and your sister cannot oversee everything alone. Since it's still early, I shall head back. Let's have a proper gathering when you return home for the holidays. By the way, this is the price list your sister provided. Take it," his brother-in-law stated before preparing to drive away. Chen Mo transferred 100,000 to his brother-in-law, who left immediately upon receiving the funds. Alone, Chen Mo entered the lower room and stored the cigarettes, alcohol, and tea in a spatial storage before directly traversing to the apocalypse. On the other side, he found himself on the 3rd floor of Lu Jia's shop, but this time, his spatial storage contained a considerable amount of cigarettes and alcohol. Upon descending, he encountered Lu Jia, who was busy organizing items. Lu Jia, perplexed by Chen Mo's presence, inquired, "What is going on, boss? I thought you were going to rest." "Actually, I'm heading to the Qinglong mercenary group to bring someone back. I plan to stay here long-term. What do you think we can have everything ready?" Chen Mo asked. "We're progressing quickly. There's minimal renovation required. Give me a day, and by the day after tomorrow, we should meet the operational standards. However, the inventory remains uncertain. What are we planning to sell?" Lu Jia, always curious, pondered this. Something akin to display cabinets, similar to those used for selling jewelry. But selling jewelry has little market value these days. Enhancers seek power, while ordinary folks prioritize basic needs and are more inclined to spend. Thus, I will go out today and bring the goods tomorrow, and you will see for yourself. Make sure everything is ready by then. Let us tentatively schedule the opening for the day after tomorrow, Chen Mo instructed. Understood, boss, Lu Jie replied. Chen Mo stepped outside, contemplating the need for a vehicle in the apocalypse, as the distance was considerable. He lamented having given all his crystals to Lu Jie, but then recalled he still had a few Qinglong coins in his spatial storage, counting a total of 68. He decided to hail a taxi. Driver, how much to the East District Plantation? Chen Montak in Kvilet. 20 Qinglong coins, the driver responded. All right, let us go, Chen Mo exclaimed, pleased not to have to walk back. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of little Lu Ji's villa. The driver, aware of Chen Mo's acquaintance with Steward Lu, insisted on not charging him. It was a trivial matter, as they were all working for someone else. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Mo found little Lu Gu absent. Only the two women remained at home, while Lu Ziming and Lu Da were out inspecting the plantation. How are you, Mo Gu? Upon seeing Chen Mo, Lu Zimei rushed over and embraced his waist, inquiring, how did it go? Quite smoothly, he replied. I have rented a shop in the city and am currently tidying it up. We will head there tomorrow and open the day after. You all just need to keep an eye on the shop. Lu Mengnan, standing beside them, approached and clasped Chen Mo's shoulder, saying, indeed, I thought since you all have some free time, we could venture into business and earn some money. Wonderful, they exclaimed in unison. What shall we sell? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo retrieved a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor from his space. What are these? Lu Zimei asked, having never seen either item before. The bottles contain liquor, though it differs from what you usually drink. It's quite strong. The other is tobacco, typically used by men, Chen Mo explained. By the way, please refrain from discussing my abilities with others. Be cautious, he advised. Understood, they replied simultaneously. Lu Zimei added, during the explanation of the current situation, we were present and aware that the abilities vary from person to person. Chen Mo is our pillar of support, and we hope more than anyone that he remains safe. Originally, Chen Mo had no intention of bringing items from Blue Star to the apocalyptic world, fearing complications and exposure of his origins. However, upon gaining insight into the power dynamics of this new world, he felt equipped to face any challenges, prompting a shift in his perspective. Furthermore, it was unlikely that others would deduce the existence of a parallel world simply due to the novelty of certain items. The imagination required for such a leap was considerable. As the three conversed, Lu Da and Lu Ziming returned. Brother-in-law, you're back. Lu Ziming was the first to exclaim. Yes, I have returned, Chen Mo responded, turning to Lu Da. Little Lu, tomorrow I will take these 3 to the city. I've rented a shop with the intention of starting a business. You rented a shop? Where? You should have told me. I have some connections within the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Securing a shop would be effortless. In the 3rd district, I happened to come across it today and rented it immediately, Chen Mo replied. Have you decided on the nature of the business? Things have changed significantly since the apocalypse. Many items lack a market, little Lu inquired with concern. Well, that's the thing, Chen Mo said, pulling a cigarette from the table, opening the pack, and offering one to little Lu while taking one for himself. Chen Mo had never smoked before, but since little Lu had never seen cigarettes, he knew he needed to demonstrate how it was done. Finding a lighter, he lit one and took a puff. It was his first experience with smoking. Had it not been for Chen Mo's robust constitution, he surely would have choked. However, he remained composed and said, this is how you inhale. Why don't you give it a try? Little Ru observed Chen Mo smoking, relishing the experience, and imitated him by lighting up and taking a deep drag. He coughed violently, but it was of little consequence, as he was at level 5, and he found it rather amusing. Unlike Chen Mo, who was prepared and aware that the first puff could be harsh, he was oblivious to the nature of this thing called a cigarette, taking a deep inhalation. He believed it could alleviate sorrow and troubles, and add joy to celebrations. The first puff was a bit harsh, but it's much better now, remarked Little Ru. Well, this entire pack is yours. Take your time, Chen Mo responded, and this liquor, it's different from what we've had before. It's quite strong. Tonight, we shall have a taste. Is that so? I'm familiar with liquor. I often indulge in a sip. I'll have someone prepare some dishes. We shall savor this. With that, Little Ru stepped out to arrange for the meal. After some idle chatter, the dishes were ready. Little Ru, with a cigarette in his mouth, led Chen Mo and the others to the dining room. By now, Little Ru had become quite fond of smoking, finishing one cigarette only to light another immediately. At the table, Chen Mo opened a bottle of liquor, pouring a glass for everyone. Liquor was something everyone had encountered, except for Lu Ziming, who was oblivious to its nature. Little Ru took the initiative and sipped first. Ah, what a refreshing sensation. This liquor packs a punch. He coughed. Wow, it's quite spicy. Lu Ziming, without much thought, also took half a glass, mistakenly assuming it was similar to the previous drinks, only to find herself choking. Yes, it's too spicy. Seeing Lu Mei's reaction, Lu Mingnan cautiously took a small sip, saying, Lu Ziming, he doesn't have liquor at all. Chen Mo thought, Lu Ziming too young to partake. Come on, Little Ru, if it's good, drink more. I toast to you. Chen Mo filled Ru Da's glass to the brim and raised his own. All right, this liquor is indeed delightful. They engaged in a merry exchange, quickly finishing the bottle. Chen Mo then opened another, this time refraining from drinking much himself, as Little Ru had become quite enamored with it, pouring for himself, taking bites of food, and sipping the liquor, enjoying every moment. In the end, he consumed a staggering 1.5 gene, yet still craved more. The resilience of this enhanced individual was remarkable. Drinking baijiu felt akin to sipping beer. After the meal, Little Ru prepared for an evening meeting at the Qinglong Mercenary Corps headquarters, packing 2 packs of cigarettes. The headquarters was located in the 1st District, led by the formidable Chang Weiyue, a level 6 wood-type ability user. His powers were impressive, reportedly possessing 3 offensive skills, 1 defensive skill, and 1 evasion technique, capable of offense, defense, and retreat. This versatility was a significant reason why the Qinglong Mercenary Corps could dominate 2 districts. Chapter 34. The grand opening of the shop as the meeting commenced. Before Captain Chang Weiyue could utter a word, Lu Da produced a cigarette and effortlessly lit it with a flick of his fingers, conjuring a small flame. The act was undeniably stylish as he began to exhale plumes of smoke. In the room, there were over 10 individuals, all possessing abilities of the 5th tier or higher. Others looked on, intrigued by the novelty of it, as the faint aroma wafted through the air, and observed Lu Da's expression of sheer enjoyment. Lu Da, what is that? Chang Weiyue inquired directly. Captain, this is called a cigarette. A single puff can alleviate your troubles, Lu Da boasted, distributing one to everyone present, including 2 ladies, while explaining the method of smoking. In truth, it was a straightforward endeavor, easily grasped at first glance. As the group took their initial puffs, reactions varied. Some coughed, others furrowed their brows, and a few wore expressions of uncertainty. However, with each subsequent draw, the experience became increasingly pleasurable. Having smoked one, nearly everyone lit a second. The meeting swiftly transformed into a smoking festivity, with desires for a third rising. Lu Da, however, was unwilling to part with more, having brought only 2 packets. Lu Da, where did you acquire this? Chang Weiyue asked. A little brother of mine plans to open a shop in the 3rd District, primarily dealing in tobacco and alcohol. The cigarette is a gift from him, and the liquor is exceptionally delightful, unlike what we usually consume. Intensely flavorful, Lu Da explained, assuming the role of salesman. The 3rd District, you say? In that case, please inquire about the opening date. I would like to purchase some. Moreover, since you have a surplus, do reserve the remaining pack for me. If it were in the 1st or 2nd District, one could consider alternative channels or seek a location to set up shop. Such novelty alone could yield substantial profits. However, in the 3rd District, such maneuvers are unfeasible. The 8 major powers have an agreement to avoid encroaching upon each other's territories. Otherwise, chaos would reign in the central city. For no matter how powerful these 8 factions are, they must leave some room for the smaller forces. As the architects of this order, the 8 major powers, being vested interests, are compelled to uphold these regulations. All right, I shall inquire tomorrow, Lu Da replied reluctantly, producing half a box of cigarettes and handing it to Chang Weiyue. The following morning, during breakfast, little Lu inquired about the specific location from Chen Mo. Chen Mo was not entirely certain of the exact address, but provided a description, stating it was near the small square. Lu Zimei, who had previously studied in the central city, was well acquainted with the area and relayed the information to little Lu. After the meal, little Lu arranged for transportation to take Chen Mo and his companions to the shop, assuring Chen Mo that he would attend the opening ceremony the next day. "Boss, you've arrived," Lu Jie exclaimed upon seeing Chen Mo and his entourage. "How are the display cases coming along?" Chen Mo asked. "The display cases will be delivered this afternoon. I will go fetch the sign shortly," Lu Jie responded. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Mo replied. Once Lu Jie left to collect the sign, Chen Mo directed the two women to the third floor for rest and secured a private bedroom to retrieve the tobacco, alcohol, and tea from his storage. When Lu Jie and the three workers returned, they assisted in installing the sign. After the display case was delivered in the afternoon, it was arranged according to Chen Mo's instructions. Zimming, "Lu Jie, let us head to the third floor to retrieve the tobacco and alcohol," Chen Mo said. "Third floor? Is there anything there? By the way, what is tobacco and alcohol?" Lu Jie inquired in surprise. "I placed them there while you were out this morning. I will explain in detail shortly," Chen Mo replied, leading them to the third floor to collect several varieties of items. He then conducted a training session on pricing, primarily focusing on setting prices. Chen Mo's pricing strategy was straightforward. One blue star crystal equated to one white crystal in the post-apocalyptic world. Is this price exorbitant? One might wonder. Indeed, it is considered steep. However, Chen Mo reasoned that with no competition in this exclusive venture, there was no need to undersell. Furthermore, this price was not overly burdensome for those with special abilities. Unbeknownst to them, a level 4 crystal equated to 100 level 3 crystals, which in turn equated to 1,000 level 2 crystals. The figures escalated dramatically when it came to level 5 crystals, where one such crystal equated to 1,000 level 4 crystals or 100,000 level 2 crystals. Ultimately, all the tobacco and alcohol he had brought amounted to a mere 100 level 4 crystals, leading Chen Mo to conclude that the price was not excessive. Next came the arrangement of the products, which were divided into 3 sections: tobacco, alcohol, and tea. Lu Jie, Lu Mengnan, and Lu Zimming each took charge of one area, with tea being under Lu Jie's purview, priced uniformly at 1 level 3 crystal per pound. Lu Zimei was currently responsible for handling the cash. The following morning, the store officially opened without any special ceremony. However, despite the opening, no customers entered to make purchases, largely due to Chen Mo's inexperience in business and lack of promotional efforts. Around 10 o'clock, a convoy of over a dozen vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps sped past the street. The Qinglong Mercenary Corps, one of the 8 major factions, had crossed regions, drawing the attention of all forces within the 3rd District. The most formidable local force in the 3rd District was level 5, with previously 7 factions. But after the death of the Flame Mercenary Corps leader, only 6 remained: the Tiger Mercenary Corps, the Giant Deer Mercenary Corps, the Iron Bull Mercenary Corps, the Violet Mercenary Corps, the Sword Mercenary Corps, and the Gale Mercenary Corps. Their strengths were relatively comparable, although the Tiger and Sword Mercenary Corps were slightly more powerful, boasting 5 and 6 level 5 strongholds, respectively. Upon learning of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps arrival in the 3rd District, these factions kept a vigilant watch. In this post-apocalyptic world, information transmission was not inferior to that of Blue Star. While there were no mobile phones post-apocalypse, there were none after. Though they existed before, communication devices like walkie-talkies remained operational. As the Qinglong Mercenary Corps made a beeline for Chen Mo's store, all factions focused their attention on it. Naturally, Chen Mo was oblivious to this unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, amidst the monotony of the store, Chen Mo heard Lu Jie's exclamation upon recognizing the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo was reminded of little Lu. He glanced toward the entrance and saw a group of individuals approaching. Among them was indeed little Lu. "Customers are arriving. Let us prepare," Chen Mo stated simply before stepping outside to greet them. "Welcome, little Lu," Chen Mo greeted first. "This is our leader, Chong Wuyue. Today, many members of our mercenary group have come, all drawn by your fine spirits and tobacco," little Lu remarked. "Thank you all for your support. Let us proceed into the establishment." Chen Mo expressed his gratitude and then privately addressed Chong Wuyue. "Come, I shall lead everyone inside." Upon entering the shop, There was no clamor. The visitors were all elite members of the Qinglong mercenary group, each at least at level 4, accustomed to holding high positions. Even if they had never encountered such products, they were not prone to noise. Lu Mengnan, having previously engaged in business, appeared quite composed and naturally aware that the guests might be unfamiliar with the offerings. She promptly produced 2 boxes of cigarettes, distributing them while providing a brief explanation on how to smoke. Most of the elite members of the Qinglong mercenary group were already acquainted with smoking and began to indulge immediately. Chen Mo instructed Lu Jie to prepare tea for everyone, having trained in this matter just the day before. After enjoying the tea, the group expressed interest in the beverage. The tea leaves exuded a rich aroma, offering a smooth taste with a sweet aftertaste that mingled with fruity and floral notes, captivating their senses with its bittersweet charm. Chen Mo did not take part in the sales, but due to the quality of the products, everyone made purchases, particularly the cigarettes, with some acquiring as few as 2 packs and others as many as 5 or 6. The tea also sold impressively, totaling 10 pounds. As each individual exited, they found themselves laden with numerous bags. While leaving, Chen Mo accompanied Chang Wuyue, who remarked, "Mr. Chen, should you find it difficult to thrive in Area 3, you're always welcome in Area 1. Making a living will not be an issue." Chen Mo replied, "I appreciate your concern, Leader Chang, but I believe the people of Area 3 are quite amicable and will not drive me away." Chang Wuyue gazed intently at Chen Mo, as if to etch his confident visage into her memory, and then silently departed. During their time at Chen Mo's shop, news reached all factions, inciting curiosity regarding the purpose of the Qinglong mercenary group's visit, particularly that of their leader, Chang Wuyue. Each faction dispatched observers, and once Chang Wuyue and her group departed, reports flooded in, prompting the leaders of various factions, excluding those preoccupied with slaying zombies, to hasten to Chen Mo's establishment. Chapter 35. Establishing Authority. The second group to enter was comprised of members from the Storm Mercenary Corps, numbering 7 or 8, none of whom Chen Mo recognized or paid much heed to. As was his custom, he produced a cigarette, ignited it, and began to smoke, embodying the principle of action over words. He then instructed Lu Jie to brew tea, ensuring each person received a cup, and opened a bottle of liquor for those inclined to sample it, offering small servings. Consequently, everyone indulged to varying degrees. Following them were the Jiulu Mercenary Corps, then the Iron Bull Mercenary Corps, and, subsequently, the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, alongside a few curious onlookers. However, the majority of buyers were superhumans, as ordinary individuals seldom possessed the means to partake. Later that evening, on the 3rd floor of the shop, Lu Zime remarked, "Today's business has been exceptionally good." Indeed. Most who sampled the liquor ended up purchasing. Lu Jie concurred. "It is the first day. After all, everything seems novel. It likely won tea remain this way." Lu Mengnan commented, "That is hard to say. If everyone enjoys it, they may very well opt for bulk purchases." Lu Zime replied, "Let us tally the sales, shall Mei. Could you check?" Chen Mo suggested. "I've calculated it. We've amassed over 30,000 crystals, which is roughly a third of our inventory," Chen Mo noted. He had meticulously counted, but estimated based on total sales, which, while not precise, offered a reference. "All right, we shall monitor further. Each of you take 10 crystals as a reward," Chen Mo declared, fully aware of the purchasing power of the crystals. "Thank you, boss," Lu Jie replied, the most elated among them, for he had been in a contractual relationship with Chen Mo and depended on his earnings to sustain himself, hoping to support his sister in elevating her abilities. While they conversed, a loud knocking resounded at the shop as in trance. "Open the door. Hurry up. Boss, trouble has come," Lu Jie said. Worry etched across his face, recalling the arrival of members from the Qinglong Mercenary Corps that morning, and he realized that the boss was familiar with some of them. "It's all right. I'll head downstairs and take a look," Chen Mo responded, descending the stairs. Upon opening the door, he found over 20 individuals gathered in the square, with a young man sporting yellow hair pounding on the door. "We are from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Our leader is waiting below." "Who is in charge here?" "Come speak with our leader," the young man announced. "You all stay inside. I will check it out, Chen Mo said before making his way to the square, simultaneously enveloping himself in a spatial barrier. Not wishing to be caught off guard. I am the proprietor of this establishment, Chen Mo. Which of you is the leader, and what business do you have with me? Chen Mo inquired as he approached the group. I am Wang Hu, the leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. I have come to discuss a matter with you. A burly man in his 40s stepped forward, a face marked by a life of toughness. One Chen Mo recognized from earlier that day when he had visited the shop. What is it? Chen Mo asked. You are well aware of the current state of affairs. I propose that you integrate your shop into our Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. In return, we will safeguard your establishment's operations and provide you with a 4th-level crystal each month. What do you think? Wang Hu stated, having observed the shop's thriving business that morning, contemplating the prospect of claiming it for himself and later extracting business channels to pursue this venture independently. This sentence amused Chen Mo, for he was well aware that the daily revenue exceeded 30,000 crystals, equivalent to over 30 4th-level crystals, which amounted to 1 5th-level crystal per month. And what did Wang Hu offer himself? A mere 4th-level crystal, a paltry 1,000th. How ludicrous. Are you suggesting that you wish to take over this establishment? What if I were to decline? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Brother, you cannot protect this place. It would be wiser to relinquish it. After all, nothing is more valuable than life, Wang Hu threatened. Are you implying that if I refuse, you would resort to taking my life? Chen must tempa flauet. What do you think? We have come here in the dead of night. Do you believe this is merely child's play? Wang Hu boasted arrogantly. Ignoring Wang Hu's haughty demeanor, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings and noticed many individuals were watching intently. Not merely for amusement, but likely as spies from various factions. One strike to deter 100. Let today serve as the inaugural battle to establish my authority. I believe you're not playing games, but courting death. How laughable, Chen Mo declared, and with a swift gesture, a space blade severed Wang Hu's head from his shoulders. He perished without comprehending the manner of his demise. With about 20 others remaining, Chen Mo unleashed the space blade upon the rest of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, expanding its reach to a maximum of 5 meters. With a sweep of his left hand followed by his right, only 2 female ability users remained. The others were left in dismembered heaps. It was not that those 2 were particularly formidable, but rather that Chen Mo had no intention of slaying them. Do you wish to die? Chen Mo inquired, observing the stunned expressions of the 2 women. Huh? The next sound were 2 piercing screams, for the reality of the situation had left them paralyzed with fear. 20 individuals had been dispatched with mere flicks of his hand. Please don't kill me, I surrender. One girl pleaded. I surrender as well, please don't kill me. The other quickly added, terrified that Chen Mo might direct his hand towards her next. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Produce all the crystals from your mercenary group and deliver them to me, and I will spare you. The majority of the crystals are in the possession of these 5th-level ability users, and we have some at our headquarters. I will fetch one for you, a woman replied. Rising to her feet, she hurried to the corpse and began rummaging through pockets, ultimately retrieving over 50 crystals and a dozen cards. What are these cards? Chen Montak inquired. These cards are storage cards issued by the Yong'an Chamber of Commerce. They have stored their crystals there for easy access, she explained, fearful that any delay in her response would lead to her demise. And what are the crystals belonging to your mercenary group? Chen Montak pressed. I will take you to retrieve them, the woman assured him. That is sufficient. You 2 may wait for me upstairs while I visit the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo instructed the few individuals at the shop's entrance. Then, Chen Mo followed the 2 women as they made their way toward the headquarters of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. As soon as Chen Mo departed, the crowd around the square scattered like birds taking flight, frantically relaying information. Before long, news of the smoke shop owner's decisive action against the Tiger Mercenary Corps spread throughout the 3rd District and rapidly reached other districts. The first to receive this news were the 5 other 5th-level mercenary groups in the 3rd District, many of whom had visited Chen Mo's shop earlier that day. The Tiger Mercenary Corps, much like their counterparts, possessed formidable strength that exceeded expectations, yet they were swiftly dispatched. These were not just any 6th-tier warriors. They were formidable beings that one should never provoke. This was the assessment of Chen Mo by his adversaries. Half an hour later, Detailed reports regarding this battle had reached the tables of the leaders of the 8 foremost factions. Their conclusion was a suspicion of Chen Mo being at the 7th tier. As 6th-tier warriors themselves, they found it unfathomable to display the ease and grace that Chen Mo exhibited. Consequently, they unanimously issued a directive to convene a meeting, the sole topic being Chen Mo. The situation was no different for the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps. Upon receiving the report, Chang Wuyue was taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had merely been interested in cigarettes, harboring a notion of reveling in Chen Mo's misfortune. In his opinion, such monopolistic ventures were a perilous endeavor for anyone outside the 8 factions. Failure would lead to death or a hasty retreat to align with themselves. He had mistakenly perceived Chen Mo as a mere bronze, only to be met with the harsh reality of his true prowess, a king who dealt him a stinging blow, one that was a critical strike. The 6th tier surpassed the 5th significantly, primarily due to the emergence of mental prowess, allowing for preemptive awareness of an opponent's skills and the ability to evade attacks, catching foes off guard. Additionally, 6th-tier warriors could absorb elemental forces, rendering their techniques far more devastating, akin to the evolution from a rifle to a rocket. However, none could achieve the instantaneous annihilation that Chen Mo accomplished, taking out not just one, but a multitude, including several 5th-tier warriors. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, he was en route to the Tiger Mercenary Corps alongside 2 captives, soon arriving at their stronghold, a residential complex. Under the guidance of the 2 women, Chen Mo reached the treasure trove of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, which was none other than the residence of their leader, Wang Hu. Upon witnessing the riches of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Chen Mo noted 3 yellow crystals, 46 orange crystals, 128 red crystals, and over 3,000 white crystals. "Depart, for I keep my word. You shall not perish," Chen Mo declared to the 2 women. "Very well. Thank you," they replied, bowing before making a hasty retreat, likely facing a nightmarish ordeal ahead. Chen Mo collected all the crystals into his spatial storage, reflecting on the truth of the saying, "Killing and arson bring golden belts," before making his way back. Chapter 36. The 4th skill, teleportation upon returning to the villa. Chen Mo found everyone gathered in the shop, engaging in lively discussions while waiting. The topic revolved around the extent of Chen Mo's formidable strength. While others may have been oblivious, Lu Jia was acutely aware that the Tiger Mercenary Corps was one of the most formidable groups in the 3rd District, surpassing the Flame Mercenary Corps to which his sister had previously belonged. Yet, they had been effortlessly vanquished by Chen Mo, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. He secretly rejoiced in having allied himself with such a powerful figure, akin to clinging to the leg of a giant elephant. Simultaneously, he took it upon himself to enlighten the others about the might of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. As Chen Mo pushed the door open, everyone rushed toward him, welcoming him back like a hero returning from battle. They hadn't taken a moment's rest. The matter had been resolved, and such occurrences were unlikely to repeat. Business could resume, and he would leave it in their capable hands, while he might occasionally venture out to dispatch some zombies. Chen Mo briefly outlined the arrangements for the future. "All right, boss." "Understood, Brother Mo, sure thing, brother-in-law." "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early," he declared, ascending to the 3rd floor. "You all sleep here tonight. I have matters to attend to. Do not disturb me," he instructed the 2 women trailing behind him. "Understood," the 2 replied promptly, having already guessed that Chen Mo was about to upgrade his powers. Indeed, the Tiger Mercenary Corps possessed a 5th-level crystal. Reflecting on his performance earlier that day, Chen Mo anticipated that he would soon confront top-tier forces. He doubted any other factions would dare to provoke him under such circumstances. Yet, having never faced a 6th-level powerhouse, he decided it prudent to first ascend to the 5th level, curious about the skills it might bestow. With determination, he took out the yellow crystal and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, he felt the surge of power as his abilities began to evolve. His body swelled with energy, leading him to speculate that this might be the infusion of spiritual energy, although he was uncertain if that was indeed the case. After half an hour, the upgrade was complete, and he immediately sensed the enhancement of his powers. To his delight, he he discovered a new skill had emerged in his mind: teleportation. This skill, as Chen Mo understood it, allowed him to instantaneously move from one point to another, traversing spatial nodes and thus bypassing any obstacles without consuming time during the process. While it lacked any offensive capabilities, its auxiliary potential was remarkable, enabling him to evade attacks and traverse distances swiftly. Eager to test it, he executed a teleportation and vanished from the room, reappearing on the bustling street outside. To measure the distance, he decided to teleport again along the road and then return. He found that he had passed 3 intersections and covered over 1,500 steps, approximately 1 kilometer. Considering that the central city encompassed 18 districts, which was roughly several kilometers away, he realized he could reach it in mere seconds. This was indeed an extraordinary convenience. After teleporting twice in succession, Chen Mo found no significant fatigue from the ability, so he resolved to conduct further tests the following day. The next morning, as Lu Jie opened a shop for business, he was not greeted by customers, but rather by a pair of stunning twin beauties. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jie had engaged in conversation with the 2 enchanting twin sisters who had arrived at the door. He instructed them to wait while he ascended to find Chen Mo. On the 3rd floor, Lu Jie encountered Chen Mo, who had just risen from slumber. "Boss, 2 twin beauties are here to seek your favor. Shall I bring them up?" Lu Jie inquired. "Certainly, please escort them here," Chen Mo replied. Before long, Lu Jie returned with the 2 women, who proceeded downstairs to survey the shop. "Are you here to seek my protection?" Chen Mo scrutinized the pair, noting their striking resemblance. They appeared to be identical twins, presumably around 23 or 24 years of age, possessing an unparalleled beauty that might even surpass all the women Chen Mo had met. Their skin was as fair as jade, delicate as cream, with lips so alluringly tender they seemed to glisten. Their eyebrows arched playfully, exuding a mischievous charm. Their exquisite features radiated a luminosity akin to fine pearls and jade, with an air of scholarly elegance intermingling within their gaze. To Chen Mo, their overall attractiveness easily warranted a score of at least 95. "Yes," one of the girls responded. "Why do you wish to align yourselves with me?" "I never expressed a need for recruits," Chen Mo queried. "Because you have shown us the hope of reaching level 6. The girl explained. "Hope of reaching level 6? How did you discern that?" Chen Mo probed further. "We have witnessed the prowess of level 6 warriors, and your capabilities far exceed what we have seen yesterday, leading us to speculate that you might be a level 7, the girl articulated. "And if I am not level 7, would you still seek my companionship?" Chen Mo inquired. "Indeed," the girl replied without hesitation. "Why is that?" "I mentioned the possibility of not being level 7. Chen Mo expressed his astonishment, suspecting they may have misheard him. "Yes, if you are not level 7, we would still wish to join you, for it would signify that your skills are extraordinarily formidable, and your future boundless," the girl asserted. "Very well. However, there is but one condition. You must become my people. Please contemplate this," Chen Mo stated plainly, for he was no philanthropist eager to distribute resources freely. The 2 sisters hesitated momentarily, exchanging glances before one of them proclaimed, "We agree." "Then come and sit." Chen Mo gestured towards his lap. Instantly, both girls blushed, shyly approaching him, each taking a seat beside him, clearly feeling somewhat out of place. "Let us begin with introductions," Chen Mo encouraged. "I am Liu Xingye, and this is my sister Lu Yiwei." The initial girl introduced herself. "How can I differentiate between you 2, as you appear identical?" Chen Mo asked with curiosity. "Indeed, we are indistinguishable in form. However, my sister is rather reserved, which is why I usually take the lead," Lu Xing'er elucidated. "Then, Xing'er, would you kindly share your circumstances? I wish to understand you better." Chen Mo expressed his genuine interest in the twins. "My sister and I are twins and have previously been students in Central City. Upon the arrival of the apocalypse, we both awakened our abilities. Currently, we are level 5 water element users. You have reached level 5, quite impressive. You mentioned having witnessed the actions of level 6 warriors. What was that experience like?" Chen Mo inquired. "The 6th-level powerhouse we speak of is Yu Qinghan, the leader of the Zhuke mercenary corps. She is our classmate. Not long ago, when we encountered zombies outside, we spent some time together. She is indeed formidable." surpassing the combined strength of the two of us. Hence, we aspire to elevate ourselves to the 6th level as swiftly as possible. Could you perhaps share your respective abilities? He continued. Of course, if it's inconvenient, then it's no matter. Chen Mo recognized that his inquiry was somewhat presumptuous, as an ability is often a secret weapon. No worries, she replied. I feel that even upon reaching the 6th level, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. My skills are relatively decent compared to my sister S. For instance, at level 1, I awaken the water arrow ability, which allows me to shoot a stream of water at my foes. My sister possesses the water barrier ability, enabling her to raise a wall of water for defense. At level 2, I awaken the water escape skill, which permits me to submerge objects or individuals into water, while my sister S ability is the water burst, wherein she condenses and compresses a mass of water to explode upon contact with enemies. At level 3, I acquired the water healing technique, which harnesses the life energy within water to heal non-fatal injuries, while my sister awakened water sensitivity, giving her enhanced perception in aquatic environments. At level 4, I fortified my water arrow, while my sister enhanced her water barrier. At level 5, I awakened the ability to summon water warriors, whose combat prowess is equivalent to mine, while my sister developed the water clone ability, which lacks combat strength, but can exist for 5 minutes and allows for a single position swap during that time. Wow, that's impressive, the girl exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo indeed felt a sense of amazement and wonder. They were all water elemental abilities, yet their skills were fundamentally different. However, together, they could not defeat a 6th-level zombie, for without vanquishing zombies, they could not ascend to the 6th level. Are 6th-level zombies truly formidable? Chen Mo asked. In what way do they excel? Certainly, 6th-level zombies are powerful, she explained. Their physical resilience is exceptional. Ordinary attacks barely breach their defenses. Moreover, when faced with overwhelming force, they simply flee. Without any special abilities, one cannot catch up to them. Most critically, they can evade attacks by using their bodies to block. Their bodies are not fatal, making them nearly invulnerable. Then how do others manage to kill 6th-level zombies and advance? Chen Mo queried. They either possess overwhelming attack power, landing a lethal ambush, or they engage in a relentless group assault to wear them down, the girl replied. Chapter 37. The level 6 crystal acquired well. One final question, Chen Mo inquired. All 8 major factions have level 6 experts, yet none have ascended to level 7. Is it because no level 7 zombies have appeared, or is there another reason? Chen Mo expressed his confusion. There are indeed level 7 zombies, and it is said that all 8 factions have encountered them, yet they were unable to prevail. We once posed this question to Yu Qinghan, who mentioned that level 7 zombies are extraordinarily formidable, being several times stronger than their level 6 counterparts. Thus, it is speculated that level 7, like level 4, experiences a tenfold enhancement. Xing Er remarked, and Chen Mo began to understand. All right, you two take a moment to rest. The two women blushed, and if it weren't for Chen Mo's exceptional physical condition, he would hardly have noticed. While Chen Mo conversed with Lu Xing Er, customers continued to flow into the shop downstairs, all of whom belonged to top-tier factions. The White Tiger Mercenary Group, the Xuanwu Mercenary Group, official organizations, the Zhuke Mercenary Group, the Yeoman Chamber of Commerce, the Chila Mercenary Group, and even Gu Rufeng, who oversees the Western plantations, sent representatives to the store. Their intentions were to cultivate a good rapport with Chen Mo or to gauge his stance, yet they all left without encountering him, having purchased various items to varying degrees. Chen Mo paid little mind to the shop's affairs, believing he had contributed sufficiently. The remaining developments would rely on Lu Zime and the others. Chen Mo firmly believed that they were there to serve him, not the other way around. All right, you two rest here and keep an eye on the shop for me. If anyone gets out of line, handle it, Chen Mo instructed, contemplating his need to test his abilities today. Understood, the two replied. After issuing his instructions, Chen Mo descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he utilized the teleportation ability, finding himself on the street. He perceived his location to be slightly south of the 3rd district, prompting him to head southward. After teleporting 5 times, he finally spotted the plantation, and after another 8 teleports, the city walls came into view. Once outside the city, Chen Mo continuously teleported southward, executing his ability to its maximum range for 100 consecutive times, each spanning 1,000 meters. Having covered a distance of over 100 kilometers from the central city, he did not feel particularly fatigued. Chen Mo decided against further testing his teleportation limits, feeling he had sufficiently explored its capabilities. Although he had no intention of testing the maximum usage of his teleportation ability any further, he felt compelled to observe the outside world and experience the life of the apocalypse. Thus, he continued onward, opting to walk rather than teleport, wary of straying too far from the central city and risking disorientation. Surprisingly, the apocalypse was devoid of rampant zombies. Not a single one was in sight. Curious, he teleported briefly to survey the area ahead, only to be met with an unexpected sight. What on earth? So many zombies? Upon materializing, Chen Mo quickly cast a spatial barrier around himself. He then unleashed his most powerful spatial blade, pushing outward, causing the zombies to collapse en masse. Chen Mo noticed an enhancement in his spatial blade, now approximately 7 meters in length. However, as he gazed upon the mass of zombies gathered before him, he estimated there were tens of thousands. Have I teleported to the zombies' lair? I must eradicate this horde. It is my first venture outside the city, and I cannot return empty-handed. After finishing his words, Chen Mo relentlessly unleashed his spatial blades. When faced with dense hordes, he transformed the blades into a massive 7-meter sword, sweeping it across to fell a large number of foes. In the presence of scattered zombies, he employed approximately 20-centimeter blades for precise strikes. Chen Mo dispatched the zombies with remarkable speed, yet his abilities drained rapidly. After half an hour, he had slain over 3,000, feeling a weight in his head. It was prudent to take a brief respite and conserve some energy for the outside world. With a sudden teleport, he leaped beyond the fray. After resting for about 2 hours, Chen Mo resumed his onslaught, losing track of the number he had slain, though it was certainly more than before, as the zombies had grown increasingly dense. To prevent any from escaping, he combined his teleportation with a strategy of encirclement to eliminate them entirely. Half an hour later, he felt a familiar ache in his head, signaling a depletion of energy. He rested for 3 hours before continuing his assault, teleporting to various directions, aiming to leave no enemy unvanquished. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in his work, he suddenly noticed around 15 or 16 zombies darting away at remarkable speed, their swiftness starkly contrasting that of ordinary zombies. Were they advanced variants? None would escape his grasp. He quickly located the fastest among them, recognizing that unlike humans, zombies relied solely on physical strength. Thus, the swifter ones were of a higher rank. With a teleport, he appeared near the swiftest zombie and unleashed his spatial blade, cleaving its head in two, revealing a glimmer of green. To his astonishment, Chen Mo realized it was a 6th-level zombie. He seized the crystal and promptly stored it in his spatial pouch, then teleported to another zombie, executing another swift strike. He was determined not to let any advanced zombies slip away. In just 3 minutes, the area was devoid of any fleeing zombies, all felled by Chen Mo's hand. During this brief period, he acquired 1 green crystal for yellow crystals and 13 orange crystals, a bountiful harvest. The remaining zombies were easier to dispatch. After another half hour of relentless killing, the last of the undead fell to Chen Mo's might. He began collecting crystals from the ground, as they were easily visible due to the spatial blade's clean decapitations. In just over 6 hours, Chen Mo had single-handedly eradicated a horde of over 10,000 zombies. If this feat were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Among the horde, there was 1 6th-level zombie, 4 5th-level, and 13 4th-level. A scale so vast that even the 8 top-tier powers would struggle to contend with it alone, likely requiring 4 or 5 factions to collaborate for success. And even then, it could not be concluded within 6 or 7 hours. After an hour of careful collection, Chen Mo navigated the perimeter to avoid missing any crystals. Upon reaching the central area, he spotted a large jujube tree, and it became evident why so many zombies had congregated. It was highly probable that this tree was also a mutated plant, akin to the previous peach tree he had encountered. Gazing at the jujubes the size of infant fists, he noted their vibrant red hue, pure and unmarred by any blemish. Indeed, after plucking a jujube and taking a bite, Chen Mo was certain that this was an extraordinary specimen. The fruit was incredibly sweet and crisp, and its flesh melted in his mouth. After consuming it, he felt no particular change in his body, which was attributable to his remarkable physique. He decided to gather these fruits to bring back to his family, allowing them to nourish and rejuvenate themselves. The jujube tree was substantial, yet it seemed that the zombies had not spared it from their havoc. Chen Mo managed to collect a total of 127 fruits, all of which he stored in his space. Having finished harvesting the jujubes, Chen Mo instantly teleported back to Central City, arriving on the second floor before descending the stairs. He was not in a hurry to absorb the 6th-level crystal, as Xiaoru had previously mentioned that right after an upgrade, the body would continue to grow stronger. It was advisable to wait until his physical strength peaked before upgrading again. He intended to indulge in a few more peaches and jujubes over the next few days, estimating that he would be ready to upgrade in 3 to 5 days. Moj, our stock is nearly sold out. We need to find a way to replenish it. Lu Zimei remarked as she approached Chen Mo upon his descent. Sold out? So soon? Chen Montak responded, astonished. Yes, starting from this morning. We had several waves of customers inquiring about your presence in the store. Those who were told you were unavailable still purchased a considerable amount. In the afternoon, more groups came, reportedly mercenaries from various teams in District 3, and they bought quite a bit as well. I just checked, and we have less than 10,000 units left, especially cigarettes, which are almost gone, Lu Zimei briefly explained. That's all right. I'll begin restocking tomorrow, but moving forward, we cannot continue selling like this. We should implement purchase limits. You all can devise the specific plan. Additionally, we will raise the prices, increasing them 5-fold. The price hike will commence the day after tomorrow, under the pretense of a promotional event for our opening 3 days, Chen Mo stated, contemplating the need to procure a few vehicles for the shop and prepare other necessary supplies. With his 6th-level crystals in hand and ample resources in his space, he felt financially secure and began drafting a new policy. The store was now on the right track, and he deemed it unnecessary to oversee everything personally. He could delegate responsibilities to others. He remembered the considerable amount of savings cards he had received from the Tiger Mercenary Corps and realized he needed to withdraw them at his convenience. The lower-tier crystals were of no use to him, prompting the thought that it was time to cultivate his subordinates. Forming a mercenary group sounded appealing, and he decided to name it the Huaxia Mercenary Corps, exclusively recruiting female ability users, eschewing those who were less than visually pleasing. Chuckling to himself at the thought. With that, Chen Mo bid farewell and ascended the stairs, traversing Blue Star. Chapter 38. The nanny teaches her daughter upon returning to Blue Star. Chen Mo found himself in his own abode. After closing the door and ascending the stairs, he discovered Sister Ma preparing a meal at home. Chen Mo approached and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Not yet dining? No rush. Let us indulge in each other first. 2 hours later, Chen Mo retrieved a box of cigarettes, the Yellow Crane Tower Chinese Dream. These were remnants from a time when he sold cigarettes in the apocalypse, and after several days of smoking, he found himself rather fond of the tobacco's aroma. A post-exercise cigarette brought unparalleled joy, akin to the bliss of celestial beings. Sister Ma, cease your cooking. Allow me to order takeout. You must be exhausted today. Chen Mo proposed. Why waste money? Sister Ma replied, clearly adept at managing her finances. It's no concern. I have sufficient funds. Chen Mo retorted as he began to place the order. Considering Sister Ma's financial situation, he opted for a lavish spread from the Qin Grand Hotel, ensuring premium delivery. An hour later, as they dined and conversed, Chen Mo suggested, stay the night. Inquire with your daughter if she can manage at home alone. Perhaps it's best not to. She can manage, but with school approaching, I wish to spend more time with her, Sister Ma replied. Stay tonight. I'm not yet satiated. You shall have a break tomorrow and the day after, allowing you to cherish moments with your daughter before school commences, Chen Mo asserted boldly. Is it not enough for you? Sister Ma exclaimed in astonishment, reflecting on the stark contrast between her previous life, where meals were hurriedly consumed in 10 minutes, and this extravagant feast that had yet to conclude after 2 hours. Indeed, there remains much to achieve. Tonight demands your earnest efforts, Chen Mo remarked. His formidable physique, augmented by his level 5 abilities, coupled with the heavy negativity he had accumulated from slaying countless zombies the previous day, contributed to this sentiment. Why were the minds of those in the apocalypse so starkly exposed? It was largely due to the pervasive negativity enveloping the world. Ma Xiaolan sought leave for her daughter, who readily acquiesced, confidently assuring her mother that she would be just fine. The following morning, Sister Ma awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Observing Chen Mo smoking at the bedside, she felt a profound sense of contentment unlike any she had experienced before. Her face seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, rendering her skin smooth and delicate, reminiscent of silk. After rising to prepare breakfast, the two shared a delightful brunch. Sister Ma packed some food for her daughter, while Chen Mo produced 2 gold necklaces from his space, one for Sister Ma and the other for Zhao Lily. He also transferred 20,000 yuan to Sister Ma, encouraging her to take her daughter shopping. As Sister Ma gazed at Chen Mo, showered with gifts of money and gold, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, further solidifying her resolve. Your car has yet to return. Take mine for now, Chen Mo offered, handing the keys to his Mercedes to Ma Xiaolan. Why would I? If I take the car, what will you drive? Sister Ma questioned. I purchased a new car yesterday. This one is merely idle. You may drive it. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Descending the stairs, Ma Xiaolan beheld 2 cars in the driveway. One, a Mercedes-Benz she recognized and had ridden in, and the other, a luxurious vehicle of which she was unaware. She discreetly snapped a photo, pondering the strength of this man, though uncertain of which aspect she referred to. As Ma Xiaolan leisurely drove back to her rented apartment complex, she let out a sigh of relief. It had been a while since she had last driven, and she feared the possibility of an accident. Clutching the takeout provided by Chen Mo, she made her way home. Her daughter was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Oh my goodness, Mom, you're finally back. I thought you had been kidnapped. Zhao Lily exclaimed. Don't be ridiculous. Who would kidnap someone like me? Ma Xiaolan retorted. Just look at the time. It's nearly noon. Zhao Lily replied. I just woke up and planned to eat before returning, she said. Is he really that strong? Did he keep you from getting out of bed? Zhao Lily inquired, her curiosity piqued. Enough of that. What kind of talk is this for a young lady? Ma Xiaolan blushed, not just from the compliment, but also from the implications. Nonetheless, she stubbornly continued, all right, I packed some food for you. Have a bite first. Later, we'll go shopping, and since school is starting soon, he specifically asked me to spend a few days at home with you. He even gave me 20,000 yuan. Wow, he is quite generous. Let me eat quickly, so we can go shopping. Zhao Lily exclaimed, scrambling to get up. Seeing her daughter so delighted, Ma Xiaolan smiled and said, hold on. Come over and take a look at this gold necklace. Do you like it? With that, she opened the bag and pulled out 2 necklaces, handing one to Zhao Lily. Another gold necklace? Let me see. Zhao Lily exclaimed, eager to examine it. Having never owned much jewelry, especially gold, she rushed over to take it and put it on. Ma Xiaolan also took out the other necklace, adorning herself and glancing in the mirror. Mom, you have one too? Zhao Lily asked. Of course. If I get one for you, how can I not have one for myself? Do you think it looks good? Ma Xiaolan replied. It looks great. You look good in anything, Mom. Zhao Lily flattered. You are quite the charmer. Now, hurry and finish your meal. We need to set off soon, Ma Xiaolan urged. Yes, Mom. Zhao Lily responded playfully. After more than 20 minutes, Zhao Lily finished her meal and got ready. Let us go, Mom, she said. The two descended the stairs, and Ma Xiaolan led her daughter toward the Mercedes. As Ma Xiaolan opened the car door, Zhao Lily gasped, Mom, is this your car? It belongs to someone else. Remember when you mentioned buying a Mercedes for grocery shopping? This is it, Zhao Lily said, excitement bubbling over. No, the grocery shopping car is still at the dealership. I'll pick it up in a couple of days. This one was driven by my boss, who bought a new car yesterday. Since I didn't have a ride, he let me borrow it, Ma Xiaolan explained, starting the engine and heading straight for the commercial district. I see the license plate ISNT even on. It's a new car? You bought another one? Zhao Lily asked, astonished. Yes, I saw it downstairs. It's blue and quite large. It looks very expensive, but I don't know what model it is. Ma Xiaolan responded. What does it look like? Describe it. I'll look it up. Zhao Lily inquired eagerly. I don't recognize it, but I took a photo. Take a look, Ma Xiaolan said, pulling out her phone to show her daughter. Wow. ISNT, that one, with the little golden figure of Rolls-Royce? Zhao Lily exclaimed. This indeed is a top-tier luxury vehicle. I searched for Zhao Lily, scanning the photo, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge, priced between 6 to 10 million. Wow, it's a Cullinan, starting at around 7 to 8 million. Zhao Lily exclaimed, clearly astonished by the wealth. Ma Xiaolan was equally taken aback by the exorbitant price, but also affirmed the man's capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Lily fell silent, instead picking up her phone to take a series of photos. First a selfie emphasizing her golden necklace, then capturing her mother driving, highlighting the Mercedes emblem, and finally snapping a shot out of the window to share on her social media. Ma Xiaolan did not object. Her daughter had previously struggled with self-esteem, primarily due to their family's financial situation. As long as it brought her daughter joy, that was of utmost importance. Lily, remember this, you're growing up, and there are certain truths I hope you can grasp early on. A man fears choosing the wrong profession, while a woman fears marrying the wrong man. I have been an example of this, and I do not wish for you to tread the same path. A woman must cherish and love herself, seeking a suitable partner. For that is the key to lasting happiness. If you find someone who treats you well and is capable, your life will be free from worries, filled with joy and contentment. Conversely, if you choose poorly, your life will be a constant struggle, filled with disarray. Do you understand what I am saying? Ma Xiaolan spoke earnestly. Yes, Mom, I understand, Zhao Lily replied, fully aware of the weight of her mother's words. She was 10 when her father passed away, and she had come to understand much since then. Over the years, she had been involved in both significant and trivial family matters, gaining insight into her mother's hardships. Zhao Lily thought to herself, I too wish to find someone like that. Chapter 39. Brother, do you believe in love at first sight? Chen Mo was unaware of the events concerning Ma Xiaolan. With no particular plans for the day, he chose to remain at home, relishing the comfort of solitude. He continued to order 2 tables worth of food from the Shangqing Grand Hotel, arranging for delivery to his space, enabling him to conveniently access it whenever he desired. The following day, September 1st, the 29th day of the lunar month of July, Chen Mo awoke to the sound of his phone ringing. It was Zhou Haoyu. Brother. Tonight at 7 p.m. at the Shangqing Grand Hotel, in the Huakai Fugui private room. Don't forget. Understood. I'll be there on time, Chen Mo replied, almost forgetting about the engagement, primarily due to the days spent in the post-apocalyptic world. After lounging at home until 6 in the evening, Chen Mo took a shower, tidied himself up, and set out. He noted that arriving precisely at 7 would be somewhat impolite. 40 minutes later, a sky blue vehicle pulled directly into the Shangqing Grand Hotel. It was Chen Mo. The car entered the parking lot, where a security guard approached, inquiring whether he was dining or checking in. Dinner, in the Huakai Fugui private room. Chen Mo responded, recalling Zhou Haoyu's mention of the room. Very well. I will assist you with parking and return your keys shortly, the guard replied. Thank you. I appreciate it, Chen Mo acknowledged, reflecting that such treatment was a privilege reserved for fine vehicles, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Without further ado, he followed the staff's guidance to the Huakai Fugui Hall. Upon entering, he found 3 individuals inside, including Zhou Haoyu, along with a man and a woman, both in their 20s. Brother, you made it. Come, sit here, Zhou Haoyu gestured to a nearby seat. Allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, the son of my 3rd uncle, Ho Xingjian, age 26. Chen Mo assessed the young man, in his 20s, dressed in a casual shirt and slacks, approximately 175 centimeters tall. Neither overweight nor underweight, with striking features, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. And this is my cousin, the daughter of my 2nd uncle, Ho Meiju, age 22. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the girl, who possessed porcelain-like skin and eyes that sparkled like stars. Her slightly upturned red lips were breathtaking, and her flowing long hair added to her gracefulness. She boasted a slender figure with enviable curves, her overall appearance reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms. "This is my brother, Chen Mo. You may have heard of him. He was the one who saved me after my car accident." Zhou Haoyu introduced Chen Mo to the trio. "Hello, handsome." Ho Meiju greeted warmly, having noticed Chen Mo as he entered. Standing at 180 centimeters, he had an athletic build, his fair skin accentuating his chiseled features, which exuded a ruggedly masculine charm. The air of confidence he carried was particularly alluring to her, prompting her to say, "I dare not claim such a title. I am merely 21, a touch younger than you." Upon hearing her age, Chen Mo responded in surprise. "Oh, you hardly look it." "Indeed, many say I appear younger." Ho Meiju replied, though Chen Mo's youthful aura did not suggest immaturity. "Brother, you're only 21? You certainly don't look it," Zhou Haoyu remarked, with Ho Xingjian expressing similar astonishment. "Isn't that so?" Ho Xingjian echoed, bemused. "Not at all. I simply didn't expect it. From now on, you may as well call me brother, just Yu Ge, as most people do." Zhou Haoyu chuckled. "All right, Yu Ge, Jian Ge, and Meiju Jia. Will that suffice?" Chen Mo, however, was indifferent to such titles. "No need, just call them as you wish. I'll let it go." Huo Meiju, seemingly lost in thought, spoke directly. At that moment, 3 girls entered through the door. "How you go? We hope we haven't arrived too late." The leading girl said, "You're not late at all. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Mo, who saved my life earlier. As for my younger siblings, you all know them, so I won't elaborate." Turning to Chen Mo, she continued, "This is Qin Xian, the birthday girl and the star of today's gathering. The 2 beside her are her friends, Lu Yanmei and Zhu Dongfang." Qin Xian was strikingly beautiful, standing around 165 meters tall, adorned in a white qipao. Her beauty rated above 90. "Hello," she greeted Chen Mo before turning to Zhou Haoyu with urgency. "How you go? What happened to you? Were you rescued?" "Nothing serious. Just a car accident," Zhou Haoyu replied, not wishing to divulge further details, as today was primarily about confession. As they took their seats, Zhou Haoyu and Qin Xian occupied the main spots, with Chen Mo seated beside Zhou Haoyu. Next to Chen Mo was Huo Xingjian, followed by Huo Meiju. However, for reasons unknown, Huo Meiju pushed Huo Xingjian aside and claimed the seat next to Chen Mo. Chen Mo paid little mind to this. After all, he was merely a guest, and who wouldn't prefer to sit beside a beautiful woman? Zhou Haoyu then presented the menu to Qin Xian for her to order. Without hesitation, she placed the orders and sought the opinions of everyone present. Having come from a prestigious background, she was well acquainted with the finer things in life. Qin Xian's father, Qin Ziming, held a significant position in the city. In their youth, Zhou Haoyu's father, Zhou Yong, had worked alongside him, and both families had shared a close bond. Zhou Haoyu and Qin Xian had grown up together, and she harbored feelings for him, which her family wholeheartedly endorsed, while Zhou Haoyu remained somewhat uncertain. Originally, today was meant to be a family gathering for Qin Xian, but upon learning that Zhou Haoyu intended to celebrate her birthday, she decided to join. It was unlikely that she would have accepted an invitation from anyone else. As the cake was brought out, and while Qin Xian made her wish and blew out the candles, Zhou Haoyu knelt on one knee, presenting the 10-carat diamond ring purchased by Chen Mo. Qin Xian. "We have grown up together, truly childhood sweethearts. Now that we are both of age, I wish to confess my feelings for you. Will you marry me?" There were no grandiose words or elaborate ceremonies. Just as Qin Xian opened her eyes after making her wish and witnessed this scene, the years of longing overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. "Yes, I accept," she replied with a joyful smile. Applause erupted, celebrating the mutual affection of the couple. After finishing their meal, around 9 o'clock, Chen Mo took his leave. Zhou Haoyu, along with Qin Xian, Huo Meiju, and Huo Xingjian, prepared to escort Qin Xian home. "Brother, how long have you known Chen Mo?" Huo Meiju inquired. "Only a few days," Zhou Haoyu answered. "And how much do you really know about him?" Huo Meiju pressed. "Him? It is quite good. There is no issue with his character. He saved me without seeking any reward," said Zhou Haoyu. "Does he have a girlfriend?" Huo Meiju inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoyu pulled over and parked. "You wouldn't be harboring feelings for him, would you?" Zhou Haoyu asked, astonished. "What? Is that a problem?" "I think he is rather charming," Huo Meiju replied candidly. "But you've only met him once, just for a meal," Zhou Haoyu expressed his confusion. Oh, brother, do you believe in love at first sight? Ho Meizhu earnestly stated, recalling the refreshing scent of Chen Mo when she sat beside him. I do not believe in love at first sight. That is merely lust at first glance, Zhou Haoyu remarked. I don't care. Just tell me if he has a girlfriend. Ho Meizhu insisted. He should be single, though I can't say for certain. However, I have been to his home, and there are no signs of a woman's presence. As for the rest, it is hard to say. But let me tell you, Chen Mo is truly capable and exceptionally handsome. He must have many admirers. It is likely that women will not be lacking in his future. If you cannot accept this, it might be best to abandon such thoughts, Zhou Haoyu elaborated. Yet, considering the extraordinary talent Chen Mo possesses, Ho Meizhu speculated, what successful man isn't like that? My father discreetly has his affairs as well. Indeed, this is the perspective of women from prominent families. They approach matters differently than ordinary individuals, having been exposed to more complexities. Women like Ho Meizhu have been taught these realities from a young age, as often their marriages are beyond their control, facing intricate situations. Just think it over. But one thing is certain. If you truly manage to marry Chen Mo, your family will undoubtedly approve, Zhou Haoyu stated, mindful of his position as a cousin and choosing his words carefully. Are you saying my family would agree to this? Why? Ho Meizhu asked, intrigued. Never mind the reasons. If you wish to marry Chen Mo, it depends on whether he desires you, Zhou Haoyu replied, preferring not to elaborate on Chen Mo's matters. Then create an opportunity for me. Tomorrow, you can bring your sister-in-law and arrange for Chen Mo to join us, Ho Meizhu suggested, directly referring to Qin Qian as sister-in-law. Zhou Haoyu glanced at Qin Qian's eager expression. It was evident she wanted to accompany him. What shall we do tomorrow? Perhaps we could visit the beach, swim, bask in the sun, and later go shopping, followed by a movie in the evening? Ho Meizhu efficiently organized the day as agenda. All right, I will ask Chen Mo tomorrow. Zhou Haoyu conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Afterward, he drove everyone home. Chapter 40. So, am I your girlfriend now? Early the next morning, around 8:30, Ma Xiaolan entered with an array of packages. Upon seeing that Chen Mo was awake, she did not immediately proceed to prepare breakfast. Instead, she retrieved one of the bags she had brought and opened the first one, revealing an Adidas tracksuit. The boss went shopping and bought you some clothes. Why don't you try them on? Why did you buy them for me? You were given time off to spend with your daughter, Chen Mo replied. Oh, it's fine. My daughter even gave me some suggestions, Ma Xiaolan responded. Chen Mo tried on the outfit. It fits perfectly. All right, I'll wear this today. Then, Ma Xiaolan pulled out an ashtray and set it down, followed by a pair of sunglasses. You should wear these too. You never put them on while driving, she remarked. To be honest, this little caretaker is quite meticulous, Chen Mo thought, as he typically overlooked such details. Once he donned the sunglasses, he noticed he looked rather cool. You have a good eye, Ma, Chen Mo complimented her. Well, it's mainly because the boss has charisma. Anything he wears looks good, she replied before heading off to cook. At 9 o'clock, Chen Mo's phone rang. Hey, where are you up to? Just hanging around. Nothing much, Chen Mo replied. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Haoyu inquired. No, I don't. Why do you ask? Chen Montag exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it today that I wanted to take your sister-in-law to the beach for a swim? Meizhu also wanted to go, but I was worried she'd be bored. Thought if you're free, maybe you could help look after her. Upon hearing that Chen Mo didn't have a girlfriend, Zhou Haoyu happily replied, Sure. Chen Mo considered it. He really didn't have anything else planned. Probably. Zhou Haoyu just didn't want Ho Meizhu to be a third wheel and was asking for a favor. All right, I'm free. Where are we going? Golden Coast Resort. Heard the environment is nice. We'll head there. I'll pick up your sister-in-law and set off soon. Should arrive around 10. Just time it right. Zhou Haoyu shared the pre-planned destination. Got it. I'll head over soon. Chen Mo hung up. Turning to Ma Xiaolan, he said, Magia, I'll be out later and want to be back for lunch. No need to come over. Do whatever you'd like. You go ahead, boss. I'll tidy up the house a bit. At 9:20, Chen Mo descended the stairs wearing sunglasses. Closed at 10, a sky blue Bentley pulled into the Golden Coast Resort, where Zhou Haoyu was already waiting with the two women. Had a quick breakfast, got delayed a bit, Chen Mo explained, not wanting to admit he de-timed it precisely. No worries, we just got here too. Let us head in. Zhou Haoyu took Qin Qian's hand and led the way. That left Ho Meizhu and Chen Mo. Shall we, Miss Ho? Chen Mo gestured. Please, just call me Meiju, she replied. Meiju. All right, I'll call you that from now on. September was still warm, and many water attractions at the resort remained open. With summer break over, the crowds had thinned, no queues in sight. The water might still be a bit chilly for swimming. How about we try some water activities first, then swim and sunbathe? Zhou Haoyu was subtly creating opportunities for Ho Meiju and Chen Mo, aligning with her preferences. Sure, sounds good. Let us go change into swimwear. At the resort, money could buy anything. None of them had brought swimsuits. After changing, Zhou Haoyu and Chen Mo emerged first, waiting briefly before Qin Xian and Ho Meiju appeared together. Qin Xian wore a modest one-piece, while Ho Meiju had deliberately chosen a bikini. Draped with a sheer shawl, her figure on display, but only for Chen Mo's eyes. Qin Xian and I will hit the Ferris wheel first. You two find something fun to do. Let us meet at the restaurant around noon. Chen Mo, take care of my little sister. With that, Zhou Haoyu whisked Qin away. So what should we do? Chen Mo asked politely. I want to try everything. It's been so long since I've been out. You're taking me. She grabbed his hand. What followed was a whirlwind of fun. Speed slides, giant bowls, twisting flumes, whether out of fear or something else. On every ride meant for two, Ho Meiju clung to Chen Mo's hand. Occasionally, he'd even hold her waist. The final activity was the lazy river. Seated in a small inflatable raft, they drifted along the circular artificial stream. Ho Meiju in front, Chen Mo behind. The raft was already snug, but Ho Meiju insisted on stretching her legs out, sliding herself directly into Chen Mo's lap. Chen Mo was not a paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui. He directly embraced Ho Meiju and drifted slowly. Chen Mo, do you have a girlfriend? Despite having heard from her brother that Chen Mo was single, Ho Meiju sought further confirmation. Not at the moment, Chen Mo replied candidly. So what do you think of me? Ho Meiju boldly inquired. You're wonderful. Very beautiful, Chen Mo responded honestly. How about I become your girlfriend? Ho Meiju stated directly. Are you looking for something casual or are you serious? Chen Mo pondered. Considering he had recently attracted the attention of several women and wished to avoid complications, especially since she was Zhou Haoyu's sister. What is the difference between casual and serious? Ho Meiju asked, intrigued. Casual can happen anytime, as long as you're willing to take risks. Being serious, however, is not something I can commit to, Chen Mo explained. Why can't you be serious? Ho Meiju questioned. I'm not lacking in female companionship. In the future, I want to be limited to just one woman. I cannot afford to engage deeply, especially given your relation to Yugo. I cannot cause you any harm. Chen Montag replied. What if I don't mind? Ho Meiju said. Wait, are you serious? Chen Montag was astonished. To him, it seemed improbable that a wealthy heiress from a prominent family could accept a man with other women. Even if she agreed, her family would likely disapprove. It's true. Why will my family object? She responded. Whether your family agrees depends on your abilities. If you can manage it, you can play however you wish. If not, you must adhere to the rules, Ho Meiju asserted. The key is you. How could you possibly agree? Chen Montag questioned. What's the issue? My father has several mistresses outside. Nowadays, anyone with capability usually has multiple women. Just like me, even if I am arranged to marry. As long as the one I marry is capable, I won't be the only woman, Ho Meiju stated calmly. This reflects Chen Mo's lingering mindset rooted in humble beginnings. Having had little exposure to the dynamics of affluent families, which prioritize interests over personal feelings. If you truly don't mind, then neither do I, Chen Mo declared, exuding confidence. Regardless of the family's stature, he possessed unique abilities and a separate world of his own. So, I am your girlfriend now, right? Ho Meiju asked. Indeed, Chen Mo confirmed. Kiss me, she urged. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately complied. The drifting experience culminated in their embrace, and had the circumstances been different, an intense confrontation would have been unavoidable. After drifting, it was just noon when Chen Mo led Ho Meiju to the dining hall. You two? Zhou Haoyu observed the approaching couple with uncertainty, particularly noting their interlocked hands. This is rather quick, isn't it? You go. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Mo, Meiju's boyfriend, Chen Mo quipped, surprising Zhou Haoyu. This is too fast, he exclaimed, while Qin Qian stifled a laugh beside him. Fast. We experienced love at first sight. Unlike you, who took 7 or 8 years. The war would have ended by then, Hou Meizhu retorted. Zhou Haoyu shrugged off the concern. Marrying anyone was still marriage, and marrying Chen Mo seemed favorable, perhaps fulfilling his family's expectations in the process. Establishing a rapport with Chen Mo. It appears that one has been lured into his abode, rendering further efforts unnecessary. In the afternoon, the quartet indulged in a refreshing dip in the sea and basked under the sun before deciding to return. Upon their return, Hou Meizhu took Chen Mo's car, and the four agreed to embark on a shopping excursion. During the ride, Hou Meizhu sought to learn more about Chen Mo. Chen Mo, what is your current occupation? She inquired. Me? I am merely an idle vagabond, he jested. Why must we discuss work when we're together? Chen Mo teased further, if you are indeed unemployed. Perhaps I should arrange for you to join Litian Group. It would lend you a semblance of dignity. Surprised by his suggestion, Hou Meizhu retorted, am I not dignified at present? Chen Mo countered, oh, not at all. You enjoy teasing me. You know that's not what I meant. With a playful tone, Hou Meizhu replied, it's fine. I can still support you. Who among the normal populace works, anyway? Chen Mo continued, oh, but you must understand. I fear my family may hinder our relationship. However, let us establish a clear agreement. If you cannot manage my family affairs, then I cannot wholly commit myself to you. Hou Meizhu reassured him, do not worry. Your matters are not an issue. If you doubt it, just inquire at home. Yet, Chen Mo was acutely aware that his beneficence had rescued Zhou Haoyu's grandfather, who was none other than Hou Meizhu's own grandfather. Their relationship would face no obstacles. If her family were indeed short-sighted, then the existence of Litian Group would be rendered futile. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mo's approach to life had been subtly evolving over time. Inquire as you will. Very well, I shall discuss it with my family, he said. Hearing this, Hou Meizhu felt a surge of anticipation, especially since her brother had mentioned that their family would not impose any restrictions. Chapter 41. The Hou family's attitude. Chen Mo inquired briefly about Hou Meizhu's circumstances. At the age of 22, Hou Meizhu is an intern lawyer. Her father, Hou Yi, serves as the general manager of the technology division of Litian Group, while her mother holds the position of minister in the organization department of Qin City as senior official. She has an elder sister, Hou Meizhu, who is married and resides in another city. Soon, the four of them arrived at the commercial street of Qin City, where the two women utilized their feminine charm primarily to purchase clothing for the two men. Chen Mo exhibited an impressive sense of style, trying on 4 distinct outfits at the Armani store, each showcasing a different aesthetic, all of which suited him splendidly. With a mere wave of her hand, Hou Meizhu decided to procure them all. In contrast, Zhou Haoyu felt inadequate in comparison to Chen Mo, struggling to find anything appealing for himself, and after visiting several stores, he managed to acquire only 2 outfits. During their shopping spree, whenever an appropriate outfit was spotted, Chen Mo would recommend it to Hou Meizhu, and upon observing her satisfaction, he purchased 2 sets for her as well. After enjoying a meal together, they proceeded to watch a romantic film, which moved Hou Meizhu to tears, leaving Chen Mo to attentively serve her with water and tissues until the film concluded at 9 o'clock. Initially, Chen Mo intended to escort Hou Meizhu home, but Zhou Haoyu insisted it was unnecessary, as he was headed to the Xiun Mountain Villa district, where Hou Meizhu also resided. However, she lived in Villa No. 3 with her parents, separate from her grandfather. Thus, Zhou Haoyu took her directly there. Upon returning home, Chen Mo indulged in 2 peaches and a few dates before retiring for the night, as he needed to accelerate his physical conditioning and made it a habit to consume fruit daily. Meanwhile, after Zhou Haoyu and Hou Meizhu arrived at her residence, he headed to Villa number 8, where he found his mother still awake. Mom, I have 2 matters to discuss with you, he announced. What is it, Xiaoyu? You may speak, she replied. First, I confessed my feelings to Qin Qian. You can discuss the follow-up with her parents, he said. Really? That's wonderful. I recall you had been hesitant before. Given how exceptional Qin Qian is and the good relationship between our families, it would be unfortunate if you hindered her future. She responded. I was just immature before, Zhou Haoyu replied. What changed your mind? Asked Hou Zhilan. During the car accident, I realized life is full of uncertainties. and I recognized how kind Qin Xian has been to me over the years, which helped me come to this conclusion, Zhou Haoyu said awkwardly. That's good to hear. I'll have a chat with Qin Xian's mother soon. You two should be proactive. I would love to hold my grandchild sooner, she said. Mom, there's another matter, Zhou Haoyu said, fearing his mother would go on indefinitely. What is it? She asked. It's about Chen Mo. He and Meiju have become a couple today, Zhou Haoyu revealed. Become a couple? Really? Ho Zhilan asked in astonishment. Yes, he confirmed. Chen Mo isn't just playing around, is he? She expressed her concern. It seems unlikely, but we need to ask Meiju for details. They just met yesterday, and today they're already together. I'm not sure of the specifics, Zhou Haoyu said cautiously, aware that Chen Mo's acquaintance with Meiju was largely due to him. You come with me to your second uncle's place. We need to inquire properly, she said, leading Zhou Haoyu downstairs. They soon arrived at Villa number 3, where Ho Yi, upon opening the door, looked at the two of them with curiosity. Sister, why are you visiting so late? Is there something you need? He asked, gesturing for them to enter. Yes, we have something to discuss. Where's Meiju? Ho Zhilan sat on the sofa and inquired. She just returned and is upstairs taking a shower. What's the matter? At that moment, Wang Ruofeng, the mother of Ho Meiju, emerged to say, Meiju is dating someone. Her partner is Chen Mo. Has she mentioned it to you? Ho Zhilan responded, dating? She hasn't said anything. She just got home. Are you referring to the Chen Mo who delivered peaches? At this juncture, Ho Yi interjected, yes, that's the one. I came to ask Meiju how they got together, as it pertains to our future plans. Ho Zhilan remarked that, given Ho Baoju's advanced age, and although she was the youngest in the family, her remarkable business acumen had led her to assume the role of CEO of Litian Group, thereby holding considerable influence within the Ho family. Furthermore, her husband was one of the 4 prominent council members of Yuzhou, with a significant chance of becoming the next governor. Consequently, her opinions often carried more weight than those of Ho Baoju. I'll call her, Wang Ruofeng declared as she ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Ho Meiju and her mother descended together. Ho Meiju presumed that her family had discovered her clandestine relationship and would confront her, especially since she spotted her cousin present. Meiju, have you confirmed your relationship with Chen Mo today? Ho Zhilan asked. Yes, I did. In fact, I was the one who expressed my desire to be his girlfriend. Ho Meiju replied, fearing that Chen Mo might face unwarranted trouble. Oh, what did you say to each other? I mean, did he express that he was merely playing around, or was he serious? Could you sense it? Ho Zhilan probed. Well, I believe he is serious. As he asked me whether I was in it for fun or for real, Ho Meiju explained. And how did you respond? Ho Zhilan inquired further. Ho Meiju recounted the details of their conversation, leading Ho Zhilan to conclude, from what you've shared, it appears he is indeed serious. However, she chose not to broach the subject of other potential women in his life. What do we do now? Should we have Meiju bring him over sometime, so we can meet him? It's customary to follow a certain procedure in these matters. Otherwise, I cannot allow my daughter to enter a relationship without clarity, Wang Ruofeng stated. Are you all against me dating him? Ho Meiju questioned, surprised. Who said we oppose it? Here's the situation. Meiju, you should discuss with Chen Mo about coming home for a visit, Ho Zhilan suggested. Oh, okay, Ho Meiju replied, bewildered, wondering when her family had become so agreeable. She vaguely recalled how her sister faced opposition when dating, ultimately marrying someone from another region. Why was her experience so seamless in contrast? All right, since you chose your partner, engage with him earnestly. Avoid displaying your spoiled temperament. There are matters I've previously mentioned that require you to turn a blind eye at times. Don't take everything too seriously, Ho Yi advised, subtly implying that Ho Meiju should heed Chen Mo's words and not be overly concerned about other women. Ho Meiju grasped the underlying message, yet felt immense joy that her family supported her choice in Chen Mo, which did not diminish her happiness. The following day, Chen Mo, under the attentive care of Ma Xiaolan, dressed and had his meal. After finishing, Chen Mo addressed Ma Xiaolan, saying, Sister Ma, I found a girlfriend yesterday. He wished to clarify his intentions. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolan's complexion paled. What about me? She stammered, uncertain of how to respond. If you wish to leave, I can provide you with a sum of money. If you prefer to stay, then things shall remain as they are. In any case, I will not be limited to just one woman in the future, Chen Mo stated directly. I do not wish to leave, as long as you do not expel me. Ma Xiaolan replied. Very well, then let us continue as before. When the opportunity arises, I will be sure to attend to you. Chen Mo responded. Ma Xiaolan said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Afterward, Chen Mo called his sister, as supplies of tobacco and alcohol were still needed in the post-apocalyptic world. Hello, Xiaoma. Sister, the last batch of goods you sent was insufficient. Please send another shipment, he requested. Insufficient? How many people are you supplying? How much do you need this time? Chen Min inquired. How much do you have in your store? I just restocked with approximately 120,000. Here's the deal. Please acquire more and help me assemble a stock of 200,000, he replied. Ah, do you really need that much? You might as well contact the general distributor directly. It would be considerably cheaper, his sister suggested. If I go through the general distributor, what profit would you make? This was hard one on my part. In the future, you should secure a warehouse and stock up more. I mentioned to you, my husband is opening a jewelry store soon, and we will need these goods for holidays and celebrations. Chen Mo explained, considering the future demand. All right, if you have a stable channel, I can increase the stock without needing a warehouse. There is an empty room behind my store, his sister conceded. Then let us fill the inventory while I have access to this channel. You can profit more, Chen Mo said. Were it not for the desire to ensure his sister's earnings, Chen Mo would not have gone through such trouble. After all, the money she earned was ultimately her own. However, he preferred to avoid any potential discord over financial matters. Otherwise, transferring 2 million directly would have resolved everything. Also, sister, just like last time, could you have your husband procure a larger quantity of tea leaves, double the last amount? Each person can receive 2 pounds, and the demand is considerable, he requested. All right, the tea leaves are manageable. That's a side task, his sister replied. Are you under financial pressure? Here's the plan. I will transfer 300,000 to you, of which 200,000 is for this shipment, and the remainder you can set aside. Chen Mo considered, knowing his sister might not have that much cash on hand. That is not how business is done, she remarked. What we have here is not merely business. All right, that is settled, Chen Mo concluded before hanging up the phone. Chapter 42. Visiting the Ho family after hanging up the phone. Chen Mo promptly transferred 300,000 yuan to his sister's account and sent her a message on WeChat. At that moment, he received a notification for a new contact request on WeChat, which he opened to find the name Ho Meiju. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. Chen Mo, what are you up to? I just spoke with my family. Oh, were you thinking of me? Indeed, I was thinking of you too. Although Ho Meiju was on the other end of the phone, playfully hitting her pillow, she felt a surge of joy upon hearing Chen Mo express his thoughts. What are you doing? Chen Montauk proactively replied. I haven't gotten out of bed yet. Ho Meiju, having stayed up late the previous night, had yet to rise. Lazy pig, Chen Mo texted back. You're the real lazy pig. What are your plans for today? I was thinking of going out with a beautiful girl. Ho Meiju replied. Are you daring? On the other end, she began to hit her pillow once more, feeling exasperated with his flirtatious nature. Do you have nothing to do today? If not, why don't you come to my house? My mother wants to meet you. Your house? Chen Montauk replied. Is that inconvenient? Not really. All right, I'll go. Who will be there? I do like to buy some gifts. There are quite a few people at my house. My grandfather, my Uncle S family, my third Uncle S family, my Aunt S family. There are probably around 20 of us. Wow, that many? How much do I need to prepare for gifts? Maybe I should skip it. Don't. I'll come find you later. I'll buy them. You don't need to bring too much. Just something for my grandfather and my parents will suffice. Ho Meiju, feeling a sense of urgency, insisted. That's more reasonable. When will you arrive? I'll wash up and head out right away. I'll contact you when I'm on my way, he said cheerfully as he went to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he called his father before leaving. Hello, Meiju. Dad. Chen Mo said he would come to our house today. Please make arrangements while I go meet him. Since receiving her parents' approval, Wang Meiju felt liberated. He is coming today? Great. I'll contact your mother, he said, hanging up to call Wang Ruofeng. Dear, Chen Mo is coming to our house for lunch. Is that so? Wonderful. I'll take a leave of absence and head back immediately, she replied, promptly arranging her leave. Subsequently, Wang Yi called his father, brothers, and sisters, coordinating plans for lunch. Meanwhile, after leaving her home, Ho Meiju took a taxi to the commercial street and informed Chen Mo that she had set off, instructing him to meet her there. Ma Jie, I want to be back for lunch. All right, boss, Ma Jie replied. Chen Mo drove to the commercial street, locating Ho Meiju, who was waiting by the roadside. We all need to purchase something, don't we? What does your family enjoy? Chen Mo directly stated that his home has everything, so it suffices to buy a few tokens of appreciation. My grandfather lacks for nothing. We shall buy health supplements. My father enjoys tea, so let's buy some tea. For my mother, we can visit a jewelry store and select a piece of jewelry that is suitable. Ho Meiju has already contemplated this on her way here, so she said, all right, let us proceed. First, let us find a traditional Chinese medicine shop to procure the health supplements and a few gift boxes, followed by a tea shop to purchase a tea gift box. Now, shall we head to the jewelry store? But Ho Meiju suggested skipping the jewelry store, as Chen Mo already possessed numerous jewels in his personal collection. Do you have any? Ho Meiju asked in surprise. Indeed, I am planning to open a jewelry store with friends mid-month. How could I not have jewels? Chen Mo replied. Did you bring them with you? Or shall we go retrieve them? I have in the car, Chen Mo answered. So, they returned to the vehicle. Once inside, Chen Mo discreetly reached into his storage space and retrieved an ice jade bracelet, presenting it to Ho Meiju. Here, this ice jade bracelet. Will this suffice? Isn't this too extravagant? A more ordinary piece would be preferable, Ho Meiju remarked, feeling it was overly precious. No worries, this is what we do. I have a means, and I have prepared something for you, Chen Mo said, reaching into his storage again to produce a glass jade bracelet. Both bracelets originated from Jinmu Town, where he had acquired 12 ice jade and 4 glass jade bracelets. This is for you. I didn't buy you a gift yesterday, so I'm making up to you today. Wow, you are wonderful, she exclaimed, kissing Chen Mo. As long as you like it, he said nonchalantly, as such items were plentiful for him. Do you still have money? Ho Meiju inquired. I have saved quite a bit over the years. It's all for you, she added. How much have you saved? Chen Mo asked with curiosity. About 2 million. It's all yours, to keep for business, Ho Meiju replied. Oh, you're quite the wealthy lady. But no need. I'm financially secure, Chen Mo stated. Oh, all right. Just let me know if you need anything, she responded, glancing at Chen Mo's luxury car, realizing he was indeed well off. As they approached 11 o'clock, Chen Mo drove Ho Meiju to the Xian Mountain Villa area. Lowering the car window, the guard recognized Ho Meiju and allowed them entry. The Xian Mountain Villa area, developed by Litian Group, comprises 18 villas, 5 of which belong to the Ho family. Upon entering Villa number 3, the scene was not as Chen Mo had envisioned. Instead of a gathering, only a man and woman in their 50s, presumably Ho Meiju's parents, were present. This revelation eased Chen Mo's nerves about meeting his future in-laws for the first time. Mom and Dad, this is Chen Mo, Ho Meiju introduced. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Chen Mo greeted. Ah, how nice. Wang Ruofeng observed Chen Mo's clean and handsome appearance, feeling increasingly satisfied as a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Wang Ruofeng truly lives up to his reputation as the minister of organization. After decades of navigating the complexities of bureaucracy, his eloquence is formidable. At the very least, Chen Mo found his words quite pleasing, as they afforded him a sense of dignity. Thus, he answered every inquiry, primarily discussing family matters and his own circumstances. During lunch, several guests arrived. His grandfather, his uncle and aunt, his third uncle and aunt, as well as his aunt, who happened to be Zhou Haoyu's mother. The younger generation present included Zhou Haoyu and Ho Xinjian, as determined by Ho Meiju's grandfather, who deemed the number of attendees excessive. After the meal, Ho Baozhu summoned Chen Mo to the study. Please have a seat. Today, as we meet in this capacity, I shall be forthright. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving efforts. You saved Xiao Yu's life previously, and later, your peaches saved mine. You are indeed a benefactor to our family. Secondly, the only unmarried girl remaining in our family is Meiju. She may accompany you, and we all consent to this arrangement, hoping you will treat her well. I understand you are no ordinary individual, and I will keep any matters confidential. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach me. After all, a good hero deserves support. Chen Mo pondered. How does he know I'm not an ordinary person? Has my identity as an extraordinary being been revealed? No. He must be aware of my remarkable peaches, hence his assertion of my uniqueness. Understood, Grandpa, Chen Montag replied succinctly. Sometimes, it is prudent to maintain a certain distance in conversation, but I do not regard you as a stranger. Allow me to elucidate our family situation. In terms of business, our family Esli Tian Group is among the foremost in Yuzhou and holds a notable position nationally. However, our progress is currently at a standstill. To advance further, we require greater political leverage. Politically, the pinnacle of our family is represented by Xiao Yu's father, who is one of the 4 counselors of Yuzhou and concurrently serves as the head of Shishir. He wields considerable influence among the counselors and is a formidable contender for this year's governorship. If your peaches happen to yield more, might I inquire if you could provide another? We wish to present it to the current governor, who is incapacitated due to illness. Should he endorse Xiao Yu's father for the governorship, his position would be substantially secured. Chen Mo reflected, Blue Star is my foundation. My family and friends reside here. With the governor's protection, any endeavor I undertake would be facilitated. I could provide peaches this time, but they are of great value, and their origins are not for you to know. I trust you understand my meaning. The peaches are in my car. I shall retrieve them now. As Chen Mo stood to leave, he deliberately swept his hand across the coffee table, simultaneously employing the space blade. As he stepped away, the table split in two, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from within the study. Upon reaching his car, Chen Mo extracted a peach from the space and, after a moment's consideration, retrieved another peach along with 6 dates, preparing to return with them in hand. Chapter 43. Offering assistance with full family support, Chen Mo entered Villa Number 3, carrying 2 peaches and 6 dates. Among the gathered members of the Ho family, aside from Ho Meizhu and Ho Xinjian, everyone's hearts ignited with desire upon seeing the peaches, well aware of their beneficial properties. Chen Mo, where have you been? Ho Meizhu inquired, noticing his return from outside. I want to fetch some fruit for you all. Here, enjoy this, he said, handing a date to Ho Meizhu. Holding up the date for everyone to see, he continued, This date has the same effects as the peach, though they are not plentiful. Uncle, auntie, third uncle, and each of you should have one. Wow, this is delicious. Chen Mo, where did you buy these dates? Wang Meizhu, who had just taken a bite, asked eagerly. Grandfather is still waiting for me upstairs. I'll let you know later, Chen Mo replied to Ho Meizhu. The quickest to react was Zhou Haoyu. Upon realizing that the treats were meant for his uncle and aunt, approached Chen Mo and cheekily asked, Why didn't you bring any for me? These are precious, and you've already had peaches. Eating these dates now would be redundant. Chen Mo explained before turning to ascend stairs. Entering the study, he noticed Ho Baozhu staring blankly at a split tea table. Knowing his own table was solid wood, he mused that it would not yield easily even to an axe. It appeared there were still many aspects he did not understand about his own abilities. Did he possess martial skills? Could martial prowess reach such heights? Here, grandfather, I brought you 2 peaches, one for the governor and one for uncle. This way, he can maintain good health and perform his duties better. Chen Mo interrupted Ho Baozhu's contemplation. 2. Excellent. From now on, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will mobilize the entire family to assist you, Ho Baozhu exclaimed. Having witnessed Chen Mo's capabilities, he wished to firmly bind his family to Chen Mo, recognizing that the resource of peaches alone could ensure the governorship was within reach. If further opportunities arose, even ascending to the central government would no longer be a distant dream. For now, there is nothing pressing. I will speak up if needed, Chen Mo stated. Very well. I shall remind Xiaoyu to accompany you regularly. You are of similar ages, making communication easier, Ho Baozhu said, perceiving that Chen Mo had little more to discuss. All right, you may return to your tasks. There is no need to keep this old man company. Understood, grandfather. Rest well, and I shall visit you again when time permits. Chen Mo replied, turning to descend the stairs. I feel rejuvenated by 10 years, brimming with vitality. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. I have never tasted such dates before, though they are far too few. I haven't had my fill. Are you able to eat more? I feel quite full already. It's truly remarkable. Chen Mo overheard as he returned downstairs, where the conversation remained centered around the delightful dates he had brought. Uncle and Aunt, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not impose any longer. I will visit again when time permits. Chen Mo sensed that everyone's gaze was upon him, making him feel awkward in their presence. It seemed more prudent to withdraw. At this moment, Chen Mo was indifferent to notions of etiquette and directly addressed Mr. and Mrs. Ho, saying, "All right, if you have matters to tend to, please do so. Visits are of no consequence. When you have time, return home for a meal." Wang Ruofeng, having spoken, turned to Home Meiju and suggested, "Meiju, why don't you accompany Chen Mo and lend him a helping hand if needed?" "Oh, all right, mother. Chen Mo and I shall take our leave," Home Meiju replied promptly. Upon hearing her mother's words, she added, "Go on. Remember to heed Chen Mo's advice," Wang Ruofeng cautioned. "Understood." Then addressing her relatives, she announced, "Uncle, third uncle, Ani, we shall take our leave." Chen Mo turned to the others, uttered a brief farewell, and took Home Meiju's hand as they departed. Once they were in the car, Home Meiju inquired, "Where are we headed now? What do you think?" Chen Mo replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I don't know, you tease," she responded, initially caught off guard. However, upon noticing the playful curve of his lips, she seemed to grasp his intent. Chen Mo remained silent, activating the navigation system, and directed the vehicle towards the nearest hotel. As they drove, he embraced Home Meiju, engaging her in light conversation. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his brother-in-law. "Hello, brother-in-law," Chen Mo answered. "Chen Mo, I will be at your location in half an hour. Are you at home?" "Half an hour? Why the sudden speed?" "Chen Montag in Kvilet, positive. This time, the goods you ordered are substantial. We contacted the agent directly, picked up the items, and drove straight over," his brother-in-law explained. "Oh, I will first contact a few workers to unload the truck. By the time you arrive, they should be nearly there," Chen Mo suggested. "No need. I brought some people with me. I hired 2 workers during the pickup, and they are accompanying me," his brother-in-law clarified. "Ah, understood. I am not at home at the moment, but there is a nanny present. I will inform her, and you can hand over the list to her, as you did last time." Chen Mo pondered, then responded, "That will suffice." After hanging up, Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was just past 4. He promptly contacted Sister Ma. "Hello, boss," Ma Xiaolan greeted. "Are you at the Qinshija? I am en route and should arrive in about 10 minutes. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Well, I have purchased a batch of cigarettes and liquor, which should reach the garage in approximately half an hour. Please take the room keys and receive the delivery," Chen Mo instructed. "All right, boss. Please provide me with their contact numbers. I will handle it, and you need not worry," Ma Xiaolan replied. "Okay, I shall return shortly. The delivery is for my brother-in-law, and I must make an appearance," Chen Mo remarked, sending his brother-in-law's contact details to Ma Xiaolan. Upon realizing it was Chen Mo's brother-in-law, Ma Xiaolan felt a sudden sense of meeting the parents, quickly checking her appearance before accelerating towards the Qin Shirjia. "The nanny is your woman, isn't she?" Home Meiju listened intently as Chen Mo spoke on the phone. "Yes. Why didn't you meet me earlier?" Chen Mo declared with righteous indignation. Who is more attractive, her or me? The woman's perspective is inherently different. You are definitely more attractive. Chen Mo did not lie about this. Home Meiju's beauty is indeed exceptional. Relieved that this young nanny could not usurp her position, Home Meiju sighed and secretly resolved to purchase a home, a cozy nest for herself and Chen Mo. "Shall I take you home, or would you like to rest a bit longer?" Chen Mo inquired, observing Home Meiju's weary form. "I'll rest a little longer," she replied, grimacing at the tearing pain in her body. "Very well. Take your time," Chen Mo said before rising to shower and prepare to leave. Upon arriving home, Chen Mo found that half of the goods had already been unloaded. Seeing Chen Mo approach, his brother-in-law said, "Xiao Mo, you needn't have come. We can finish unloading this in no time." "It's all right. I don't have anything pressing," Chen Mo replied. "I spoke with my sister this morning about stocking up more supplies since the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. We'll certainly need more. Especially with the jewelry store set to open this month, the demand may increase." "Understood. Your sister has already informed me. Rest assured, if you need anything, let me know in advance, and I will make the necessary arrangements, his brother-in-law responded. Honestly, the 2 batches of goods you've requested recently have exceeded what I earned in the past year. Your sister has been quite impressive at home, asserting her authority. Although his brother-in-law said this, he felt quite pleased, as Chen Mo's 2 batches of goods totaled 300,000, yielding a profit of around 60 to 70,000, indeed equivalent to what they earned in the entire previous year. In their modest county town, there are not many shops, and the average annual revenue for most is only around 300,000. Most importantly, Chen Mo had future dealings in mind, which brought him joy. My sister was always good to me. During my school years, she would occasionally give me some pocket money during the summer and winter breaks. Now it's my turn to repay your kindness, Chen Mo reminisced. Ah, we are family. No need to speak of finances among family. Before long, the unloading was complete, and his brother-in-law, mindful of the workers, left without even having a meal. Once home, Chen Mo quickly ate a bite, and, after Ma Xiaolan returned and finished tidying up, he proceeded to store all tobacco, alcohol, and tea in his space, preparing for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 44. Establishing the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps upon his traversal into the post-apocalyptic realm. Chen Mo not only prepared the usual provisions of tobacco and alcohol, but also set his sights on the formation of a mercenary corps. Consequently, he approached Lu Xing'er with his intentions. I wish to establish a mercenary band. What preparations are necessary? Chen Montauk inquired. That largely depends on the type of mercenary corps you envision, as well as its focal points and the criteria for recruitment. Each of these elements requires distinct preparations. Liu Xing'er elucid atit. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Chen Mo asked, intrigued. If the objective is merely to form an ordinary mercenary group, the task is quite simple and requires no substantial preparation. Given your current reputation, a mere whisper of your intention would attract a multitude of followers, as your formidable prowess and the promising future of the mercenary group are undeniable. However, if you aspire to create a powerful elite team, it necessitates the allure of formidable ability users. These individuals predominantly seek the advancement of their powers, hence high-grade crystals are of utmost importance to them. For instance, should you procure a 7th-grade zombie crystal, I am confident that even Gu Rufeng, the 6th-level powerhouse who controls the West District, would seek to join your ranks. Liu Xing'er articulated. Let me outline my stipulations. Firstly, the mercenary corps shall exclusively recruit females. Secondly, candidates must be between the ages of 18 and 35. Thirdly, only ability users shall be considered. And fourthly, applicants must possess a minimum attractiveness rating of 85, subject to my approval. Please advise me on how to proceed with these requirements, Chen Mo stated. Lu Xing'er was taken aback by Chen Mo's conditions. Are you assembling a mercenary corps or conducting a beauty pageant? This is merely one condition. Young and beautiful female ability users. Boss, is this mercenary group legitimate? Are you attempting to create a harem? Such stringent criteria. Will anyone even come forward? She lamented. I have no desire to work alongside a multitude of men. Besides, why would anyone hesitate to join? Wouldn't your sisters be willing to participate? Chen Mo mused, considering that all ability users possess formidable physical capabilities, rendering any gender-based distinctions irrelevant. Well, all right, Lu Xing'er conceded after a moment of contemplation, unable to mount a counter-argument. The only requirement for your criteria is the availability of high-grade crystals. I believe that if your conditions are sufficiently enticing, it should not pose a problem, Lu Xing'er remarked. What about the specifics regarding salary and benefits? Chen Mo is not particularly knowledgeable in this regard. In fact, other mercenary groups mainly provide several aspects. First, they ensure the safety of their personnel. The concept of solidarity implies that there is strength in numbers, preventing bullying. Second, they offer basic salaries. Ordinary individuals receive very little, barely enough to meet their basic needs, while those with special abilities receive slightly more. Generally, a 2nd-level ability user earns around 5 2nd-level crystals per month, a 3rd-level user around 5 3rd-level crystals, a 4th-level user around 5 4th-level crystals, and a 5th-level user can typically earn about 50 4th-level crystals per month. Moreover, These individuals are generally among the elite fighters. The mercenary group will distribute a share of the earnings, and upon joining, members are required to team up to hunt zombies. This is essential. All crystals acquired must be surrendered, and personal hunts do not count. Lu Xing'er had previously been part of a mercenary group and understood the basics. Thus, within our mercenary group, all matters are subject to review. For a second-level ability user, after working for 1 month, the group will promote them to 3rd level. For a 3rd-level user, after 3 months, they will be promoted to 4th level. For a 4th-level user, after 6 months, they will be promoted to 5th level. And for a 5th-level user, after 1 year, they will be promoted to 6th level. What do you think? Chen Mo in Kviat. Is this too generous? Liu Xing questioned. The key is, do you have so many crystals? If we recruit 10 5th-level ability users, we will need to produce 10 6th-level crystals in a year. Lu Xing'er was somewhat skeptical, wondering if Chen Mo was merely making empty promises. In truth, Chen Mo was not deceiving her. He had carefully considered it. Given the current pace, he would soon reach the 6th level, and in a year he might be at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level. Would a few 6th-level crystals still pose a problem then? Hence, he remained unconcerned. Lu Xing'er, however, was bewildered by the difficulty of obtaining 6th-level crystals, especially since she and her sister currently had no means to acquire them. Yet, it is crucial to remember that it has only been 3 months since the apocalypse began, during which several hundred 5th-level users and nearly 10 6th-level users have emerged. What will the situation be like in 6 months or a year? The number of powerful individuals will undoubtedly continue to rise. After all, words were futile. Chen Mo directly reached into his pocket, actually retrieving a 6th-level crystal from his space. Xing'er, look, as long as you work diligently, I will give this to you in a year, he tempted. Lu Xing'er was astonished at the sight of a 6th-level crystal. Chen Mo indeed possessed one, which made sense given that he was a 7th-level strong individual. Acquiring a 6th-level crystal was not as challenging as she had imagined. She had always mistakenly believed Chen Mo to be a 7th-level user. All right, boss, I will work hard. Tomorrow, I will establish the mercenary group as per your requirements. By the way, what shall we name the group, and where do you intend to set up the headquarters? Lu Xing'er was now invigorated. Let us call it the Huaxia Mercenary Group. As for the headquarters, we will take over the previous headquarters of the Tiger Mercenary Group. Chen Mo contemplated the location and mentioned the former base of the now-defunct Tiger Mercenary Group. Understood, boss. I will discuss with my sister to determine the specifics. Please rest assured, she replied before turning to find her sister. Sister, I have seen a 6th-level crystal, Lu Xing'er announced as she pushed open her sister's bedroom door. What? A 6th-level crystal? Where? Louis Ware posed 3 consecutive questions. In the hands of the boss, he presented it to me, expressing his intention to establish a mercenary group. Shortly thereafter, whispers from 2 individuals filled the room. Chen Mo located the storeroom where he had previously stored cigarettes and alcohol, transferring a batch of goods inside, and took out a box of cigarettes, lighting one up. That evening, after dinner, Chen Mo inquired of the 2 sisters, which of you has decided to accompany me tonight? The 2 women, who had been engaged in lively conversation, fell silent in an instant, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Initially inclined to evade, the thoughts of the 6th-level crystal in Chen Mo's possession extinguished their courage to refuse. Let the elder sister come first, Lu Xing'er eventually suggested. At that moment, Louis Ware's face suddenly turned crimson, yet she offered no objection. Then let's go. Your, hearing her called sister, must surely be referring to you. The following morning, Chen Mo posted a large announcement at the entrance of the smoke and liquor shop, stating that he would be forming the Huaxia Mercenary Group. The recruitment criteria specified that only women aged 18 to 35 with exceptional physiques and beauty would be considered, and they would undergo an interview with the group leader, Chen Mo, to formalize their membership. The benefits outlined for the team were as follows. 2nd-level abilities would be promoted to 3rd level after 1 month of work. 3rd-level abilities would be promoted to 4th level after 3 months. 4th-level abilities would be promoted to 5th level after 6 months. And 5th-level abilities would be promoted to 6th level after 1 year of service. The recruitment period would last for 3 days, inviting enthusiastic applications from all. With the announcement displayed, News of Chen Mo's intention to establish a mercenary group spread rapidly. Given that all factions were keenly observing Chen Mo, many scoffed at the recruitment criteria, viewing it as a selection of concubines. However, upon reading the benefits, a frenzy erupted among the women. Some lamented their advancing age, beating their chests in despair, while others mourned their lack of beauty, feeling disheartened. Those who believed they met the criteria quietly prepared for the interview. Reactions from various factions were mixed. The smaller forces in District 3 trembled in fear, while those in other regions observed passively. The 8 major powers convened an urgent meeting, their attention fixated on the implication of the first-level abilities working for a year to achieve the 6th level, as if they discerned the emergence of a formidable predator revealing its fangs. Chapter 45. Avenge Lu Mengnan. The foremost considerations for the 8 paramount factions are twofold. Firstly, no woman can withstand the allure of a level 6 entity. Beauty is an invaluable resource found everywhere. Each faction is vast, with numerous beautiful subordinates. Those with lesser abilities serve as bait to attract the strong, while those with greater prowess become the targets of conquest. Secondly, and most critically, is the strength of Chen Mo. His previous display of power led them to speculate that he might be a level 7 entity. This latest promise of recruiting members for a mercenary group has largely confirmed their suspicions regarding his true strength, as the abundance of level 6 crystals is beyond their provision. Even if they possess them, they would not share, for they themselves are merely level 6. If several level 6 entities were added to the team, would they still hold sway over it? The least affected is the solitary maverick Gu Rufeng, who oversees the western plantations. As a level 6 psychic ability user, his formidable strength has earned him recognition as a top-tier power, though his followers are few, consisting of a handful of level 5 subordinates. He controls the districts of 17 and 18, situated in the far west, and remains largely unscathed. Conversely, the most impacted is the Zhuke Mercenary Corps, which governs the southeastern plantations. Their leader, Yu Qinghan, is a level 6 fire ability user and a woman. She is particularly concerned about her numerous female ability users potentially joining the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps, which could lead to the obliteration of the Zhuke Corps due to a lack of personnel. Moreover, they oversee the 4th district adjacent to the 3rd district. There are also factions that find the situation advantageous, such as the official force controlling the southern plantations. Originally an official organization before the apocalypse, they secured the 9th and 10th districts with the aid of numerous awakened soldiers. Unlike the intrigue among other factions, their aspirations center around the future of the central city, hoping for the emergence of capable individuals, believing that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Notably, this official force possesses 2 level 6 ability users. The only faction with such strength, the twin brothers Lu Aigua and Lu Aimin, who have awakened powers in the formidable light and shadow abilities, respectively. Regardless of the circumstances, all top-tier factions have refrained from taking action. Since the announcement was posted, individuals have begun to arrive for interviews. Chen Mo has arranged for Lu Xing'er to sit at the entrance while he remains inside the establishment, allowing her to conduct preliminary screenings. Those who are too old or unattractive will not be admitted. Regarding the candidates entering for interviews, Chen Mo's focus is not primarily on their appearance or age. Rather, he is more concerned with their ability skills. If they are unwilling to disclose certain abilities, he will inquire meticulously about their offensive skills, defensive powers, and evasion techniques. For those possessing evasion abilities, the conditions will be relaxed. Ultimately, Chen Mo requires them for reconnaissance missions against zombies and mutated plants, preparing for his ascension to level 7. Rather than merely fulfilling the superficial expectations of selecting consorts as the outside world might presume. On the very first day, Chen Mo received 22 individuals. Among them 7 were 5th level powerhouses, 9 at the 4th level, 4 at the 3rd level, and 2 at the 2nd level. 6 of them left a profound impression on Chen Mo. Among the 2nd level individuals were Wang Muhan, a 25-year-old wood-type ability user possessing a skill known as wooden transposition, which allows her to shift from one plant to another, and Lu Pei Pei, 27, whose selection was primarily due to her beauty. The third-level individual, Li Fengjun, aged 30, was a soil-type ability user, with her primary skill being earth evasion, making her a promising candidate for cultivation. The fourth-level individual, Chu Qin, just 19, may not have an exceptionally striking appearance, yet she is a mental-type ability user, remarkable and potent. If developed, she could become invincible in one-on-one combat, much like Gu Rufeng. Among the fifth-level powerhouses, there were Wei Miao, a 24-year-old fire-type ability user whose skills were not particularly outstanding but possessed an alluring appearance, and Yang Fenglan, 34, a wood-type ability user with a moderately appealing look who was retained for her unique skill of extracting a life-imbued essence from plants for healing purposes. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Mo led these 22 members to the former base of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, officially declaring this garden villa community as the new base for the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps. He then instructed the team to clear the area. Following the annihilation of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, the place had been deserted, yet in recent days, some individuals had stealthily taken residence. Under the leadership of the 7 fifth-level powerhouses, within half an hour, the entire community was devoid of any other inhabitants. This shall be our base from now on. You may each choose a residence and settle in. After we complete the recruitment for our mercenary corps the day after tomorrow, we shall convene a meeting to discuss further matters. Chen Mo addressed everyone. Yes, Commander, the group responded in unison. Upon returning to the shop, Chen Mo noticed Lu Mengnan at work and recalled his previous promise to avenge her. He approached her and inquired, I had promised to locate your ex-husband for revenge. Why haven't you mentioned it to me recently? I nearly forgot about it. I saw you were quite busy before, so I chose not to bring it up, intending to wait until things stabilized before discussing it again. Moreover, my life is going quite well now. I'm almost inclined to forget the matter, Lu Mengnan replied. I do not wish for you to live in the shadows of hatred. It is commendable that you can rise above it. Nevertheless, since I have made a promise, I shall fulfill it. Please provide me with his information. If the opportunity arises, I will find him and bring him to you. I believe it is best for you to seek your own vengeance, Chen Mo stated. All right, his name is Wang Ming, and he hails from Zisong Town. Xiaolu should know him, Lu Mengnan said. Very well, I will inquire with him later, Chen Mo responded. That evening, Chen Mo entered Lu Xinger's room, as he intended to guide her in cultivation. The following day, Chen Mo requested Lu Xinger to oversee the preliminary trials, but he planned to step out. Xingya, I will be going out today. All who pass the preliminary trials should come for interviews tomorrow afternoon. Having engaged in a deeper conversation with Chen Mo the previous night, Lu Xinger felt more at ease and asked, What are you up to today? Do you need me to accompany you? Whom did you interview? Chen Montak in Kviat. Let my sister come. The preliminary round is not difficult at all, merely assessing age and appearance. She will have no issues, Lu Xinger replied. All right, please inform me where, and then we shall go out together, Chen Mo stated. Where are we headed? Lu Xinger asked. We're going to find someone, Chen Mo responded, taking Lu Xinger by the hand and heading towards the Lu de Villa. In truth, had Chen Mo ventured alone, he could have arrived in an instant, but bringing Lu Xinger along proved to be somewhat more cumbersome. Nonetheless, he found it difficult to decline the request from this woman, with whom he had only recently begun to establish a connection. Upon reaching the Lu de Villa, Chen Mo embraced Lu Xinger and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice from within. Little Lu, it's me, Chen Mo replied. The door swung open immediately. It's you. Brother Chen Mo, please come in. Little Lu greeted with a broad smile. All right, Little Lu, Chen Mo responded. Brother, you concealed your formidable abilities from me for so long. Had I known you were so powerful, I would have insisted on keeping you in the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Little Lu said, a look of regret on his face. You're too kind, Little Lu. Whether I remain in the Qinglong Mercenary Corps or not does not affect our relationship. Chen Mo laughed, feeling quite grateful toward Luda. After all, during their first meeting, Luda had shared invaluable insights, which, although he would eventually discover himself, had significantly aided Chen Mo in establishing himself swiftly within Central City, thus saving him considerable time. Luda, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, felt immensely excited. A 7th-level powerhouse like him was a significant ally. Who knew when he might receive a 6th-level crystal from Chen Mo, propelling him to new heights. Just like the rest of the world, Luda regarded Chen Mo as a 7th-level being. All right, brother Chen Mo, what brings you here this time? Just tell me directly. Your little Lu has some influence in District 1, Luda assured him. Well, little Lu, I have a woman you've met before, Lu Mingnan. She was abandoned by her ex-husband and cast aside in Zisong Town. It was only upon meeting me that she began to move on, yet she harbors resentment towards her ex. I promised her I would bring him before her for her to deal with as she sees fit. So I hope you can help me locate that individual, Chen Mo explained succinctly. Do you know the name of that person? Luda asked directly. Wang Ming. Do you know him? He came to Central City with you. Chen Mo replied. I know him. An elemental would manipulate her. Rest assured, I'll contact him right away and have him come immediately. Won't he cause you any trouble, will he? Chen Mo inquired. No, the person you mentioned is only at the 3rd level now, lacking any offensive powers. He is currently tending to seeds in my plantation, Luda assured him. Chapter 46. The establishment of the mercenary corps, that's good. If Little Ru encounters trouble, I shall handle it myself, Chen Mo stated. There's nothing to worry about. If our captain learns that he has offended you, he will promptly escort him to you, Luda replied. I will contact him now and have him come over. Very well, Luda said before picking up the intercom. Wang Ming, are you there? Yes. Come over here for a moment. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Luda informed Chen Mo. After half an hour, a somewhat handsome middle-aged man, approximately 175 meters tall, arrived. Lu Steward, you called for me? The man addressed Luda. This is Wang Ming, Luda replied without acknowledging Wang Ming, turning instead to Chen Mo. Wang Ming. Please accompany me. Lu Steward. Who is he? Wang Ming inquired, ignoring Chen Mo. Do not concern yourself with who he is. Simply do as he instructs. Do you understand? Luda responded, disregarding Wang Ming's question. Understood, Lu Steward, Wang Ming replied. Then we shall take our leave for now. We can reconnect at a later opportunity. Chen Mo said to Luda, all right, brother Chen Mo, feel free to reach out at any time. Luda replied warmly. Soon, Chen Mo drove back to the shop with Luda and Lu Xinger. The vehicle had been purchased for the establishment by Lu Jie, making it more convenient for outings. Dream Man, I brought Wang Ming here. What would you like to do? Chen Montak adressed Liu Mingnan. Lu Mingnan, what brings you to Central City? Wang Ming exclaimed upon seeing Lu Mingnan. Am I not allowed to come just because you are here? Lu Mingnan retorted. There is nothing left to discuss between us. I intend to leave now, Wang Ming declared, turning to depart. Did I permit you to leave? Chen Mo questioned Wang Ming. As Chen Mo spoke, a humanoid warrior made entirely of water suddenly materialized behind Wang Ming, blocking his escape. This was Lu Xingru's skill, Water Warrior. What are you planning? I am a member of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Do you dare to provoke us? Wang Ming blustered, lacking any offensive skills, resorting to boasting about the Qinglong Mercenary Corps instead. The Qinglong Mercenary Corps? If they could truly protect you, would they allow us to take you away? Are you not aware of how you arrived here? Lu Xinger said, Mingnan, I apologize, but given our past as a married couple, please let me go. Upon hearing Lu Xinger's words, Wang Ming immediately knelt before Lu Mingnan, stating, if you were truly resolute, I might have held you in higher regard. However, your current demeanor only fills me with revulsion. Lu Mingnan replied to Wang Ming, I do not wish for my hands to be stained with blood, yet I shall not simply let him off the hook. Can we send him beyond the city limits to let him fend for himself? Lu Mingnan then addressed Chen Mo. This can be easily arranged. Xinger, go find those who have passed the interview and inquire who can escort him 50 miles out of the city. After that, we need not conduct any further interviews. We shall directly welcome her into the mercenary group, as it is a task that can be accomplished by others. Chen Mo was disinclined to engage in tasks that could be delegated. Very well, he replied. Lu Xinger instructed the water warriors to escort Wang Ming away. Thank you, Lu Mingnan, she said, darting over to Chen Mo and embracing him. No need for gratitude. You have already compensated me previously, Chen Mo teased. The following afternoon, Chen Mo commenced the interviews, selecting 15 members according to his criteria, 5 level 5 warriors, 2 level 4, and 7 level 3, with only 1 level 2 ability user among them. 2 individuals piqued Chen Mo's interest. One was a 24-year-old level 5 warrior named Chi Min. A metal-type ability, user known for her formidable defensive capabilities, possessing an ability that rendered her entirely metallic, along with a protective skill akin to a golden bell. The other was a 22-year-old level 4 ice-type ability, user named Zhou Fei, endowed with a freezing control skill. After 3 days, the recruitment for Chen Mo's mercenary group concluded, yielding a total of 37 members, 12 level 5 warriors, 11 level 4, 11 level 3, and 3 level 2. Chen Montak, accompanied by Liu Xing'e and Liu Yue'e, proceeded to the mercenary group's base. Once all members had assembled, Chen Mo announced, "Now that our recruitment is complete, I hereby declare the official establishment of the Huaxia mercenary group. I, Chen Mo, shall serve as the captain, while Liu Xing'e and Liu Yue'e shall assume the roles of vice-captains." The members had already encountered the twins during the interviews, all of whom were level 5 ability users, fully capable of their roles. With a total of 37 members, 12 level 5, 11 level 4, 11 level 3, and 3 level 2, Chen Mo regarded the twins, now as companions, favorably and appointed them as vice-captains. When our mercenary group recruits, the promised benefits are non-negotiable. In other words, within a year at the latest, every 5th level member present will ascend to 6th level. After saying this, Chen Mo took out a 6th level crystal to demonstrate, assuring everyone that he was not deceiving them. I possess this crystal right now. As long as you exert yourselves, the next 6th level will undoubtedly be you. The 5th level members among the crowd gazed at the 6th level crystal with shining eyes, eager for immediate promotion. I will adhere to the established standards for our team benefits. But I must clarify a few points. You need to understand that our group does not accommodate idlers. We operate on a point system. I will assign points to the crystals, allowing you to earn points through tasks for purchasing them. Notably, the price I set for the crystals will be merely half of the market value, and there is no limit on availability. You may form teams to hunt zombies, with points allocated based on your contributions. Furthermore, certain exotic plants, as well as information regarding their locations, can also be exchanged for points, including the whereabouts of advanced zombies. I will later establish a points standard, allowing you to choose according to your own circumstances. Do you all comprehend? Chen Mo realized that without regulation, these individuals might become complacent. The point system was preferable, even if one could not slay 6th-level zombies. Consistent efforts in hunting 5th-level zombies would eventually yield enough points for a 6th-level crystal. Moreover, he currently sought the locations of various high-level zombies. Acquiring this information would save him the trouble of searching. He also had a substantial need for exotic plants. While these might seem less valuable to the ability's users, they were immensely powerful on Blue Star, where the populace consisted primarily of ordinary individuals, and even his family required them. In addition, we have 3 second-level ability users. Considering your lower levels and the challenges of survival in the wild, I am assigning you specific tasks. One to purchase mutated fruits at the market, another to gather jewelry, and a third to procure golden wood or golden wood furniture. These tasks are not overly difficult. If you perform well, there will be evaluations every 10 days, and I will reward the individual with the highest completion rate with a 3rd-level crystal. Your ascent to 3rd level hinges on your own efforts. Thinking of the market where mutated fruits are specifically sold, Chen Mo concluded that rather than catering to others' appetites, it would be wiser to purchase them for his family. Jewelry and golden silk nanmu could be easily liquidated on Blue Star, so it would be prudent to collect more. Acquiring these items was akin to free gain. Furthermore, I must clarify, our mercenary group offers excellent benefits, but this is strictly limited to our internal members. I will not tolerate any resources from our group being diverted externally. Do you understand my intent? Do not procure crystals from me to supply others. Should this be discovered, it will come at the cost of your lives. Is that clear? Chen Mo added. Understood. Many of the members have been with the mercenary group for some time. Is there anything else you wish to supplement? Commander, our mercenary group consists entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Shouldn't we consider enlisting some ordinary individuals to provide us with essential services? For instance, when we are out on missions and unable to return, we cannot be expected to wash our clothes, prepare our meals, or maintain cleanliness, Chi Min suggested. Indeed, this is an oversight on my part, Chen Mo replied thoughtfully. We currently have 40 members. Let us recruit an additional 60 ordinary individuals to cater to your needs and ensure your daily sustenance and living conditions. Xinger, I entrust you with this task. Moreover, I must emphasize that within the ranks of the Huaxia Mercenary Corps, you are to heed my commands. When you step outside, assess the situation and make your own decisions. I will not permit you to oppress others, but neither shall you allow others to oppress you. If oppression is to occur, it shall be at my discretion. Do you comprehend? Chen Mo declared with a commanding voice. The group of women, upon hearing Chen Mo's ambiguous statement, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, whispering to themselves about Chen Mo's roguish nature, while others appeared eager for the challenge. What if we encounter one of the 8 major powers? Inquired the 5th-level powerhouse. Wei Miao, regardless of the force, if you cannot prevail, return home. I will assist you in battle. If you can defeat them, annihilate them. As long as you are justified in your actions, should you face oppression, I, Chen Mo, refuse to bear the shame of defeat, Chen Mo asserted with undeniable authority. Chapter 47. Promotion to Level 6. As Chen Mo's commanding words echoed, the crowd was filled with excitement. The individuals present were all strikingly beautiful, yet many hailed from lesser factions or were simply wandering souls, often subjected to the bullying of more powerful forces. Frequently, they had to endure in silence. For in this post-apocalyptic world, reason seemed a luxury few could afford. Their swift decision to join Chen Mo's mercenary group was fueled by the hope of future prosperity, dreaming of one day becoming a formidable power themselves. To their astonishment, on the very first day, they received the promise of a super-strong ally in Chen Mo, a source of uncontainable joy. Very well, Star will prepare the points table shortly. You shall commence your efforts tomorrow. Chen Mo addressed the assembly. Oh, and please reserve a building for me, as I may be residing here frequently, he added before departing. Indeed, as Chen Mo's circle of women expanded, the 3rd floor of the shop had become rather cramped. That evening, Chen Mo refrained from visiting anyone's quarters, having reached level 5 several days prior. His physical strength had plateaued. Thus, he resolved to ascend to level 6. He retrieved a green crystal and consumed it, feeling the familiar sensation wash over him, his body swelling and gradually strengthening. This time, however, his mental acuity surged, and upon reaching a peak, he experienced a sudden explosion akin to an egg cracking. His mental energy radiated outward, and astonishingly, he could perceive Lu Xing in the adjacent room lost in thought, Lu Jie asleep below, and a vacant display of cigarettes and alcohol, all within a 50-meter radius, rendered vividly clear. Is this what mental power entails? Truly remarkable. Half an hour later, upon concluding his promotion, he experienced a stroke of serendipity in the form of a new skill, the ability to create a collapsed space within 100 meters. The terrifying shards of this space would crush all objects within its confines. The size of the collapsed area could be manipulated at will, reaching a maximum diameter of 10 meters, akin to a sizable sphere. Let us find a place to test this, Chen Mo exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. With a series of swift teleports, he traveled over 30 kilometers from the city center. Spotting a massive boulder, he unleashed the spatial collapse, only to witness the stone vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a gaping pit. Astonishing, its power rivaled that of a missile. This skill was distinctly offensive. Unlike the spatial blades, it was a group attack ability. As his level increased, so too would its range and destructive capacity. Enough for tonight. I shall return and continue my experiments another day, he concluded, teleporting back to the city in a flurry. The following morning, during breakfast, Chen Mo declared, effective today, I shall be residing at the mercenary base. Will you accompany me, or remain here? We shall stay here, as it is more convenient for managing the shop, Lu Zime replied. Very well, the safety of this location remains assured. Focus on the shop, and I shall visit whenever possible, Chen Mo remarked, unperturbed by their decision to stay behind. After dinner, Chen Mo took the 2 sisters, Lu Xing and Lu Yue, to the base. Lu Xing presented the points table established the previous night for everyone to review. Speaking plainly, it was evident from the points table that Chen Mo was at a disadvantage, or rather, the mercenary group was incurring losses. In simpler terms, handing over a level 3 crystal to the mercenary group earned them 10 points, while redeeming a level 3 crystal from the group required only 5 points. In essence, Chen Mo was losing half of the value. In truth, Chen Mo had contemplated this aspect, but still decided to proceed with this arrangement. This was due to a principle among ability users. Those capable of producing level 3 crystals typically have no need to redeem them, as they aspire for level 4 crystals. And who would provide level 4 crystals? Most likely, it would be level 4 ability users who would supply a substantial quantity of level 4 crystals. Thus, the ultimate outcome was that as long as he could produce level 6 crystals, he would be fine. The procurement of level 6 crystals would then necessitate the mercenary members to provide clues. Once the clues were available, Chen Mo would find it exceedingly easy to combat zombies. As for the loss of crystals, there was still the tobacco and alcohol business to consider. Sustaining a mercenary group through that trade was quite profitable. In the afternoon, Chen Mo was lying in the quarters allocated to the mercenary group, while Lu Xing'er went out to recruit ordinary women, primarily to serve the members of the group. Louis Ware remained at the mercenary group's headquarters. Although referred to as headquarters, it was essentially the former supermarket in the community, a 2-story building that served adequately as their central office. Suddenly, Louis Ware heard someone inquire, "Is this the Huaxiao mercenary group?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Louis Ware responded, noticing a woman standing at the entrance. "I am a subordinate of Gu Ruofin from the Western Plantation. I have matters to discuss with Captain Chen Mo." "Is he available?" The woman stated. "He is currently not here. What is it that you wish to discuss?" "I can relay the message to him," Louis Ware replied. "That'll be fine. You can inform him that tomorrow at noon, Gu Ruofin invites Captain Chen Mo and all the top forces to a banquet at the Central Hotel of the 10th Street District for an important discussion. We hope Captain Chen Mo can attend punctually," the woman said. "Understood. I will convey the message," Louis Ware affirmed. After the woman left, Louis Ware returned to Chen Mo's residence. "Boss, just now, Gu Ruofin sent someone to invite you to a banquet at the Central Hotel of the 10th Street District tomorrow. Liu Yue informed Chen Montauk." "Oh, do you know who else has been invited?" Chen Mo asked in surprise, considering he had never had any prior interaction with Gu Ruofin. "I heard all the top forces have been invited, but I don't have further details," Louis Ware replied. "All right, I suppose I shall go and see. To be honest, aside from the Qinglong mercenary group, I have yet to encounter any other forces," Chen Mo remarked nonchalantly. In the evening, Lu Xing'er returned with 60 beautiful women. Indeed, they were all quite attractive, with heights uniformly between 1.65 to 1.70 meters, fair skin, and long legs. Lu Xing'er organized everything meticulously. A portion was assigned to establish a cafeteria, determining separate personnel for procurement and cooking. Another group was tasked with forming a cleaning department, responsible for house cleaning and laundry. A third group formed a transportation department, acting as drivers and procuring relevant vehicles. And finally, a security department was established, overseeing gatekeeping and patrolling the premises. Soon, the once desolate mercenary camp became vibrant and orderly. In the evening, the members of the mercenary group returned and convened once again for a meeting. The leader, "Many members have applied to exchange crystals for promotion. What do you think?" Louis Ware first reported to Chen Mo. "Oh, so soon? How do they manage that?" Chen Montauk exclaimed in surprise. "Actually, it's quite simple. The reason lies in our welfare regulations. For instance, if a level 5 abilities user teams up with a level 4 abilities user, and the level 5 user kills a level 5 zombie, they can exchange the level 5 crystal with a mercenary group for 2 level 5 crystals. Then give one to the level 4 user, allowing them to be promoted," Louis Ware patiently explained. "Oh, so if this continues, our mercenary group will all be level 5 abilities users in a month?" Chen Montauk replied. "Theoretically, that's about right. The key issue is that we need a substantial amount of crystals initially, and the smoke shop can no longer support this," he added. Liu Yue anxiously asked, "Have you considered any solutions?" "There are indeed solutions. The first option is to amend the welfare regulations or impose certain restrictions," Chen Mo suggested. Liu Yue responded, "Let's forego that. Since it has already been announced, we shouldn't change it now to avoid causing panic. However, adding restrictions is acceptable. Points exchanged must be used for promotions. And that should suffice. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, then we are left with the second option, which is to increase revenue while cutting costs. If we cannot save, we must find a source. With the boss's strength, we can definitely conquer the third district and sustain the mercenary group through its profits, just like other top-tier forces do. Louis Ware agreed. That plan sounds promising. So, tomorrow you and I will go for the appointment, and we shall greet the various factions. Upon our return, we will take the third district. What about tonight's promotions? We don't have any crystals, Louis Ware inquired. I still have some. It should be enough, Chen Mo replied, feigning the act of returning to his room to fetch them, retrieving the crystals he had obtained from his last venture outside the city. Here, take these. They should suffice for their needs, he said, holding out the crystals. That is sufficient. I will deliver them first, Louis Ware remarked, observing 4 yellow crystals and around 10 orange crystals. All right, go ahead, she encouraged. Chapter 48. The hunt for level 7 zombies at 11 o'clock the following morning. A vehicle adorned with the insignia of the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps departed from their base. The driver, Lu Li, was a newly recruited ordinary individual, having acquired the car just the night before. Accompanying her were Chen Mo and Louis Ware. Boss, what do you think Guru Feng's invitation to all the top powers signifies? Liu Yue and Kviat. How would I know? We'll discover it upon arrival, Chen Mo replied succinctly. The Central Hotel, situated in the 10th district, had earned its name for being the finest establishment in Central City prior to the apocalypse. As soon as Chen Mo alighted from the vehicle, a woman clad in a qipao approached him. Are you Mr. Chen Mo? She inquired, her tone unmistakably affirming her recognition of him. Indeed, Chen Mo responded. I am Xiao Fong, Mr. Guru Feng's assistant. He is awaiting you on the first floor of the hotel. Please follow me. She introduced herself briefly before guiding Chen Mo into the hotel. With an arm around Louis Ware and Lu Li trailing behind, Chen Mo followed Xiao Fong into the establishment. Hello, Team Leader Chen. I am Guru Feng. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You truly are a remarkable figure, distinguished and impressive. A man in his 30s approached, dressed casually, with striking features that marked him as undeniably handsome. I am your junior. May I call you Gugo? Chen Mo, uncertain of how to address him, ventured. Of course. Team Leader Chen, feel free. Let us proceed upstairs. Many influential figures have already arrived. I shall introduce you to them, Guru Feng replied. Having specifically come downstairs to await Chen Mo, a 7-level powerhouse worthy of such courtesy. He then led the way, taking the lead by a step. Guru Feng ushered Chen Mo into a spacious private room, which was nearly filled with guests. This was an unspoken understanding among the various factions. It was customary to arrive early, as it would be inconsiderate to keep Chen Mo waiting. As the group observed Guru Feng entering with Chen Mo, they all rose to their feet. Chen Mo's photograph had been circulated among the major factions, and they recognized him immediately. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Chen Mo, leader of the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps. I believe you're all familiar with him. Guru Feng turned to Chen Mo. Here we have Chang Wuyue, leader of the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps. Leader Chang and I have met before. Old acquaintances, Chen Mo replied casually. And this is Yu Qinghan, leader of the Vermilion Bird Mercenary Corps from the 4th District. Guru Feng gestured toward a striking woman beside Chang Wuyue. Chen Mo glanced at her. Exceptionally beautiful. Easily a 95 out of 100, comparable to Louis Ware and her sister. Next is Ji Shuang, leader of the Black Tortoise Mercenary Corps from the 5th and 6th districts. Guru Feng indicated the handsome man beside Yu Qinghan. The most striking feature about Ji Shuang was his silver-white hair, whether natural or dyed. Chen Mo couldn't tell. This is Jin Yong'an, chairman of the Yong'an Chamber of Commerce from the 8th district. Jin Yong'an was a heavy-set man in his 40s. And here is Lu Aigua, representing the 9th and 10th district's official faction. Guru Feng continued, motioning to the next guest. Lu Aigua, in his 30s, carried himself with the rigid posture of a military man, his expression stern and resolute. Zhang Li, leader of the White Tiger Mercenary Corps from the 12th district. Zhang Li, around 40, had a physique like coiled steel, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lastly, Chao Lei, leader of the Chilean Mercenary Corps from the 14th District. Chao Lei appeared to be the eldest among them. Chen Mo estimated him to be in his 50s, with dark skin and a modest stature. Once introductions concluded, the guests took their seats as servers began bringing out dishes. Interestingly, the liquor served was from Chen Mo's own distillery. Everyone except Yu Qinghan, who opted for fruit wine, had their glasses filled. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this gathering. A toast to you all, Gu Rufeng declared, downing his drink in one go. The others followed suit, draining their glasses in a show of respect. Then, one by one, they turned to toast Chen Mo. Chang Wuyue was the first. Leader Chen, this isn't our first meeting. Our mercenary corps operate in close proximity. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. I'll finish mine. You may take your time. Chen Mo matched him, emptying his glass without hesitation. With his 6th-tier physical resilience, he could drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Leader Chen, you caused me quite the headache. Yu Qinghan chimed in immediately after. How so? Chen Montak feignet Confusion. When you established your mercenary corps, you poached quite a few of my members. Thankfully, your recruitment standards were stringent. Otherwise, I'm not sure my Vermilion Burr Mercenary Corps would even exist today. I suppose I should thank you for showing restraint. A toast to you, Leader Chen. Yu Qinghan raised her glass and drank. My apologies for the inconvenience, Leader Yu, Chen Mo replied, though he felt no genuine remorse. If she couldn't retain her own people, that was hardly his fault. Representatives from various factions continued to toast Chen Mo, the officials expressing hopes that he would lead Central City to greater heights, the Yeoman Chamber seeking deeper collaboration, and so on. Leader Chen, the reason I've gathered everyone today is to discuss the matter of hunting a 7th-tier zombie. We recently detected traces of a lone 7th-tier specimen approximately 30 kilometers west of Central City. We invited you primarily to serve as our safeguard. No need for you to engage directly. The compensation would be 4 6th-tier crystals. What do you think? Gu Rufeng raised his glass once the toast concluded. Oh, no need for me to intervene. It appears that you are quite confident this time. Would you kindly share a plan with me? Chen Mo did not respond directly, but instead retorted, You need not ask. I must clarify that our 8 factions have been trapped at the 6th level for quite some time. No single faction can eliminate a 7th-level zombie alone. Thus, upon discovering the whereabouts of this solitary 7th-level zombie, we collectively decided that each faction would dispatch 1 6th-level and 2 5th-level abilities to encircle and eliminate it. This was a plan agreed upon previously. However, after demonstrating his prowess, we decided to invite Captain Chen to lead our efforts, though it was not necessary for him to engage directly. Gu Ruofeng interjected, But what if my assistance is required? Chen Montak counted. If Captain Chen is needed to intervene, in addition to the 4 6th-level crystals promised, all crystals from the 7th-level zombie will belong to Captain Chen. Given your strength, I trust you can handle a 7th-level zombie, correct? Gu Ruofeng queried, probing Chen Mo's resolve. This was also a test from the 8 factions. Should Chen Mo dare to accept, it would confirm his strength as indeed 7th level. If he hesitated, he might be the next to perish. The 7th-level zombie poses no issue, but your compensation is rather meager. I shall require 8 6th-level crystals, for are insufficient for my journey, Chen Mo declared arrogantly. At that moment, his audacity seemed more advantageous than humility, instilling a sense of caution among others. The leaders of the various factions exchanged glances, and Gu Ruofeng finally stated, Very well. It is settled then. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, I wish everyone success in their endeavors, Chen Mo replied. The following morning, Chen Mo, accompanied by the sisters Lu Xing Air and Lu Yu Air, headed directly to the Western District. Although Chen Mo could have gone alone, both sisters were eager to witness the spectacle, prompting him to bring them along. Upon arrival, most attendees had gathered. Subsequently, a convoy of over 30 vehicles set off. 30 kilometers was too far to traverse on foot, as it would likely be dark by the time they arrived. After a 30-kilometer drive, they reached their destination, where Gu Ruofeng and others had arranged for all 5th-level abilities to set out in search of the zombie's trail, instructed to communicate via walkie-talkie upon encountering any undead. The 5th-level abilities moved swiftly many possessing skills for evasion, ensuring their safety. Chen Mo and his companions merely needed to wait in place. Approximately an hour later, news arrived. A zombie had been spotted 5 kilometers to the north. Upon receiving the information, the group promptly proceeded, their high-level abilities allowing them to cover the distance rapidly. Within 10 minutes, they caught sight of the 7th-level zombie from afar. It was Chen Mo's first encounter with such a creature, and he noted that this 7th-level zombie was distinct from those previously encountered, its skin exhibiting a bronze hue, yet appeared otherwise human. Prepare yourselves. We shall encircle from 8 directions. Once we reach the designated location, we will close in, Gu Ruo, phone commanded. Understood, the group acknowledged. However, aside from Chen Mo and his entourage, only Lu Ai Guo remained stationary, while the others circled around at a distance. What formation are you employing? Such coordination is impressive. Chen Mo inquired of Lu Ai Guo. No formation was arranged. We simply aligned ourselves according to the direction of the plantation to encircle the zombie, Lu Ai Guo replied. I see you all are following Gu Ruo Feng's lead. Why is that? Is he the strongest among you? Chen Mo inquired. Yes, he is essentially the most powerful among us. The reason we heed his commands is that this 7th-level crystal is bestowed upon him. Thus he holds the authority. Chapter 49. Gu Ruo Feng's ascension to level 7 to grant it to him? Would you truly be willing? This notion had long intrigued Chen Mo. Just a single crystal, yet none would readily part with it. How could they have come to such an agreement? Reluctant though they were, they found themselves with no alternative. Gu Ruo Feng, a powerful psychic, was the only one who could maximize their benefits, having promised each of them a level 7 crystal upon his ascension. He alone was confident in his ability to slay a level 7 zombie independently, while the rest lacked such assurance. After all, it was speculated that ascending to level 7 would not yield new skills, but rather enhance existing ones. What if he were to renege on his promise or fail to deliver? Chen Mo inquired. He won tea, Lu Aiguo replied coldly. Gu Ruo Feng has no subordinates. Should he act otherwise, he would find no refuge in Central City, for even the use of psychic powers is limited. The communications device crackled with voices. The Zhuke Mercenary Corps is in position. The Qinglong Mercenary Corps is in position. The Baihu Mercenary Corps is in position. The Yong'an Commerce Association is in position. The Chilan Mercenary Corps is in position. The Xuanwu Mercenary Corps is in position. Then, Gu Ruo Feng's voice resonated. All right, let's commence as planned. Chen Mo observed Lu Aiguo darting towards the zombies, while others followed suit, rushing towards the undead. Let's move closer. Chen Mo urged the 2 women beside him. Having never witnessed such a scene before, he was filled with curiosity as he approached the zombies. He watched as Ji Shuang from the Xuanwu Mercenary Corps unleashed an ice skill, freezing the ground beneath the zombies, leaving traces of frost upon their bodies. Suddenly, 2 vines burst forth, entwining around the zombies. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghan and Lu Aiguo from the Zhuke Mercenary Corps, alongside Chao Lei from the Qila Mercenary Corps, unleashed their attacks. Yu Qinghan summoned a fiery serpent, Lu Aiguo emitted a beam of light, and Chao Lei launched a barrage of earth spikes at the zombies. The zombies quickly broke free from the freezing effects, tearing apart the vines with ease, seemingly indifferent to the fiery serpent or the light beam. While these skills had some effect, they failed to breach the zombies' defenses. What formidable resilience, Chen Mo remarked upon witnessing the scene. Why hasn't Gu Ruo Feng made a move? Lu Xing observed the still figure of Gu Ruo Feng. Perhaps he is preparing a grand maneuver, Chen Mo speculated. His curiosity piqued regarding Gu Ruo Feng's strategy. At that moment, the zombies, having shed their bindings, surged forward. Their intelligence was alarmingly high, comparable to that of a normal human. They charged eastward, and Chang Weiyue, spotting the incoming threat, quickly erected a wooden shield to block their path. Following this, he executed a wood escape technique, retreating to a distance before launching several wooden spikes towards the zombies. He could not afford to engage them in close combat. After the shield absorbed the initial impact, a zombie smashed through it with a fierce punch, ready to advance, when suddenly it was met with a flurry of skills aimed at its head. The zombie roared, shielding its skull with its hands. At that moment, Zhang Li from the Baihu Mercenary Corps wielded a gleaming, golden cleaver and aimed to strike at the zombie's head, producing a resounding clang as metal met flesh. Almost immediately, the zombie retaliated, sending Zhang Li flying with a powerful kick. At this moment, Chao Lei summoned 2 earth puppets to charge at the zombies. These entities, while possessing modest offensive capabilities, boasted commendable defensive strength, allowing them to persistently engage after being struck aside by the undead. Ji Shuang continuously unleashed ice arrows, occasionally casting freezing spells upon the zombies. Chang Yue adeptly launched ensnaring vines, while Jin Yong'an relentlessly hurled knives of concentrated energy at the foes. Together, they employed their abilities to firmly entrap the zombies in the center of the fray. Several times, the zombies attempted to break free, only to be repelled by their combined efforts. Notably, when a zombie charged towards Yu Qinghan, she raised a flame shield, only to be struck and left coughing blood. Lu Aigua, transforming into a beam of light, swiftly intercepted the zombie, using his body as a barrier, but was also sent flying by the impact. After 3 minutes, Gu Ruffing shouted for everyone to disperse. As they cast their entrapment spells on the zombies, they scattered. Chen Mo sensed a surge of mental energy, piercing towards the zombies like a sword. Struck by this force, the zombies collapsed. It seemed this was his ultimate move, truly formidable. One wondered if the spatial barrier could withstand it, though it appeared this skill was capable of evasion. The ensuing moments were simpler. Each individual attended to their healing or rested as needed. Chen Mo observed that the capable healers were Chang Wuyue and Lu Aigua, while Zhang Li seemed able to self-recover and thus did not seek treatment. Chang Wuyue, the esteemed leader of the Qinglong mercenary group commanding 2 districts, was indeed a versatile player, equipped with offensive skills, entrapment techniques, evasion abilities, and healing prowess. Lu Aigua's transformation into light granted him remarkable speed, allowing him to appear in a flash. Ji Shuang's freezing spells, Zhang Li's metallic transformation, and Chao Lei's earth puppets each possessed their unique strengths. Having executed his mental assault, Gu Ruffing now felt quite weakened. The zombie fell victim to Jin Yong'an's decisive blow, which severed its head. Jin Yong'an then handed a blue crystal to Gu Ruffing. "This crystal is for you. I hope you will honor your promise." "I will," Gu Ruffing affirmed as he accepted the crystal. "Mr. Chun, upon our return to the base, we shall present the crystal to you." "Very well," Chen Mo replied. Upon returning to the base, Chen Mo observed that each faction had entrusted Gu Ruffing with a crystal, which he then passed to Chen Mo. "Mr. Chun, please take a look. There are a total of 8 green crystals," Gu Ruffing stated. Examining the 6th-level crystals, it seems none of the factions possess many, Chen Mo noted. "All right, no issues here. I shall take my leave now. Oh, by the way, I must take charge of District 3 moving forward. Please inform everyone," Chen Mo added thoughtfully. Though they had not witnessed Chen Mo's direct involvement, the others were reassured by the knowledge of his 7th-level prowess, confident that capturing the entire 3rd Street was well within his capabilities, leaving them unaffected by the developments. In the evening, Chen Mo convened a meeting at the Huaxia Mercenary Corps. "Now, how many strong individuals do we have at each level in our mercenary group?" he inquired. "The leader, we have 14 at level 5, with 2 having just advanced yesterday, 15 at level 4, 5 at level 3, and 3 at level 2, Wei Miao replied. "Good. Tomorrow, refrain from going out to hunt zombies. Lu Xing'er will lead a team to assimilate the entire 3rd District. There is no need for the smaller factions to disband, but they must pay taxes. We will document the extent of their territories, the number of shops, and the size of their personnel. From now on, the 3rd District will belong to our Huaxia Mercenary Corps." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement, as they understood that controlling a district meant being a top-tier force. "By the way, arrange for someone to retrieve the crystals from the Yeoman Chamber of Commerce." Chen Mo continued, taking out the stored value card from the Tiger Mercenary Corps and handing it to Lu Yuer. "How goes the collection of mutated fruits, jewelry, and wood?" "We have gathered quite a bit of fruits, jewelry, and wood, and they are stored in the warehouse. However, we currently have shortage of crystals due to the high consumption of fruits," Lu Peipei responded. "All right, continue the collection. If we lack crystals, just ask Yuer for more." Chen Mo instructed. By the way, have we gathered any information on level 7 zombies? Not yet. Everyone shook their heads. Next, we must focus on collecting information about level 7 zombies. Whoever provides accurate information first will receive an unconditional upgrade in rank. Chen Mo enticed. Really? Wei Miao and the other level 5 strong individuals asked, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, especially for those of you at level 5. If you wish to swiftly advance to level 6, how long must you continue hunting zombies? You need to elevate your levels quickly, as more and more level 7 strong individuals will soon emerge in Central City, Chen Mo stated. Level 7? Yes. Today, Gu Rufeng acquired a level 7 crystal and is likely already at that level, Chen Mo confirmed. Alright, let it be so. Tomorrow, secure the 3rd district for me. I need it to resonate solely with the voice of our Huaxiao mercenary corps, Chen Mo commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, back in the 18th district, Gu Rufeng, having rested well, eagerly took out the blue crystal and swallowed it. An hour later, Gu Rufeng ascended to the rank of level 7. His enhanced ability was the skill of telekinesis. Previously, he could lift objects weighing no more than 10 kilograms within a range of 10 meters using his mental prowess. After the enhancement, he could manipulate any object under 100 kilograms within a radius of 100 meters, marking a significant increase in his power. Wait, I'll weigh less than 100 kilograms myself. Can I lift myself too? Immediately after, a figure burst forth from a villa in the 18th district, soaring higher and higher, as if a celestial being had descended. Chapter 50. An unexpected encounter with Xiaomeng. Chen Mo was unaware that Gu Rufeng had advanced in rank. He was currently on his way to the storage room. Having arranged everything, Chen Mo found himself with little to occupy his time, so he decided to gather all the fruits, jewelry, and wooden treasures into his space. Traversing the Blue Star. Upon arriving at Blue Star, in the residence of the Qin family, Chen Mo ascended the stairs to find Ma Xiaolan just finishing dinner. Having gone without a meal during the apocalypse, Chen Mo was quite hungry, and the two shared a simple meal together. Don't go back tonight, Chen Mo invited Ma Xiaolan. Monontaik Xiolan Sopliri bleed. The following morning, before Chen Mo had risen, Home Meiju called. Chen Mo, why didn't T reply to my message last night? I was busy and didn't T see it, Chen Mo said, glancing at Ma Xiaolan, who was still half asleep. Oh, are you coming to see me today? Home Meiju inquired. Where are you? Still at the hotel? Chen Mo asked. Yes, I was too tired yesterday, so I stayed here, she replied. All right, I'll come find you shortly. Chen Mo thought, eager to spend time with her. Don't eat. Have breakfast with me, Home Meiju playfully insisted. Okay, he agreed. After hanging up, Chen Mo urged Ma Xiaolan to rest a bit longer, quickly freshened up, and set off in his car. Arriving at the hotel, he called Home Meiju, and soon she appeared, radiantly energetic as she approached and settled into the passenger seat. Darling, you haven't eaten, have you? She asked, having already softened her tone under Chen Mo's influence. Not yet. I was waiting for you. What do you want to eat? Let us grab a meal first. He suggested. Let us have some congee. It's perfect for breakfast, she replied. All right, congee it is. They found a congee shop where Chen Mo ordered 2 bowls of seafood congee and a couple of baskets of steamed buns, along with complimentary side dishes. They began to eat. What do you want to do after this? Chen Montag inquired. I'm not sure. How about we go house hunting? Home Meiju proposed. Why do you want to buy a house? Don't you have a place to stay? He asked. I have nowhere else to stay but at your place, she responded. I'd rather not stay at yours. It would be too awkward with your little maid around. I want a place of my own, where it's convenient for you to visit me. Is that all right? She explained. Oh, in that case, let us buy one. Do you have a location in mind? Chen Mo asked. My colleague mentioned that Qingxin Yuan is quite nice. Shall we go check it out? Home Meiju suggested. Sounds good to me. After finishing their meal, they drove to the sales office of Qingxin Yuan. Upon arriving, Chen Mo embraced Home Meiju as they entered the building. Are you two here to view properties? A sales representative approached them. Chen Montag, Xiaomeng, what are you doing here? Chen Mo recognized his life mentor. I work here now. Did you forget I told you about it before? Xiaomeng responded. You two know each other? Hao Meiju observed Chen Mo engaged in conversation with a beautiful woman, feeling a pang of jealousy. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Ming, my life mentor, Chen Mo stated to Hao Meizhu. This is my girlfriend. Hao Meizhu remarked to Xiao Ming. Upon hearing Chen Mo refer to her as his life mentor, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of guilt, akin to being caught in an affair. What kind of life mentor? Hao Meizhu queried, perplexed. In that regard, Chen Mo whispered in her ear. Oh, you. Hao Meizhu playfully pinched Chen Mo, yet naturally linked her arm with his, as if to assert her claim. In this regard, Chen Mo admired Hao Meizhu. Most women might have turned and walked away, yet Hao Meizhu managed to maintain her dignity in such a situation, demonstrating her understanding. This was indeed a testament to Hao Meizhu's cleverness. With someone like Chen Mo, who openly acknowledged before their relationship that he would not be limited to one woman. Expressing anger would only result in driving him away. Of course, this was also tied to her upbringing. Hello, Xiao Ming. Hao Meizhu greeted her graciously. Hello, Miss Hao. Xiao Ming replied, feeling somewhat awkward, but her professionalism kept her composed. We're here to look at houses. Could you recommend something, Miss Ming? Chen Mo suggested. We have a variety of sizes in Qingxin Yuan. Do you have a budget? Xiao Ming inquired. What types do you have? Chen Mo asked. We have a 90 square meter 2-bedroom small unit, a 110 square meter 3-bedroom, and a 180 square meter 4-bedroom large flat, Xiao Ming explained. Let's take a look at the large flat. Are there any good floors? Chen Montak inquired. Building 8 has a 15-floor unit, number 1501. What do you think? Xiao Ming responded. All right, let's go take a look. If it's good, we'll finalize the deal, Chen Mo said. Okay, I'll go get the key. Do you have any follow-up with her? Hao Meizhu asked Chen Mo quietly after Xiao Ming walked away. No, we met at a bar. It was just a feeling. You know, Chen Mo replied. If you want to pursue something further, I could help you ask her later, Hao Meizhu suggested. You can do that? Don't you feel jealous? Chen Mo asked. There's no other way. You're too formidable. I certainly can't compete. Rather than let you seek out unreliable people, it's better for me to arrange a few suitable options for you, Hao Meizhu said earnestly. A few won't suffice. I need at least 10 or 8 to satisfy me. Chen Montak replied candidly. Don't push your luck. By the way, I have a cousin, Zhou Haoyu's sister, who is stunning. If you could win her over, it would save my aunt from constantly urging her, Hao Meizhu suggested. Zhou Haoyu's sister? I can't even think about that, Chen Mo said, looking at Hao Meizhu with resignation. Seeing you makes me want to try, Hao Meizhu remarked. You two have waited long. Let's go, Xiao Ming said, approaching Chen Mo apologetically. No problem, let's head out. Soon, the three arrived at the building. All the large flats in Qingxin Yuan are fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, with a total area of 180 square meters. Featuring 4 rooms, 2 living areas, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, with a south-north orientation. You can take a look at the layout and see if you like it. Xiao Ming briefly introduced. What do you think? Chen Mo inquired of Hao Meizhu. Quite nice. Hao Meizhu gazed at the spacious room and replied, All right, let us go with this one. Let us head to the sales office to sign the contract. Chen Mo stated directly, so it's settled? Xiao Ming asked, Is there something wrong with this house? Chen Montak retorted, No, there is nothing wrong with the house. Xiao Ming quickly waved her hands. As long as the house is fine, let us go sign the contract, Chen Mo remarked, leading the two downstairs. However, during the contract signing, a disagreement arose between Chen Mo and Hao Meizhu. Chen Mo intended to purchase it with his own funds, but Hao Meizhu opposed. Do you really have that much money? Chen Mo asked Hao Meizhu. No, but I have my housing provident fund, Hao Meizhu replied. Miss Ming, could you calculate the down payment for the provident fund loan? May I ask which company you work for? Hongda Law Firm. After a moment, Xiao Ming said, Ms. Ho, I've calculated it for you. Your provident fund contribution is $8,413 per month. Given the property price of $20,000 and applying the minimum discount for the house at $5 million, your down payment would be $1.92 million with a repayment period of 30 years. All right, please assist me with the process, Hao Meizhu requested. We need to go to the bank to fill out the provident fund loan application, Xiao Ming explained. No problem. Let us go, Hao Meizhu replied. Subsequently, Chen Mo became the driver, and the three of them headed straight to the bank, where they filled out the application form and submitted various materials, finally completing the process just before noon. Afterward, They went to the sales office to pay the down payment and sign the contract, completing the home purchase. I've taken up your entire morning. Let me treat you to lunch, Chen Mo said to Xiao Meng. I should be the one treating you, as I earn a commission of 40,000 from this deal, Xiao Meng replied. It's fine. This is what you deserve. What do you feel like eating? Chen Mo asked. Let us eat something nearby. There's a Blackland restaurant that's quite good. Let us go there, Xiao Meng suggested. The two followed Xiao Meng to the restaurant. Darling, I need to use the restroom, Home Meiju said to Chen Mo before leaving. Chen Mo, you're not being kept. Are you? Xiao Meng whispered. How could that be? I'm the one who supports others, Chen Mo replied. So you're from a wealthy family. Driving such a fine car, Xiao Meng remarked upon seeing the Rolls Royce. Not at all. I'm from a town beneath Liqing, and my parents are both workers. Chen Montauk explained. Which town in Liqing? Xiao Meng inquired. Tuyin Town, Chen Mo responded. Really? Me too, Xiao Meng exclaimed in surprise. You too? What a coincidence. Chen Montauk replied. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Let us add each other on WeChat, Xiao Meng suggested, taking out her phone to open WeChat. Chen Mo also took out his phone to scan the QR code, and they added each other as friends. Then Chen Mo joked, You're not looking for a benefactor, are you? Xiao Meng looked at Chen Mo, silent for a moment, contemplating if it were you. Chapter 51. Earning another 10 million. This statement left Chen Mo momentarily perplexed. However, he has never been one to back down easily. You won't have to work tomorrow. From now on, I shall support you, he declared, primarily because Xiao Meng had taken Chen Mo's first experience, and he couldn't deny her appealing looks, which left him feeling somewhat nostalgic. Not working is out of the question. I refuse to become a caged bird. I simply have no intention of marrying, he clarified, to which Xiao Meng seemed quite unperturbed. Well then, let's arrange a meeting when the opportunity arises, Chen Mo suggested. What are you two discussing? Home Meiju inquired as she approached. We just discovered that Xiao Meng is my fellow townsman, Chen Mo responded. What a coincidence, she remarked. Indeed, one might say it is fate. In the afternoon, Chen Mo accompanied Home Meiju on a shopping spree, purchasing toiletries, slippers, and bedding, all in double portions, clearly intended for Chen Mo. That evening, the two settled into Qingxinyan, where Home Meiju mentioned that her health had yet to improve. Chen Mo offered her a peach. For the next few days, Chen Mo remained at Home Meiju's side, indulging in an idyllic world of two. Seizing the opportunity to take a break from the Dechin Shurjia, he granted the maid some time off and asked her to apply the vehicle's license plate and film. These days of being with Home Meiju were quite the endeavor, yet under Chen Mo's and the peach's nurturing, her skin flourished increasingly. On September 8th, a Sunday, Home Meiju called Zhou Ruodong, who happened to be Zhou Haoyu's elder sister. Hello, a languid voice greeted her. Sister, it's Sunday. Take the day off and let us go shopping, Home Meiju urged. Though I have a day off, what is the point of shopping early? I rarely get a weekend to myself, and I just want to sleep, Zhou Ruodong replied. Oh, hurry up. I'll come find you shortly, Home Meiju insisted. Darling, today I'm going shopping with my cousin. You have fun at home, she said to Chen Mo, who was lounging on the sofa. All right, go ahead, Chen Mo replied, choosing to recline on the sofa. Just 10 minutes after lying down, his phone rang, revealing Zhou Haoyu's name. Hello, Yugi, Chen Montauk ansviet. Chen Montauk, are you home? Zhou Haoyu inquired. I'm not at home. What's up, Yugo? Is there something you need? I was wondering about the golden silk Namu furniture you sold me last time. I recently posted about it on my social media, and several friends have inquired if I could get more. I thought I'd check with you to see if you still have some available, Zhou Haoyu explained. Oh, the golden silk Namu furniture? I still have some. How many sets do you need? Do you want the same style as before? Chen Mo asked. Can you really procure more? That would be splendid. The more, the better, as many of my friends are asking, Zhou Haoyu replied. I have a few sets, and I also possess various other styles of furniture, Chen Mo stated, having gathered a plethora during the apocalypse, primarily for the sake of trading. He had even contemplated contacting an auction house, but with a ready buyer, he was more than willing to oblige. What other styles do you have? Zhou Haoyu asked, astonished. I'll send you some photos shortly. Let me know which styles interest you, Chen Mo said before hanging up the phone. He retrieved various pieces of furniture from his space, taking photographs of each and sending them to Zhou Haoyu, ultimately selecting 10 different designs. Wow. Chen Mo, do you really possess all of this? Zhou Haoyu was astonished and sent a WeChat message to Chen Mo, stating that he had channels through which he could procure certain items and asked Chen Mo to indicate his preferences. Chen Mo responded, inquiring if he could acquire them all, as he had quite a number of friends. Zhou Haoyu replied, proposing a sum of 10 million, suggesting that if Chen Mo agreed, he could collect the goods from the Qin family in the afternoon. Chen Mo, without hesitation, confirmed, really? That's fine, no problem. Within 3 minutes, Chen Mo received a text message. Your account at China Construction Bank has received a transfer of 10,000,000 yuan on September 8th, 2058 at 9:08. With a current balance of 24,113,690. 2 yuan. Zhou Haoyu was indeed a good person. Chen Mo couldn't help but reflect, as all his funds were provided by him. He took out his phone to contact Sister Ma, informing her that he would be home for lunch, having not returned in a few days, and told her there was no need for her to come over today. At 11 o'clock, Chen Mo set off for home. Sister Ma was preparing a meal, and upon his arrival, Chen Mo noticed that while there were not many significant changes in the house, there were several new plants, giving the environment a warmer ambience. After lunch with Sister Ma, Chen Mo observed her leaving, and he removed the furniture from space. There were a considerable number of items, filling the living room to the brim. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Zhou Haoyu arrived with his workers. Are these all for you, Chen Mo? Wow, they are all exquisite. Zhou Haoyu remarked. Yes, they are all yours now, Chen Mo replied. Great. I will arrange for the workers to move them. Just make sure they are careful and don't damage anything, Zhou Haoyu instructed the workers. By the way, do you still have access to the golden silk namelwood? Zhou Haoyu inquired. I can still get it, Chen Mo responded. Really? Then I will spread the word that I have this channel, Zhou Haoyu said. Are you thinking of becoming a middleman? Is there even a profit in that? Chen Mo questioned with curiosity. When you encounter those who appreciate fine goods or need gifts, they are willing to pay a premium, even if there is no immediate profit. It serves as a stepping stone to establish connections, paving the way for future business opportunities. In essence, it is a risk-free venture, Zhou Haoyu explained. Upon hearing Zhou Haoyu's words, Chen Mo thought to himself that it was no surprise he was trained in a business family. His foresight and ability to create greater value were ingrained in his very being. All right, if you need anything, just contact me, Chen Mo said. Okay, let us leave it at that for now. I must first handle this batch of goods, Zhou Haoyu replied, as he followed the workers downstairs. At 10 o'clock that evening, just as Chen Mo was about to retire for the night, his phone rang. It was Hong Meizhu. Hello, darling, my cousin and I are at the Hongleman bar, and we've had a few drinks. Could you come and pick us up? She asked. Why are you at the bar again? All right, I'll be there shortly, Chen Montauk replied. In truth, Hong Meizhu had intended to take Chen Mo shopping and introduce him to her cousin. However, she decided it would be prudent to first subtly inquire about her cousin's thoughts. During their shopping trip, when Zhou Ruodong saw the radiant, fair-skinned Hong Meizhu, she immediately inquired about her skincare routine and the cosmetics she used. Hong Meizhu replied, I've only recently started looking this way since being with Chen Mo. Is Chen Mo really that impressive? Chen Mo is indeed impressive, possessing a remarkable talent for boasting. I truly wish to meet the Chen Mo you speak of. If you wish to meet him, just come to my home. I won't go. That would be too awkward. If you fear the awkwardness, let us first indulge in a few drinks tonight. I shall have Chen Mo come to pick me up, and you can feign inebriation. How does that sound? Thus, the scene with Hong Meizhu making a phone call came to be. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, upon arriving at the Hong Langman bar, he noticed that his messages to Hong Meizhu went unanswered, and after waiting 2 minutes, his phone call was also ignored. Sensing something amiss, he decided to enter the bar directly. Please, ladies, do not rush off. We are merely here to share a few drinks with you. He overheard 3 young men saying as they approached Hong Meizhu and Zhou Ruodong. One of them attempted to touch Hong Meizhu's face, only to have it swatted away, while another young man tried to act lewdly, attempting to embrace Zhou Ruodong, who struggled fiercely against him. Chen Montauk swiftly approached, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lewd young man flying, and then, with a swift motion, he struck the man harassing Hong Meizhu with 2 resounding slaps. Following that, He locked one of the young man's throats with one hand, lifting him off the ground. As Zhou Ruodong beheld this valiant figure, she noted his tall, well-defined physique, striking features, and an air of exceptional handsomeness, which instantly endeared him to her. "Darling, you have arrived," exclaimed Ho Meiju, jolting Zhou Ruodong from her thoughts. "Is this Ho Meiju's husband? Chen Mo? He certainly is quite handsome." Chen Mo did not respond to Ho Meiju, but instead threw the gasping young man to the ground. "Cough, cough, brother, I drank too much, my apologies," the young man kept insisting. "Scram, Chen Montak retorted. "Be sure to call me the next time you come to the bar," Chen Mo said, turning to Ho Meiju. "Understood. By the way, Chen Mo, this is my cousin, Zhou Ruodong," Ho Meiju introduced. Only then did Chen Mo take a good look at Zhou Ruodong. She possessed an oval face with bright, captivating eyes and rosy lips. Her slender figure stood nearly at 1.7 meters, adorned in a striking emerald green mermaid gown, resembling a vibrant peach heralding the arrival of spring. Her overall beauty was no less than a score of 93. "Hello, cousin," Chen Montak greeted. "Hello, Chen Montak. Thank you for saving my brother," she replied. "Not a problem. Family should not speak in terms of strangers. It is quite late. Shall we take our leave?" Chen Mo said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruodong pondered, "Family, is it?" Chapter 52. Renovation progress. After Chen Mo escorted the two women into the car. Where were they headed? Chen Mo primarily referred to Zhou Ruodong. "Let us go to Qingxin Yuan. It's quite late. I'll have my cousin stay over at my place tonight," suggested Ho Meiju. Gazing at Chen Mo's handsome visage, Zhou Ruodong found herself inexplicably unable to refuse. After all, Qingxin Yuan was a spacious flat, and the rooms would certainly suffice. However, Ho Meiju thoughtfully arranged for Zhou Ruodong to stay in the room adjacent to her own, while deliberately leaving a crack in the door as Chen Mo was about to depart. The following day, Chen Mo awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Sensing emptiness in the house, he took out his phone and messaged Ho Meiju. "Where are you?" Moments later, he received a reply. "I'm heading to work now. I took a week off to accompany you, and if I don't return soon, I might get fired." "Allericht," Chen Montak responded. Often lost in the alternate world of Blue Star, he had nearly forgotten about the necessity of work. "Then, do your job well. See you tonight." Darling, I have to return to my parents' place tonight. I can't stay with you. They've been quite vocal about my absence lately. Consider this a mini vacation for you." She replied, "Okay, I'll check on the jewelry store's renovation today." Chen Mo texted back. After that, he found Yun Zijin's number and called. "Hello, Chen Montak. What is up?" Yun Zijin answered. "Nothing much, just inquiring about the progress of your store," Chen Mo said. "It's almost done. It should be completed within 5 days. By the way, you're the store owner now, and yet you seem rather irresponsible, not even knowing where the shop is," Yun Zijin complained. "That is why I'm calling you. I was just about to head there. Send me your location, and I'll come take a look," Chen Mo promptly replied. "Coming over today?" Yun Zijin asked. "Why? Are you not around?" "I am." "All right then. Hurry over. I'll treat you to lunch." "Okay, see you soon," Chen Mo said, and shortly after, his phone chimed with a message from Yun Zijin containing the location. After receiving the message, Chen Mo quickly freshened up, locked the door, and followed the navigation to the store. The shop was located on the commercial street of Qin City. Upon arriving, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that the location was indeed excellent, situated on the side of a main street. The storefront was spacious, covering around 200 square meters, with a 4-meter wide entrance and large floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon entering, Chen Mo saw Yun Zijin engrossed in his phone. "The location of the store is quite impressive," Chen Mo remarked. "Of course, the monthly rent for this place is 180,000 yuan. How could the location be lacking?" Yun Zijin replied with pride. "Is it really that expensive?" Chen Montak exclaimed in surprise. "Actually, it's not too bad. It's 2 stories high. With this kind of area, we'll definitely need display cases. You must keep up with the inventory," Yun Zijin stated. "There is no issue with the stock. I've been accumulating quite a bit lately. I'll have it all delivered before the grand opening. At that time, I'll need you to find someone experienced to reasonably price the items," Chen Mo said. Recently, he had arranged for people in the city center to procure jewelry. Acquiring a significant amount of gold, jade, and gemstone items particularly diamonds. Though fewer in number, they were notably large. Not to mention, he could sustain not just one store, but 10. Pricing 1 TB a problem. We have a dedicated appraiser on site. Do not forget your previous promise regarding the exquisite glass bangle and the pigeon egg diamond. Those are the highlights. Yun Zijian reassured. Rest assured, I shall bring them to you in advance, allowing you to feel at ease. We can also promote it ahead of time. Chen Mo in Kviret. When exactly is the grand opening scheduled? Assessing the progress of the renovations, he replied, it should be completed by the 12th or 13th. But I intend to open on the 15th, coinciding with the first day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, which provides an excellent opportunity for some promotional activities to make a significant impact. Yun Zijin concurred. All right, let's set it for the 14th. I will prepare everything for you. You can arrange for someone to collect it. Chen Mo responded, very well, but just so you know, don't rush off at noon. I need you to help me create a lively atmosphere and enjoy a meal together. Yun Zijin questioned, what do you mean? It's not some grand banquet, is it? Chen Mo produced a pack of China Dream cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Yun Zijian while lighting one for himself. It's not a grand banquet. I recently started dating a girl from the art academy who insists I treat her dorm mates to a meal. It would be quite awkward for me to do so alone. Bringing you along would facilitate conversation. Yun Zijian lit his cigarette and remarked, if you're having such good fortune, why not invite young Master Tang? He is still single and quite the socialite. Chen Mo suggested, my relationship with him isn't as close as yours. You should invite him. Given that Yun Zijian and Chen Mo were not in the same dormitory during university, their relationship wasn't particularly strong, making the idea of inviting him along for a gathering of women feel inappropriate. All right, let us invite him. I'm not particularly skilled at charming company. Chen Mo concluded before dialing Tang Xiaojie. Hello, Mozi. What are you up to? Tang Xiaojie responded. Working, of course. I'm treating you to lunch today with a group of lovely ladies. Tang Xiaojie's eyes lit up at the mention of lovely ladies. Really? Where are we eating? Chen Mo glanced at Yun Zijian at Shengqin Grand Hotel. Yun Zijian, overhearing Tang Xiaojie's inquiry, interjected, did you hear that? Shengqin Grand Hotel. Just contact me when you arrive. After ending the call, Chen Mo asked Yun Zijian, by the way, your girlfriend is still a student? Isn't she? Yes, she is a junior this year. Yun Zijian replied, impressive. You've secured her so quickly, considering the semester just started, Chen Mo acknowledged, knowing it must have been a recent development since they had only just graduated. Hey, if you're envious, I can introduce you to someone. I hear there is a stunning beauty in her dorm who is currently single. I can make the introduction during lunch with your attributes. It will be a matter of moments for you to win her over. Is it possible for a beauty to be single? Chen Mo expressed skepticism. Well, it's an art academy where there are plenty of attractive women, and I heard she has high standards, Yun Zijin replied. That's all right. My standards are also quite discerning. Chen Mo stated indifferently. It's 11 o'clock. Let us head out. By the way, did you drive here? Yun Zijian inquired. Yes, I drove, Chen Mo confirmed. As they stepped outside, Yun Zijian exclaimed, wait, is that a Cullinan you're driving? Yes, I just picked it up a few days ago, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Seriously? Can you not flaunt it? Did you win the lottery or something? The car must cost several million, and Yun Zijian finds it somewhat hard to accept. Who among us is truly the second-generation rich? No, I have recently ventured into some other businesses, Chen Mo candidly replied. What kind of business is so lucrative? Come on, this won't do. Today, you shall drive my car. Yun Zijian insisted. Very well, you can take the wheel, Chen Mo said as he handed over the keys to the Qian. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the art academy, where the two luxury cars captured the attention of numerous students coming and going. After Yun Zijian parked the vehicle, he made a call to his girlfriend, informing her that he was waiting outside. Then, he returned to Chen Mo, exclaiming, driving a fine car feels entirely different, doesn't it? All right, let's switch. You can drive if you wish. It's just that if you don't come along, it might seem a bit pretentious for me to drive your car, Yun Zijian remarked. Fine, Chen Mo replied, exiting the vehicle and returning to his Cullinan. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, a group of 6 emerged from the entrance, heading directly towards Chen Mo. Chapter 53. The campus bell, a few individuals spotted the Porsche Cayenne from a distance and made their way towards it, likely recognizing the vehicle. However, upon noticing the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, they couldn't help but steal glances. Yun Zijian, seeing the approaching group, descended from the car. Jingjing, you all have arrived. How shall we proceed? It seems there isn't enough space in the car. Should we perhaps take a cab? Inquired the leading girl. Not to worry. I've called a friend who can accommodate us. Yun Zijian replied, directing his attention to Chen Mo in the vehicle. Chen Mo, come on out. Chen Mo, engrossed in admiring the beauty around him, couldn't help but appreciate the high standards of the art academy. The women were indeed striking. Among them, two stood out remarkably. One was undoubtedly the girl speaking to Yun Zijian, presumably his girlfriend, while the other, towering at 175 meters with long legs, possessed a perfectly proportioned figure. Her curvaceous S-shaped silhouette was impossible to ignore, and her delicate features resembled a blooming peony, exuding an alluring fragrance. Oh, what's the matter? Chen Mo inquired, stepping out in confusion. Wow, you're so handsome. After Chen Mo exited the vehicle, he overheard someone exclaim, Let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Zhang Jing. Make sure to call her sister-in-law from now on, Yun Zijian said, pulling Zhang Jing closer. Hello, sister-in-law. Chen Mo greeted respectfully. These are her roommates. And this is Chen Mo, my classmate. Yun Zijian briefly introduced everyone. Now, let's head out. We can elaborate on introductions at the restaurant. I want to ride in the Rolls-Royce, declared a bold girl, rushing towards Chen Mo's car. Let us all go. Zhang Jing and her brother-in-law can share a vehicle, she added, prompting the group to dash towards the Rolls-Royce. All right, let's go, Chen Mo said to Yun Zijian, assessing the situation. Once inside, Chen Mo started the engine. Hey, are you Chen Mo? The audacious girl inquired after he settled in. Yes, that's me, Chen Mo, as in humorous Mo. This is a Rolls-Royce, right? How much did this cost? This car set me back 9 million. Wow, 9 million. I've never been in such a luxurious vehicle. The group buzzed excitedly, with some girls already snapping photos to post on social media. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the Shangqing Grand Hotel, where Yun Zijian led them to a private room, an assembly hall. Meanwhile, Chen Mo messaged young Master Tang, inquiring about his whereabouts. Tang replied that he would need about 10 more minutes. Chen Mo then shared the name of the private room with him. How long until you arrive? Tang Xiaojia. About 10 minutes or so. All right, let us order first. Jingjing, why don't you check what everyone wants to eat? At that moment, no one took the initiative to speak, as this was their first visit to the Shangqing Grand Hotel, and they were unfamiliar with the menu or the delectable offerings available. They perused the menu, selecting dishes that caught their fancy, albeit hesitantly due to the prices that seemed rather daunting. Yun Zijian took the menu and ordered a total of 16 dishes, arranging for their prompt delivery. Despite the seemingly high prices, the portions were not particularly large. Just after placing the order, young Master Tang arrived, his excitement palpable upon seeing so many beautiful women. Such a crowd. I kindly ask everyone to wait for me. It's all right. The dishes haven't been served yet, so it's not late, Yun Zijian remarked. Let me introduce you all. Chen Mo, you are already acquainted, and this is Tang Xiaojia. We are all university classmates. Then, turning to Tang to Xiao, he said, This is my girlfriend, Zhang Jing, and these are her roommates. Jingjing, why don't you introduce everyone? After that, Zhang Jing began to introduce. This is Yin Sini. Next to her is Lu Xiaohong, Fu Chunyin, Wang Li, and Ren Yijia. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the most beautiful one, Yin Sini, while the bold speaker was Lu Xiaohong. When did you start dating? Tang Xiao inquired, realizing the reason for this gathering. Just a couple of days ago. Ladies, pay attention. These two are still single, Yun Zijian announced. Upon hearing this, except for Wang Li and Ren Yijia, the others' eyes lit up, primarily directed towards Chen Mo, including Yin Sini, captivated by his striking looks and evident wealth. Who among you is single? Sister-in-law, can you enlighten us? Tang Xiao, who had a keen interest in this matter, asked Zhang Jing directly. Over here, Yin Sini, Lu Xiaohong, and Fu Chunyin are all single. If you fancy anyone, just let sister-in-law know privately, and I'll play matchmaker, Zhang Jing graciously offered. All right, then my future happiness will depend on you, sister-in-law. Sure, no problem. At this moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Since Chen Mo and the others needed to drive, they abstained from alcohol. "Brother-in-law, how did you meet our Jing?" During the meal, Fu Chunyin inquired, as everyone was somewhat unclear about the details. Zhang Jing hadn't elaborated much. "That day, I went to buy milk tea, and she was behind me in line. I ordered quite a bit, so we chatted while waiting and got to know each other," Chen Mo replied. "So, this is what they call a milk tea romance." Lu Xiaohong joked. "And what do you do, brother-in-law?" Wang Li asked. I just graduated as well, and I'm planning to open a jewelry store with Chen Mo." Yan Zijian responded. "Wow, a jewelry store. That must require quite an investment," Ren Yijie remarked. "You two are wealthy heirs, huh? Bumlitiasa. Does Chen Mo have a girlfriend? What do you think about our Cindy? She's the belle of the art academy," Fu Chunyin inquired, pondering how to steer the conversation towards Yin Cindy amidst the crowd. "She's beautiful, but I've never dated. I have several fish in the pond," Chen Mo mused, appreciating Yin Cindy's beauty, but not inclined to engage in a one-on-one relationship, adhering to a philosophy of nonchalance and non-responsibility. "Are you that callous?" Fu Chunyin commented. "It's all about mutual consent," Tang Deshao remarked, intrigued by Chen Mo's perspective but not overly concerned, simply thinking to himself, "Mosey is impressive." The conversation soon shifted away from this topic. Although Chen Mo's words were rather blunt, they were well understood among the art students, who were all too familiar with the intricacies of relationships, often aware of how many senior and junior students had played the role of third party. Encountering a handsome and affluent Chen Mo, they had no reason to retreat. Rather, their concern lay in whether Chen Mo would find them appealing. After dinner, Tang Dashao had to go to work in the afternoon, so he departed while Zhang Jing and the others, having no classes, clamored to go shopping, accompanied by Yun Zijian and Chen Mo. After spending the afternoon browsing, the group had a simple meal, and Zhang Jing suggested watching a movie. When she inquired among the girls, Yin Cindy expressed her willingness, while the others indicated their desire to return home. Lu Xiaohong and Fu Chunyin felt that Chen Mo was indifferent towards them, and thus did not wish to waste any more time. Consequently, the remaining four, Chen Mo, Yun Zijian, Zhang Jing, and Yin Cindy, were left together. When purchasing tickets, Yun Zijian deliberately distanced himself from Chen Mo, aiming to create an opportunity for him while also engaging in some playful antics himself, wanting to remain unnoticed by Chen Mo. They opted for a romantic film. Chen Mo and Yin Cindy headed left, while Zhang Jing and Yun Zijian went right. Merely 10 minutes into the film, Chen Mo felt a hand resting on his thigh. He thought to himself, "It's quite blatant, yet I cannot retreat," and extended his right arm to naturally wrap around Yin Cindy's waist. Meanwhile, Yin Cindy maintained her focus on the movie, pretending to be oblivious. After Chen Mo embraced her, noticing her lack of resistance, his hand began to wander upward, only to be seized by Yin Cindy. "Not like this," Yin Cindy whispered. Chen Mo, however, remained silent, and she began to caress his hand. He took hold of her left hand with his left, their fingers entwined, while his right hand resumed its exploration, and this time, Yin Cindy did not resist. Later, as they witnessed the lead characters in the film share a passionate kiss, Chen Mo boldly leaned in to kiss Yin Cindy. They shared an embrace for 10 minutes. But when Chen Mo's hand began to descend, Yin Cindy firmly pressed it down. "This is not appropriate," she murmured into his ear. Chen Mo, taking out his phone, messaged Yun Zijian, "We are heading back." Yun Zijian replied, "We are returning as well." Upon exiting the cinema, Chen Mo noticed Zhang Jing with a flushed face, suspecting she had not behaved well. Yun Zijian also observed Yin Cindy's condition, and they exchanged knowing glances. "I have matters to attend to. Could you please escort Yin Cindy?" Chen Mo responded, "Of course, you all go ahead. I'll take care of Cindy." With that, he led Yin Cindy to the car. Chapter 54. Sister no longer wishes to work. Is this how you pursue women? Yin Cindy inquired as she entered the car, watching Yun Zijian and the others depart. "Not at all. In the past, it was always the other women who took the initiative," Chen Mo replied. "How absurd, you rogue. Are you wealthy?" "Fairly so. Why do you ask? Is there trouble at home, or do you simply lack the motivation?" Chen Mo contemplated the usual scenarios and responded, "My brother is about to marry, and the bride requires a house in our county approximately 500,000. If you cannot manage that, I would appreciate it if you refrain from pursuing me. Is there anything else? She pressed. None. As long as you can fulfill this, I shall be yours entirely, and I will remain loyal to you, Insini declared. Provide me with your bank account number, Chen Mo stated directly. Now, after Insini provided her account details, she asked, if I do not, will you not accompany me? Let's proceed and see if the funds have arrived. Indeed, they have. Am I behaving in a disgraceful manner? In my view, all individuals are fundamentally the same, devoid of distinctions of nobility or baseness. Divergent thoughts and actions merely reflect varying expressions born from different circumstances. Thank you, Insini said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just take good care of me. I am quite upset. With that, she drove directly to the hotel. The following day, Insini remained in bed, while Chen Mo kept her company in the hotel, ordering lunch from the establishment. In the afternoon, she was finally able to move about, and together, they spent the day shopping. Chen Mo purchased several outfits and 2 sets of cosmetics for her. After dinner, he presented her with a beautiful ice jade bracelet, overwhelming her with emotion, and she was determined to face the world despite her challenges. On September 12th, at 9 in the morning, Chen Mo drove Insini back to school. Drive slowly on your way back. Arrange to meet me. I shall wait for you. Very well, return safely. Contact me if there is anything. Chen Mo responded before departing. Upon returning to her dormitory, Insini found her roommates had gone to class. She neatly arranged the clothes and cosmetics that Chen Mo had bought her and transferred 500,000 to her mother's account. Then, she called her mother. Sini, is something the matter? Her mother answered. Mother, what are you doing? Today, your 5th aunt asked me to come and serve food. I just arrived here. Mother, your leg is not well. Please do not keep working. Yin's mother, despite the hardships of life, retained her beauty, which had given birth to such a lovely daughter. However, due to her slightly crippled leg, she had married Yin's father. I am fine. If I can work, I should. You know our family needs money. It is unfortunate that your father and I lack the means, and your brother still cannot marry. If this drags on, it may never happen, Yin's mother lamented. Mother, I have just transferred 500,000 to your account. Please take your brother to buy a house in the county. This way, our family will have a home. And my brother can finally marry, Insini urged. What? 500,000? Where did this money come from? Sini, you do not need to concern yourself with family matters. Do not do anything foolish, her mother admonished. I am not doing anything foolish, mother. I have met someone quite capable, and this is what I received from him. What kind of person possesses 500,000? You cannot claim this is not foolish. Isn't it true that you become someone's mistress? Upon realizing that Insini was beautiful, Yin's mother excitedly remarked, Mom, I haven't. My partner is only 21 years old and is preparing to open a jewelry store. He is quite capable. If you don't believe me, I will send you a picture shortly. Insini anxiously added, Really? That's wonderful. Our Sini is truly fortunate. But you must treat her well and never betray her trust. I understand, Mom. Now, hurry and get the money so we can finalize my brother's matter before it truly falls apart, Insini stated. After hanging up, Yin's mother still requested a photo. Insini sent her a picture of herself with Chen Mo, to which her mother responded, This young man is quite handsome. Later, after class at the art school, the others in the dormitory were envious upon seeing the clothes Chen Mo had bought for Insini. In the afternoon, Chen Mo was en route to the auction house, as today marked the day of his diamond auction. Zhao Lingfei had notified him that the auction would commence at 3 o'clock. Chen Mo was not overly concerned about how much the diamond would sell for. Rather, he was curious about the auction experience itself, viewing it as a chance to broaden his horizons. Upon arriving at the auction house, he found Zhao Lingfei waiting in the parking lot. As he emerged from the car, Zhao Lingfei clenched her fist in excitement and approached him with a smile. Mr. Chen, we have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. I apologize, Manager Zhao. There was a bit of traffic, Chen Mo casually replied. No problem. There are still 20 minutes before it begins. You made it just in time. She had come down early just to see Chen Mo. Please lead the way, Manager Zhao, Chen Mo requested, wanting her to walk ahead. recalling how vividly he remembered the Mercedes logo accentuated by her short skirt when he first saw her. "Certainly, Mr. Chen, follow me." Indeed, Chen Mo caught another glimpse of the Mercedes logo, and for the first time, he felt just how prestigious a Mercedes truly was. Soon, Chen Mo entered the auction hall with Zhao Lingfei. After a brief wait, the auction commenced. However, to Chen Mo's disappointment, nothing particularly captured his interest. All the items being auctioned were already present in his own collection, lacking novelty, primarily due to it being a jewelry-focused event. At 5:30, it was finally time for Chen Mo's diamond to be showcased as the main attraction. Following the prior build-up, many attendees had come specifically for this diamond, leading to fierce bidding. It ultimately sold for $19.66 million to a bald man in a suit, bringing the auction to a close. This confirmed that the price Zhou Haoyu had initially provided was indeed quite favorable, although Zhou Haoyu's diamond may have been slightly larger. After the auction concluded at $19.66 million, deducting a 3 commission left Chen Mo with $19,070,200. "Mr. Chen, please verify this amount. If everything is correct, we will proceed with the transfer," Zhao Lingfei said. "No issues here. Please proceed with the payment," Chen Mo replied. Soon, Chen Mo received a notification that the funds had been transferred. Glancing at his balance of 42,536,427.38 yuan, he felt confident that he had sufficient funds for his needs. "The transfer has arrived, Manager Zhao. Your industry maintains exceptional service quality," Chen Mo concluded, giving a thumbs up. "The primary reason for this auction is that the clients are making direct payments. Therefore, you should expedite the process." Zhao Lingfei humbly remarked, "Thank you, Manager Zhao, for your assistance during this period. May I treat you to a meal?" Chen Mo responded courteously. "Of course, please allow me a moment to change my attire." After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, Zhao Lingfei emerged, donned in a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her silhouette. Chen Mo noted her discernment and fashion. "What shall we dine on?" he inquired. "I shall leave it to your discretion." "Mr. Chen," she replied. "Very well. Let us head to the Shengqing Grand Hotel. I am familiar with the area, having visited several times. Moreover, given that we have received nearly 20 million today, a casual meal would lack sincerity." "Agreed. I shall follow your lead," Zhao Lingfei responded. Upon their arrival at Shengqing Grand Hotel, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Chen Mo requested Zhao Lingfei to order. After selecting 2 dishes, she also ordered 2 bottles of red wine, expressing her desire to celebrate with Chen Mo. Subsequently, Chen Mo ordered 2 additional dishes. "Is Mr. Chen married?" Zhao Lingfei inquired. "Not yet. I prefer to establish my career before settling down," Chen Mo replied. "You truly are a young achiever," she remarked. During the meal, Zhao Lingfei consumed little food but indulged in the wine, maintaining a lively atmosphere and frequently toasting. She expressed gratitude for the substantial commission she received and appreciation for the trust placed in her, consistently raising her glass. After approximately 2 hours, when Chen Mo intended to settle the bill, he found Zhao Lingfei slumped over the table, unable to rise. Reluctantly, after completing the payment, he booked a room at the Shengqing Grand Hotel and assisted Zhao Lingfei inside. Once inside the room, Chen Mo felt a wave of awkwardness, uncertain whether to assist her in undressing. Ultimately, he decided to remove her shoes and prepare to leave. Suddenly, Zhao Lingfei embraced him from behind. "Mr. Chen, I no longer wish to strive," she confessed. "Are you not intoxicated?" Chen Montauk queried, puzzled. "I am merely tipsy. It takes more than a bottle to incapacitate someone in my profession," she replied. "So, you intend to entice me?" Chen Montauk countered. "Indeed. Upon seeing the prosperous Mr. Chen, I find myself disinclined to exert effort. I hope you might grant me an opportunity. What is it that you desire?" Chen Montauk inquired. "My needs are quite simple. My annual salary is 300,000, and I merely wish to avoid the daily grind." "Then let us discuss a business deal worth several hundred million," he suggested. Chapter 55. The reception of 3rd Street for Chen Mo, discussing financial matters has become far more gratifying than delving into emotional affairs. Should Zhao Lingfei propose to become his girlfriend, Chen Mo might simply turn away. However, such a pragmatic notion brings him a sense of comfort, alleviating any feelings of guilt. In truth, Zhao Lingfei enjoys a commendable lifestyle, possessing both a car and a house. Her remarkable beauty and achievements over the years have been impressive. The reason she chooses Chen Mo is twofold. Firstly, he has etched himself in her heart, as many nights have been spent perusing his social media posts. Secondly, she has caught the attention of their auction house's owner, a corpulent man in his 50s. Refusing his advances could lead to her unemployment. And having grown accustomed to a comfortable lifestyle, she is discontent with a mundane 9-to-5 existence. Thus she entrusts her fate to Chen Mo. That night, she experienced Chen Mo's prowess. 2 hours later, gazing at the slumbering Zhao Lingfei beside him, Chen Mo donned his attire and traversed into the apocalypse. Arriving in this desolate realm, he found himself in the mercenary group's storeroom. After exiting, he returned home and summoned Lu Xing'er and Lu Yuer. As all three were endowed with extraordinary abilities, they devoted the night to rigorous training. The following day, Chen Mo took command of the mercenary group, comprising 14 fifth-level powerhouses alongside Lu Xing'er and Lu Yuer, totaling 16 individuals. They split into 4 teams to consolidate the entirety of Zone 3, either dissolving factions or opting to pay taxes. Initially, the process unfolded smoothly, with nearly all factions consenting to taxation. However, at 11 o'clock, Lu Yuer, leading her team to the Jiulu mercenary group, encountered difficulties. As one of the top-tier forces in Zone 3, the Jiulu mercenary group, a 5th-level entity, boasted 4 5th-level powerhouses, second only to the previously annihilated Tiger mercenary group. Upon learning of Lu Yuer's intent to collect taxes, they responded, "We will not disband our faction. We can pay taxes, but our group presently lacks funds. Please grant us a few more days." Receiving such a reply, Lu Yuet stated, "I will relay your situation to the commander." With her team also comprised of 4 5th-level abilities, she had no alternative but to reach out to Chen Mo. Upon hearing the predicament, he seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "All teams, converge on the Jiulu mercenary group immediately. Inform me once assembled." In approximately 20 minutes, all teams had gathered. The Jiulu mercenary group has begun to act unreasonably. A mercenary group that does not pay taxes has no right to exist. You are to initiate a total annihilation of the Jiulu mercenary group. I shall refrain from intervening, for they are unworthy of my presence, he declared. Simultaneously, 16 5th-level powerhouses, 15 4th-level, and 5 3rd-level members surrounded the Jiulu mercenary group, launching a fierce assault. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. During the fray, the leader of the Jiulu mercenary group, Lu Ming, sought to surrender, yet his plea was met with refusal. As Lu Ming faced imminent destruction, he retaliated against a 3rd-level member of the Huaxia mercenary group. At that moment, the 5th-level powerhouse Qi Min from the Huaxia mercenary group, fully metallic and shielded by an impenetrable barrier, absorbed 2 of Lu Ming's attacks and was sent flying. Simultaneously, numerous 5th-level powerhouses from the Huaxia mercenary group unleashed their skills upon Lu Ming, leaving him utterly obliterated. "Clean up the battlefield," Lu Yuer declared loudly, to which everyone responded in unison. Following this battle, the Huaxia mercenary corps surged with momentum. The primary task of cleaning the battlefield involved searching for valuables, gathering crystals, and incinerating the corpses. Before long, the battlefield was cleared, yielding over 30 4th-grade crystals, more than 1,000 3rd-grade crystals, and over 18,000 2nd-grade crystals. Lu Yuer led her team back to the mercenary corps with the crystals, while the other teams continued to collect taxes. News of the annihilation of the Jiulu mercenary corps swiftly spread throughout the 3rd district, leaving all factions astounded by the prowess of the Huaxia mercenary corps. With more than 10 5th-grade powerhouses and without Chen Mo lifting a finger, a top-tier 5th-grade mercenary group was obliterated in less than 10 minutes, an achievement that epitomized the standards of a top-tier force. Learning from past experiences, subsequent operations proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Before the Huaxia mercenary corps arrived at various faction stations, some proactively brought crystals to pay their taxes. Upon encountering Lu Yuer, who was escorting the crystals back, Chen Mo's first inquiry was, "Did our mercenary corps suffer any casualties?" "No one died," The leader of the Jilu Mercenary Corps made a final counterattack against our third-grade member, but Min bravely withstood all the skills and sustained minor injuries. Well, that is reassuring. In the afternoon, the teams that had ventured out began to return. Observing that all members were back, Chen Mo turned to Lu Yuer and said, "Yuer, gather all members for a meeting." Strangely, the usually reluctant Chen Mo had been convening meetings every few days. In truth, he was enhancing his presence within the team. For a newly established mercenary corps like Huaxia, what was most essential was corps cohesion. This could manifest as a shared belief, a universally acknowledged leader, or a common goal. Chen Mo aimed to become the leader that everyone recognized. "Captain, everyone is here," Lu Yuer announced. "All right," Chen Mo replied. "Today, our mercenary corps has taken control of the entire 3rd district, establishing ourselves as the overlords of this area, positioning us as the 9th top-tier force, and paving our way to become the foremost power in Central City. This is my expectation and demand of you all. Do you have the confidence to achieve this?" "Yes, we do." Today, during our takeover of the 3rd district, we engaged in battle with the Jilu Mercenary Corps, and their destruction was entirely warranted. However, resolving the conflict in under 10 minutes also showcased the might of our Huaxia Mercenary Corps. As with any merit, rewards and penalties apply. Therefore, I have decided that all members below 5th grade will receive one opportunity for promotion. Those at 5th grade will not be promoted for now due to insufficient merit. However, in light of Min's bravery in saving others and Lu Yuer's commendable leadership, both will be granted a promotion opportunity. I hope everyone will strive to contribute to the team. Our mercenary corps will not neglect anyone. Wow, does that mean Min and Captain Lu will be promoted to 6th grade? When did they announce the promotions? In hushed tones, the members exchanged words. Lu Xin, distribute 1 crystal required for promotion to each individual below level 5. Chen Mo continued, and upon Lu Xinger's acknowledgement, he promptly handed out the crystals. Liu Yuya, Min, come forward to receive your rewards for advancement. Chen Mo instructed the two. They approached him, brimming with excitement, for both were seasoned level 5 warriors, on par with the leaders of the 8 major factions, lacking only the level 6 crystals. At last, their desires were about to be fulfilled. After Chen Mo spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced 2 green crystals, presenting them to the two. "Good luck. I await the day you both ascend to level 7. "Thank you, Captain," they exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, they are green, without a doubt." "Yes, I must also strive harder." Didn't the captain promise that in exchange for gathering information on level 7 zombies, I would receive level 6 crystals? "I shall set out tomorrow," one of them remarked. With this, the mercenary group was on the verge of gaining 2 additional level 6 warriors. Have we not surpassed the 8 major factions in strength? Absolutely. The captain alone exceeds them all. Very well, let us conclude today's gathering. I anticipate your performance. Chen Mo observed the envious and expectant gazes of the members below, knowing his objective had been achieved. You two may choose to advance here, allowing me to provide you with protection. Without hesitation, they consumed the crystals. Half an hour later, 2 strands of spiritual energy emanated forth, indicating their successful ascension. Min, particularly exuberant, approached Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Captain, I have finally acquired an offensive skill." "Oh, congratulations. May I inquire about the skill you obtained?" Chen Montak responded. "It's called Metal Spear. It enables me to condense a long spear from metal elements, which is exceptionally sharp and unyielding," Min replied. "That is an excellent skill. You will no longer merely be a shield, but a warrior capable of both defense and offense," Chen Mo remarked. "Indeed, Captain. And Yuer, how have you fared?" Chen Mo inquired of Lu Yuer as she approached. "I, too, have acquired an offensive skill named Waterfall Charge, which allows me to summon a waterfall that rushes towards the enemy," Lu Yuer stated. "Splendid. Our Huaxia mercenary group gains 2 formidable generals," Chen Mo said with a smile. Chapter 56. Acquiring Crystals and Capturing Exotic Beasts. The allure of the 6th level crystal promised by Chen Mo was undeniably potent, prompting the entire team to frantically scour for 7th level zombies over the past few days. following the last occasion when Chen Mo rewarded the entire group with promotions. The strength of the Huaxiao Mercenary Corps had surged, apart from the 3 members remaining at home to search for jewels, who were at level 3. There were 5 at level 4, 29 at level 5, and 2 at level 6, truly a formidable force. That afternoon, the Earth-type ability user Li Fengjun approached Chen Mo, her face covered in dust, yet radiating happiness. "What brings you here?" Chen Montak inquired. "Captain, we have discovered a 7th-level zombie 50 kilometers north of Central City." Li Fengjun exclaimed. "Is it true?" "Absolutely. It's in a valley, where there is also a pear tree. I tried to get closer to take a look, but was spotted by the 7th-level zombie, so I hastily used my Earth escape ability to retreat," Li Fengjun explained. "All right, you may return for now. I shall depart shortly. If the information proves accurate, I will reward you with a 6th-level crystal," Chen Mo replied. In truth, Li Fengjun had been scouring the wilderness for 3 consecutive days. Ever since learning that a 6th-level crystal would be offered for information on a 7th-level zombie, she had prepared to set out, utilizing her Earth escape skill to search continuously. Recently promoted to level 5 after successfully exchanging for a 4th-level crystal during her first outing with the team, she was determined to strive for a 6th-level crystal. As Li Fengjun departed, Chen Mo vanished from the Mercenary Corps with a swift movement. He teleported northward nearly 30 times before ceasing, as his teleportation distance had increased upon reaching level 6, now extending approximately 2 kilometers per jump. Given that Li Fengjun mentioned a valley, locating it became considerably easier. Soon, Chen Mo pinpointed the location and teleported there. From a distance, he spotted the 7th-level zombie, its bronze-hued skin unmistakable. Initially contemplating using his spatial collapse ability, he reconsidered for fear of destroying the crystal. Instead, he opted for a more cautious approach, dispatching the zombie with a spatial blade that cleanly severed its head. Chen Mo had no desire to test his mettle against the zombie, having witnessed the destructive power of a 7th-level zombie. He knew that a close encounter could likely result in severe injury or even death. Approaching, he retrieved the blue crystal and stored it in his spatial pocket, successfully acquiring the 7th-level crystal. Noticing the nearby pear tree, Chen Mo made his way over, plucked a pear, wiped it clean, and took a bite. Delicious, as always, he mused, as the juicy flesh melted in his mouth, releasing a rich pear fragrance. Quickly finishing the first pear, he plucked another, still craving more. After consuming the pears, he gathered all remaining ones, totaling 32, and stored them in his spatial pocket. With the crystal in hand and feeling somewhat idle, Chen Mo decided to admire the post-apocalyptic scenery. He teleported to the mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Everywhere else appeared normal, with the only moving entities being zombies. However, as he turned northward, his gaze sharpened. "Is that a leopard?" Chen Mo observed a snow-white leopard, remarkably large, about 4 meters in length, engaging a zombie that was entirely black, reminiscent of steel. Chen Mo surmised it must be a 4th-level zombie. At that moment, he witnessed the leopard being kicked away by the zombie. After landing, the leopard, aware of its disadvantage, chose to flee. Is this what a mutated creature looks like? It seems quite intelligent. Perhaps it could be tamed, Chen Mo pondered. He promptly executed a teleportation directly towards the leopard, when Chen Mo suddenly materialized beside it. The leopard sprang away in alarm, likely startled by his sudden appearance. Almost immediately, it opened its mouth and launched an ice sphere towards him. "I possess his skills. I wonder which level it is," Chen Mo thought as he deftly evaded the ice projectile. He refrained from attacking the leopard, knowing his own abilities were far too formidable unless he intended to end its life. However, at level 6, Chen Mo's physical prowess was exceptionally high. He swiftly teleported to the side of the leopard and delivered a powerful punch aimed at its head. To his surprise, the leopard's body was quickly enveloped in a layer of solid ice, causing a twinge of pain in Chen Mo's hand. Yet, the leopard did not retaliate. Instead, it bolted away into the distance. It possesses a defensive skill as well, Chen Mo mused, watching the leopard retreat. He teleported after it, startling the creature once more with his sudden appearance. The leopard, now encased in ice, extended 2 icy wings from its sides, gliding swiftly through the air. Oh, what a remarkable skill. Quite impressive, Chen Mo thought. It seems this leopard is a level 3 mutated beast, considering he had yet to encounter a level 4 zombie. However, could the leopard surpass his teleportation speed? Determined to tame it, Chen Mo resolved to thoroughly overwhelm the beast, allowing it to escape only to teleport ahead, terrifying the leopard repeatedly. After a series of more than 10 such encounters, the leopard was exhausted, panting heavily. This time, Chen Mo maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the leopard. "Hey, can you understand me?" he called out. The leopard turned its head, which incited Chen Mo's irritation. In a flash, he teleported closer, delivering a punch to its face, causing the leopard to flee once again. Chen Montak Pozut, landing a punch each time he caught up to it. After delivering 7 or 8 blows, the leopard collapsed, utterly fatigued. "Can you understand me?" Chen Montak Haita Atit. The leopard nodded repeatedly, though it was unclear if it truly comprehended or had submitted. Chen Mo beckoned it closer, and the leopard took a few steps towards him, halting 2 meters away. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo retrieved a crystallized pork knuckle from his space, left over from his hotel meal, which he found too rich to consume. It was perfect for the leopard. The creature sniffed the knuckle, then began devouring it hungrily. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo approached, casting a spatial barrier around himself to guard against any potential aggression from the leopard. As he gently stroked the back of its neck, he found its fur surprisingly smooth. It was no wonder so many people enjoyed petting cats. While others caressed felines, he was now riding a leopard. Noticing the leopard engrossed in its meal, he decisively mounted its back. The leopard, startled by his presence, abandoned its food and began to leap around in agitation. Observing the leopard's restlessness, Chen Mo delivered 2 swift punches to its head, prompting the leopard to emit a couple of whimpers before finally settling down. Immediately, Chen Mo began training the leopard. With a gesture of his left hand, he directed it to the left. Should the leopard remain stationary, he would deliver 2 punches. A similar command was given with his right hand for the right direction. It must be said, this mutated leopard was indeed astute, possessing an intelligence comparable to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Soon enough, it was trained to comprehend basic commands. He intended to bring it back to the mercenary group to expose it to more people and temper its wildness. If the results were satisfactory, he would find a way to enhance its abilities, thus acquiring a mount. One could hardly deny that riding this 4-meter leopard would be quite impressive, Chen Mo mused. Observing its entirely snow-white fur, he decided to bestow upon it the name Iceball. The leopard, of course, could not articulate its thoughts. Otherwise, it would surely express its disdain for such a name. Chen Mo set off towards the central city atop Iceball, and it must be noted that the leopard's speed was remarkable, even without unfurling its ice wings. It could reach a minimum velocity of 120 miles per hour. In a mere half hour, he arrived at the northern gate of the central city. Riding Iceball, Chen Mo garnered considerable attention. The first to receive word was a member of the Xuanwu mercenary group, who quickly relayed the news to Ji Xuang. Ji Xuang promptly drove over to meet him. "What an imposing leopard you have, Captain Chen," she inquired, gazing curiously at Chen Mo atop the magnificent creature. "Oh, I just captured it during my outing. It's quite sizable, and I thought it would make for an amusing mount," Chen Mo replied succinctly. "How majestic," Ye Isawainge remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. "If you find it impressive, you should consider acquiring one for yourself," Chen Mo suggested. Ji Xuang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Such was Chen Mo. Were it anyone else, they would have been quickly restrained by the mercenary group. The key factor was that riding such a magnificent leopard was simply too stylish. Having said that, Chen Mo rode Iceball towards the 3rd district. Upon arriving at the Huaxiao mercenary group's headquarters, the gatekeeper spotted him from afar. "Look, it's the captain. What is he riding? It appears to be a leopard. But can they truly grow to such a size?" Soon, someone called out from within the courtyard. "The captain has returned riding a colossal leopard." As Chen Mo entered the mercenary group, a number of people were already waiting, primarily ordinary individuals, as many of the ability users were out on missions. However, a few, including the Lu Yue'er sisters and Li Fengjun, were resting at the base. "This is my newly acquired mount, named Iceball," Ordinary folks should keep their distance. It possesses a strength of level 3. Should it prove disobedient, do not hesitate to seek assistance in dealing with it. Chen Mo informed the crowd. Chapter 57. The conference of the 9 major forces after Chen Mo had clearly briefed everyone. He added that Li Fengjun was the first to discover traces of the 7th level zombies. Upon verification, the clues were deemed valid, and thus a 6th level crystal was awarded. Li Fengjun, come with me, Chen Mo stated, turning towards his home, with Li Fengjun promptly following suit. Here you go. Prepare for your promotion, Chen Mo said, handing a green crystal to Li Fengjun. Thank you, Captain, Li Fengjun replied joyfully, accepting the crystal and consuming it immediately. Half an hour later, Li Fengjun successfully ascended to the 6th level. May I inquire about the skills you acquired? Chen Mo asked. Captain, I have obtained the ability to summon 2 earth puppets. Li Fengjun responded. Oh, earth puppets? Quite a commendable skill, Chen Mo remarked. Captain, have you encountered this skill before? Li Fengjun inquired curiously. Indeed, I have. Gao Lei, the leader of the Chilean Mercenary Corps, possesses this skill. The puppets have formidable defensive capabilities, having withstood several attacks from 7th level zombies. Chen Mo succinctly explained. Is that so? I shall experiment with it shortly, Li Fengjun declared. Very well, go ahead, Chen Mo replied. After Li Fengjun departed, Chen Mo took out a 7th level crystal and consumed it, swiftly entering a state of promotion that lasted for an hour. He distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength. He could now contend with 5th level zombies without losing ground. Curious about the skills he had fortified, Chen Mo sensed that it was the ability to teleport. Not only had the teleportation range increased tenfold, approximately 20 kilometers at a time, but he could now teleport others within a 5-meter radius, provided they did not resist. This skill requires no further experimentation. I shall look forward to experiencing the ability to teleport others when the opportunity arises, he thought. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come Captain, the 8 major forces have invited you to a gathering tonight, Liu Yiwei announced upon entering. Is there any specific information? Chen Montauk inquired. None. It's merely a message to inform you to be at the Central Hotel by 6 o'clock tonight, Liu Yiwei replied. Here is what you should do. Inform them that I am out, and send Li Fengjun in my stead. Li Fengjun. Yes, she's present and has the time. Her 6th level strength is adequate. Have her introduce herself as the vice captain of the Huaxia Mercenary Corps to gauge the situation. Upon her return, she can relay the details to me. Remind her not to diminish our Mercenary Corps prestige, Chen Mo instructed. Understood. I shall convey your message, Liu Yiwei responded promptly. Upon exiting Chen Mo's quarters, Liu Yiwei encountered Li Fengjun, who had just returned from testing her skills. Liu Yiwei succinctly briefed her on the situation. What? I can't possibly attend. I'm just a minor character. It would be inappropriate for me to participate in such a gathering, Li Fengjun protested. You are no longer a minor character. You are now at the 6th level, on par with the leaders of various mercenary corps. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Furthermore, the captain has instructed you to attend as the vice captain of the Huaxia Mercenary Corps, emphasizing that you should not undermine our standing, Liu Yiwei insisted. Right? I am indeed at the 6th level now. I apologize, my rapid advancement has left me somewhat unaccustomed, Li Fengjun admitted awkwardly. Then, Yiwei, please inform the captain that I shall attend, Li Fengjun declared resolutely. Very well. Make your preparations then. Meet at the Central Hotel at 6 in the evening. You know where it is, right? Liu Yiwei instructed. Of course. I grew up in Central City. How could I not know? Li Fengjun replied before heading off to prepare. There wasn't too much to do. Just a quick bath, a change into clean clothes, and a touch of light makeup. By the time she finished, it was already past 5. She summoned a driver from the mercenary group to take her to the Central Hotel. As the car bearing the emblem of the Huaxia Mercenary Group pulled into the hotel's parking lot, Gu Rufeng's assistant, Xiaofeng, approached. Upon seeing Li Fengjun step out, she blinked in surprise. Oh, the captain should not come today? Our captain is away on business, Li Fengjun answered. Xiaofeng escorted her directly to the private dining room, announcing to Gu Rufeng, Boss, this is the representative from the Huaxia Mercenary Group. Did the Huaxia Mercenary Group just send anyone at random? Zhang Li remarked with a scoff. At this, Li Fengjun unleashed a surge of psychic energy, causing the expressions of those present to shift subtly under its weight. I'm Li Fengjun, vice captain of the Huaxia mercenary group. I wonder if I am qualified to represent our group at this gathering, she stated coolly. If my sister is representing Huaxia, then naturally she has every right to attend, Yu Qinghan said with a light laugh. Having lived in Central City all her life, Li Fengjun was well versed in its affairs. Recognizing the woman's tone, she deduced this must be Yu Qinghan, leader of the Vermilion Bird mercenary group. Captain Yu, I've long admired your reputation, Li Fengjun greeted. My sister is quite fortunate to serve under Captain Chen Mo, advancing to the 6th rank so swiftly, Yu Qinghan remarked, unable to mask a tinge of envy. After all, she had struggled tirelessly for her own ascension, while others seemed to progress effortlessly, especially with resources provided by the 8 major factions. Now that everyone is present, let the official representatives begin the meeting, Gu Rufeng interjected. Here's the situation. 2 days ago, we established high-frequency radio contact with Titan City, 1,000 miles away. Like us, they built their stronghold upon the ruins of an old metropolis. However, their development has outpaced ours. They had 7th-rank powerhouses for some time, reportedly over a dozen now. Moreover, they developed a breathing technique that significantly enhances an ability user's strength. Therefore, Central City must organize an envoy to Titan City for an exchange, the official delegate explained. A breathing technique? The attendees murmured in curiosity. What was this method, and how could it augment power? Indeed, it functions as a cultivation art, effectively boosting an ability user's capabilities. The specifics remain unclear. This is merely what Titan City's authorities disclosed. Currently, they hold exclusive control over this technique and seek to establish trade routes with other cities. The official added, if it truly enhances the abilities of the extraordinary, then I propose we embark on a journey to investigate, though the distance is indeed quite considerable. Chang Weiwei remarked that it seems we must trouble Gu Rufeng this time, as you alone among us are a 7th-level powerhouse, Jin Yong'an of the Yong'an Commercial Association stated. Leading the expedition is certainly feasible. However, I require compensation, and furthermore, each of your teams must contribute personnel and additional resources. It would be rather absurd if, upon arrival, one could not afford the method of respiration. What kind of compensation do you seek? The crowd inquired. I previously promised each of your teams a 7th-level crystal upon reaching the 7th level. But given the enormity of this undertaking, could we perhaps reduce it to 2 crystals? Gu Rufeng suggested. That is not possible. You should understand the principle of fairness. It would be unacceptable to withhold from any mercenary group, Ji Shuang interjected. Indeed, this was previously agreed upon. Therefore, if you wish for me to lead the expedition, I shall keep my word regarding the 7th-level crystals. But there must be a time constraint, specifically within 1 year. You are to independently seek information on the zombies and, upon discovery, contact me for assistance in extermination. Should the year lapse, I shall no longer offer my services, Gu Rufeng proclaimed loudly. In truth, Gu Rufeng was leveraging the situation. After the government first received news from Titan City, they promptly approached him, recognizing his status as a 7th-level powerhouse. Upon learning of the existence of the method of respiration, he resolved to venture to Titan City, speculating that the multitude of 7th-level powerhouses there must be attributed to its benefits. He prided himself on his formidable abilities. Yet even he could not single-handedly vanquish zombies at the 6th level, thus underscoring the immense aid provided by the method of respiration. It was clear that Gu Rufeng was determined to obtain it, though this knowledge remained concealed from others. We can agree to your terms, with an effective period of 1 year. However, you must ensure the method of respiration is returned within a month. Naturally, we shall share the burden of the corresponding crystals. Moreover, each of our factions will assign 2 5th-level members to accompany you, and you must guarantee their safety. What do you think? Lu Aigua from the official faction remarked after a brief discussion with the others. Upon hearing this, Gu Rufeng contemplated and responded, that sounds acceptable. What does the Huaxia Mercenary Corps have to say? Gu Rufeng turned to Li Fengjun. If agreeable, we shall also dispatch 2 individuals to accompany you, and we hope Mr. Gu will look after them, Li Fengjun expressed, sensing that if the leader were present, he would surely wish to involve himself. Very well. Let us assemble our personnel today and meet at Zone 18 tomorrow morning, Gu Ruffing decided, considering Chen Mo an established powerhouse with great strength, and deemed it prudent to extend a favor. Thus, he readily agreed. Chapter 58. The initial encounter with breathing techniques upon her return. Li Fengjun promptly sought out Chen Mo and recounted the details of the meeting. Breathing technique? This was indeed the first time Chen Mo had heard of such a thing, and he was quite curious about its efficacy, considering that Titan City was merely 1,000 miles from Central City, and with the current teleportation distance, it would only take a few dozen attempts to reach there. It seemed he would need to embark on a journey. Captain, how shall we determine the personnel heading to Titan City tomorrow? Li Fengjun inquired. What are your thoughts? Chen Mo countered, refraining from providing a direct answer. After all, he was the one planning to go. Whether the mercenary group participated or whom they sent was of little consequence. If possible, I would like to make the trip, and I hope the captain will approve. As for the other personnel, I leave that to your discretion, Li Fengjun proposed. Very well. You may return and share the news with everyone to see if anyone volunteers. We will assess the situation tomorrow morning, Chen Mo replied, hesitant to assign anyone directly given the potential dangers lurking along the 1,000-mile journey. After Li Fengjun returned and informed the group, it sparked quite a commotion. Breathing technique? Are they truly that formidable? Who dares to go? I certainly do not. It's over 1,000 miles. Amidst the chatter, Wei Miao's eyes lit up upon hearing this information. Rather than joining the discussion, she made a beeline for Chen Mo's residence. Upon hearing a knock, Chen Mo opened the door to find Wei Miao standing there. He recognized her as an ordinary fire element ability user, possessing only a single fire-based attack skill, Fireball. But she was undeniably beautiful. Wei Miao, what brings you here? Chen Mo asked. Is the captain not going to invite me in? She replied. Very well, come in, Chen Mo said, stepping aside for her to enter before sitting down on the sofa. After Wei Miao locked the door behind her, she immediately seated herself on Chen Mo's lap. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Chen Mo inquired directly. I wish to go to Titan City, Wei Miao stated boldly. Is that all? Chen Montauk responded. Of course, it would be ideal if the captain could help me enhance my level. Considering the long journey ahead and my current abilities, Wei Miao murmured, perhaps sensing that her request was somewhat excessive. That is a trivial matter, Chen Mo replied. What has prompted this sudden desire to visit Titan City? My family resides in Titan City. I had nearly given up hope of returning home, but now I see a glimmer of possibility. I wish to go back and see, Wei Miao explained. Very well. Let us seize this opportunity to visit, Chen Mo said, handing her a green crystal. Absorb this, and tomorrow morning you shall depart with Li Fengjun. Thank you, Captain, Wei Miao exclaimed, eagerly accepting the crystal and consuming it. Half an hour later, she successfully advanced in level. How do you feel? What new skill have you acquired? Chen Montauk inquired. It's fire escape, Wei Miao replied joyfully. Indeed, for someone like her venturing far from home, acquiring a means of escape provided an added layer of safety. Early the next morning, Chen Mo bid farewell to Li Fengjun and Wei Miao, extending his hand to present a green crystal to Wei Miao. If you can grasp the breathing technique, do so. Otherwise, prioritize your own safety. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. The 6th-level crystal is relatively rare in the Central City, so do not expose it on your journey, Chen Mo advised. Understood, Captain, Wei Miao replied, accepting the crystal before embracing Chen Mo and planting a gentle kiss on his lips. 5 minutes later, with lingering reluctance, Wei Miao finally set off with Li Fengjun. When did you and the captain become close? Li Fengjun inquired, Pujlat. Last night, Wei Miao responded. Together last night, and now you're leaving? Li Fengjun remarca. I hail from Titan City and wish to return for a visit. That is indeed a rare opportunity. You should go, Li Fengjun acknowledged, understanding the situation. Although her family resided in Central City, she was aware that many had been separated from their loved ones in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Since you wish to return home, you can simply register. There is no need for all this, Li Fengjun said, bemused. Well, the captain helped me advance last night, Wei Miao said with pride. Advance? You mean he provided you with a 6th-level crystal? Li Fengjun was genuinely astonished, feeling a pang of envy as she reflected on her own struggles to achieve the 6th level, having spent days and nights outside the city in search of zombie information. If she had known it would be so straightforward for others, perhaps her efforts were in vain. Yes, my abilities are quite limited. I had no other choice. After Li Fengjun and Wei Miao departed, Chen Mo returned to the base. Observing the lack of pressing matters, he contemplated a brief visit to Titan City and decided to summon Lu Yuer. I'm planning to leave the city for a while. I entrust the mercenary group to you. He informed her. Leaving the city? For how long? Lu Yuer inquired. It's hard to say. It could be a day or two at most, but it might extend to 3 to 5 days, Chen Mo replied, uncertain about the feasibility of acquiring the breathing technique, yet providing a rough estimate. All right, be careful out there, Lu Yuer said, embracing Chen Mo. Once Lu Yuer had departed, Chen Mo executed a teleportation, swiftly making his way out of the city. Following the information he had received, he teleported westward 32 times until a colossal city came into view, no smaller than Central City itself. This must be Titan City, approximately 1,200 miles away in a straight line, further if one took a detour. Knowing that the pinnacle of Titan City's combat power was only at the 7th level, and having grown from the inexperienced individual he once was in the apocalypse, Chen Mo did not exercise excessive caution. He entered the city directly and flagged down a taxi to the official faction, for he knew the breathing technique lay in their possession. The taxi brought him to the headquarters of the official faction, where he handed over a white crystal. Upon disembarking, he noticed that the headquarters was situated in what had once been the city government before the apocalypse, marked by a prominent stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Serving the people." What is your purpose here? Several security personnel approached Chen Mo as he drew near. I need someone who can engage in dialogue with me. I have a transaction to propose, Chen Mo stated directly. Who are you? What kind of transaction? They asked, intrigued. The lead security guard, a middle-aged man, sized up Chen Mo, realizing he had no identity here and couldn't simply declare his intent to purchase breathing techniques. Chen Mo decided to cut through the hassle. He unleashed his psychic pressure upon them. The guards, sensing his formidable aura, immediately recognized him as a 6th-level powerhouse. It was a reasonable assumption. After all, Titan City had only a dozen or so 7th-level experts, all of whom they had seen in records. Since Chen Mo didn't team match any of them, they concluded he must be 6th tier. Please wait a moment. We'll report this immediately, the lead guard said before speaking briefly into his radio. Soon, a young man approached. The guards addressed him as Captain. So, this is the expert you mentioned? The captain asked. Yes, they confirmed. The captain then probed Chen Mo with his own psychic energy. In response, Chen Mo released his full force. 7th level. The captain gasped, struggling to breathe under the pressure. Sir, my name is Yu Jiangwo. Please follow me. Chen Mo was led to a reception room. You mentioned a business proposition? Yu Jiangwo inquired. Forgive my bluntness, but I don't recall seeing you before. I'm not from Titan City, Chen Mo replied. I heard breathing techniques are available here. I wish to purchase one. Breathing technique? Very well, I'll arrange it. Please wait. Yu Jiangwo excused himself. About 10 minutes later, a striking woman in her 30s entered. Greetings, sir. I'm Shangwan Yin, the person in charge here. I understand you're interested in acquiring a breathing technique. Indeed. Is it feasible? Chen Mo asked. You're a 7th-level practitioner, correct? Common techniques are readily available, but they offer little benefit to someone of your caliber. We possess more advanced methods, though they require your affiliation with us. Would that interest you? Must I join? Yes. Advanced techniques are not shared with outsiders. Surely membership isn't granted so easily? Correct. You need to complete a task for us, a pledge of commitment. What task? If it's too troublesome, I'll pass. I've only heard rumors of these techniques' efficacy. Their true value remains unproven. Chen Mo kept the upper hand, unwilling to yield control. We can provide you with a basic technique first. Test its effects, then decide, Shangwan Yin offered. Chapter 59. Acquiring the breathing technique. Oh, are you suggesting that I join you? Could you perhaps elucidate the reasons behind this proposal? Otherwise, I cannot feel secure simply possessing this breathing technique, Chen Mo remarked, astonished that Shangwan Yin would entrust him with the ordinary technique. He contemplated joining her as he spoke. Well, it is quite straightforward. The reason lies in the fact that you are not a native of Titan City. Allow me to elaborate. Titan City is governed by three principal factions. The first is our official establishment, comprising several military personnel, including 4 7th-level powerhouses. The second, commonly referred to as the academic faction, consists mainly of students from the pre-apocalyptic era who have gradually formed a force in the university town, possessing 3 7th-level powerhouses. The third is the Z Merchant Association, which has absorbed 90% of the populace, boasting 5 7th-level powerhouses. The other two factions are eager to acquire our advanced breathing techniques and are applying pressure on us. Thus, we are in urgent need of a formidable ally like yourself, Shangguan Yin succinctly explained. How could they be aware of such crucial information regarding the breathing techniques? Chen Mo inquired, perplexed. For a long time, we have made every effort to conceal the existence of the breathing techniques. However, one of our 6th-level powerhouses was seduced by the Z Merchant Association and betrayed us, carrying the information to them. Furthermore, prior to his defection, our 2 teams each had 4 7th-level powerhouses. One member was ambushed by the traitor during his ascension to 7th level and perished. After joining the Z Merchant Association, the traitor was rewarded with a 7th-level crystal for his knowledge of the breathing techniques, thereby becoming a 7th-level powerhouse himself, which has led to our current predicament. Shangguan Yin recounted. So your task for me is to eliminate the traitor? Chen Mo quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, he is a disgrace to our entire team. Shangguan Yin declared, her teeth clenched in anger. Do you not think that the effort required to kill a 7th-level powerhouse is disproportionate to the potential reward? Chen Mo questioned. Although he is a 7th-level powerhouse, he does not possess particularly formidable skills. Moreover, the advanced breathing techniques are not easily acquired. It can be said that if a 7th-level powerhouse masters the breathing techniques, they could potentially ascend to 8th level without the need for 8th-level crystals. Albeit the process would take considerable time, Shangguan Yin stated proudly. I will first attempt the ordinary breathing technique. If it proves effective, I shall accept your task. Chen Mo contemplated Alut. Very well, she replied, and then retrieved a tablet, opening a video for Chen Mo to follow along, while she provided explanations. Soon, Chen Mo grasped the steps of the breathing technique. In essence, it involved controlling the air entering the body through a special rhythm of breathing, expelling the useless elements and retaining those beneficial for oneself, thereby enhancing both the physique and abilities. This method parallels the absorption of crystals, albeit one operates from within outwards and the other from outwards inwards, one being proactive, the other passive. Now, I shall test the effects, Chen Mo said to Shangguan Yin. Very well, she responded, stepping outside to grant him a moment of solitude. As he practiced the breathing technique, Chen Mo indeed experienced a sensation akin to the swelling felt during ascension, albeit faint. If one were to rely solely on this method to ascend to 8th level, it would undoubtedly require considerable perseverance. He pondered what results the advanced breathing techniques might yield. After approximately half an hour, Chen Mo felt that continuing the trial was futile. He stepped outside in search of Shangguan Yin, only to discover her waiting not far away. Upon seeing Chen Mo emerge, she promptly approached him and inquired, "How is it? Mr. Chen, are you able to perceive the effects?" "There is indeed some effect, but it is rather minimal," Chen Mo replied candidly. Indeed, however, the profound breathing techniques could yield results that are 5 to 10 times greater than the ordinary methods. The specific outcome varies from person to person. Even at 5 times the effectiveness, you will undoubtedly notice a significant improvement, Shangguan Yin explained. Chen Mo's eyes brightened at this revelation. The prospect of 5 to 10 times the efficacy was indeed promising. Very well, I shall take on this task. Please provide me with the details of that individual. The more specific, the better, he stated. Please hold on, she said, and after a brief exchange over the intercom, someone soon delivered the requested information. The dossier was comprehensive, containing photographs, personality traits, and descriptions of the individual's usual activities. This person is quite cautious. He rarely leaves his villa and resides right next to the headquarters of the ZE Chamber of Commerce. Let us know when you are ready to act, and we can arrange for an opportunity for you, Shang Wanyin suggested. Are you certain he is currently at the villa? Chen Mo inquired directly. Yes. We have personnel monitoring him at all times, Shang Wanyin affirmed. Very well, so if I bring back his head, that would suffice? Chen Mo asked. Of course. If it proves inconvenient, you may eliminate him directly. We can verify and confirm that as well, Shang Wanyin replied. Then I shall handle this matter. Just await my news. Chen Mo concluded before turning to depart. Notify us when you are ready to act, Shang Wanyin called after him. And Chen Mo waved his hand in acknowledgement from a distance. Once away from the official premises, Chen Mo located a secluded spot and, with a few swift movements, directly materialized inside the villa. Hearing music emanating from upstairs, he ascended the stairs on foot, reached the designated room, and cast a protective barrier around himself before pushing the door open. There he found the individual from the photograph, smoking and with his eyes closed, absorbed in the music. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door opening, the man swiftly opened his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Not bothering to answer, Chen Mo swiftly unleashed a spatial blade, severing the man's head in an instant. The villain perished due to excessive dialogue. Approaching, Chen Mo tore down the curtains, wrapped the severed head within, and then, with a teleportation, arrived near the official residence, carrying the package as he proceeded inside. At that moment, Shang Wanyin was engaged in discussions with others regarding her interactions with Chen Mo when she heard the announcement over the intercom that he was on his way back. Puzzled, she muttered to herself, "Are you ready?" Having spoken, she descended the stairs to meet Chen Mo. "Are you prepared?" she asked, not noticing the item he held. "Please take a look and see if this is him," Chen Mo said, offering the wrapped curtains. Initially indifferent, Shang Wanyin accepted the curtains with curiosity and opened them, gasping, "You killed him?" "It is impossible," Shang Wanyin expressed her disbelief. "In such a short span of time, you cannot be attempting to deceive me." Following this, Chen Montag sagt quickly, awaiting verification. "I will verify immediately," she declared, hastily departing. Unlike the calm demeanor of Chen Mo, Shang Wanyin swiftly issued commands, exploring every possible avenue to ascertain whether the rebel had indeed met his demise. "It cannot be. We have been monitoring this area for 24 hours. Just half an hour ago, our personnel spotted him entering the restroom through the window," she communicated through the intercom. "I need a thorough investigation. I must know his current status." After 10 minutes, a reply came through. "Commander, through drone surveillance, we have observed the rebel lying in his study. His head has vanished." This was facilitated by Chen Mo's act of tearing down the curtains, simplifying the investigation immensely. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well. All personnel are to withdraw. This matter is classified as top secret. No one is permitted to discuss it privately." Following this, Shang Wanyin spoke a few more words into the intercom, likely regarding the subsequent steps of this affair. "Are you certain?" "It has been verified. It has only been 10 minutes, and the head is still at our headquarters," Shang Wanyin stated. "Provide him with the advanced breathing technique and the honor medal. He will henceforth be one of our core members. It is imperative to maintain a good relationship." "Understood. I shall convey this," she affirmed before heading towards Chen Mo's quarters. "Apologies, sir. The verification took a bit longer, but it has been confirmed. You have indeed completed the task and passed the assessment. Here is our breathing technique manual, and this is your honor medal. With this medal, you can summon anyone below level 7. You may wear it in advance to avoid any obstructions in the future," Shang Wanyin stated upon her return to Chen Mo, directly handing him the items. "By the way, how should I address you?" she inquired. "My name is Chen Mo," he replied. "Very well, Mr. Chen. We have prepared a residence for you adjacent to the base for your convenience. You may accompany me to view it. Later, we will convene a meeting to relay your identity information to higher-ups, preventing any potential misunderstandings," Shang Wanyin explained. "All right, let us proceed to the residence. I would also like to take a look at the breathing technique," Chen Mo responded. "Excellent. Let us go," Shang Wanyin affirmed, leading Chen Mo towards the villa district. "Mr. Chen, this is the residence assigned to you by the headquarters. It is fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy," with a dedicated chef providing 3 meals a day, and regular cleaning services. Please let me know if there's anything you find unsatisfactory, she concluded. Chapter 60. Long live the boss. Well, this will suffice. I shall first experiment with a breathing technique. Please ensure that I am not disturbed unless absolutely necessary, Chen Mo said indifferently. Rest assured, this is our headquarters high-level residential area. No unwelcome individuals will intrude. Please take your time to rest. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. There is an intercom in the villa. You can reach me directly on channel 1, responded Shang Wan Yen. Allerlicht, Chen Montag replied. Once Shang Wan Yen departed, Chen Mo entered his room, reflecting that it was rather unexpected to be residing in a villa during the apocalypse. Upon entering the chamber, his first task was to examine the breathing technique. The profound breathing method was largely similar to the ordinary one, perhaps differing only in frequency, albeit being more intricate. Chen Mo adapted swiftly, quickly becoming accustomed to it. After practicing the breathing technique for an hour, Chen Mo paused, feeling quite satisfied. The speed was approximately 8 times faster than the ordinary method, leading him to believe that even without the 8th level crystal, achieving level 8 could be accomplished in less than a year. Nevertheless, this progress still felt sluggish. He needed to seek out crystals. Feeling unencumbered, Chen Mo removed his clothing and traversed to Blue Star. Over there, dawn had yet to break, allowing him to embrace Zhao Lingfei and indulge in a delightful slumber. The following day, Chen Mo spent his time with Zhao Lingfei, resting at the hotel in the morning and accompanying her for shopping in the afternoon. Zhao Lingfei learned that Chen Mo's jewelry store would soon open and thoughtfully selected 2 distinct-colored Armani casual suits for him. Chen Mo's tall stature accentuated his elegance in the suits. After transferring 300,000 yuan to Zhao Lingfei for her personal expenses, he sent her home to rest. That evening, Chen Mo returned to the Qin family estate, where, under the attentive care of a young maid, he completed 1,000 push-ups. The next morning, on the 14th, the maid sent by Rong Guangfan prepared porridge and steamed buns for Chen Mo. During breakfast, he mentioned, "Sister Ma, I will be returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Please arrange for the 4S dealership to affix the license plates to the Cullinan model and coordinate the pickup. In your spare time, enjoy some moments with your daughter. I will transfer 20,000 yuan to you as a holiday gift." "Understood, boss," Sister Ma replied. After Sister Ma departed, Chen Mo retrieved a considerable amount of jewelry from his space, nearly all the items from Zisong Town and Jimu Town. He took out diamonds under 1 carat, retaining only a single piece above 5 carats, approximately 6 carats. The remaining diamonds were left behind, as those exceeding 5 carats were exceedingly precious on Blue Star, far more than a small jewelry shop could utilize. As for jade bangles, aside from gifting 1 glass-type bangle to Home Meiju, he retained 3 glass types, taking out 2 while keeping 1. He also set aside a portion of ice-type bangles, extracting 4 high-quality ice types. Additionally, he brought forth some crystals, primarily due to their affordability, aiming to attract lower-end customers. Even so, the total value approached 15 million, as the gold alone amounted to 10 kilometers, valued at over 5 million. Make a call to Yunzi Jian. "Hello, Chen Mo, Yunzi Jian here. Everything is ready on my end. Please bring more people to the Qin Shijia to collect the items. I'll send you the location," Chen Mo stated. "All right, I have arranged for security personnel from my home. I will arrive shortly. Don't forget the glass bracelet and the large diamond you promised me," Yunzi Jian emphasized, clearly concerned about the diamond. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Everything is here. You will see once you arrive," Chen Mo replied. "Please send me the location. I will head over immediately. Today, we will organize the shop, and we will open tomorrow," Yunzi Jian concluded. After hanging up, Chen Mo sent the location and awaited Yunzi Jian's arrival. In less than an hour, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, Chen Mo was surprised to see a considerable number of people. 10 security personnel, Yunzi Jian, and a gentleman around 50 years old, presumably an appraiser. "Where are the items?" "Let us take a look," Yunzi Jian inquired as he entered in the living room. "Check it out. If everything is fine, we can move it," Chen Mo responded. "Wow, so much," Yunzi Jian exclaimed. "Old Yuan, come in and take a look at the goods." "All right, let me see," the appraiser replied. Chen Mo did not interfere and went to prepare some water for Yun Zijian and his team. Young Master Yun, the preliminary valuation is around 15 million. The items are impressive, and your partner possesses substantial capability. The opening of the shop is secured. The elder remarked to Yun Zijian. Yes, the focus is on the items. We will document everything meticulously, and I will rely on you, Old Yuan, to set a reasonable price. All accounts must be clarified, and later I will show Chen Mo. Yun Zijian instructed. Understood. You may start moving the items, Old Yuan replied, addressing the security personnel. Chen Mo, I will take the items with me. This afternoon, you should visit the shop to assess the situation. In the evening, we will arrange a dinner for all the employees, allowing them to meet you. Yun Zijian informed Chen Mo. Take them. I will come by in the afternoon. Chen Mo agreed. In the afternoon, feeling somewhat unoccupied, Chen Mo contacted Home Meiju. Dear, what are you doing? Working. What else could I be doing? She replied. Why not finish early? My jewelry store opens tomorrow, and I need to check on things today. I'd like you to accompany me for dinner with the staff, Chen Mo suggested, contemplating that bringing others would not be appropriate, considering he had a legitimate girlfriend. Sure. What time are we going? She responded. About 4 o'clock. It doesn't need to be too early. All right, I'll have you pick me up then. Later, Chen Mo donned the suit purchased by Zhao Lingfei and set off to collect Home Meiju. The striking, sky-blue Cullinan drew attention as it parked outside Home Meiju's impressive law firm. When she mentioned that he was her boyfriend, her colleagues were envious and eagerly requested a treat from her. Home Meiju maintained a low profile at work, never disclosing her status as the little princess of Lixiang Group. Honey, you look so handsome today. Let us get going, she exclaimed as she entered the vehicle. Well, am I not handsome every day? How is work treating you? Chen Mo inquired. You always look good. I'm managing well. I'm still an intern lawyer, so it's not too busy for me, Home Meiju replied. Soon, the two arrived at the shop. This place is quite impressive, and the location is excellent, remarked Home Meiju as she surveyed the entrance. Indeed, my classmate's family owns a jewelry store, so they have considerable experience in selecting prime locations, Chen Mo replied. At that moment, Yun Zijian spotted Chen Mo's car arriving and promptly came out to greet him. Chen Mo, who is this? Yun Zijian inquired, noticing the stunning woman accompanying him. This is my girlfriend, Home Meiju, Chen Mo introduced, turning to her. And this is my classmate and partner, Yun Zijian. Hello, they exchanged pleasantries. Yun Zijian then leaned closer to Chen Mo and said, When did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? We met just a few days ago, Chen Mo replied before asking. How is the shop coming along? Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the grand opening. Let's go inside and take a look, Yun Zijian suggested. The three of them entered the shop. Hold on a moment. Let me introduce you, Yun Zijian announced. This is our other owner, Chen Mo. You must not forget him when you meet in the future. Upon entering, Yun Zijian called out loudly, Hello, everyone. The staff responded in unison, Wow, the boss is so handsome. One remarked, Oh, the person beside him must be the boss's wife. Don't say such things. In the jewelry store, apart from the security personnel, it was predominantly women, and their chatter filled the air. Chen Mo, why don't you greet everyone? Yun Zijian encouraged. Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you who have joined our family. Your presence undoubtedly brings boundless potential to our shop. I hope you will all work diligently. And Yun and I will not be stingy with rewards. There will be generous bonuses. In the future, we may even open branch stores. And I promise that positions such as store manager will be selected from among you, Chen Mo said succinctly. Hooray, long live the boss. By the way, Chen and I have decided that we will all have dinner together tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will open on time. Here's to a successful grand opening. Yun Zijian added after Chen Mo finished speaking, wishing us a prosperous opening. The group echoed. Following this, a crowd of about 20 people set off with Chen Mo to the hotel. Upon seeing Chen Mo's Cullinan, their eyes lit up, and everyone rushed to get into his car. After all, who wouldn't want to be closer to a handsome and wealthy boss? If it weren't for Home Meiju's presence, Chen Mo might have been overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Ultimately, 3 more cars were called, and everyone arrived at the hotel together. The Hongfu Hotel, one of the larger establishments near the commercial street, accommodated the group in a spacious private room with an impressive large round table. Chapter 61. The grand opening of the jewelry store, the meal, extended over 2 hours, naturally allowing both hosts and guests to revel in the occasion. During this time, Chen Mo could not help but admire the prowess of salespeople, particularly women in sales, as there was no sign of an awkward silence. Many individuals asked Chen Mo for his WeChat, prompting him to reluctantly create a group chat, adding everyone, and sending out 5 red envelopes to encourage a spirited exchange. This would facilitate communication in the future as well. It was commendable that Hong Meiju cheerfully served Chen Mo throughout the meal, attending to him without being intrusive, which only deepened Chen Mo's fondness for her. That evening, Chen Mo dined at the Qingxing Yuan with Hong Meiju. Her performance during the day had endeared her to him, and he felt an increasing sense of affection towards her. Hong Meiju sensed Chen Mo's careful attentiveness and felt a surge of joy, affirming that her mother's teachings were indeed wise. The following morning, Chen Mo called his sister. "Sister, could you arrange for brother-in-law to bring over some cigarettes and liquor? The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching," he said. "Sure, how much do you need?" His sister Chen Min replied. "Let's say 200,000 worth. When can arrive?" Chen Montak in Kviat. "Today, as I plan to return home this afternoon," he added. "Such a large quantity again? Time is not an issue. I'll have a brother-in-law load the car shortly, and it should arrive around noon, so it won't interfere with your plans. By the way, how many days can you stay at home this time?" His sister asked. "There are numerous jewelry stores here that require maintenance, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, so the workload is substantial. I'll stay a few more days. Things here are finally stabilizing, and it's not too hectic," Chen Mo explained. "All right then, we'll also head home to celebrate the festival in a couple of days. Let your brother-in-law share a drink with you. Thanks to you, we've earned quite a bit lately," his sister remarked. "That sounds good," Chen Mo concluded the call. "You need cigarettes and liquor? I have channels for that, and I can procure whatever you need," Hong Meiju interjected after Chen Mo hung up. "No need. I'm just finding a way for my sister to earn a bit more. Their family is facing difficulties, and I worry that giving them money directly may not be well received." Chen Mo briefly explained his sister's situation. "Should you require anything, do let me know. Grandpa often asks if you need assistance," Hong Meiju offered. "Certainly, I will reach out if necessary," Chen Mo replied. The two rose, freshened up, and left for breakfast. By 8 o'clock, they arrived at the store, where they found Yun Zijian and the staff already present, with Zhang Jing also in attendance. Everyone was busy preparing for the grand opening, and the firecrackers were already in place. Upon seeing Zhang Jing, Chen Mo was reminded of Yin Sini and decided to contact her after returning home. At exactly 8 o'clock, amidst a cacophony of firecrackers, the jewelry store was inaugurated, with Chen Mo and Yun Zijian jointly unveiling the red cloth from the plaque. At 10 minutes past 8, a procession of luxury cars arrived at the store, approximately 8 or 9 vehicles, led by a black Cullinan. Chen Mo recognized it as Zhou Haoyu's car. A group disembarked and followed Zhou Haoyu. Among them, Chen Mo recognized another individual, Hao Sheng, the young owner of a Rolls-Royce dealership, as they all approached, each bearing a floral arrangement. "Chen Mo, you are rather inconsiderate. You opened the store without inviting me," lamented Zhou Haoyu. "I thought it was a modest venture, thus no need for excessive pomp." "How did you find out?" Chen Montak in Kvilat curiously. "It was my sister who informed me yesterday. I arrived early this morning to wait for the flower basket. Otherwise, I would have come sooner. Let me introduce you to this gentleman, Hao Sheng, whom you might know. Without further ado, this is Gao Peng, whose family owns a chain of supermarkets. Tian Go is his family's business." Chen Mo was aware that there were over 20 branches of Tian Go in Qin City. "This is Hu Yuan, who manages several brands as an agent in Qin City. The Armani you are wearing is from his family. Next, we have Li Hongyue, whose family operates a pharmaceutical company. Zhongzhua Private Hospital is also theirs. This is Feng Lei, who is involved in real estate development. The recently launched Xinguang Tianyi complex is developed by his family. Here is Wei Wei, whose family is an investment. You can seek funding from him when needed. Finally, we have Wen Xueming, who runs an internet business and owns a media company. This is Chen Mo, as I had mentioned to you about Zhou Haoyu, introduced everyone. "Thank you all for coming to support," he said. "Please, everyone, step inside and feel free to browse. If something catches your eye, take it. If not, The second floor has an office where we can sit down for tea, Chen Mo added. Brother, no need to be polite with them. I have already mentioned that you are my brother-in-law, so we are all family, Zhou Haoyu said without formality, leading the group into the store. Brother, are these all your friends? Yun Zijian, who had observed the group chatting with Chen Mo from a distance, hurried over after they entered the store. Yes. The leader is my friend. The others I just met today, Chen Mo simply explained. Impressive. None of your friends are ordinary. Just look at the cars parked outside. Several must be worth 8 figures, Yun Zijian remarked. Indeed, they are quite formidable. Chen Mo reflected on Zhou Haoyu's introductions. All right, you focus on entertaining them. You need not worry about the store. Yun Zijian waved his hand dismissively at Chen Mo. How about it, brother you? Did you find something appealing? Chen Mo asked, observing Zhou Haoyu and a few others. This glass bracelet is quite nice. It wouldn't happen to be a non-saleable treasure, would it? If not, please wrap it up for me. It will make a perfect gift for your sister-in-law. Today, I'll treat you to this, Zhou Haoyu replied. Sure, even if it is a non-saleable treasure, I shall get it for you. Chen Mo responded, turning to the nearby salesgirl, instructing her to wrap it for Brother Yu. The salesgirl, a rather attractive young woman, felt her heart race with excitement. Surely this commission would count as her own. Sir, please take a look, the salesgirl said to Zhou Haoyu. No need to look. Where do I pay? Please follow me, this way, she directed, as Zhou Haoyu was checking out. When Xueming confidently stated to Chen Mo, I'll take that diamond. Very well, I'll arrange for someone to wrap it for you, Chen Mo replied, observing the figure of 1.99 million displayed above. He waved his hand to the salesgirl, who quickly fetched the diamond, producing an exquisite package to present it to Xueming. Come, let's settle the bill. The others glanced around, having purchased little. When Zhou Haoyu and Xueming returned, the group ascended to the second-floor office to engage in conversation. Chen Mo instructed a salesperson to brew some tea. Chen Montak, a gathering of this many people today, is certainly in pursuit of your exquisite golden silk Namu furniture. When will you procure another batch? Zhou Haoyu remarked to Chen Mo. Oh, furniture indeed. Wait until I return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and you all can come over for a visit. I shall prepare a batch for you then. Chen Mo replied. And what about that large diamond? Is there any left? Not necessarily as grand as the one owned by Yugo, but something comparable, Wei Wei inquired. I doubt you would fancy that one, when Xueming interjected. How could you presume I wouldn't? Is this not a gift for the company's influencer? When Xueming chuckled. And with that, everyone understood. Very well, we have larger diamonds available. Today may not be suitable, but we can arrange something separately, Chen Mo said with a smile. Good. It seems today was not in vain, Zhou Haoyu remarked. Indeed, everyone, please do not leave for lunch. I appreciate your presence today. I have reserved a table at Shangqin Hotel for us to converse further, Chen Mo announced, and the group readily agreed. Around 11 o'clock, they set off for Shangqin Hotel. Just before departing, Hou Meizhu turned to Chen Mo and said, Darling, I won't be joining you for the meal. I just went out to purchase some mooncake gift boxes and have placed them in your car's trunk for your uncles and aunts. Remember to take them back. All right, I shall return you home first, Chen Mo pondered, realizing it was somewhat inappropriate for a man to escort her. No need. I'll just take a taxi directly to the office. It's rather troublesome, Hou Meizhu replied. Very well. I shall call a cab for you, Chen Mo said, stepping to the roadside to hail a taxi. After ensuring Hou Meizhu was settled in the car, Chen Mo and Zhou Haoyu's convoy of 10 vehicles proceeded to Shangqin Hotel. With Zhou Haoyu present, the atmosphere remained lively, and the group grew increasingly familiar with one another. As they were enjoying their meal, Chen Mo received a call from his brother-in-law. Xiao Mo, I am nearly there. Are you still at the Qin Shijia? Yes, but I am not present. I will send someone in my stead, he replied. Afterward, he called Sister Ma to inform her of the situation, and she assured him she would head over, alleviating his concerns. By the way, Xingu, I won't be driving home these days. Could you assist me with the license plate and window tinting later? Of course, brother. That's a minor task. I will arrange it shortly, Hao Sheng replied. Chapter 62. Assisting my brother in proposing after dinner. Chen Mo drove back to the Qin family estate. His brother-in-law had already returned after unloading the goods, but Chen Mo did not encounter him, nor was the housekeeper, Aunt Ma, present. He promptly took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to his sister, sending her a message on WeChat. Sister, I have transferred the money to you. Please check if it has arrived. I had something to attend to at noon and didn't run into my brother-in-law. Soon, his sister replied, confirming the receipt. If we didn't meet, we can catch up during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Mo remained silent as he proceeded to the garage and opened the trunk of his Mercedes. To his surprise, it was filled to the brim with 4 boxes labeled Chinese Dream, 2 cases of Matai liquor, several boxes of health supplements, and cosmetics, all placed there by Home Meiju. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel touched by the thoughtfulness. He transferred the items into his Mercedes, intending to drive this car home for his visit. He wouldn't be taking it back afterward, as both his father and brother could drive it. They could use it as they pleased. Afterward, he returned the car keys to the house and set off directly for his hometown. Chen Mo's hometown, Tuyin Town, is under the jurisdiction of Liqing, a county beneath Qin City. On his way home, he would pass through Liqing, so he planned to pick up his brother. Before long, once Chen Mo was on the expressway, he called his brother. Hey, brother, have you started your holiday yet? He had forgotten to ask how many days off his brother had. Xiao Mo, we have a 2-day break starting tomorrow. What is up? Are you coming back? Yes, brother. I'll arrive in Liqing shortly. Can you leave work early? Let us head home together, Chen Mo inquired. Leaving early would mean a pay cut, and I don't mind waiting. You go ahead, his brother replied, and Chen Mo felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. His brother had worked tirelessly to gather enough funds for his 4 years of tuition. I'll reach you first, and we can talk face to face, Chen Mo remarked. Okay, I'll get back to work then, his brother said. Chen Mo ended the call, reflecting on the countless memories of the past few years. His brother had truly endured a lot, starting work at the age of 19, rarely having time to spend at home except during the New Year. Many times, Chen Mo would visit his brother during holidays, yet his brother never took a day off, all for the sake of a 200 yuan attendance bonus. Moreover, his brother was never frivolous with money, often sticking to 2 buns and a single dish for meals. It was well known that repairing vehicles was arduous work. Chen Mo had tried lifting a truck tire himself and found it nearly impossible. With these thoughts, Chen Mo felt a surge of gratitude for his newfound abilities, reassuring himself that he would contribute to a better life for them in the future. After more than half an hour, Chen Mo arrived at his brother's repair shop in the Mercedes. He stepped out and spotted his brother lying underneath the car, diligently working. Xiao Montak, give me 2 minutes, I'll be done shortly. Just wait over there, it's dirty, his brother called out without emerging from beneath the vehicle. Allericht, Chen Montak replied, lighting a cigarette and surveying his surroundings. The repair shop was quite spacious, with 7 or 8 workers busy at their tasks. Several cars were also present, some obviously having come in after accidents, creating a bustling atmosphere. In less than 2 minutes, his brother emerged from under the car and approached Xiao Mo. Why are you smoking? Currently, I am engaged in a business endeavor and occasionally indulge in a cigarette. It is convenient for me to converse, and upon finishing, I offer one to my brother, who is aware that I smoke Huangalu. This brand is rather expensive. Isn't it? He inquires. Indeed, I reply. I am earning quite well now, and I have purchased some fine cigarettes for you as well. Mother mentioned that you are now in the jewelry business. How is it faring? My brother asks. Quite well. I shall elaborate when we return home. Please inform the factory that we will be heading back together, I suggest. Let us not rush it. I will head back tomorrow. Otherwise, I risk losing my full attendance bonus of 200 yuan, he declines. No worries about the deductions. I will compensate you. My earnings have improved. Dear brother, I respond with a smile. You've just graduated. How much can you possibly earn? Our family still has many financial needs, he chuckles. Understanding my brother's nature, I lead him out of the repair shop. Why are you pulling me out? He asks. I retrieve my keys from my pocket and press a button, causing the lights of a nearby Mercedes to illuminate. Brother, as I mentioned, I am earning well. This car is my purchase, I declare proudly. This car belongs to you? It must cost around 500,000, he remarks, being familiar with various vehicles from his experience in repairs. Yes, the final price is indeed 500,000. After a moment of contemplation, he asks Xiao Mo, how much money do you still have? Is it 20,000? 20,000? What is the matter, brother? Do you need funds? I respond curiously. Upon hearing this, He reaches into his pocket for a cigarette, and I promptly offer him one. You see, earlier this year, I was involved with the financial officer at our factory. She is a wonderful person and quite fond of me. However, her family demand a bride price of $200,000 for her marriage. Where could we possibly find such an amount? Thus, our relationship remains in limbo. If you have a means, could you lend me $20,000? I promise to repay you with diligence. It was only upon seeing me drive home in the Mercedes that my brother revealed this matter. That's splendid news, brother. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You're short by $20,000 now. Do you require anything else? I inquire, genuinely hopeful for my brother's happiness, as he deserves a fulfilling family life, especially considering the time I may have previously hindered him. No, we both have no objections. The primary concern lies with her family. Their only flaw is their preference for sons over daughters, as she has a younger brother. This is to prepare for his marriage, my brother Chen Mo explains. Isn't that akin to enabling a brother? I ask puzzled. It's not enabling. She has mentioned that once the bride price is given, her family will cease to seek her out, thus acknowledging their years of nurturing. My brother hastily clarifies. Understood, brother. Let us proceed. Allow me to arrange things for you. I conclude, taking his hand and guiding him to the car. Upon reaching the car, Chen Mo contemplated how private banking clients could facilitate numerous matters. He promptly accessed Feng Yuanyuan's WeChat and dialed her number. Hello, Mr. Chen. How may I assist you? I require an arrangement for a bouquet of 999 roses immediately. This is for a proposal, and it should be delivered to the vicinity of the Liqing Tianma repair factory. I will notify you when to arrive. Understood, Mr. Chen. Do you have any other requests? Not at the moment. Whom are you calling? His brother inquired curiously. The bank manager. Chen Mo replied as he ignited the engine. Does the bank manager handle such matters? Once you possess wealth, they certainly do, Chen Mo remarked. Where to now? To the mall, to procure a tire for you. We will prepare for the proposal shortly. Is that truly necessary? His brother questioned. Absolutely essential, Chen Mo affirmed. There are scarcely any decent places in the county. He drove directly to Hailan home, selecting a casual suit and a set of leisure wear for his brother. Upon entering, he addressed the sales associate directly. All right, he concluded, prompting the associate to assist his brother in selecting garments. His brother, possessing a commendable appearance, resembled Chen Mo before acquiring his abilities. Before long, they had chosen 2 outfits. And indeed, attire greatly enhances one's allure. After settling the bill, which amounted to just over 6,000, Chen Mo swiftly escorted his brother to the Zijin Club in Liqing, arranging for a wash, cut, and blow-dry, followed by a shower and a change into his new clothes. The entire process took an hour, and his brother emerged looking considerably more presentable. Let us return to the repair factory, Chen Mo said to his brother as they exited. Upon their arrival, Chen Mo contacted Feng Yuanyuan. How is everything progressing? Are we ready? All preparations are complete. I'm currently awaiting near the repair factory, Feng Yuanyuan replied. Excellent. Please have them come to me at the entrance of the factory. I will be in a Mercedes. Understood. I will inform them immediately. After hanging up, Chen Mo pretended to retrieve a diamond ring from the car. The diamond was modest, approximately 2 carats, sourced from the central city. He handed the ring to his brother. Brother, everything is prepared. It is your moment to shine. Taking a deep breath, his brother stepped out of the car, just as 2 individuals approached, carrying the bouquet of 999 roses. Mr. Chen, is it? Here is your order bouquet. Thank you, gentlemen. Please accompany us. Chen Mo instructed the 2 men before turning to his brother. Let's proceed, brother. All is in readiness. Thus, Chen Zhua, along with Chen Mo and the 2 attendants bearing the flowers, entered the repair factory, heading straight for the finance office. Upon entering, Chen Mo observed 2 women engrossed in their work at their computers. They looked up upon noticing their entrance. Chapter 63. The interrogation by Father Chen Mo glanced over and quickly identified the individual in question. Primarily due to her age, she appeared to be in her 30s, and thus could not be the one. A younger girl, perhaps around 24 or 25, stood before him. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, scoring approximately 85 points in attractiveness. Her features were well-defined, exuding a serene demeanor, embodying the essence of a delicate beauty. Chen Zhua, his elder brother, approached the girl, kneeling on one knee before her. Zixian, will you marry me? He asked earnestly. Brother Zhuo, the girl replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Rest assured, I am fully prepared. Just give me your consent, and tomorrow I shall visit your family to formalize our union. Do you agree to marry me? Chen Zhuo inquired. I agree, Brother Zhuo, she said, her voice steady. This girl, Liang Zixian, had been a colleague of Chen Zhuo for more than 3 years. She held him in high regard, appreciating not only his appearance, but also his diligent work ethic. It was evident that she had developed feelings for him. This year, they had mutually acknowledged their affection and begun dating. However, when she shared this development with her family, she was met with a stern demand. A bride price of 200,000 yuan was required for their marriage. While other demands were absent, this singular requirement posed a significant challenge for Chen Zhuo. Upon hearing Liang Zixian's acceptance, Chen Zhuo produced the diamond ring he had meticulously prepared and placed it upon her finger. Zixian, I initially intended to take you out for dinner today, but since my brother has just returned, I must first discuss our matter with my parents. Therefore, I shall return home now. You should also talk to your parents this evening. Tomorrow morning, we will visit your home. Does that sound agreeable? Chen Zhuo proposed to Liang Zixian. Certainly, Brother Zhuo. I will speak with them tonight and await your arrival tomorrow, she replied. The two shared a warm embrace, after which Chen Zhuo took Liang Zixian's hand and led her to Chen Mo's side. Sister-in-law, Chen Mo greeted enthusiastically. This is my brother, Chen Mo, Chen Mo. This is your future sister-in-law, Liang Zixian. Chen Zhuo introduced them to one another. Hello, Chen Mo, Liang Zixian responded bashfully upon being called sister-in-law. After a brief conversation among the four, Chen Zhuo escorted Chen Mo out of the repair shop. At that moment, several colleagues gathered, drawn by the news that another prominent colleague had shared a video of the financial office's situation in their group chat. Congratulations! Chen Zhuo has finally taken the plunge. I could hardly bear to watch any longer. The crowd exclaimed jubilantly. Thank you all. Since my brother has just returned, we must discuss matters regarding Zixian at home. We shall treat you to some sweets on another occasion, Chen Zhuo responded, leading Liang Zixian and Chen Mo out the door. Sister-in-law, where do you live? I'll take you back, Chen Mo said to Liang Zixian. I haven't gotten off work yet. Maybe you two should go ahead first, Liang Zixian replied. It's only a few minutes until your shift ends. Let me take you back first. It's not like you have anything urgent right now, Chen Zhuo insisted, pulling Liang Zixian toward the car. To Pinnacle Community. Once inside the car, Chen Zhuo turned to Chen Mo and said, all right. Got it, Chen Mo responded. Soon, Chen Mo drove up to the entrance of Pinnacle Community. Sister-in-law, we're here, he announced. Okay, you two drive safely. And make sure you come tomorrow, all right? Liang Zixian reminded them. Don't worry, we'll be there. Go on inside, Chen Zhuo assured her. All right. As they walked away, Chen Zhuo asked, so, what do you think of your sister-in-law? She seems nice, right? She seems lovely. As long as she treats you well, that's what matters, Chen Mo replied. By the way, did you tell Mom we're coming home? Chen Zhuo asked. Oh no, I didn't tea. You, never mind. I'll call her now. Or else there won't be any food ready for dinner. Chen Zhuo took out his phone and dialed his mother. Hello, Xiao Zhuo. Mom. Xiao Mo and I are on our way home. Could you buy some groceries? We'll have dinner at home. I thought you said you were coming back tomorrow. And Xiao Mo. This boy didn't even call. His mother sounded both surprised and slightly annoyed. Something came up. I'll explain when we get home. Close the shop early, Dad, and you should head back. We've already left leaching. What? You'll be home in half an hour? Chen Zhiyong. Go buy some groceries. Xiao Mo and Xiao Zhuo are coming home. Before even hanging up, she was already giving orders. The Chen family rented an old-style apartment in town, 2 rooms on the 2nd floor of a walk-up building. With multiple children, they needed the space. 1 room for the parents, another for the brothers. By now, Chen Zhiyong, having received the news of his son's return, was busy cooking, the rich aroma of food filling the air. Chen Mo parked the car downstairs and honked, but no one came out. Well, his parents didn't know he had bought a car yet. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo stepped out and shouted toward the 2nd floor, Mom, I'm home. Chen Zhiyong, go check. I think I heard Xiao Zhui's voice. Shin Yuemei called out. Of course it's him. Who else would it be? Chen Zhiyong grumbled, but obediently headed downstairs. Hey, wait, brother. We still have things to carry up. Chen Mo called after Chen, who was about to go upstairs. Things? What things? I bought some stuff for the holiday. Help me bring it up. Chen Mo opened the trunk. Wow, so much. Cigarettes. Are 2 of those packs for me? Chen Jue's sharp eyes immediately spotted the cartons. Yes, they're yours. Hurry up and carry them inside, Chen Mo urged. Just then, Chan Jiong, who had just come downstairs, saw his 2 sons unloading things from the car. Is this car rented or borrowed? Shout Zhua. You didn't bring back a client's car, did you? He assumed the vehicle belonged to Chen Zhua. What? No. This is Xiao Mo's car. He bought it, Chen Zhua corrected. Bought it? Not borrowed. Where did he get the money? But it looks really nice, Chen Jiong mused, circling the car admiringly. Dad, we'll talk later. Let's take these things inside first. I bought you some liquor, Chen Mo said. Liquor? All right, let me help you with that. Is this Maotai liquor from Guizhou? Just as Father Chen was about to rise, he noticed the large characters above and exclaimed, Oh, just tell me, are you drinking or not? Chen Mo retorted, drinking just as I was stewing fish. Come on, let's hurry upstairs. After saying this, he carried 2 boxes of liquor upstairs. As Chen Mo placed the items down, his father's voice resonated from within the room. Xiao Mo, come here for a moment and explain what is going on. This Mercedes-Benz and this Maotai liquor? What car? The space was small, and Mother Chen interjected. Your son bought a Mercedes-Benz, which is parked downstairs. Father Chen replied, Dad, I've recently earned some money. Both the car and the items are purchased with my own earnings, Chen Mo explained. How much do you have to earn to buy that car? It can't be cheap. Must be over several $100,000, right? Well, the construction site was halted, so I began helping a pawn shop sell jewelry. Eventually, I partnered with a classmate to open a jewelry store, and indeed, I made some profit. A jewelry store? They asked in unison. Yes, it's located on the commercial street in Qin City. I'll take you to see it when you have a chance. Is a jewelry store really that profitable? Hearing Chen Mo's response, Father Chen visibly relaxed. As long as he was on the right path, that was what mattered. A jewelry store tends to follow the principle of 3 years without a profit, followed by 3 years of gains. The better the items, the higher their value. For instance, today our store sold a 6-carat diamond for $1.99 million, and the profit margin in the jewelry business is around 30. So, that is a profit of 600,000. 600,000 in one transaction? Mother Chen asked, astonished. Yes. Oh, stop talking about me. My brother has found a girlfriend and is proposing today. Tomorrow he will take you all to her family. Chen Mo shifted the topic. What? Really? Shen Yuanmei asked excitedly. It was understandable. In the countryside, marriages tended to occur early, often around the age of 20. Chen Zhuo was already 25, delayed by family circumstances, which had caused much worry for Father and Mother Chen. Yes, I've arranged to visit her family tomorrow, Chen Zhuo, under his parents' eager gazes, said with determination. Where's she from? How long have you known each other? When do you plan to marry? Mother Chen fired off her questions. She is my colleague from the finance department at our factory, and her family is from Liqing. We've known each other for a long time, and we've been dating for the past 6 months. As for marriage, I plan to get the certificate first and then have the wedding at the end of the year, Chen Zhuo replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo glanced around the house, feeling a sudden impulse. Perhaps he could take the opportunity tomorrow to buy a house for his parents? No, that might not be agreeable to them. He should first inquire about suitable options and then make a purchase directly if necessary. With this thought in mind, while his parents were still questioning his brother, he seized the moment to call Zhou Haoyu, as he was the most well-connected among his acquaintances. Chapter 64. Treating parents to Peaches. Hello, Chen Mo, is there something you need? Zhou Haoyu inquired upon answering the phone. Brother Yu, do you know any real estate developers or property sellers in Liqing? I wish to purchase a house for my parents, Chen Mo explained. Buying a house? You should reach out to Feng Lei. His family has properties in every area of Qin City. Let me contact him first and have him get back to you. Zhou Haoyu replied candidly. After hanging up, within 3 to 5 minutes, Chen Mo received a WeChat notification indicating that someone had added him with the name Feng Lei. Chen Mo promptly accepted the request, and almost immediately, a voice call came through. Brother Lei, hello. Chen Mo greeted him. Hello, brother. I heard from Brother Yu that you're looking to buy a house in Liqing. What exactly are your requirements? Feng Lei asked directly. Nothing specific, really. It's for my parents, so it shouldn't be too small. Ideally, it should be ready for immediate occupancy. Chen Mo contemplated before responding. The Hamlin Courtyard in Liqing is developed by my family. It's in a decent location, right next to County Number 1 Middle School. There's a Tiantian grocery nearby, and it's just over 400 meters from the county hospital. To the east of the community, across the road, there is also a park. All the apartments in this complex come fully renovated, ready to move in. How does that sound to you? Feng Lei proposed. That sounds great, Brother Lei. Please reserve a unit for me. I will come by tomorrow to finalize everything, Chen Mo affirmed. All right, I'll make the necessary arrangements on my end. Later, please send me your parents' ID cards, and when you have time, just come by to sign the papers, Feng Lei instructed. Sure. I'll find my mom's ID and send it to you. By the way, how much will it cost? Chen Montak inquired. Let us make it a round figure. Around 1 million. You don't even need to pay me right away. Just arrange for a piece of Jean C. Nan furniture later. A single item will suffice. Feng Lei generously stated. Chen Mo knew Feng Lei wouldn't demand an exorbitant price, and he was pleasantly surprised by his choice of a piece of furniture. He would ensure to select something of good quality, as mutual respect is essential in such matters. All right, I'll pick out something nice for you, Chen Mo assured. Fantastic. I consider this a win, Feng Lei chuckled. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal when I return, Chen Mo replied before ending the call. Upon returning home, Chen Mo discreetly located his mother's ID card. Since there were no outsiders in the house, these documents were kept in a cupboard, making them easy to find. He quickly retrieved the ID, took a photo, and sent it to Feng Lei. Suddenly, he overheard his mother exclaiming, "What? A dowry of 200,000? Yes, that's right. After that, her family will no longer concern themselves with her. But 200,000 is far too much. Where will we ever find that kind of money?" Mother reassured. "Do not worry about the dowry, dear. I have met your sister-in-law. She is quite pleasant, and your brother is satisfied." Following this, Chen Mo promptly accessed his brother's bank details and transferred 200,000 yuan. Having previously sent his brother living expenses, the account number was already noted. After completing the transaction, he informed his brother, "I have transferred 200,000 yuan to your account. Please check if it has arrived." "Let me see. Yes, it has arrived." "You may consider it a loan. I will repay you," his brother replied. "What repayment? For all these years, you have been funding my education. Now that I have started earning, you should keep it," Chen Mo insisted. "However, I have not even earned 100,000 during these years." "Enough. Let be as Chen Mo suggested. You are brothers. You are family," Chen Jiong decisively interjected. "By the way, mother, this is a gift for you," Chen Mo said, discreetly presenting a set of gold jewelry, a pair of gold bracelets, a gold necklace, and a gold ring to Shen Yueme. "This bracelet is quite large. It must weigh around 50 grams. And the necklace, why such a grand purchase? Never mind, you should keep it. It seems excessive. Let your brother present it to Zishuan instead. If the engagement is settled tomorrow, she will need 3 pieces of gold, and I believe this is sufficient." Although Shan Yueme appreciated the gifts, her years of frugality led her to consider their practicality. "No need. I have prepared gifts for my sister-in-law as well. You should keep this," Chen Mo replied, slightly exasperated, as he pulled out another set, albeit lighter than Shen Yueme's. "Why have you bought so much? What is the cost?" "Mother, have you forgotten that your son owns a jewelry store? The cost of these items is not exorbitant. I intended to gift each of you a set," Chen Montak explained. "All right, I am quite hungry. Let us hasten to dine," he added, wishing to divert the conversation. "Yes, let us eat. The children are famished," Chen Jiong said, heading toward the Mao Dai. "Do not touch that Mao Dai. Drink the regular wine. Save the Mao Dai for Zishuan's family," Shen Yueme cautioned. "It is fine, mother. There are 2 boxes, over a dozen bottles. 2 bottles will suffice for the visit. Let father enjoy it," Chen Mo responded. "Indeed, we cannot take them all," Chen Jiong agreed as he opened the Mao Dai. The family settled down to enjoy their meal. "Father's stewed fish is delightful," Chen Mo remarked. "It is delicious. Do eat your fill. Now that you are earning, hurry and find a partner." Shen Yueme began to encourage Chen Mo. "Mother, I am not in a rush. Besides, with my circumstances, can I possibly lack a partner?" Chen Mo retorted playfully. "Even so, You should promptly bring someone home. While your father and I are still young enough to assist with the grandchildren, Chen Mo suggested. Understood. By the way, how is our little restaurant doing, father? Chen Mo inquired. Is that all? Nowadays, the youth in town have all left, and fewer people are dining. Chen Jiong poured the wine and remarked, if business is mediocre, we might as well sell it off. In the future, you two should take the opportunity to travel while you're still young. Once I have children, there will be no time for such things. Chen Mo suggested. How much are you earning? You've already begun to get carried away. Chen Yume felt a flicker of temptation, but still asserted, I truly mean it, Mom. Please consider it carefully. You need not worry about finances. Chen Montauk interjected. Let us eat first. We can discuss the future later. After dinner that evening, Chen Mo descended to the car and retrieved 5 peaches and 6 jujubes from his space. He refrained from taking more, primarily because consuming these would leave little room for anything else, and the drastic changes in diet would be cumbersome to explain. Mom, I brought back a few peaches for you to try. These are imported, particularly nutritious medicinal peaches. They are beneficial for your health. He laid the groundwork. Medicinal peaches? Do you think they're ginseng? Shin Yume retorted. You should give it a go. After I ate one, I felt warm inside. Dad, brother, you should each have one. Well, I must say, they're indeed delicious, akin to eating jelly. Oh, it really does make one feel warm, Shun Yume remarked. Is it truly as extraordinary as you claim? Chun Jiong, after taking a bite, exclaimed, delicious. He then began to devour more. After eating, I feel completely relaxed. These are exquisite, elder brother noted. Strangely enough, I usually suffer from aches in my waist and legs, but after eating, I feel entirely rejuvenated. Xiao Montak, do you have any left? Chen Jiong asked. There are 2 remaining. You can have them tomorrow as they are good for your health. I've heard they fetch a high price, Chen Mo replied. Such treasures. I never imagined such things existed. I had never even heard of them before, Chen Jiong remarked. There are many things you haven't heard of. If it weren't for my son, you wouldn't even get to drink Mao Tai, Shen Yume retorted. That is still my son, Chen Jiong grumbled. What did you say? Shen Yume demanded. I said you were right, Chen Jiong conceded. The next morning, Chen Mo awoke to find everyone already up. Observing his parents, he noted their improved complexion, devoid of the previous signs of aging, radiating vitality and vigor. These peaches are truly remarkable. Chen Montak Muzit. In truth, aside from the peaches' benefits, Chen Mo's ability to earn money and relieve his parents of their burdens was of utmost importance. For an ordinary family, the financial demands of 2 sons getting married and purchasing homes could be overwhelming, especially considering that his parents were nearing their 60s. Where could they earn money? What would happen in the future? This was an eternal topic in his household. Yet, Chen Mo's mere presence, even if only hinting at a brighter future, was sufficient to alleviate some of their pressures. After the family finished breakfast, around 9 o'clock, they tidied up and prepared to set off. Observing his father's eager demeanor, Chen Mo turned to Chen Jiong and said, Dad, why don't you take the wheel? All right, I shall drive then, responded Chen Jiong. As he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, he placed his hands on the steering wheel, exclaiming, this luxurious vehicle is truly exceptional. It feels incredibly comfortable. Well, if you find it so comfortable, I might as well leave it at your place. You should take it for a spin more often. Chen Montak chuckled. No need for that. I hardly have the occasion to drive, and if I do, what would happen to your driving? Chen Jiong replied. Witnessing his father's excitement, Chen Mo mentioned, I have another car, even better than this one. Really? Indeed. Wonderful. I wonder if it is the allure of having a car or the realization of Chen Mo's capabilities that brings such delight. Chapter 65. The in-laws. By the way, Dad, now that I have some wealth, you should consider selling the shop, Chen Mo suggested. Given your age and the years you and Mom have spent without enjoying life, it's time to embrace some joy while you can. With his mother absent, Chen Mo aimed to persuade his father, believing that fortifications must be breached from within. In the future, when you and my brother buy houses and marry, the financial requirements will be substantial. Are you certain you can bear that burden? Chen Jiong was not particularly attached to the shop. His primary concern was whether his sons could manage such responsibilities. After all, who would prefer a life of toil when an easier path lay ahead? The thought of his wife enduring hardship over the years struck a chord with him. You need not worry about finances. By the way, is the shop easy to sell? Chen Montag in Kviat. The shop is fine. The small supermarket next door has always wanted to expand, but the space is limited. They've spoken to me about it before. Back when we relied on this shop. I didn't delve into the conversation, but if I decide to act, I believe it will sell quickly, Chen Jiong replied. At that moment, Shen Yume and Chen Mo's brother, Chen Zhua, descended the stairs and entered the car. All right, let us leave it at that for now. We'll discuss it later. Let us set off, Chen Mo stated, and Chen Jiong started the engine. Before 10 o'clock, the Chen family arrived at the entrance of Pinnacle Community. Chen Zhua called Liang Zishuan. Zishuan, we're at the community entrance. Which building and unit are you in? You've arrived. We're in Building 3, Unit 1. Apartment 301. I'll come down to meet you, Liang Zishuan responded. By the time the Chens reached Building 3, Liang Zishuan was already waiting downstairs. As Chen Mo's mother spotted Liang Zishuan from a distance, she deemed the young lady amiable, noting her attire did not suggest a difficult temperament. This is my mother. My father, Chen Mo, whom you've met. Mom, Dad, this is Liang Zishuan, Chen Mo introduced. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. So, you are Zishuan? Excellent. Lead the way. Let us first pay a visit to your parents, Shen Yume said. Certainly, Uncle and Auntie. Follow me, Liang Zishuan replied, leading the way while Chen Mo trailed behind. Carrying items. After Liang Zishuan returned home the previous day, she had informed her parents of her visitors. They had not expressed much concern. After all, their daughter was grown, and such a day would inevitably come. However, there was a slight preference for sons in her family, particularly from her mother, who had been adamant about a dowry of 200,000 yuan. Nevertheless, familial biases aside, they were still her dear parents, and they had prepared for the Chen family's arrival. Upon entering the home, the Chen family found Liang Zishuan's parents waiting in the living room. Liang Zishuan's younger brother was in high school and was not present at home, as Liang Zishuan's parents welcomed Chen Jiong and Shen Yume with warmth. Liang's mother graciously accepted the offerings from Chen Mo's hands. Upon discovering that there were 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes, and several nutritional products, she politely remarked, "Why bring gifts for a visit? Such items are exceedingly expensive nowadays." Shen Yume then introduced her parents, uncle, and aunt. This is my father Liang Ping and my mother Zhang Yu. This is Chen Zhua's father, and her mother, this is Chen Zhua, and this is his younger brother. Chen Mo Liang Zishuan briefly introduced both families. Liang Ping, upon hearing the introductions, greeted Chen's parents with a simple, "Hello, elder brother and sister-in-law," and glanced at Chen Zhua, feeling quite satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. Chen Zhua, possessing a handsome demeanor with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, looked even more spirited after a fresh haircut and donning a casual suit from Hailan home, having also enjoyed peaches for dinner. Brother, sister-in-law, good evening. Uncle and aunt, greetings. Both Chen Zhua and Chen Mo exclaimed in unison. Good, all is well. Please, take a seat. Let us not stand, Liang Ping invited. Yesterday, I heard from Xiao Zhua that he and Zishuan have been together for 6 months and that things are going well. We thought it prudent to meet you and discuss any matters that might require our family's communication. If all is agreeable, we shall support their wishes regarding marriage. Shen Yume directly proposed. It is indeed time for a meeting. To be honest, I only learned yesterday that this child is in a relationship. I hear they work together? Liang's father inquired. Yes, uncle. I studied automotive repair in vocational school and have been working at a repair shop since graduation, Chen Zhua replied. What is your current monthly income? Liang's father continued. I earn 600 a month, Chen Zhua answered earnestly. Truth be told, this aspect of Chen Zhua's life was somewhat lacking, as the job wasn't particularly prestigious. Yet, in terms of salary, it was not considered low for a county town. Well, that's decent, Liang's father acknowledged. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Jiong asked, so, what is the bride price in your family? Our bride price is 200,000, Zhang Yu stated. 200,000. We are marrying off a daughter, not selling one. Liang Ping retorted, raising his voice. Such comments may be made in jest at home, but do you truly intend to demand 200,000? If that is the case, your daughter will never hold her head high in her new family. Forgive us for making you laugh, Liang Ping continued. My wife is considering that Zixuan has a younger brother who is currently in high school. With future university expenses and weddings to think of, she hopes to ask for a bit more. She has mentioned the 200,000 bride price to our daughter, but rest assured, both of them are willing to proceed with 88,000, Liang's father stated candidly. Listening to Liang's father, Chen Mo regarded this family with newfound respect, realizing they were not of ill character. Thus, Chen's parents found themselves at a loss for words. Dear uncles and aunts, we understand the challenges of life, especially with so many children in our family. As for the betrothal gift, we agree to your suggestion of 200,000. If both families and the couple are in accord, let us proceed with the arrangements promptly to ease my parents' worries. Is that acceptable? Chen Mo felt that this family was quite agreeable, and he believed there was no need to let a mere sum of 10 or 20,000 cause discomfort among them. Moreover, even if the initial betrothal gift was lower, should there be a financial shortfall later, it would still fall upon the elder brother to provide support. After all, one cannot allow the elder brother to suffer financially. It would be wiser to offer a higher betrothal gift, ensuring that they could sustain themselves in the future. Upon hearing Chen Mo's perspective, although his parents were somewhat bewildered, they did not oppose. As the funds were to come from Chen Mo, Mr. Liang displayed a look of surprise, while Mrs. Liang was genuinely delighted. Although she felt that a reduction of 200,000 was unfeasible, she had initially suggested that amount to dissuade her daughter from casually entering a relationship with someone from a less fortunate background. However, given their own modest circumstances, any increase will be welcome. Is this what your family wishes? Mr. Liang inquired. Indeed, we share the same sentiment, Chun Jiong affirmed at a crucial moment. That's settled then. We have no objections regarding Chunjua. I shall fetch the household registration book for my daughter. Today is a fine day to obtain the marriage certificate, after which we can return home for dinner. I will begin preparing the meal, Mr. Liang announced, eager for the couple's union. Mother, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed, Liang Zixuan shyly remarked. Ah, yes, today is a holiday. No matter. You can take the household registration book. The day after tomorrow, the 18th of the lunar calendar, would also be suitable for obtaining the certificate. As for the wedding, we can discuss that further, Mrs. Liang stated decisively. On this matter, Chen's parents expressed no dissent, leading to an atmosphere of harmony. Shen Yuanmei, observing the smooth progression of events, took out gold jewelry from her bag and presented it to Liang Zixuan. Zixuan, I have spoken with your parents, and now I bestow upon you the 3 pieces of gold. You shall soon be my daughter-in-law. Thank you, Auntie, Liang Zixuan replied, blushing as she accepted the jewelry. Subsequently, Chen's mother assisted Mrs. Liang in preparing the meal, while Liang Zixuan lent a hand, and the men engaged in conversation. During lunch, they enjoyed the moutai brought by Chen Mo, and the arrangements for the brothers' marriage were solidified amidst a cordial atmosphere. After the meal, under Mrs. Liang's encouragement, Liang Zixuan took the household registration book and followed Chenjua, intending to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at Chen Mo's home. Chen Mo drove the family directly to the Hanley Garden sales office. Xiao Mo, this isn't the way home, is it? Chenjua, having worked in Liqing for many years, was familiar with the county and questioned with surprise. Ah, I purchased a property here yesterday and am here to finalize it. Chen Montauk replied nonchalantly. You bought a house? When did this happen? Shen Yuanmei asked. Just yesterday while at home. I thought it prudent to acquire a residence, given that our family is growing, Chen Mo explained. Yesterday? How was I not informed? Shen Yuanmei inquired. A friend's development project. I simply requested him to reserve a unit for me, Chen Mo clarified. You made such a significant decision without even viewing the property? Since when did buying a house become so casual? Shen Yuanmei remarked, her surprise evident. Chapter 66. Purchasing a home and moving. Not only did Chen Mo's mother express surprise at his words, but so did the others present. Rest assured, my friend's development will certainly offer the finest choices. You may inspect it shortly, and should you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to voice your concerns. Moreover, this residence is intended for you, mother, not for me. Thus, your opinion holds great significance, Chen Mo stated. For me? What need do I have for a house? Ask your friend if it can be returned, Chen Mo replied anxiously. The payment has already been made. What is there to return? Besides, do you not require a place to live? Our current home is still rented. Do you intend to reside there for the rest of your days? Chen Mo responded. In truth, Chen Mo hailed from Chinjubeo into Yuan Town. Over a decade ago, due to his restaurant business, he rented a house in town. Although his family possessed a house back home, it was rather old. While it was suitable for short-term habitation, it posed risks for long-term living. All right, let's take a look first, Chun Jiong suggested. Before long, Chen Mo arrived at the Hanlin Yuan sales office, leading the group inside. Good day. Are you here to purchase a property? The salesperson inquired. My name is Chen Mo. I have an appointment with Feng Lei to handle the paperwork for the house today. Chen Mo replied, uncertain about Feng Lei's real estate company, but assuming everything was arranged. Oh, Mr. Chen, greetings. Our Mr. Feng has instructed us to prepare everything for you, so you may simply sign the documents. The house has already been cleaned this morning, the salesperson said eagerly. Very well, let us proceed with the paperwork. And then please guide me to the property, Chen Mo requested. Certainly, please hold on while I retrieve the contract, the salesperson replied. In no time, the salesperson returned with the contract. We require a signature from Ms. Shen Yuanmei, he stated. Mother, please sign here, Chen Mo urged. Oh, all right, Shen Yuanmei replied, signing in a daze. Here is the contract. Please keep it safe. We will handle all other matters, and once the property deed is ready, I will deliver it to you. This house was specially selected by Mr. Feng for you. Building 8, 12th floor, room 1201, with an area of 156 square meters, including parking space 66, the salesperson informed Chen Mo. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, what is the price per square meter here? Chen Montak in Kvilat Koyusli. The current average price for available properties is 8,000 per square meter, the salesperson replied. Great. Please take us there, Chen Mo thought to himself, realizing he owed a considerable favor, as a 156 square meter property was valued at over 2 million, not to mention the parking space. One moment, let me fetch the keys, he said, hastily retreating to obtain them. Follow me, he instructed. Soon, Chen Mo and his companions followed the salesperson to Building 8, room 1201. Upon entering, they were greeted by a bright and airy space, with a layout that allowed for cross-ventilation. The home was impeccably tidy, with all furniture and appliances in place, ready for immediate occupancy. What do you think, Mother? Do you like it? Chen Mo asked, observing the joy on his mother's face. A house worth over $1 million. How could one not appreciate it? It is indeed quite expensive. This property is truly worth the investment, Annie Shen Yuanmei remarked. The community is conveniently situated adjacent to the first middle school, with large shopping centers like Tian Shopping nearby. To the east, just across the road, lies a small park, perfect for leisurely strolls. Furthermore, the county hospital is only a few hundred meters away, making the location exceptionally advantageous. Additionally, we are situated on the ideal middle floor, with a layout that boasts a north-south orientation, featuring 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, a remarkably well-conceived arrangement. All right, since you like it, Mom, let's settle on this one, Chen Mo proposed. Let's divide the tasks. Brother and sister-in-law, you can head to the mall this afternoon to purchase some essentials, while the rest of us tidy up at home. We'll move in today, and from now on, you will reside here. Live here? What about our restaurant? Brother Chen inquired. You can sell it, Chen Mo replied. From now on, you should travel and enjoy life. He exchanged a knowing glance with his father. Indeed, we should stop working. I'll accompany you on outings, Chen Jiong added. That restaurant hardly earns us anything throughout the year. It had become apparent to him that his younger son was quite financially secure, prompting him to encourage the decision. It's not without reason that I'm relying on my son, Shen Yuanmei remarked. Yes, you're indeed relying on your son, Chen Jiong chuckled. All right then, let's handle the household matters today and prepare for the move, Shen Yuanmei concluded. What should we buy? Brother Chen asked. Just purchase what you like. After all, you and sister-in-law will be living here too. There are plenty of rooms, so you could spend more time with our parents, Chen Mo suggested. I'll be living here too? Brother Chen asked, astonished. Of course. Where else would you and sister-in-law live after marriage? This house is not just for Mom. It's for you as well, Chen Mo clarified. Great. Chen Zhua exclaimed joyfully. What a turn of events. My brother returns, and suddenly, he has a wife and a house. Little did he know, Chen Mo intended to keep the car, which he would likely drive more often. Liang Zixuan was also elated, pleasantly surprised by her partner's decent circumstances. Now, they had a wedding house, and it seemed that Chen Mo planned to pass the property down to them, resolving any concerns about dowries. How delightful. After their discussions, Chen Mo took his parents and the sales representative downstairs. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out, Mr. Chen, the sales representative said as they parted. Thank you for your assistance today, Chen Mo replied. The sales representative thought to himself that this was a friend of Mr. Feng. Familiar faces could lead to future promotions. Chen Mo then took his parents directly back to Tian Town, first stopping by the restaurant. Upon arrival, Chen Jiong headed straight for the nearby supermarket. Old Joe, are you there? He called out. I'm here. What is up, old Chen? A portly man in his 50s emerged. You previously asked if I was selling my house. Do you still need it? Are you selling? Old Joe asked with curiosity. Well, my son has earned a bit of money and doesn't he want us to continue this business, so I'm considering selling, Chen Jiong replied, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket to offer to old Joe while lighting one for himself. It appears your son has struck it rich. Which son are you referring to, the eldest or the youngest? Old Joe inquired while gazing at the Mercedes outside. The youngest. But I wouldn't say he has truly struck it rich. He has merely earned a bit of pocket money. Are you interested in taking over? Chen Jiong replied with a sense of pride. Take over? If you wish to cash out, I can offer you 100,000. What do you think? Old Joe asked. All right then, transfer the money to me, and I shall draft a contract for you, Chen Jiong responded. 100,000 is indeed the market price, although it leans toward the lower end. Typically, this establishment would fetch around 110 to 12,000, but that requires time. It cannot be transferred immediately. Very well. I shall transfer it to you right away. Please provide me with your account number, Old Joe said. Let me check. Chen Jiong replied as he provided his account number. See, I've transferred it. Indeed, it has arrived. Please fetch me some paper and a pen. I will draft an agreement. And this matter will be concluded, Chen's father stated. While Old Joe went to get the necessary items, Chen Jiong composed the transfer agreement. And then Chen Mo took his parents home. Upon returning home, Chen Mo assisted his parents in packing. We can leave behind the old clothes and useless items. We shall buy new ones later, Chen Mo remarked as he observed his parents struggling with various bags. These items are still usable, Shen Yueme countered. Mother, the house over there already has these belongings. We cannot leave the new ones unused while taking the old ones, especially your appliances. Everything is new. Where would you even place them? Chen Montauk replied. What should we do then? It seems a shame to simply discard these items, Shen Yueme questioned. Since the rental period for the house has not yet commenced, let us leave them for now. Later, I can reach out to my uncle and have him arrange for them to be taken away, Chen Mo suggested. Chen Mo's father had only one brother. Chen Jiong was the eldest, while the younger brother, Chen Jibin, resided in their hometown of Qinjia village. He worked odd jobs, and his wife farmed, leading a rather frugal life. Their uncle had a daughter and a son. The daughter, Chen Xia, was older than Chen Mo at 27, having just celebrated 2 years of marriage. The son, Chen Tao, was a year younger than Chen Mo and was currently attending university. Yes, I will have him come over later to sort through the items and take what is valuable and usable. After all, we have no need for them, Chen Jiong remarked. That sounds reasonable. Now that we have the means, Shen Yueme was no longer particularly concerned about these items. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was his brother. Chen Zhua. Brother, what is it? Xiao Mo, we have finished purchasing everything here. Your sister-in-law is asking what we should have for dinner tonight. As there is nothing at home, the elder brother said. How about we have hot pot? It is our first day moving. It would be a festive meal to start with, Chen Mo proposed. All right then, we shall prepare for that. Understood, we shall head back shortly. Chen Mo concluded before hanging up the phone. Chapter 67. Arranging a livelihood for my brother. By the time Chen Mo and his companions returned home, the hot pot had already been prepared, and they began to feast. By the way, we have moved. We should inform my sister. Let's have her come here tomorrow instead of going to Yin Town, Chen Mo said while eating. All right, I'll contact her shortly. I almost forgot, Shen Yueme replied. By the way, Brother Zhua, your sister has children, right? Tomorrow, when I should go out to buy some gifts, Liang Zishuan suggested. Yes, she has 2 daughters. The elder one, Fan Xingxing, is in middle school, and the younger one, Fan Shenshun, just started kindergarten, Chenju responded. Old Chen, let's also go out tomorrow to explore the area and buy some groceries, Shen Jiong said to Chen Jiong. Sound good. After the meal, Shen Yume contacted her sister, Chen Min, while her brother Chen Zhua and sister-in-law tidied up household items. With nothing much to do, she thought of Xiao Meng, who lived nearby, and wondered what she was up to. She took out her phone and reached out to Xiao Meng. What are you doing? I've returned home. What about you? I'm in Liqing, feeling quite bored. Is it convenient for you to come out? Chen Mo asked directly. You don't mean? You miss me, do you? Xiao Meng teased. Yes, I've been thinking about it, Chen Mo admitted. Then come find me. All right. Let me inform my mother first, Chen Mo replied before heading downstairs. Half an hour later, Chen Mo messaged Xiao Meng. I've arrived at Tian Town. Where are you? Shortly after, he received a location pin. After glancing at it, he drove over and found Xiao Meng waiting by the roadside. As he rolled down the window, he said, Aren't you from Tian Town? Why are you in Liqing so late? Today, I bought a house in Liqing and moved there tonight, Xiao Meng explained briefly. You bought a house in Liqing? Are you planning not to return to Qingshi? Xiao Meng asked curiously. I will return. The house is for my mother and them. My family used to run a restaurant on the street up ahead. Now that I've earned some money, I don't want them to continue working so hard, Chen Mo said. I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such filial piety, Xiao Meng remarked. Of course. So where are we going? Chen Montak in Kviat. There are no hotels in town. Then let's go to Liqing. I'll bring you back later. No, that would waste too much time. I can't return too late. How about we just stay in the car for a while? Xiao Meng suggested. Only you would think of that. Let me find a secluded spot, Chen Mo said as he drove to the edge of town. Chen Mo reflected that the Mercedes was quite impressive when the back seats were reclined. The space was indeed vast. Moreover, the car's shock absorption was commendable. As he lit a cigarette, he asked, What are your plans for the future? What? Do you really want to support me? Xiao Meng joked. Xiao Meng retorted, If you wish, it matters not. When I was quite young, my mother ran off with another man, and my father scarcely cared for me. He later remarried, but my stepmother could not tolerate my presence. Once an excellent student, I had no choice but to drop out and work. In these past 2 years, I have earned a decent sum, often providing them with a little financial support. Consequently, my father frequently invites me back home, and my stepmother has begun to treat me with more kindness. Thus, I harbor little interest in marriage. Let us speak of the future when it comes. Xiao Meng said this in a subdued tone. From the depths of Xiao Meng's eyes, Chen Mo perceived her grievances and sorrow. He embraced her tightly, saying, It is all right. The past is behind us. You shall have me by your side moving forward. After escorting Xiao Meng home, Chen Mo drove straight back to his residence. On the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he was awakened by Shen Yume, who urged him to eat quickly, stating, Your sister will be arriving shortly. Have a meal before we go shopping. Are you all going? He inquired. Yes. Your brother and the others are off to buy gifts for the children, while your father and I will procure groceries, she replied. Oh, then off you go. I shall watch the house. Once his parents had left, Chen Mo pondered for a moment before retrieving a gold bracelet, a Hatian jade Pishio pendant, and 2 jade bracelets from his storage. Although not exceedingly expensive, their combined worth was around 20,000. He deemed this a fitting gift for himself, considering he owned a jewelry store. By 9 o'clock, with his parents still absent, Chen Mo heard the doorbell ring and opened the door to find his sister had arrived. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Uncle! Fan Xingxing exclaimed as she entered. Joyous celebrations, he replied, embracing Fan Qinshan. Fan Qinshan, not at all shy, gazed up at Chen Mo with wide eyes and said, Uncle, I have missed you. I have missed you too. Our Qinshan is growing ever more beautiful, Chen Mo remarked, allowing his sister and brother-in-law into the house. His sister surveyed the surroundings and commented, This house is truly grand. How many square meters is it? 156 square meters, Chen Mo answered. It is quite spacious. You must have spent a fortune, his sister queried. This is hard to say. In truth, I did not spend money. I traded for it, Chen Mo replied. What could possibly be traded for a house? His sister asked in astonishment. There are many things that could secure a house, he said. By the way, I have prepared gifts for you all. Here, this is your bracelet, and this picio is for your husband. These 2 bracelets are for my nieces, Chen Mo said, handing over the gifts to his sister. Ah, these must not have been inexpensive, she remarked. Not too costly. Do you not see what I do for a living? Chen Mo responded. Ah, owning a jewelry store certainly makes a difference. All your gifts are jewels. Unlike us, who brought nothing but a few mooncakes besides cigarettes and alcohol, she laughed. All gifts carry the same sentiment. By the way, did mother mention my brother's search for a partner? Chen Mo, knowing his mother had video called his sister the previous night, was uncertain if she had discussed it. She merely mentioned it briefly. Have you met the person? What do you think? His sister asked, clearly intrigued. What aspect are you referring to? Looks? Well, the appearance is decent, perhaps a bit more attractive than average. You will see for yourself shortly, Chen Mo replied. And the character? Is he easy to get along with? What is his name? His sister inquired. His character seems acceptable. He does not appear overly picky. Thus, he should be easy to interact with. His name is Liang Zixuan, Chen Mo informed her. Before long, Chen's parents returned. Oh, my granddaughter is here. Come, let me hold you, exclaimed Xin Yuanmei upon seeing Fan Chencheng. Grandma, happy Mid-Autumn Festival, replied Fan Xingxing. Happy indeed. Your presence brings me joy, Xin Yuanmei responded. Chen Mo prepared some tea for his brother-in-law, using the leaves that his sister-in-law had purchased the previous day. Shortly thereafter, his elder brother and sister-in-law also arrived, and the elder brother introduced Liang Zixuan to them. The women began to prepare the meal, while Chen Mo and his brother-in-law engaged in conversation, and the 2 children frolicked from room to room. At noon, Chen Jiong opened a bottle of Mao Tai, pouring a glass for everyone. The brother-in-law, having earned some money thanks to Chen Mo, planned to stay for dinner. Not in a hurry to open a shop. Today coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, and our family welcomes new members. Let us raise a glass together to celebrate a prosperous future, Chen Jiong proposed, lifting his glass, and everyone followed suit. Then the brother-in-law toasted Chen Mo, saying, Little Mo, my business hasn't seen much improvement over the years, but thanks to you, I've made some money this year. Here's to you. He drank directly after speaking. No need for formalities, we're all family, Chen Mo replied, also raising his glass. Brother, what are your plans moving forward? Any thoughts? Chen Montak inquired. The family listened attentively, especially Liang Zixuan, as this concerned her husband. I know how to repair cars, but not much else. I plan to switch to a different repair shop. The current owner is old and lacks ambition. The shop has potential for expansion, yet he isn't making it thrive. I feel I've reached my limits here and might need to find a larger establishment, his brother explained. Oh, does your repair shop make a profit? Chen Mo asked. It does. To put it simply, we make around 30,000 to 50,000 a month, right, Zixuan? Chen Zhua queried Liang Zixuan, who was more knowledgeable in financial matters. Yes, last month our net profit was 38,000, which is decent for a small repair shop. However, I've heard that after the new year, the lease will expire, and the landlord intends to raise the rent. The owner might not renew the lease and is considering selling the shop, Liang Zixuan replied. If the shop is put up for sale, how much would it cost? Chen Mo asked. Including various equipment and less than 6 months' rent, it would be around 500,000. The rent is 100,000 a year, based on a 5-year contract, but it's likely to increase to 150,000 per year, Liang Zixuan explained. Then, when you have the time, brother, arrange a meeting with your boss. We could take over the shop. You can handle the repairs, and your wife can manage the finances. Together, it could be a viable business, Chen Mo suggested. But how much would that require? His brother questioned. Do not worry about the finances. I will manage that. Just tell me, do you have confidence in running it well? Chen Mo asked. Absolutely. I've learned a lot these past few years. I understand the ins and outs of this business, his brother affirmed. Very well, it's settled then. Let's eat, Chen Mo declared, finalizing their plans. Chapter 68. Return to Central City. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the atmosphere was filled with joy. His elder brother was elated, for he had finally embarked on his own career, an advancement in social standing that was a far cry from the embarrassment he felt when visiting Liang Zixuan's family the previous day, where he had awkwardly admitted to being a mechanic. Liang Zishuan was also pleased. After all, Chen Mo's favorable circumstances and wealth did not guarantee Chen Zhuo's affluence, which was of little consequence to her. However, if Chen Zhuo were to become his own boss, with a factory belonging to his family, that would indeed alter the dynamics significantly. Moreover, Liang Zishuan felt a sense of pride for having such a devoted brother-in-law. The happiness of Chen's parents was even more pronounced. With their youngest son thriving, the prospect of their eldest son establishing a stable career brought them great peace of mind. All right, let us arrange to meet tomorrow, Chen Zhuo suggested, followed by a delightful family meal, during which the two nieces brought laughter to the entire household. That evening, the family gathered to admire the moon and engage in light-hearted conversation. The following day, Chen Zhuo drove Liang Zishuan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to officially register their marriage. Before 10 o'clock, Chen Mo noticed his brother had updated his social media with photos of their marriage certificate and a picture of the couple. Within half an hour, Chen Mo's phone rang. "Shout, Mo, we just finished. We're downstairs at the apartment. Come down and join us at the repair shop. I had arranged everything with our boss." Chen Zhuo came the voice on the other end. "Okay, I'll be right down," Chen Mo replied and hurried downstairs. Upon his arrival, Chen Zhuo drove them straight to the repair shop. On the way, they passed a supermarket where Chen Zhuo asked Liang Zishuan to hop out and buy some candy to share with everyone. After all, their proposal had been more or less live-streamed, so it was only fitting to bring a token of celebration. The trio soon arrived at the repair shop. Chen Zhuo first distributed candy to everyone before heading to the boss's office to present some to the owner. "Uncle Hong, since Zishuan and I just registered our marriage, I brought you some sweets. Congratulations," shouted Chen. Uncle Hong, in his 60s with a buzz cut and a sprinkling of gray hair, appeared quite amiable. "Thank you, Uncle Hong. This is my brother, Chen Mo. I mentioned him to you over the phone. We hope to take over the repair shop and would like to discuss this with you," Chen Zhuo explained. "Hello," shouted Chen. "We're all friends here. You've been working at the shop for 6 years, right? Zishuan has managed the finances, so you both are well aware of the business's condition. I am indeed considering transferring ownership. If it were anyone else, I would require 500,000, but for you, let us say 480,000 as a wedding gift from me. What do you think?" Uncle Hong stated candidly, revealing his straightforward nature. "All right, Uncle Hong, we accept your offer. I will transfer the funds to you, and then my brother can handle the paperwork." The amount included the repair qualifications. The actual rent and equipment would not account for such a sum. Subsequently, some matters would require Chen Zhuo and Uncle Hong to attend to. Chen Mo requested Uncle Hong's account number and promptly made the transfer. After briefly discussing matters with his brother, he decided to return home. Upon arriving, he discovered his parents were not at home. After contemplating the situation, he decided to traverse into the post-apocalyptic realm. In the apocalyptic Villa No. 5, Chen Mo devoted his idle hours to practicing breathing techniques. As night fell, a designated personnel delivered dinner. After his meal, he received a call from Shangwan Yan, informing him of an evening meeting to introduce him to the core members of the organization. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire if it is convenient for you to attend?" "Yes, I shall make my way there," Chen Mo thought, believing it prudent to familiarize himself with others for future endeavors. "Very well. I will arrange for someone to await you at the villa," Shangwan Yan replied. Chen Mo tidied himself and descended the stairs, where an individual was already waiting. "Mr. Chen, please follow me," he said. "Certainly," Chen Mo replied, following the man into a large conference room filled with nearly 40 individuals. Upon his arrival, Shangwan Yan approached him directly. "Mr. Chen, please sit over here." Following her direction, Chen Mo took his seat, and Shangwan Yan addressed the assembly with authority. "Silence, please. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce a new member to our ranks. This is Mr. Chen, a newly joined 7th-tier powerhouse. His status will be equal to ours. Mr. Chen is formidable. Prior to joining our organization, he eliminated the traitor Guo Chang from the Z Chamber of Commerce and has been awarded an honorary medal by our organization. Let's extend a warm welcome." A thunderous applause erupted, reflecting the deep disdain for the traitor. "Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you briefly. This is Yang Kai, also a 7th-tier powerhouse. Next is Geng Di, another 7th-tier powerhouse. And here is Chen Mo, also of the 7th tier. As for myself, I am Shangguan Yin, a 7th tier as well. The individuals seated below are all 6th-tier powerhouses, she continued, omitting further details about the 6th-tier members, as in this grim world, lacking strength rendered introductions unnecessary. The meeting concluded swiftly, and after its end, Chen Mo approached Shangguan Yin. "What is it, Mr. Chen?" she inquired. "Well, as you know, I do not belong to Titan City. I hail from Central City, where my family resides. If there are no pressing matters, I would prefer to return to Central City. Of course, I shall periodically visit Titan City, and should you require my assistance, I can be available at any time. Would that be acceptable?" Chen Mo expressed, feeling out of place in Titan City, where he knew no one, while Central City held his own Huasha mercenary corps and his twin sisters, Yuer and Xing'er. He reasoned that it would be better to return to Central City than remain here. "I will need to discuss this," Shangguan Yin responded. "Very well. Please confer. I shall return to the villa and notify me of any conclusions," Chen Mo remarked before returning to Villa Number 5. Soon after, Shangguan Yin reached out to her fellow 7th-tier companions, including Yang Kai, conveying Chen Mo's sentiments to them verbatim. "I believe it is prudent to maintain a distance, especially since we know little about him. This individual is quite enigmatic. He managed to eliminate Guo Chang, who is also at level 7, right under our watchful eyes without us noticing. Until we ascertain his true intentions, it is wise to exercise caution." Gung Di remarked that if he can visit Titan City regularly and agrees to assist us, his presence there becomes inconsequential. With the recent loss of a level 7 from the Z Chamber of Commerce, our numbers remain equivalent, even without him. It would be preferable to keep him as a hidden asset, capable of striking decisively when needed, Yang Kai stated. "I believe it would be best to adhere to his wishes. This matter is not significant enough to warrant discord," Chen Mo added. The trio's opinions converged, agreeing that Chen Mo could return to the Central City. Perhaps they feared Chen Mo's formidable strength would undermine their authority, or they considered that his power might pose a threat to their lives. After all, no one wishes to be overshadowed by a looming giant. "Very well. I shall respond to him directly," Shangguan Yin stated. "By the way, let's establish a schedule. How about every 10 days? It will be troublesome if we need him and cannot locate him," Yang Kai suggested. "Agreed. I will inform him," Chen Mo replied. Soon, Shangguan Yin arrived at Chen Mo's villa. "Miss Shangguan, do we have a resolution?" Chen Mo inquired directly upon seeing her. In truth, Chen Mo was indifferent to their agreement. He would depart regardless, having acquired their breathing technique. It would be ideal if both parties reached a consensus. "Mr. Chen, we have reached a conclusion. After careful consideration, we concur with your previous proposal. You may return to the Central City and visit us every 10 days for any tasks we need to communicate. What do you think?" Shangguan Yin inquired. "That sounds agreeable. I shall stay here for one night and return at dawn." Chen Mo contemplated, thinking it impractical to vanish from the villa without a plan to exit the city. After leaving, he could teleport away. "Very well. Mr. Chen, please make yourself comfortable. If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb you further. Do not hesitate to contact me should anything arise," Shangguan Yin concluded before departing. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Mo took a taxi out of the city. Once he reached an uninhabited area, he teleported directly towards the Central City. In the Central City, at the headquarters of the Huasha Mercenary Corps, upon his arrival, Chen Mo headed straight for the command center. "Commander," the guards greeted him. "Greetings. How frequently do you rotate shifts?" Chen Mo inquired of the guards. "We operate in 3 shifts, but each duty lasts 4 hours, followed by an 8-hour rest." The guard replied, "Is it exhausting? If your rest is insufficient, we can arrange an additional shift," Chen Mo remarked. He was not a ruthless capitalist, and in this post-apocalyptic world, exorbitant wages were unnecessary. Providing safety and ensuring stable provision sufficed. Given the current tax revenue from the Mercenary Corps, they could comfortably support a substantial number of personnel. Chapter 69. Leading the team to slay zombies. Part 1. It's not exhausting, compared to other mercenary groups. "We are fortunate to have a safe environment with minimal tasks," remarked the leading guard. Indeed, the security of the Huasha mercenary group is commendable. As ordinary women, They often face harassment elsewhere, with some even falling victim to assault or murder. If you need anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Once you join the Huaxia mercenary group, we become one family, and we will strive to ensure everyone's basic needs, Chen Mo stated before returning to the base. Before Chen Mo could enter the building, Lu Yuer approached him. "Captain, you're back," she exclaimed. "My little Yuer, did you miss me?" Chen Mo pulled her into an embrace. Liu Yuer replied softly. "Is everything all right?" Chen Montak inquired. "Everything is normal, Captain," Lu Yuer assured him. "By the way, where's Xinger? I haven't seen her these past few days." Indeed, it had been a few days since Chen Mo had last seen Lu Xinger. "Ah, she's feeling quite down," Yuer explained. "What's wrong?" "It's because of you, really. She's been thinking about your favoritism," Yuer continued. "I haven't shown any favoritism, so why would she think that?" Chen Montak questioned. "It's about the promotion to level 6. You see, Xinger and I are like sisters. I've reached level 6, while she remains at level 5. Moreover, I heard that Wei Miao stayed with you the other night and received a promotion. Now, not just Xinger, but many of our sisters are feeling envious and jealous, wishing to seek your attention," Yuer succinctly articulated. "Oh, I see now. It seems I have overlooked this matter," Chen Mo acknowledged. "Let us go see her." He had not considered this perspective. Qi Min and Li Fengjun had earned their promotions through merit, while Wei Miao's case was indeed a lapse in judgment. Nevertheless, Wei Miao was undeniably attractive, and Chen Mo felt a twinge of temptation. Ultimately, it was his choice to whom he would bestow his favor. Yet one could not control the perceptions of others. The two arrived at the mercenary group headquarters, where they found Lu Xing. Chen Mo approached her, wrapping his arms around her. "Ah, Captain, what's wrong? Are you upset?" he asked. "Not at all, but I do feel a bit neglected," Lu Xinger confessed, her heart heavy. "After all, my sister and I have been with you from the beginning, yet you treat us differently." Seeing the hurt in Xinger's eyes, Chen Mo felt a pang of sympathy. "Do not worry. What is rightfully yours will not be overlooked. I have kept track of everything," he reassured her. Chen Mo was no scoundrel. Their time together had fostered genuine feelings. "Really? In that case, Captain, please sit down. Let me give you a massage," Lu Xinger, ever the optimist, responded, her mood lifting as she began to knead Chen Mo's legs. Since there is nothing pressing today and the hour is still early, let us organize the team to go hunt zombies. I would like to join you and partake in the fun," Chen Mo said, relishing the massage from Xinger while addressing Lu Yuer. "The captain will join us? Excellent. I'll gather the team immediately," Yuer replied before dashing off. "Captain, what prompted this desire to venture out today?" Xinger asked. "From now on, do not call me Captain. You and your sister may refer to me as Mo Ge," he replied. "Since I have some free time, I wish to observe how you all typically engage in combat." Since his arrival in this post-apocalyptic world, Chen Mo had not had many opportunities to confront zombies, and he was intrigued to experience it firsthand. As the charming Murgo star revealed her 2 dimples and smiled, she understood that the leader acknowledged her. Soon, all members of the mercenary group gathered at headquarters, and upon hearing that the leader would be leading the expedition, excitement filled the air. "With so many of us, let's divide into 2 groups, leaving one behind to guard the mercenary team, while the others venture out to hone their skills," Chen Mo thought. "It would be unwise to have everyone leave. Leaving behind only ordinary individuals without any defensive capabilities would render us vulnerable in case of emergencies." At present, the mercenary group could be described as robust and formidable, with 32 members at level 5 or above, half of whom could rival any top-tier faction. "All right, leader, will the remaining members have a chance to accompany you?" they inquired. "Indeed," Chen Mo replied, "I have not had much to do lately, and it would be rather dull to remain at headquarters. I will accompany you all." Cheers erupted from the crowd. "What? You're so happy about my company?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "Of course. Otherwise, we would think we've been cast aside," boldly remarked the spirited Zhou Fei, who had also reached level 5, possessing ice attributes and control skills. Strangely, no one opposed Zhou Fei's remarks. After all, they had initially joined the mercenary group with the expectation of entering Chen Mo's inner circle. Who could possibly resist someone so handsome and powerful? "Do not worry. None shall escape when the time comes," Chen Mo said, embracing the sentiments of the group. However, He would ensure that looks were also considered when selecting members. As everyone here was exceptional, it could be said that the Huaxiao mercenary group had gathered a significant number of the most beautiful and capable individuals in Central City. What greeted Chen Mo were flushed faces filled with unspoken acceptance, indicating that each one believed themselves to be his. All right, let it be decided. Half will remain while we venture out with the other half today. Quickly, the groups were arranged, and Chen Mo led one team out. By the way, how is my ice beast faring? Is it behaving well? Chen Mo suddenly remembered his mount. Well, aside from when it's hungry, it stays within a fixed range and behaves quite well, Lu Yuer responded. Good, find someone to drive, and I shall ride my ice beast, Chen Mo instructed. He soon located the ice beast, mounted it, and set off. Where do you usually go to hunt zombies? What is the process? Chen Mo asked Lu Yuer. We generally have a driver take us 20 miles outside the city. Then he returns while we eliminate zombies nearby. We were picked up in the evening, Yuer explained. Then let us proceed accordingly today. With that, Chen Mo took the lead on his ice beast. A peculiar scene unfolded in Central City, a figure riding a great leopard, followed by 5 vehicles adorned with the Huaxiao mercenary group emblem, making their way toward the southern city gate. This spectacle quickly reached the ears of other powerful factions, sparking their interest in mutated beasts, with several mercenary groups eager to acquire information about their locations. Chen Mo, however, was indifferent to such matters, riding his leopard southward. They traveled approximately 20 kilometers before halting the convoy. Lu Xinger organized the group to disembark and arrange for the vehicles to return. The leader has organized everything here. May I inquire about your instructions? Liu Yue asked it. None. Proceed as usual. By the way, Xinger, come here and keep me company, Chen Mo replied. Understood. Louis Wearer went to direct the team. While Lu Xinger approached Chen Mo, hand it to me, Chen Mo said to Xinger. Lu Xinger extended her hand to Chen Mo, who then exerted force to lift her onto the back of the ice beast, holding her close. Your task today is simply to accompany me. Chen Mo whispered into Xinger's ear. All right, MOG, she replied. As for the mercenary group, Lu Yuer first instructed those skilled in evasion or reconnaissance to search for zombies. Chu Qin, a psychic ability user, possessed the skill of reconnaissance, which allowed her to condense her mental energy into a focused beam, scanning the vicinity from a considerable distance. At that moment, Chu Qin sat still, activating her reconnaissance skill. Before long, she reported, Captain Wearer, to the south there is a medium-sized zombie group, approximately 60 zombies. To the southwest, there are only a few scattered zombies, though we cannot rule out the possibility of higher-level zombies. To the east, there's a large zombie horde, estimated to exceed 400. Understood. I plan to attack the large group and would like to gather your opinions. Any objections? Lu Yuer inquired. None. All right. Let's set forth, she declared. The team of nearly 20 departed eastward, with Chen Mo riding on the ice beast, cradling Xinger. Indeed, the beast was of considerable size, its broad back providing a comfortable ride, akin to sitting on a sofa without feeling any jolts. Prepare yourselves. Long-range abilities should be deployed first. Those without long-range skills should stand at the front to protect those behind, Lu Yuer instructed. Following closely, a barrage of skills surged towards the zombies, including ice arrows, earth spikes, and flying daggers. In response, the opposing horde unleashed a variety of skills, featuring earth golems, water warriors, fire serpents, and more. Chen Mo observed the clash, relishing the excitement, finding it more thrilling than watching a movie. His skills manifested silently, lacking the flamboyant displays seen from the enemy. In 10 minutes, the battle concluded. Unsurprisingly so, as nearly 20 level 5 warriors easily dispatched several hundred zombies. The highest level zombie on the opposing side was merely level 5, quickly felled by a single shot from Chi Min Chapter 70. Leading the team to slay zombies, Part 2. Those endowed with shield skills ventured forth to gather zombies, while others remained vigilant. Liu Yue remarked, impressive. Chen Mo could not help but express his admiration. He had previously annihilated an entire horde of zombies himself, relying on the formidable strength of his unique abilities to vanquish them single-handedly. In contrast, Lu Yuer and her team excelled through collaboration and superior technique. Soon, Louis Wearer approached Chen Mo, presenting the collected crystals. Mo, go. We have completed our collection. 1 level 5 crystal, 22 level 4 crystals, 68 level 3 crystals. And the rest are all level 2 crystals. How many among us are below level 5? Chen Montak inquired. 3 individuals are below level 5, 2 at level 4 and 1 at level 3, she responded. In that case, I will allocate 1 level 5 crystal. Please distribute the recently acquired level 5 crystal to the 2 level 4s and find a level 4 crystal for the level 3 personnel, allowing them all to advance. The others can rest for half an hour, Chen Mo instructed. Understood, Mo, go. Louis Wearer replied, promptly attending to the promotion matters. Half an hour later, the 3 individuals had completed their promotion. Chen Mo announced, all right, let us hold a competition. All level 5 personnel shall compete to see who can slay the most zombies. With the deadline set for noon, we will rank them according to the levels of the zombies they defeat, and the top performer will receive 1 level 6 crystal. Sounds good. The crowd responded in unison. Let be known, safety first, competition second. Louis Wearer and Chi Min will assist in ensuring everyone's safety, he added. Yes, Captain, they affirmed. Now, let the competition begin, Chen Mo declared loudly. Mo, go, what about me? I want to join. Yuxing Iagali exclaimed. I'll save you a spot for this evening. No need to participate now, Chen Mo replied, holding 3 level 6 crystals. He intended to give 1 to Xinger, leaving 2 for the 2 upcoming games. Thank you, Mo, go. I'll come find you tonight, Xinger said gratefully. Tonight, focus on your promotion. Once you have advanced, spread the word. Whoever claims the crystal today should come to me this evening, Chen Mo said with a playful smile. Ugh, Xingya pouted. You know, my sister is feeling quite down. Once you reach level 6, you should come with her, Chen Mo comforted. After their exchange, Lu Xingyu nestled against Chen Mo. During their conversation, all level 5 experts dispersed like birds and beasts, actively hunting zombies. Given their comparable strength, victory could hinge on a mere stroke of fortune. As noon approached, all personnel regrouped. Louis Wearer ranked the results, with Chu Qin emerging as the victor. After advancing to level 5, Chu Qin possessed a distinct advantage over her peers, equipped with skills such as detection, mental piercing, manipulation, and mental barrier. Notably, her detection skill enabled her to swiftly locate zombies. True to his word, Chen Mo presented her with a level 6 crystal. At that moment, Lu Xinger whispered a few words into Chu Qin's ear, causing her to blush instantly. Let's take a half-hour break, and while we do so, Chu Qin can take the opportunity to advance to level 6, Chen Mo instructed. Before long, Chu Qin completed her promotion. Chen Mo approached her and inquired, what skills did you acquire? Upon encountering Chen Mo, Chu Qin felt a wave of shyness and softly remarked, it's spiritual perception. It allows one to sense the levels and strengths of others. Is that so? Then do perceive me and discern my level and strength. Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. In my perception, Captain, you should be at level 7. However, regarding strength, I sense a chilling aura that leaves me breathless, suggesting you could effortlessly vanquish me. Jukin Vipli. Indeed, a commendable skill. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, you are already considered a formidable force at level 6, Chen Mo mused, recalling Gu Rufin. Comparatively, Chu Qin seemed slightly inferior to Gu Rufin at level 6, yet without protection, Gu Rufin's formidable move might not be unleashed, leaving the outcome uncertain. After resting for over an hour, Chen Mo led the team southward once more. However, after a while they encountered no zombies. Jukin, could you sense where the zombies are nearby? Scouring like this is rather slow, Chen Mo remarked. Understood, Captain, she responded. Shortly thereafter, she exclaimed, Captain, there's a large horde of zombies approximately 4 kilometers ahead, likely numbering in the thousands. So many? That must mean there are level 6 zombies among them. Do you have any thoughts on how to deal with it? The group responded in unison, expressing their eagerness to engage. Very well, let us proceed, Chen Mo declared, riding his ice sphere forward. Wow, what a massive horde, Liu Xingye exclaimed. Yes, judging by their size, there must certainly be level 6 zombies. But we can't ascertain their exact numbers, Chen Mo replied. Can we take them down? If so, arrange for the personnel to engage. Not a problem. We currently have 3 level 6 fighters in our ranks, and with Brother Mo leading the charge, it should be manageable. Everyone, prepare for area of effect skills. Those with puppets, send them forth to exhaust the horde, Lu Yuer instructed the group. In swift succession, various skills were unleashed, prompting the zombie horde to react and rush towards them. Shields were raised at the front, while ranged fighters continued their assault. Half an hour later, to conserve energy, Lu Yuer organized a retreat, now with the zombies in pursuit, particularly the few advanced ones, who moved with great speed. Let us first eliminate the 2 level 6 and 12 level 5 zombies, Chu Qin called out. Yue, organize the personnel to tackle the level 5s. Chu Qin and I will handle the level 6s, Chi Min stated, charging towards one of the zombies. Chu Qin followed suit, unleashing a mental piercing strike at another zombie, which roared in agony, clutching its head. She swiftly delivered 2 more piercing strikes, bringing the level 6 zombie crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Chi Min executed a counterattack, obliterating the zombie's head. Liu Yue assisted Aniona in distress, and soon the zombies dwindled in number, while the reinforcements multiplied. The advanced zombies were swiftly eradicated. The group took a brief respite before advancing once more towards the zombie horde, this time poised for an overwhelming slaughter. Before long, upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, Lu Yuer organized the cleanup of the battlefield, ensuring the incineration of the zombie corpses. In no time, the crystals were collected. There are a total of 2 level 6 crystals, 12 level 5 crystals, 34 level 4 crystals, 1,162 level 3 crystals, and 4,627 level 2 crystals. Lu Yuer reported that the selection of the most distinguished level 5 warrior for promotion to level 6 could proceed, leaving 1 level 6 crystal. Tomorrow, I will choose 2 individuals from another team for promotion. I believe that after tomorrow, our mercenary core elite combat strength will be on par with the entire central city, Chen Mo remarked. This time, it was Yu Li who had performed exceptionally well. As Lu Yuer noted, "All right, let us grant it to her," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. "Let's take a brief respite before returning to headquarters. Once we arrive, we shall hold a celebration," he declared loudly. Upon returning to headquarters, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Due to the driver's absence, Chen Mo specifically dispatched a member skilled in evasion techniques to return to headquarters first. Lu Yuer arranged for the cafeteria to procure several sheep, of course not mutated beasts, for a roasted whole sheep feast and a bonfire party that evening. Send a few individuals to the smoke shop to fetch some cigarettes, liquor, and tea, and invite those few people over. Chen Mo instructed the ordinary guards at his residence. That night, everyone indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Somehow, the news that level 6 individuals were expected to share their bed spread. Subsequently, Chu Qin was pushed towards Chen Mo by the crowd. He took the opportunity to embrace Chu Qin while enjoying the festivities with everyone. Many members of the mercenary corps were multifaceted, and under Lu Yuer's organization, they began to perform various acts. That night, Chen Mo, inebriated, engaged in a spirited duel with Chu Qin, battling for 500 rounds without a clear victor. The following day, after a light breakfast, Lu Xinger approached him. "Brother Mo, can I accompany you today?" "Sure. Have you been promoted to level 6? What skill did you acquire?" "Chen Montak inquired. I obtained the water dragon technique, which can trap and kill enemies," Lu Xinger proudly replied. "All right, then you shall accompany me today. It just so happens that our team lacks level 6 members. Please go and call Yuli. The 3 of you, along with the remaining members, shall join us." Chen Mo spoke to Lu Xing. "Okay," Lu Xinger exclaimed, bouncing away with excitement. Chen Mo thought to himself how genuinely happy she was about her promotion to level 6. Soon, much like the previous day, a convoy of 5 vehicles and a leopard appeared on the streets of Central City. Today, Chen Mo opted not to head south, but instead set forth from the east gate, progressing southeastward. After traveling 20 kilometers, he instructed the convoy to return under protection, marking the commencement of his second expedition with the team. Chapter 71. Leading the team to slay zombies. Part 2. Let us commence from this location, gathering at noon. Under the command of Xinger, We shall compete to see who achieves the best results. The top 2 will receive level 6 crystals. Pai Pai Apoa Chet Chen Montak, surveying the team members, her gaze landing on Lu Pei Pei. Allericht, Montak ge, Xing responded. Upon hearing this, the mercenary team members secretly steeled themselves, eager to secure a place among the top 2, especially since 2 level 6 ranks had been genuinely promoted yesterday. Lu Pei Pei, 27 years old and strikingly beautiful, had previously held a level 2 position responsible for fruit collection. Following the recent team reward distribution, she had been elevated to level 3. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, she was filled with delight and swiftly approached him. Chen Mo extended his hand, pulling her onto the back of the ice ball, seating her in his embrace. As Chen Mo inhaled the delicate fragrance of Lu Pei Pei, his heart fluttered, and his hands began to wander, causing her to blush profusely. The team members commenced their assault on the zombies, while Chen Mo rode the ice ball leisurely, occasionally teasing Lu Pei Pei. As the clock approached 11:30, Luxing dashed over to Chen Mo, breathless. Emoga, what is it, Xinga? Chen Mo, who was currently enjoying a playful moment with Xinga atop the leopard, inquired upon hearing her voice. Emoga, a team member has spotted a level 7 zombie. You should come take a look, Lu Xinga replied, catching her breath. What? A level 7 zombie? Come up. Let's go investigate. Chen Mo instructed Xinga. All right, Mo, she responded, leaping onto the back of the ice ball. Where is it? This way, Xinga pointed, and the ice ball swiftly moved in that direction. After covering approximately 3,000 meters, Chen Mo spotted a small hill adorned with chestnut trees. The level 7 zombie is within this grove of chestnut trees. Our team initially planned to explore the woods for any mutated specimens, but upon sighting the level 7 zombie from a distance, we dared not venture closer, Xinga explained. I see it. Indeed, it is a level 7 zombie. Chen Mo confirmed as he observed a bronze-colored zombie figure in the heart of the forest. Let us proceed, Chen Mo commanded, guiding the ice ball closer to the zombie. However, at a distance of 200 meters from the zombie, the ice ball hesitated, reluctant to advance. Having no other choice, Chen Mo dismounted from the leopard's back and approached the zombie alone. You all wait for me here. As Chen Mo drew nearer, the zombie immediately detected his presence and charged toward him. In response, Chen Mo swiftly unleashed a spatial blade in the zombie's path. Sensing imminent danger, the zombie abruptly halted its advance, but due to inertia, it collided with the spatial blade, which cleaved it in two. It appears that higher-tier zombies can sense the spatial blade. Chen Mo mused, having witnessed the zombie cease its charge. Nevertheless, the spatial blade is indeed a miraculous technique. Thus far, no zombie has posed a challenge to Chen Mo. He approached, collected the blue crystal, and hurriedly returned. Montak, you're back, Xinga asked. Yes. Gather the members here. It's almost noon. Additionally, let us assess how many mutated specimens are present, Chen Mo replied. The zombie was dealt with so swiftly? As the splendid star, Lu Xinga inquired. Chen Mo, having resolved the situation, remarked and returned to the ice hockey rink. Lu Xinga produced a walkie-talkie to summon the members, who soon gathered in response to the message. Is everyone unharmed? Chen Mo inquired of those present. No, Xinga confirmed, noting the number of attendees. All right, let us compare our achievements and see who has excelled. By the way, the discovery of the 7th level zombie is a significant feat. Let us allocate one of the accolades to her, Chen Mo stated. Very well, everyone, please report your respective achievements, Xinga encouraged. The results were swiftly compiled, revealing that the individual who had slain the most zombies was Zhang Na, who had become a level 5 warrior the earliest. The discoverer of the 7th level zombie was Yang Fenglan. Chen Mo recognized Yang Fenglan, age 34, who had joined the mercenary group as a level 5 due to her unique ability to extract life fluid from plants, facilitating wound healing and vitality restoration. However, her combat prowess was limited, as she was a wood-type ability user. Her discovery of the 7th level zombie was fortuitous, prompted by her sensing a strong wood energy in the vicinity, leading her to investigate potential exotic plant species. All right, these 2 6th level crystals shall be awarded to them, Chen Mo announced, producing 2 green crystals to hand over. Hasten your ascension. The rest of you, search the area for mutated chestnut trees and collect their mutated fruits. He instructed. Half an hour later, the 2 women's mental energies surged forth as they completed their promotions. What abilities have you acquired? Chen Mo inquired. I have gained the Fire Serpent technique, Zhang Na replied, a season level 5 fire-type ability user whose initial skill was the Fireball technique, enhanced at level 4 for significant damage. Her first-place achievement was well-deserved. I have the ability to conjure 2 wooden puppets, Yang Fenlon exclaimed with excitement, elated to finally possess offensive capabilities. Previously lacking in combat strength, her ascent to level 5 was due to her ability to extract life fluid, which had earned her the promotion crystals. That is indeed quite remarkable and fitting for you, Chen Mo remarked. At that moment, Lu Xinger approached, stating, Mo, go. We have discovered 4 mutated trees here, and we have gathered all the chestnuts. All right, let us take a collective break and have something to eat, Chen Mo suggested. During our respite, let us distribute crystals to all personnel below level 5. Allowing them to ascend a level, he conveyed to Xing, noting that those who accompanied him yesterday deserved equal treatment. In truth, there were not many individuals below level 5, only 3 at level 4 and 2 at level 3, thus requiring only a few crystals. Among the level 3s was Lu Peipei, who had been diligently collecting fruits, contributing significantly to the mercenary group's store of mutated fruits. The other was Wang Muhan, who had previously been at level 2, assisting Chen Mo in gathering jewelry, which was now also stored in the group's repository. Chen Mo remembered her well. She possessed a skill known as wood substitution, which, while lacking direct combat power, was quite unique. Subsequently, all individuals successfully ascended, leaving the entire team with only 2 at level 4, while the rest were at level 5 or above. Chen Mo contemplated his mount, Ice Ball, which was currently only at level 3, feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison to himself. After all, he had hesitated to approach a level 7 zombie, considering that Ice Ball had been quite obedient lately. He produced an orange crystal and tossed it to Ice Ball. With a leap, Ice Ball caught the crystal and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, Ice Ball began to swell, ice crystals forming on its surface, resembling an ice sculpture from afar. Shortly thereafter, ice wings emerged, stretching and widening to an impressive 20 meters in length. It appeared that its ice wing skill had been enhanced. It seemed destined to soar through the skies. Once the leopard's ascension concluded, Chen Mo mounted its back and pointed towards the heavens. The leopard, clearly eager, understood that it was now capable of flight. With a few powerful flaps, a fierce wind erupted beneath its wings, lifting its entire body off the ground. As the wings beat rhythmically, they swiftly propelled them into the distance. One exhilarating experience. This flight surely epitomized the dreams of all humankind. Ice Ball not only soared but did so at remarkable speed, giving Chen Mo the sensation of piloting an aircraft. After a circuitous flight in the sky, Chen Mo directed Ice Ball back to their original position, reveling in the sheer delight of it all. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Chen Mo discerned awe and envy in their gazes. Would you like to take a turn flying in the sky? He inquired. Absolutely, they replied eagerly. All right then, 5 of you at a time. We shall take turns. Chen Mo was keen to accommodate their wishes, for what joy lay in solitary amusement. The first to ascend were Xing Er and several other level 6 members. Buckle up, Chen Mo exclaimed, guiding Ice Ball into the sky amidst their exhilarated shouts. What a thrill! This is even better than flying on a plane. It's akin to a roller coaster, and the speed is astounding. They chattered incessantly. After taking one group for a flight, he ensured everyone had a turn. All right, let us head back early. It's getting late, Chen Mo remarked, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He chose not to fly back, as Ice Ball, despite its newfound abilities, relied on skills rather than true wings, and could not sustain flight indefinitely. Having already taken everyone for a spin, they were nearing their limits. Upon returning to the base, Chen Mo was greeted by a banquet meticulously arranged by Lu Yuer. She was aware that more individuals would be advancing to level 6 today. making it a celebration of sorts. During the feast, Chen Mo presented the ordinary breathing technique he had acquired from Titan City to everyone, urging them to practice diligently. Chapter 72. The breathing technique. Upon receiving the breathing technique, everyone was filled with extraordinary delight. It was their first encounter with the notion that enhancement could be achieved through cultivation, prompting them to seize every opportunity to practice diligently. Observing their industriousness, Chen Mo opted not to intrude, retreating instead to his own quarters. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the hall. Upon opening the door, Chen Mo discovered it was Yuli. Are you not going to focus on practicing the breathing technique? Chen Montak inquired. The breathing technique is rather challenging. I wish for the leader to guide me, Yuli replied shyly. Yuli was not lacking in attractiveness, possessing a timeless beauty with well-proportioned features. Her straight, shapely legs accentuated her slender figure. The following day, Chen Mo chose to remain home, informing the mercenary team that there was no need to undertake any missions, encouraging them instead to practice the breathing technique. Whenever fatigue set in, they would spend time conversing with Chen Mo. That evening, Yang Fenglan arrived to seek Chen Mo's guidance in her practice. It seemed they had coordinated their visits, with each one coming on a different day. Yang Fenglan, being somewhat older at 34, had a harmonious figure reminiscent of a plump yet elegant matron. On the third day, early in the morning, a guard reported that members of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps had come to pay their respects to Chen Mo, and they were already awaiting him at the headquarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Chen Mo encountered none other than Lu de Little Lu. It has been quite some time. I see you've come to visit. Chen Mo greeted him warmly, recalling how Lu de had provided him with valuable information upon his arrival in Central City, thus establishing a bond of friendship. However rare such companionship was for Chen Mo in the city. Chen Mo, may I call you that? Indeed, it has been a while, primarily due to your elusive nature. Lu de Hemarkit Kunjili. What do you mean by elusive? I've been preoccupied with matters concerning the mercenary corps. What brings you here this time, little Lu? Chen Mo replied. I have a matter to discuss. I heard that your Huasha mercenary corps acquired the breathing technique. Lu de asked. Indeed, your mercenary corps seems to be quite well informed. Chen Mo responded nonchalantly, as the breathing technique was rather commonplace in Titan City, known to nearly everyone. He had not deemed it necessary to impose secrecy when he shared it with the mercenary corps. Well, I cannot claim to be well informed. I came to inquire what price you would require in exchange for the breathing technique, Lu de asked directly, perhaps feeling a touch embarrassed. Prior to Lu Da's visit, the Qinglong Mercenary Corps had already learned about the breathing technique from members of the Huasha Mercenary Corps. Given the close-knit relationships among its members, they were aware of the information, yet attempts to engage in private transactions for the technique had faltered as the members maintained strict confidentiality. Aware of Chen Mo's formidable strength and hesitant to act against members of the Huasha Mercenary Corps, the Qinglong Mercenary Corps deemed it prudent to approach him directly. You wish to acquire the breathing technique. Did you not send Gu Rufu to procure it? Why the urgency? Surely a couple of days would not make a significant difference. Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. To be honest, we are indeed in a hurry. It remains uncertain whether Gu Rufu will successfully obtain it, and currently, we have not received any news regarding the level 7 zombies. Will we be able to advance to level 7, including myself? I have now attained the 6th level and must consider the prospect of advancing to the 7th. It was upon hearing of your breathing technique that I decided to come here. Lu de remarked, you have reached the 6th level? Congratulations. Chen Mo, indifferent to anything else, extended his congratulations to Lu de on his promotion to the 6th level. Indeed, I have been promoted, and it is not only me. Individuals from various factions in the Central City are also advancing to the 6th level. With the emergence of the 7th level, the 6th level experts from each faction have begun to see a glimmer of hope for their own promotion, leading to a relaxation of the previously mutual restraint on the number of 6th level experts. Lugu said, transactions are possible, but advancing to the 7th level is no easy feat even with the breathing technique. It requires diligent effort to achieve that. Do you understand this? Chen Montak inquired. This is comprehensible. If ascending to the 7th level were simple, there would surely be numerous 7th level beings in Titan City. The crucial question is whether you can guarantee that the breathing technique will indeed assist individuals in attaining the 7th level. Lu Gu expressed his concerns. As for the duration of the process, he deemed it relatively inconsequential, as it was at least a source of hope. Advancing to the 7th level is certainly feasible, but it is also true that as levels increase, efficiency diminishes, Chen Mo pondered. While the ordinary breathing technique might not significantly benefit a 7th level individual, it could still prove advantageous for those at the 6th level, providing them with a chance for promotion. Very well. May I inquire about the conditions required for us to purchase the breathing technique? Lu Gu asked. Chen Mo thought to himself that if the price were too exorbitant, it would be impractical, yet if it were too cheap, there would be little incentive for him. He glanced at Lu Da, who had just been promoted to the 6th level, and said, "If you're certain about the purchase, then we can proceed with a trade for 3 6th-level crystals." 3 6th-level crystals? Is there any room for negotiation on this price? There is none. I have proposed this considering your actual circumstances. To be frank, I exchanged this breathing technique for a 7th-level entity, Chen Mo thought. He reflected that slaying a 7th-level expert and a 7th-level zombie were essentially the same. It mattered not whether he specified a human or a zombie. Upon hearing 7th level, Lu Gu assumed it referred to zombies and ceased to haggle. He felt a pang of regret over the remaining 3 6th-level crystals, recalling that the Qinglong Mercenary Corps had previously held a considerable number of such crystals. However, they had utilized one to assist Gu Ruffing in enlisting Chen Mo and had sent 2 with Gu Ruffing to Titan City to purchase the breathing technique. With Lu Ji's promotion to the 6th level consuming 2 crystals, only 3 remained. Very well, I shall bring the crystals this afternoon for our exchange. I have one stipulation. The exchange is strictly for your internal use. Should you sell it to other factions without my consent, do not blame me for turning hostile, as 3 6th-level crystals alone do not cover my costs. Chen Mo contemplated that since the Qinglong Mercenary Corps had need, other mercenary groups would undoubtedly share that necessity. Thus, he might as well market his wares to multiple parties. Certainly, we will use it solely for internal purposes, Lu Da affirmed before promptly returning. After returning, Lu Da communicated the situation with Chang Wuyue, who expressed her support. The 6th-level crystal would still be available, but acquiring the breathing technique was uncertain, as they were unfamiliar with Titan City and the challenges of obtaining it. In the afternoon, Lu Da approached Chen Mo to trade the crystal, and upon receiving it, Chen Mo promptly handed over the ordinary breathing technique without hesitation. That evening, the other 7 major factions visited Chang Wuyue. Rather than directly seeking Chen Mo, they preferred to negotiate with her. However, they were disappointed to learn that Chang Wuyue conveyed Chen Mo's stipulation against external sales. If you truly require it, seek the Huasha Mercenary Corps. I do not wish to offend a 7th-level powerhouse over a few crystals, she stated. Could you enlighten us on the efficacy of the breathing technique? Is it truly, as the rumors suggest, capable of aiding ability users in leveling up? Inquired Lu Igua from the official faction. I can assure you that it is indeed as rumored. I believe that, even without the 7th-level crystal, I can attain level 7 within 6 months at most, Chang Wuyue replied. Is that so? Truly? Very well. We shall not disturb you further, Captain Chang. The crowd hurriedly acknowledged. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was unaware of the affairs concerning the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps, as he was welcoming a new visitor, Zhang Na. He had come to accept this arrangement, enjoying the daily variety of opponents. It was indeed splendid, and he looked forward to distributing the 6th-level crystals tomorrow, curious about the thoughts of the other factions. Zhang Na, age 31, was dressed in professional attire today. It was said that she was previously a university instructor, and those who attended her classes must indeed feel envious of her presence. Chapter 73. Accompanying father back to hometown the following day. As Chen Mo arose from his slumber, Lu Yu approached him, saying, "Mo, Gu, the leaders of the various factions have arrived and are awaiting your presence at the headquarters. It appears to be regarding the breathing technique." "Very well. I shall attend to them shortly," Chen Mo replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seemed another opportunity to acquire crystals was at hand. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Chen Mo greeted each of the representatives, acknowledging the importance of hospitality. Esteemed guests, may I inquire the purpose of your collective visit? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Commander Chen, our purpose for this gathering is singular. We seek to negotiate the breathing technique Yu Qinghan articulated on behalf of the others. The breathing technique, you say? Certainly. I have already engaged in a transaction with the Qinglong Mercenary Corps yesterday. As for your group, I cannot afford to be preferential. The term shall align with those established with the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. 3 6th-level crystals, and the technique must not be imparted to those outside your faction. Is that agreeable? Chen Mo stated directly. Indeed, we are all aware of the conditions. Having chosen to come here, we have made the necessary preparations. We are ready to proceed with the transaction, Yu Qinghan replied, gesturing for the others to present their crystals. Excellent. Yu, please distribute a copy of the breathing technique to each individual. Chen Mo instructed upon seeing the crystals. Lu Yu entered and handed out the documents, providing a brief explanation. Given the diverse abilities of the individuals present, they quickly grasped the content. Once the representatives from the various factions departed, Chen Mo pondered the absence of pressing matters and decided to traverse back to Blue Star. At the Liqing Hanlin Academy, shortly after Chen Mo's arrival, Shen Yuanmei and Chen Jiong returned home. Upon seeing Chen Mo, they expressed surprise. Aren't you supposed to accompany your brother to acquire the repair shop today? I came back. That was not troublesome. It was a mutual agreement. My brother is currently handling the transfer paperwork. Chen Mo replied succinctly. Oh, have you eaten yet? Shall we prepare a meal? Shen Yuanmei inquired. Not yet, Chen Mo admitted, as he had skipped breakfast in his eagerness to meet the faction leaders. What would you like to eat? Chen Jiong asked. Anything simple will suffice. I'm not particular, Chen Mo responded. I shall make some fried noodles. It is quick, Chen Jiong declared, as his culinary skills typically outshone those of Shen Yuanmei. That sounds good. By the way, what were you both up to earlier? Chen Montak inquired. Well, having just moved in, we took a stroll with your father to familiarize ourselves. We just visited the park across the street, Shen Yuanmei explained. That is wonderful. Exploring is always beneficial, especially since there is little else to attend to. Chen Mo concurred enthusiastically. Indeed, your father mentioned to me that he wishes to go on a trip in the near future. Do you have sufficient fund for that? I'll transfer some money to you, Chen Mo suggested. But don't you dare transfer anything to us. You should save your money for buying a house and marrying a wife, replied Shen Yuanmei assertively. I have enough. My family already has several tens of thousands, and the shop yielded an additional 100,000. That should suffice. My affairs are none of your concern. Shen Yuanmei continued. Besides, I'm still quite young. Young or not, our shop is right next door. Old Joe, the one who runs the supermarket. His son is only 20 and got married in the first half of the year. If you truly don't want us to worry, then you ought to bring someone home by the end of the year, Chen Mo remarked helplessly. Fried noodles are here, Shen Yuanmei interjected. As Chen Jiong approached with a plate of fried noodles, he inquired, what were you saying? You should bring home a partner before the new year. That sounds reasonable. Given your current circumstances, it's time for you to think about your own marriage and establish a family, Chen's father added. All right, I promise you all. Let's eat. Chen Mo thought to himself, uncertain about whom he might bring home. By the way, how many days can you stay at home this time? Chen's father asked. I can stay as long as I wish. Why? Chen Montak replied. What do you mean you can stay as long as you wish? Your shop has just opened. Shouldn't you keep a close eye on it? It's just starting to gain some traction. Don't mess it up, Chen's father cautioned. All right, I want to mess things up. Just tell me what you want, Chen Mo said, eager to avoid a lengthy debate with his father. I was thinking, if you're not in a hurry to return, let us visit Chun Family Village one of these days. First, it's our family, and we should pay respects to your grandparents, and second, we ought to see your uncle. He has had a tough few years, and we can also help him sort out some things in his rental property, letting your sister-in-law get acquainted with him, Chen Jiong proposed. Sure, that sounds good. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. In the afternoon, Chen Mo stayed home, chatting with Home Meiju and others. The girls had sent him congratulatory messages the previous day, which he hadn't yet responded to. Now that he had time, he decided to engage in conversations. Xiao Ming had returned to the city that morning, and Ma Jia was resting at home after a tiring day of shopping. Insini had not returned home for the Mid-Autumn Festival and had already resumed her classes. In the evening, his elder brother and sister-in-law returned. How are the procedures coming along? Chen Mo in Kviat. Everything is fine. All necessary applications have been submitted. We just need to wait for a few days for approval, his brother replied. Then the rest nothing planned for tomorrow? Chun Jiong interjected. Tomorrow? No, nothing planned, came the response. Then let us take Zishuan and pay a visit to Chun family village to see your uncle and offer incense to your grandparents, their father suggested. All right, his brother replied. Chen Mo's second uncle had always been kind to them. They had all lived in Chun family village during their childhood. Back then, their father had yet to open a restaurant, but frequently prepared meals for others, and Chen Mo had often eaten there. It wasn't until Chen Mo was 10 that they moved to town. Particularly, Chen Zhua, who was already 14 or 15, had lived in Chun family village until graduating from middle school, allowing for a close relationship with his second uncle. Since Chen Mo's father had only one brother, there were no barriers between them, fostering strong relationships among the elders and a good rapport among the younger generations. Thus, Chen Zhua readily agreed. Understood. I will convey the essence of your text in a more elegant manner. The following day, Chen Mo's family, having enjoyed their breakfast, set off to procure various items, including 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 cases of Wuliangya liquor. His elder brother and sister-in-law separately acquired a gift box of tea leaves, a carton of milk, and some nutritional supplements. Chen Mo purchased a belt for his uncle and retrieved a gold bracelet from his space to present to his aunt. In their hometown, gold jewelry is the most cherished gift. While jade may not resonate with everyone, gold is universally acknowledged for its value. After completing their shopping, Chen Mo took the wheel, with his father in the passenger seat, while his mother, sister-in-law, and brother sat in the back. The family made their way to Chun family village. After nearly 40 minutes of travel, they arrived. Upon entering the village, Chen's father rolled down his window, greeting acquaintances with enthusiasm, especially as they passed the main street intersection. He even stepped out of the car to engage in conversation with those gathered at the busy corner. A hub of information flanked by a small supermarket where villagers often congregated to chat. Despite the onset of autumn harvest following